Chapter 501. This is the Empire. The Tal'Darim Protoss fleet is heading towards the core of the Jeebus system. Once it arrives at Jeebus, it will immediately open fire and destroy everything without delay, and then move on to the next target, until the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim believes that he has given humans enough revenge, or he thinks that there is nothing more to say about this matter. The human immigrants in Jeebus do not know that the shadow of death is looming over Jeebus. But even if they know, the crazy posture of fighting for seats on transport ships and the riots caused by it will only intensify. Those who make trouble cut in line and do not follow boarding regulations, even if you have already boarded the ship. For God's sake, I swear that I will kick you damn selfish ghosts, scums and cowards, into the mud pit with my steel boots and throw you to the Protoss. Children, women and the elderly are in the first place, and then everyone else. In the largest central square of New Columbia City in Jeebus, the raised yellow sand rises and falls, hitting people painfully. Dozens of modified APOD-33 transport ships, with unique paint and logos, all represent that they belong to mercenaries. Thousands of New Columbia citizens were queuing up to board the ship, while Remy Harris, one of the leaders of the mercenaries, directed his men to maintain order on the scene. The mercenaries, who always emphasize cold efficiency, will not give these civilians any good face, even if they are just as satisfied with the order of boarding. They will be scolded and insulted by the mercenaries. They are used to speaking with the bayonets and bullets in their hands. Such a vigorous and swift action naturally has an immediate effect. If you want to leave Jeebus, even the mayor has to queue up. In the yellow sand, a number of fully loaded transport ships rose into the sky under the expectant gazes of countless people, and then turned into a cold star in the sky. Graven. If the Terran Empire fleet doesn't come sooner or later, the brothers will have to die here. Harris approached Hill and whispered to him, "We are mercenaries, and the largest ship we have is a gunboat converted from a Mammoth-class carrier. Its specifications are comparable to those of a battlecruiser, but its combat effectiveness is far inferior. What are other ships in the eyes of the Protoss? Harmless cruise yachts?" He said to his old friend, "I bet that the Emperor of the Terran Empire does not intend to fight to the death with these vicious Protoss in Jeebus. If I had just become the Emperor, the first thing I should do is to defend the few pieces of land in my hands instead of rushing to attack." "So you are not the Emperor?" Hill shook his eyebrows above his sunglasses. "You have been a mercenary all your life." "Great. That's great." Harris grinned. "Without any tension from the dangerous mission, being a mercenary is so much fun. Boss, those kids are awake. We can't let them stay with us." At this time, a mercenary with a golden mustache came over, holding a 10-year-old blonde girl in his hand. In the Copperloo sector, mercenaries are a profession that requires them to be on the lookout for danger at all times. And even the most experienced former federal veterans often make mistakes. Death is a common occurrence, and fighting with children is even more dangerous. "Are you Delta Ambrock?" Hill's mind flashed with the girl's information. A native of New Sydney. Her mother has passed away. Her father is an alcoholic and often violent, and Delta had to work in a factory to make a living when she was very young. Apparently, those Chimera pirates found Delta and took her to the shipping transit station in Jeebus, preparing to take her to the core world to sell her for a good price. "I'm Delta." The girl's expression was numb and cold, and she was surprisingly calm. Her beautiful blue eyes reflected everyone. Level 7 psychers are extremely rare. This type of psyker already has more advanced abilities besides telepathic energy, such as teleportation or creating fire out of thin air. Hill thought that if he had a daughter this old, he would definitely not let her suffer such grievances. "Child, we will send you and your companions to the spaceship soon. Then, the people of the Terran Empire will come to pick you up." Hill has always been very patient with everyone. "I heard that the people of the Empire are good to people with telepathic abilities. The Queen of the Terran Empire is a psychic." "Thank you." Delta tightly grasped his collar. "You are much better than those New Columbians, who only know how to be grateful to the Emperor." Hill smiled and urged the mercenary next to him to send Delta and the other 2 children on board. When Hill glanced at the New Columbia citizens who were queuing up to board the transport ship, he suddenly heard a violent roar. A transport ship that was accelerating into the sky suddenly caught fire and trembled for a moment before breaking into countless fireballs. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, several Tal'Darim Protoss fighters were like black swords piercing the hazy clouds. Like ghosts passing through the fog, these Protoss fighters, with a strong war aesthetic, have both exquisite elegance and aggressiveness. The tail wing is shrouded in blood-red light. It seems to flash in the air and appear in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The transport ship leaving Jeebus immediately became the target of the Tal'Darim Protoss fighters, and every human spaceship became prey. At this time, the mercenary fighters that seemed to be made up of a pile of junk also appeared. First, there were 5 Federation Avenger fighters from the Kylian War, followed by more and more advanced Ghost fighters. In a blink of an eye, the sky became a battlefield where pilots from both sides fought to the death. They are attacking civilian ships. They are not human. Harris cursed angrily. Although he thought he was not a good person, he could not do such a thing. Keep boarding the ship. Don't stop. Staying on the ground is a dead end. Hill shouted to his men to send the terrified citizens to the spaceship. The Protoss only sent a few ships, which are useless except for scaring people. The next moment, a circular warship with 3 red rotors jumped to the sky above New Columbia. Even the rotors on its edge were much larger than the mercenary transport ships. The Tal'Darim mothership, the bloody throne of the Death Fleet. As early as when the Protoss of Ire placed the flagship mothership of the once invincible fleet in a museum for people to admire, and lost their ambition and motivation for technological progress. Their distant relatives, the Tal'Darim, dug out these warships from the abandoned colonies and lost worlds of the former Protoss Empire in the galaxy, and used them for their own use. The purpose of deploying the mothership is to gain control of the battlefield. It is like a throne hanging high above the enemy's head, and the energy dome projected by the triangular rotor flows with blood-like light. As soon as it appeared, the humans below were already in extreme panic. As long as the Tal'Darim commander on the mothership ordered the main gun to be activated, the city of New Columbia would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Shithill's face twisted. How come it's so fast? I should make your stingy chicken beak into gold. Harris also stared at the huge ship in the sky. In front of it, the spaceship that the mercenaries were proud of was just a small yacht. The Protoss fleet did not directly blast the planet into slag, but entered the atmosphere to show off its power. Why? He no longer had time to maintain the nearly collapsed order around him. The transport ships in the sky were being shot down one by one, and the people of New Columbia had just experienced the great pain of falling into the abyss from the hope that was about to come. Graven. What do these Protoss want to do? Several Tal'Darim Protoss shuttles quickly left the fleet and flew to the ground. Then, a large number of Tal'Darim Protoss warriors, wearing black armor and red robes, appeared in the city of New Columbia and headed straight for the mercenaries. It's clear that they think they have won the game. Now it's game time. Hill cursed. Fire! Even if they don't appear in front of humans, the Protoss fleet can destroy everything in high orbit. The Tal'Darim Protoss are undoubtedly releasing fear and tempering their warriors with battle. The battle is about to start. Even if these Tal'Darim Protoss are just running on the ground, their speed is comparable to that of human chariots. Each of them is equipped with a single plasma shield, which can completely ignore the firepower of electromagnetic rifles when charging. The human shield technology can only be applied to fortresses and battlecruisers, using huge energy to supply shields. And lightweight and miniaturized individual shields have never achieved a technological breakthrough. The Tal'Darim Protoss on Jeebus are not only good at using sharp blades, they also use a large number of plasma cannons and phase-tearing cannons that warp to the surface. As long as the dazzling scarlet light falls on the mercenaries, no matter how indestructible their armor is and how many reinforcement processes they have undergone, they will melt like broken jelly without exception. When the blades of the Tal'Darim warriors followed closely, these elite mercenaries were cut into pieces with almost no resistance. The Tal'Darim of Slain were undoubtedly stronger than the Tal'Darim that had appeared in Basur, and they knew more about war and massacre. Instead of losing their minds due to fanaticism under the influence of Terrazine, the war in New Columbia was one-sided, and Hill's mercenaries had little power to fight back. Blood quickly dyed the streets red, and even the wind and sand were filled with the smell of blood. Why haven't the damn Imperial Army come yet? Hill asked people to take the citizens of New Columbia to the air raid shelter, while leading the rest of the people to resist the fierce attack of the Tal'Darim Protoss. It took half a minute for the AGR rifle in his hand to penetrate the shield of a Protoss. He couldn't help but feel powerless when the Tal'Darim Protoss brandished the blood-red blade and jumped into the middle of the mercenaries. It was like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. They could only use grenades and rockets to fight these Protoss. This was a massacre, and the Tal'Darim Protoss elevated massacre to an art. They should have come long ago. Harris was so distressed that he could hardly speak as he watched these brothers, who had fought with him through thick and Finn being chopped to the ground. This loss was enough for Harris to wail for weeks. The body parts of dead mercenaries were everywhere, and many New Columbia citizens were lying in the corners of the street. Most of them were frightened and fainted, and those who collapsed on the ground could not stop trembling. Just when the mercenaries' front line was completely torn apart, blue and purple lights suddenly appeared in the sky of Jeebus. One after another, the Terran Empire battlecruisers leaped out, and more than 40 ships appeared in less than a minute. The Imperial fleet and the Taldaran Protoss fleet over New Columbia were facing each other from a distance, perhaps several leagues away. But from the perspective of the people on the ground, the Terran Empire flagship and the Taldaran Protoss mothership were very close. The classic hammerhead bow design of the battlecruiser was very eye-catching. This was the first direct confrontation between the Terran Empire's Iron Fleet and the Taldaran Protoss Death Fleet. The New Columbians on the ground were so shocked that they even forgot to exclaim. But some people burst into tears in a trance. They had never thought that the Terran Empire, which they had never seen before, would dispatch such a large fleet for a sparsely populated colony. In the past, the Terran Federation's fleet might have been larger than this, but they never dared to confront the Protoss or the Zerg head-on. The Taldaran Protoss on the ground also stopped attacking because of this change. The mercenaries immediately pulled back their defenses and dragged back their injured comrades. This is the flagship of the Revolutionary Fleet, the Iron Justice. I am Admiral Horace Warfield, the Admiral of the Terran Empire Navy. The Taldaran Protoss fleet has entered the Imperial airspace. Stop the attack and surrender immediately. A deep voice came from the speakers and radio stations in New Columbia that were still working properly. Repeat. This is the Empire. Okay. I know what you're called. General Warfield. Harris was furious. But he and Hill both noticed that a large number of fighters and transport planes were leaving the Imperial fleet. I hope you know how to win a war. Hill had seen the new model of transport ship, the G226, a new model developed by the Terran Empire. The G226 has a larger carrying capacity than the old APOD-33 and is equipped with an aerial nanomedical station, a transport medical ship that makes the mercenaries drool. Okay, gather the rest of the people. Hill ordered. We have reinforcements. In this core world far away from civilization, the cruel side of the dark universe has begun to emerge. On the Iron Justice, Admiral Horace Hofeld, who was staring at the Taldaran fleet on the screen, said to the Protoss executor Artanis beside him, the Taldaran Protoss believe in a golden saying. That is, they have guns. And you don't? The Taldaran Protoss? Since the Aeon of Disaster, the first Son of God has never seen them again. At that time, the glory of Kala had not yet enlightened that ignorant and sad era. After hearing the news that the Taldaran Protoss appeared again and attacked the human world, Artanis, who was originally preparing to return to Shakuras to fight against Orega, stayed again. The Taldaran have returned. This is not a good sign. I am Artanis, the executive officer of the Terran Protoss. At this time, the communication between the Iron Justice and the Taldaran mothership was connected, and a tall Taldaran Protoss appeared in front of Artanis and Warfield. Taldaran, stop your brutal behavior immediately. You have violated the law of Da'a. Compared with the efforts made by the Taldaran Protoss to change their image, the behavior of the Taldaran is simply throwing dirty water on the Protoss race. For example, the current Jeebus people have no time to figure out the difference between the Taldaran Protoss and the Taldaran Protoss. Oh Artanis, I scared you by saying my name. The Taldaran commander on the opposite side interrupted Artanis without hesitation. I am the fourth person to be promoted to the Taldaran. Alarak. The Taldaran don't care about anything. Daw. Oh! Are you trying to drown me with your saliva? Templar. If you don't want to die, retreat obediently. Of course. I don't care about your life or death. I don't want to swing a knife at my former compatriots, Artanis said, still igniting his blue psychic blade. Okay. I'm going to tell you what humans will do. Executive. Warfield said. Imperial Fleet. Fire immediately. Chapter 502, Hymn of Humanity. Ha ha ha. You better be kidding. The fourth ascended Taldaran sat on the commander's iron throne with blood thorns, like swords. And his glowing scarlet eyes looked around sarcastically. Use your constantly moving primitive mouth to tell your emperor how I won the victory. Extremely pragmatic. Cruel and cunning. Smart. Confident. Cold. Ruthless. And deadly. No matter what words Alarak's subordinates used to describe him, it was not an exaggeration. Alarak, the fourth Ascender, sees the Ascended Chain as a power game of loyalty and betrayal, and uses all his cunning to weave conspiracies until he becomes the final winner of the game. Looking at the entire Ascended Chain, only Alarak is famous for cultivating and controlling allies, while other Ascenders, who are good at manipulating people's hearts, have all been defeated by the fourth Ascender. Alarak may not be the strongest in the Ascended Chain, but he must have the most outstanding, cunning, selfish and vicious brain among them. My only response is artillery fire. Warfield has seen many Protoss, and it is not the first time he has fought against the Tal'Darim Protoss. Many people think that the Protoss are invincible, but that does not mean he is one of them. The Emperor of the Terran Empire trusts Warfield and appoints him as the head of the 3 generals of the Empire. And Warfield wants to prove to everyone that he is worthy of the Emperor's trust. A man will die for his friend. The entire Terran Empire stands behind us, and the National Gate is at our feet. There is no way back. Warfield sounded the horn of the Terran Empire fleet's attack. Activate all reserve forces, and concentrate the firepower of the artillery forward. Today, we will fight to the death. The confrontation and tense situation between the Terran Empire fleet and the Tal'Darim fleet immediately evolved into a direct, frontal military conflict. At this time, the number of battlecruisers that jumped into the Jeebus system alone reached 60, which was more than half of the entire Empire's warships. On paper, the Jeebus Empire fleet was not inferior to this Tal'Darim fleet, although the Tal'Darim Protoss themselves said that their Death Fleet was extremely powerful and invincible. Jeebus's fleet was by no means the main force of the Death Fleet, and was even only a small part of it. In fact, although the arrival was terrifying, this fleet only had 1 Tal'Darim mother fleet and more than 20 aircraft carriers, hundreds of reconnaissance aircraft, shuttles and more blade-like spacecraft. Even so, such a fleet is undoubtedly more than enough to destroy several human colonies. And it is also a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. But the arrogant slain Tal'Darim finally met their match in the Jeebus system and hit a wall. These Imperial humans are different from the humans on the Federation planets destroyed by the Tal'Darim. They are high-spirited and fearless, which stems from their sense of belonging and confidence in their own identity. After going through countless hardships and wars, the battle-hardened Korhal Revolutionary Army has become the largest human armed force in the Copperlu sector. Due to the perfect officer promotion system and military discipline system established at the beginning of their establishment, they have completed the transformation from the Revolutionary Army to the Imperial Regular Army at an astonishing speed. At this moment, rows of Imperial battlecruisers open fire at the command of Marshal Warfield, and the laser gun groups and electromagnetic cannons set the entire sky on fire. To the people on the ground, this might be the largest fleet battle they had ever seen. Large expanses of orange-red barges stretched from one end of the sky to the other, brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire world. Located in the atmosphere, the roar of dozens of battlecruisers' Yamato guns when they were charged and fired at the same time was really shocking, as if the mountains were collapsing and the sky was about to fall. Anyone who has heard this sound will never forget the classic buzz of the Yamato cannon. Dozens of smaller suns suddenly appeared in the sky, and then dazzling flames burst out. The Tal'Darim Protoss mothership in the front was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The compressed nuclear explosion splashed on its wide plasma shield curtain wall, and the aftermath turned into flowing flames and fell. The Yamato cannons landed on the shield of the Tal'Darim mothership one after another, continuously, and the nuclear explosions triggered were enough to destroy 30 New Columbia cities. Originally, the Scarlet mothership bore all the attacks openly, as if mocking the weakness of human weapons. But its shield soon reached its limit, until a focused nuclear explosion shattered the energy curtain, causing the ship's hull to burn and leave charred scars. The damaged Tal'Darim mothership quickly retreated to the bottom of its own fleet through a short jump. At that time, the Tal'Darim fleet had already opened fire in response to the attack of the Imperial fleet. The scarlet particle beam subdivided the sky into multiple fragments and bombarded the green shield matrix raised by the battlecruiser. Hundreds of Protoss and human warships opened fire at the same time, and 10 times as many small and medium-sized warships and fighters shuttled between the gunfire. Warships were constantly shattered in a round of concentrated fire, and molten metal fell from the sky like rain. The light released by the gunfire and explosions illuminated the whole world as bright as day. Wraith fighters and transport ships continued to take off from the battlecruiser's dock. This largest fleet battle in human history against Protoss reached its climax as soon as it broke out. It was like a doomsday scene, with countless flames falling from the sky, and the falling warships released infinite light and heat at the moment of crashing. On the still-connected communications screen, Warfield and Artanis could see that the body of Alarak, the fourth ascender on the Tal'Darim mothership, trembled, but the light shining on his purple-gray face was stretched and far away. The famous human fusion weapon He. Such an ancient weapon. You humans love to play with fire and burn yourselves. But in the end, you don't even know how to burn yourselves. The fourth ascender still showed a calm attitude, as if he had one. But the situation on the front battlefield is not like this. The Tal'Darim warships are more powerful than human warships in terms of shields and weapons. But they are not without losses. After completing a series of upgrades, such as Titan reactors, capacitors, and energy transmission pipelines, the warships of the Terran Empire have enough energy to equip Yamato cannons and energy shields. Both the firepower and armor level are no longer the same as 4 years ago. In addition, their strongest weapon is the determination to put life and death aside. The Protoss could even use their powerful telepathic ability to sense this belief of unity, which is rare in the human race. You, the Butcher, just because one outpost was attacked, you killed all the people on 3 planets. The Imperial Cap badge on Warfield's blue-black wide-brimmed military cap shone brightly under the reflection of the artillery fire. The whip ring in the shield and the golden 5-star on it have become the symbol of the Terran Empire. When Warfield spoke, the Altera on the port side of the fleet flagship Iron Justice was hit head-on by the phase main gun of the Tal'Darim Protoss mothership. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, its bow was almost completely cut open, and massive explosions covered its surface. This was a Behemoth-class battlecruiser that was built in 2492 and launched the following year. Built by the Aurora shipyard on Antigua Prime. Strictly speaking, the Altera and her sister ship, the Martel, were transitional ships between the Behemoth class and the new Minotaur class. They were larger than the previous Behemoth class, and the Yamato guns were also upgraded. But this magnificent warship built by the Emperor's order did not even last 2 minutes, and unfortunately became the first target of the Tal'Darim fleet's concentrated fire. Then, the rest of the Imperial warships avenged the Altair. They surrounded a battered Tal'Darim aircraft carrier, and only one shot from the reinforced Yamato gun tore through its already shaky shield, and another salvo completely destroyed it. In the brutal battle, even the scientific ships responsible for escort and repair support joined the battle. Warships fell every minute, and thousands of people died. At the same time, the operation to rescue refugees on the surface of the planet Jeebus was also underway, and a large-scale battle was also breaking out there. The ground forces of the Terran Empire and the Tal'Darim alone deployed tens of thousands of mechas and fighters in the vast desert of Jeebus. Jeebus was originally just an unknown colony, but the Battle of Jeebus will become a milestone in the fight against alien invaders. Since then, any historian who writes about this period of history cannot avoid this battle, and writes about the history of the Emperor of the Terran Empire ordering Marshal Horace Hofeld to fight a bloody battle with the Protoss in Jeebus. Whether officers or soldiers, the sacrifices of countless people will eventually be left with only words and texts. For years ago, no human fleet had ever confronted the Protoss head-on. From your human perspective, it is true, Alarak said. Why should I have mercy on humans? If other Tal'Darim anger me, they will suffer the same fate. This is the Tal'Darim. This is our rule. The fleet of the Terran Empire made Alarak perk up, and he began to devote himself to command. Even the arrogant Alarak had to admit that even the broken copper and iron of humans were not powerless to fight back. Alarak's fleet was only a small part of the Death Fleet. In fact, the Tal'Darim Protoss from all over the world were gathering in Slain to participate in the rapture ceremony between the First Ascended and High Lord Marash. Those High Ascended who supported the First Ascended were sent to other battlefields far away from Slain by High Lord Marash. Since Marash suspected that the Fourth Ascended Alarak had secretly joined the First Ascended, he ordered him to deal with humans. Nevertheless, even if he disobeyed the so-called order, Alarak would definitely return to Slain in time when the rapture ceremony came to join the final competition for power. Dealing with humans is just a way for Alarak to kill time and sharpen his men. And Alarak is not prepared to start a longer and longer battle with humans, which would make him miss the largest rapture ceremony in Slain in nearly a century. If he can kill the first 3 Ascenders at the same time, even Marash, Alarak can become a high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim, second only to Amon and above 10,000 people. Fighting to the death with humans will not only bring no benefit to Alarak, but also make him lose the potential power to fight for power. Alarak, It is the Earth humans who attacked your outpost, not the Terran Empire humans. Executor Artanis tried to reason with the other party in another way. The purpose of the Earth humans is to make the Tal'Darim and the Terran Empire lose both. And then, they can take advantage of the situation. You are fighting here and both lose. But it is just to benefit the third party. Oh, dear Artanis. You have caught my attention. The tone of the fourth ascender was filled with his superior pride and sharp black humor. Although a drawing now can save a lot of strength, it also means that Alarak's reputation in the fleet will be greatly affected. How can an ascender, who was defeated in the war with humans, still have the face to compete for the first ascender, or even the high-ranking position? This just fulfilled the wishes of the current high-ranking Lord Marash. But it would be great if the enemy gave him a way out. I think, besides losing the battle, you Templars are best at preaching nonsense. Can you also kill the enemy? Artanis, Alarak said. You are so naive that I want to laugh. Artanis, you just happened to guess right. That is, no one can use the Tal'Darim. So, you are willing to retreat? Shakuras is still in the war, and Artanis did not bring a fleet. Otherwise, according to Augustus Mengsk, the Emperor of the Terran Empire, he would rather defeat the enemy and then reason. Retreat? The Tal'Darim must pay the price. Warfield played the role of the bad guy without changing his expression. Even if Alarak's fleet retreated, Warfield would not stop there. Warfield had received the Emperor's personal order to eliminate the Tal'Darim Protoss entrenched in Mon Lais and the Sigma Quadrant, expel them permanently, fight back, and give an explanation to the people of the Empire. Only when I think there is no need to waste time here. Alarak snorted. I think that's now. Artanis shot back. Are you angry? Artanis. This interests me a little. Alarak tooted, dead apostles. Focus the firepower of the fragmentation cannon, and burn them all to ashes. Our mission is just to burn this planet. I give you a piece of advice. Don't stand under the mothership. Of course, it's you who will die anyway. Not me. Artanis. After the voice fell, the arrogant Tal'Darim ascendant snorted, and cut off the communication. Oh! This vicious guy. What is he hinting at? Artanis looked at Warfield. This arrogant Tal'Darim is even more arrogant than you. Warfield sighed and said, It sounds like he wants to burn Jeebus to get away with it. Unless I have twice as many warships. There is no way to stop him before burning the planet. But it should not be a problem to evacuate all civilians before that. With all due respect, this looks very similar to the weapons of your Protoss Empire. Warfield was thoughtful. I heard that the Tal'Darim parted ways with you thousands of years ago, and never saw you again. And the Protoss Empire was still in the tribal era at that time. Then why are your warships and weapons so similar? I can't deny this. General Warfield. Artanis also fell into deep thought. In fact, I can't figure it out either. This is too strange. The Tal'Darim mothership is charging their main guns. And then, they will destroy the entire Burgess. Artanis' eyes lit up, pointing to the Tal'Darim mothership on the screen of the Iron Justice, and said, He must be stopped. Warfield hummed, General Medici. Send a few more Vargrii frigates. Chapter 503 Recovering the Lost Colony. Bikar Ro. Bikar Ro is an extremely remote world. So remote that it has never been marked on any published star map. And even the most adventurous adventurers have never heard of it. The fringe world refers to the place on the edge of the copperless sector, far away from the civilized world. At the outermost of the outermost layer, it is usually considered by the core world to be wild and backward, with poor land and scarce products, a broken legal system, and no rituals or music. The people living there are uncivilized, and have to do the most humble and low-level jobs to support themselves. This increasingly deep-rooted prejudice has also led the people of the core world to believe that the people of the outer colonies and the marginal worlds are generally uneducated and rude, and are country bumpkins from remote areas, vulgar and lowly, and incompatible with the elegance of the civilized world. Such views seem to be tenable. Historically, those worlds with prosperous economy, technology and art are within the cultural radiation range of Tarsones and Umogen, and interstellar shipping is extremely developed, which can reach any world that is developing rapidly. The fringe worlds are more like vassals and exploited objects of the core worlds. They are usually not yet completely controlled by the capital of the founding families and giant companies. But that is only a matter of time. Under the rule of the Terran Federation, the wealth of the entire Federation is constantly converging to the core worlds such as Tarsones, and the contradictions between the outer worlds and the core worlds are intensifying, which has also brought about rebellions one after another. It is in this era that some Terran humans did not join the official plan of the Terran Federation to develop colonies, but chose to find and build new homes on their own. Thus, spontaneously organized colonists appeared with their few possessions. The size of the colonists varied, but they usually included people from all walks of life, including miners, cooks, architects, railway workers, teachers, and crappy third-rate doctors. The new world they could choose must meet two basic conditions. First, it must be far away from the main shipping routes and far enough from the border of the Terran Federation so that it would not be discovered by the Federation's cruising fleet. Then, the planet must also support the most basic human life activities. However, there are very few planets that meet these two conditions at the same time. The Copperless system is already outside the Milky Way, and the density of stars is far less than the center of the Milky Way, which means that the possibility of habitable planets here is even lower. In order to find a new home, the colonists must stay as far away from the Federation world as possible. The quality and equipment of the ships they carry determine how far they can reach. More than 30 years ago, the first group of colonists who came to Bika Luo established the only settlement on the planet and named it Free Haven. Driven by idealism, all residents were given equal arable land and settled down and multiplied. Today, Free Haven is dominated by the second generation of Free Haven residents, most of whose fathers had died of serious illness or accidents in the harsh and difficult living environment of the early colony. For the residents of Bika Luo today, the Terran Federation and its red and blue flags have long become a distant memory. But after all, they came to Bika Luo to escape the heavy taxes, oppression, and war of the Terran Federation and build their ideal country. It would be best if they would never have any contact with the Federation. However, unexpected outsiders still arrived at the end of 2493. They called themselves the Terran Empire, wearing power armor that the Bika Luo colonists had never seen before, and had a large number of mechas and aircraft tanks. The starship soldiers of the Terran Empire claimed that they brought peace and tranquility. But in the eyes of the people of Bika Luo, they only brought rule. It is reported that the Terran Empire came here completely by accident. At that time, their scientific expedition team consisting of scientific ships and exploration ships was carrying out the task of marking possible immigrant worlds and reconnecting with other planets that had lost contact at the edge of the Copperless Star Zone, and happened to detect Bika Luo. Because the residents of Bika Luo have always rejected contact with the outside world and never contacted areas outside the planet, it is difficult to be discovered. For God's sake, this is a free colony. The people here do not belong to any human regime, and all residents are the common masters of Bika Luo. At this moment, on the main street at the southern entrance of Freeport, a group of townspeople who have gathered together with courage and love for their families are surrounding a young officer in a blue-black Navy uniform. These townspeople are generally in their 20s or 30s, and have started families and careers very early. Because of the harsh environment and difficult conditions, people over the age of 40 age quickly and have a short lifespan. Among the townspeople, Jacob Nikolai, only 23 years old, was the most vocal. He was very determined, but still pleading. Bika Luo is a barren world that is isolated from the world. The only output here is rye, oats, lizard meat, and a small amount of high-energy gas. Apart from these, you can't get anything else. Okay, I think our planetary geologists and meteorologists have already figured this out. This young officer is a soldier of the Terran Empire, a lieutenant named Bralik. He speaks with a distinct core world accent, either from Tarsones or from Korhol and Bronte. I want to reiterate again that the Terran Empire did not come here to enslave the people here like the Terran Federation did in the past. There is no Terran Federation here. Sir, there is no Terran Federation here. Let Bika Luo's people go, Nicholas pleaded. We come here only to build this planet better and make it more suitable for human habitation. As immigrants, you lack the necessary equipment support and cannot get support from other worlds. The young Terran Empire officer was obviously very patient, without any arrogance or domineering. This place is too small. There are only a few thousand people on the entire planet, but they all live in very dense towns. The crops are also very simple, which means that an unprecedented infectious disease can kill most people. And the diseases between crops are enough to make Bika Luo lose all her crops. He said, moreover, you have been living too far away from the group and have no idea what is happening at the edge of the world. Two alien races that humans have never seen are invading the human world. And I can tell you that the last time one of the races, the Zerg, appeared, it was very close to your home. What? Zerg? Nicholas and the townspeople around him, who looked at each other in bewilderment, had heard this name from the Imperial soldiers for the first time. But for these people whose ideas were still stuck in 30 years ago, they really didn't know about the Han dynasty, let alone the Wei and Jin dynasties. It's like people in the 50s and 60s just saw robots and other aliens from science fiction. And that should have been a product of movies. Yes, Zerg. In fact, we have found a Zerg toxin spreading virus spores in the neighboring system of Bikaluo, less than 12 seconds away. And the Zerg virus is spreading rapidly at the edge of the Copperless system in this way. That means they will arrive here soon. It will only take a few days. No, half a day for this virus to destroy your colony, said the Imperial officer. You have seen the videotapes and Zerg specimens, so you should believe them. In short, we will not enter your town, but will build a military base and scientific research station nearby. This is not just to protect this planet. This is already the most important link in the epidemic blockade. And you will soon know what a real disaster means. He looked at the time and said, I have to go now. Whether you recognize the Terran Empire or not, please accept this Terran Empire flag. As long as there is this flag, it belongs to the protection of the Empire. Don't worry. The army will never step into your homes and occupy farmland and mining facilities. Military orders are as strong as mountains. I will not stay here for long. After saying this, the majestic Imperial officer handed the Imperial flag to the representative among them. And Jacob Nicholas left. He came alone with a pistol on his body, and left without taking anything. I want to save you. What does it have to do with you? They must be crazy. How can aliens really exist? Stonemason Kieran Warner is a very strong young man with a loud voice. In this harsh land, only the strongest can survive long. These imperialists are trying to deceive our trust so that they can seize the town and make the people here pay taxes and work for the imperial nobles for generations. They will also try every means to seize and plunder the land. The government will only make everything worse. Lars, the miner, is very old. He is even several rounds older than the oldest building in Freeport. Lars hated the Federation. To be more precise, he even hated crowded places and preferred to live alone. Listen. We should take up arms and fight them to the end. These people are just thieves, liars and robbers. But the soldiers said that it was the Terran Empire that overthrew the Terran Federation. Now, the corrupt government has been replaced by a new and honest government. A young man named Augustus Mengsk has established himself as the emperor of the Terran Empire. It seems that the soldier is extremely loyal to his emperor. Old Bren is a farmer who raises a pair of children with his wife through hard work. Come on. It's the same old story. He's still playing the first citizen trick. Kirsten Warner is a teacher and amateur engineer in Freeport. He likes to read the e-books left by his parents. The Republic is the most ridiculous joke. In this system, dictators can enjoy all the rights of monarchy without having to restrain themselves for the image of the royal family. The Terran Empire is an empire, not a republic. Don't make a mistake. This shows that he does not hide his ambition at all. Old Brun relies on farming to support his family. But he has never given up thinking and learning. He believes that this is one of the best qualities of human beings. As long as he is a wise monarch, the people of the Terran Empire can live in an enlightened and prosperous era while Augustus is alive. If what the Imperial soldier said is true, Bekaroko will really be in trouble. At that time, as they expect, the people of Freeport will have to ask the Terran Empire for help. Jacob Nicholas is a good speaker, an enthusiastic young man. Although he only talks a lot and does little, he still has a lot of say among the residents of Freeport. Nicholas holds the flag given to him by the Imperial officer. The bright red flag is spotless and has a shining gold star on it. In fact, this is not the only thing these unexpected Terran Empire soldiers gave them. Previously, they also used trucks and transport ships to transport a large number of medicines and metal products that Freeport could no longer produce. On this planet with scarce resources, it is even more precious than gold. However, the residents of Freeport still rejected the gift. They couldn't believe that anyone in the world could be so generous. I saw what the Terran Empire brought. Starships larger than cities. Wow, that was a rare thing when my grandfather was still living in the Federation. And I dare say that the Empire's interstellar battleships are larger than the Federation's. He couldn't help but show his inexperienced look. They also brought tanks and cannons. I saw hundreds of Imperial soldiers walking down from the rumbling transport ships. Old Lars, even 1,000 of you are no match for them. We must call a town meeting. After all, we have to accept the fact that we have to share our homeland with these Terran Empire soldiers. As he spoke, Nicholas noticed that the sky over Bekaluo was gathering with dark clouds, and the howling winds were like the howling of tens of millions of evil spirits. If you are not lucky enough, heavy rain or even hail will soon beat the people on the street black and blue. Bekaluo is such a terrible place. Her weather is like a woman with uncertain weather. The violent thunderstorms sweep across the planet, easily destroying the buildings that the townspeople have worked hard to build, and the fields that have been opened up on the mountainous terrain with great difficulty. After every thunderstorm, the people of Freeport have to replant crops and repair equipment. If there is the energy shield of the Terran Empire that can cover the entire town, Bekaluo will be much safer. About 7 or 8 miles southeast of Freeport, a towering Terran Empire starport is standing in the deep purple thunder, and 3 battle cruisers are passing through the black clouds. Around the starport, various military camps, hospitals, and living facilities are rising from the ground, and factories are being built on some high-energy gas springs that are too far away to be mined. Just seeing this scene, Nicholas and the surrounding townspeople felt uneasy. As Nicholas said, Bekaluo has no resources that the Terran Empire covets, so they must be building here for other purposes. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 residents living in Freeport, less than the number of people in a military camp of the Terran Empire. Maybe some murderous aliens are really coming. Hurry up and call the townspeople to vote in the Citizens' Assembly. Something big must be happening. Nicholas handed the Terran Empire flag in his hand to Old Brun and said, "Go to the central square of Freeport and raise it. Raise the flag of the Empire. Anyway, it won't lose a piece of meat. It's more trustworthy." Chapter 504 Griffin Swarm. A Bekaluo proverb more or less reveals this terrible disaster. When you think something is bad enough, be careful. It will only get worse. When Old Brun returned home, the whistling wind outside had turned into thunder like the roar of ghosts and gods, and the slanting rain was like thick walls. The weather became damp and cold. The sky was completely dark, and blue-purple lightning that was several miles long bombarded the earth. Bekaluo is a terrible place. Most of the year is accompanied by severe weather such as thunderstorms, hail, heavy rain and tornadoes, and the rest of the year is rarely good weather. This kind of climate is very common on many planets with atmospheres, but it is particularly severe on Bekaluo. Extreme weather will destroy the colonists' crops and mines, and rebuilding them must be done tenfold or 100-fold. After all, not all planets have a warm and sunny climate like Tarsonis. At this time, staying in the modular steel building with insulating coating is the wisest choice. The children are all back. Mrs. Brun was wearing an old faded but clean work shirt, holding a dry towel in her hand. Bekaluo's Freeport has its own weaving workshop and tailor. They have long stopped trading with other colonies or interstellar merchants in the Federation, so daily necessities and various tools have to be made and forged by themselves. Those equipment disassembled from the spacecraft in the early colonial era. Once a part is broken, even if it is just a broken electronic tube, it cannot be repaired. This colony that has been passed down from generation to generation is just a place where a group of people with the same tragic fate, but longing for a free life, gather together for warmth. Many people of this generation are related and support each other. The furnishings of Brun's house are also very simple. Even the tables, chairs and blankets look like they have been used for many years. The people in the Freeport have not yet formed a class and wealth gap, which means that most of them are equally poor and live a hard life. There are no TV stations on this planet, although the power station and signal tower can still operate normally. Not every household can have a TV or radio. Even so, the people here have never given up hope for life and try their best to educate their children. After the Freeport General Assembly, you will follow Nicholas to the seismometer and weather station outside the town. I am really worried that something will happen. The lady's hands and skin have become rough due to heavy work, but her face still shows the youthful vitality of her youth. In fact, Old Brun and his wife are not old at all. They got married when they were 16 or 17 years old. Now they are less than 30 years old, but they look much older. Is what the Imperial soldier said true? Are there really alien monsters coming to Bekaluo? She asked. Old Brun took off his raincoat wrapped in a layer of waterproof canvas and hung it on the hanger next to him to dry. His expression was as gloomy as the sky. "Dear, I just hope that I am seeing things. But Brutus almost peed his pants. Brutus is a good farmer. And at that time, he wanted to bury himself in the mud. Mr. Brun lowered his voice and said, "I'm afraid it's true. This is terrible." Mrs. Brun looked at the heavy rain outside the window, as if she was afraid that a terrible monster would jump out of it. Before, the weather station and farm in 40 Hills lost contact with the town. And this time it lasted longer than before. Adding the sudden arrival of the Terran Empire, everyone was very uneasy. So we drove the combine harvester to 40 Hills, and only saw a few gliding eagles and rock wall lizards. Everything was normal, although the weather was usually bad. Brun said. Everyone was relieved. Maybe the Imperials were just exaggerating. But soon, we found something wrong. He said, the weather station at 40 Hills was covered with some kind of fungus, like purple mold. And the weather balloon was full of veins and arteries, like human tissue. Dr. McCarthy and several of his employees and students who stayed there were all, what happened to them? He is a good man. And the doctor has been trying his best to improve the bad climate in Bekaluo. Mrs. Brun felt sad. In Bekaluo, many people lose their lives every year due to extreme climate. And once scientists and mechanics, who have important skills, die, it is difficult to cultivate them again. The technology and civilization of this small place will continue to degenerate unless they find their own way of development. They all turn into monsters. Monsters with fangs and sharp teeth. And their skin became as slimy as fish. Brun still felt scared when he said it. Everyone panicked at that time. Nicholas ran away. And only Kirsten and I picked up the shotgun. It was hard to tell how much bragging there was in Mr. Brun's words. He coughed and put the old-fashioned Terran shotgun on the table with a broken corner behind him. I killed one. And Kirsten killed the other one. Then we drove back. It was a nightmare. How could humans become like that? What made them become like that? If what was recorded in the data disk given to Nicholas by the Imperials was true, then it was the Zerg that killed McCarthy and others. And scientists in the Terran Empire call it infection. Holy Mary. 40 Hills is only a dozen miles away from here. Those monsters can kill the people in the weather station, and can do the same to the people in Freeport. Mrs. Brun was stunned for more than 10 seconds before she came back to her senses from the shock. But where can we escape to? Leaving Freeport. Our fate will not be better than staying here. We can only ask for help from the Imperial Army, hoping that they will lend a helping hand. If it were the Federation, even if they would provide support to Freeport, they would take the opportunity to control the entire town, impose additional conditions for military protection, and force us to pay for the military. Although they could do so even without this excuse. Brun sat down on the chair. There is no time to organize another citizens' meeting. Several elders in the town have unanimously decided to seek military help from the Empire. No matter what price we have to pay, he whispered, as if he was afraid of disturbing the two children in the bedroom. Not only the weather station, but also a dozen family farms far from the Freeport have been affected. The situation is getting worse and worse. And even the dogs and livestock have become some kind of monsters. This generation of Bekaluo people is different from the previous generation. They will never cling to past experiences. I hope that the storm, that was a complete disaster for us in the past, can also stop those enemies. He took a cup of tea from his wife, and moistened his throat. The man who never left Bekaluo realized that he was the only support for his wife and children at this time. It was tea soaked in salad greens. In the mountainous and barren terrain of Bekaluo, wheat and oats occupied the only land. As for coffee and tea, the locals had long stopped growing them. Even if all the land was planted with food, it would be difficult to feed everyone. There are several missile towers left by the old people in Freeport, which may be useful. We have pulse guns to deal with large beasts. But we have run out of ammunition. I don't know whether to believe those Imperials. Most people in the town hold the same view as me. This is the rule set by our fathers. The people of Bekaluo support themselves with their own hands, and will never return to the Terran Federation. He continued. The officer has been emphasizing the difference between the Empire and the Federation. He said that the Terran Empire was established by a group of people who overthrew the Federation. The Terran Empire Emperor did better than the Federal Parliament and the Creation family. We all hope that smart merchants will not exaggerate when they brag about themselves. Before he died, my father only reminded me, staring at me and asking me to remember, never trust the Federation. I will never forget his expression at that time. I just hope that there is really some difference between the Terran Empire and the Terran Federation. An army to protect the people? That probably ceased to exist 2 centuries ago. Mrs. Brun is a smart woman, and it is with this wisdom that she raised her children with limited food. But if there is a group of people fighting against the enemies of mankind, they may really be completely different from the federal soldiers our fathers have seen. Yeah. Brun nodded, coughed uncontrollably, and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. When Brun suddenly saw green spots appearing on the back of his hand, his face was almost as green as his skin. He had seen such skin not long ago on his compatriots, who had turned into monsters for unknown reasons. When was it? Infected? In what form? How was it spread? And was there any hope after being infected? Brun remembered the purple-black gelatinous blanket spreading under their feet. Although they were careful not to get close to the infected buildings and the twisted humanoid monsters, they still let the disgusting sticky, snot-like substances adhere to their boots. Brun was filled with a mixture of shock, anger, and regret. He immediately stood up and distanced himself from his wife. He was more worried about his family than himself. Freeport also had outbreaks of infectious diseases, but they were spread through grains that were left on the ground and moldy because they were not harvested in time during rainy days. That is, food, according to the information and warnings given by the Empire. Although in the so-called Total War period, that is, after 2491, the Zerg virus and infection were not the main means of attack by the Zerg. Their means of spreading the virus are not sophisticated, and infected people will not infect healthy people, causing cross-infection again. Until recently, a brain worm named Carlos appeared in the human vision. It further improved the infection method of the alien worm, and has cultivated a new alien worm variant carrying a large number of microparasites and mold viruses. Today, the huge spore spray cluster can even spray trillions of infected spores into the entire universe. This alone is extremely terrifying. Once the extremely tiny spores enter the planet's atmosphere, they can scatter all over the planet, attaching to air currents and rivers to find their hosts. The way the Zerg spread the infection is also hard to guard against. Among the known ways, many people don't even know how they were infected except for the spores scattered in the air. The swarm of Carlos may be the most terrible Zerg that humans have encountered. Its purpose is to destroy humans, the powerful enemy. Once the plague spreads throughout the Copperless sector, it will be a terrible catastrophe. The Terran Empire officially named Carlos, and its tribe is the Plague Tribe, which was named Griffin Swarm by Emperor Augustus Griffin. A griffin in Greek mythology, with a lion's body and an eagle's head. What's wrong? What happened? Mrs. Brun had never seen such an expression on her husband's face. I was infected by the Zerg. On the way, I contracted the terrible disease that the soldier said. I don't know how long I can live. I may die soon. Brun was silent for a few seconds or maybe longer. But he had made up his mind when he showed his wife the blue veins and scars with mycelium on his wrist. He silently put on the raincoat he wore when he came back and took his gun. You may also be infected while talking to me. The larger man with dark brown messy hair paused. Dear, now you have to lock yourself in this room. No matter what. Don't open the door for the children. No matter how they cry or beg. When the doctors and scientists of the Terran Empire arrive, they will tell you what to do. I have to leave here and warn others. He opened the door and jumped into the wind and rain that could knock people to the ground again. After all this is done, I will go to the automatic refinery. Only fire can prevent the further spread of the epidemic. Goodbye. Mrs. Brun was a strong woman. But when the door closed again, she was already in tears. Outside, heavy rain was pouring down, and Brun realized that his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. It was more likely that he had been infected a few hours ago, and the symptoms had just started. Fortunately, he had not seen many people. The weather was getting worse and worse, and the strong wind seemed to be able to completely knock Brun down. The storm was swirling in the twilight sky, and the only light in the sky was gone, leaving only the bright lights in the Freeport. The sound of the wind was as shocking as the howling of ghosts and wolves. But in Brun, it was like the roar of a monster. Brun was still conscious, and he just hoped that this was not a last gasp. He had to find those who were also likely to be infected, and persuade them to leave with him. Then, he would notify everyone through the radio to unite, and hold on until the reinforcements from the Terran Empire arrived. Chapter 505 Plague Watcher. The rainstorm gradually stopped, and the wind direction began to change. But then it started to snow, followed by fist-sized hailstones, and the road began to freeze and become extremely slippery. The clouds completely obscured the starlight, and the lights at every household were the only light source in the Freeport. Bekalua was definitely a bad place, with a bad climate and poor soil. Most of the land was ridges that had been repeatedly washed by rain, and the terrain was winding and bare, with no room for any vegetation. Although frequent lightning strikes on the planet can generate a large amount of nitrogen dioxide and nitric acid, providing sufficient nitrogen fertilizer for the growth of crops, Bekalua's lightning strikes are too frequent. She is just a gray stone planet. There may be 10 million such planets in the Milky Way, but it is the place where Brun's ancestors decided to take root by accident. Not all worlds are blessed with Tarsones, Korhal and Teledor, but humans are a tenacious race. They can adapt to almost all kinds of dangerous environments in the Milky Way. Brun climbed onto the family's robo-harvester and felt his health deteriorating. When he started the engine, he was almost coughing up blood. Every cell in his body seemed to be wailing, and the pain was roaring from his heart and lungs. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. It would not be long before he would become one of those alienated monsters in the weather station, with tumors and tentacles on their faces. Regret, pain and fear made Brun breathless. For a long time, he sat in the driver's seat of the harvester, and almost motionless. Fortunately, the Zerg virus has not yet invaded Brun's brain. All infected humans will eventually become slaves of the main nest mind, which is a fate worse than death. Fortunately, Brun doesn't know it yet. The love and sense of responsibility for his family and the entire Freeport made Brun cheer up again. If the town is eventually engulfed by this terrible infection, his loved ones will also be buried here. Brun is just a second-generation immigrant who was born and raised naturally in Bekaluo. His understanding of this world is limited to Freeport, and his vision is the canyon behind the pass and the farmland behind it. Brun had dreamed of becoming a starship soldier before, because he liked traveling and adventure, and starships often shuttled through various galaxies, quadrants and star systems. But Bekaluo did not have this condition at all. Not to mention starships. Even spaceships that could fly out of the atmosphere were either rusting in warehouses or being dismantled as precious building materials. He was once the most adventurous and curious person in Freeport, and his keen intuition for machinery also allowed him to easily repair damaged agricultural irrigation equipment and harvesting facilities. Brun had the chance to go further, but there was no one here who could teach him. Later, he had to accept the reality he had to face. Like other people in Freeport, he got married and had children early, and tried his best to fill his and his family's stomachs. Dreams are unrealistic things that can only be thrown aside and let them weather slowly. A gust of wind blew, and the snow was like white fog, and the hail hit the windshield and roof of the harvester with a clang. Outside the car window that was pitted by hail, the Freeport, which was just lit up, was shaking in the storm, groaning and trembling. Originally at this time, the 4 members of the Bren family should be sitting happily at the table covered with a blue checkered tablecloth, eating the simplest dinner, which is mostly simple bread, bacon, and some warm barley tea. When thunder strikes, it is stormy outside, but the house is warm and cozy. His daughter Octavia Bren will sit on his lap and giggle. Probably people in poor places all over the galaxy live like this. Bren heard that the central world of the Terran Federation is extremely prosperous, but he has little idea in his mind. Thinking of the smiles of his wife and children, Brun still endured the pain and fear in his heart and started the harvester to drive onto the cement road of Freeport. Passing through the howling wind and hail, Bekaluo taught the people here how to fight against nature, taught them what it means to be patient and to endure the suffering and pain in life. On the edge of the copperless sector, only the most tenacious people can survive. There is not a single car on the main street of Freeport in the storm, and every household is sitting in their homes to face the storm safely. Where there are lights and flames, human civilization sprouts. This harvester has been in Brun's family for some time. It is older than the 2 children. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and is no different from a family member. This highly automated and integrated harvester can be seen in almost any world in the Terran Federation. It has functions such as plowing, crushing and sowing, and can be equipped with a solid gasoline flamethrower when necessary. According to the Comorians, a harvester can be used as a tank by welding a few steel plates. They can even convert a supergiant planet excavator into an electromagnetically accelerated road-based fighter launch port. The combine harvester is the most loyal and reliable partner of the immigrants, and Brun just hopes that it will not break down today. Brun's destination is Jacob Nicola's home, who may have been infected, and near his home is the largest and only radio broadcaster in Freeport. Although the old equipment is already 30 or 40 years old. The parts are rusted, and it is questionable whether it can still be used. Suddenly, a beam of light came from the fork of the street, blinding the eyes. Brun recognized it immediately. It was the car of Freeport teacher Kirsten Werner. An old four-wheeled car. When Kirsten's father bought the car from a second-hand car dealer, the Terra family of Tarsonis had not yet entered the maglev car industry. This car is a treasure in a rural place like Freeport. After all, a car always stands out among a circle of harvesters. And this is also a good car that Kirsten is proud of. Just like his unique greasy middle-parted hair. But this does not prevent him from being a serious and responsible teacher and a kind-hearted person. You got infected too? Kirsten, the communicator of the harvester, broke down 2 years ago. And no one has been able to fix it since then. Brun could only talk to Kirsten through the intercom. Kirsten also followed Nicholas and Brun to check the lost weather station, along with old Rustin and Great Airy, the only biologist in the town. If nothing unexpected happened, they might have been infected. And the fungal blanket is one of the most basic ways of spreading the Zerg virus. Now that I think about it, I should have informed the Terran Empire's army. But the people in Freeport only trust their own people. People are like this. They never believe what they are facing until the disaster is imminent. For God's sake, I used up my last bit of strength to climb into the car. Now the only people who can save this town are the Terran Empire's people. If this disease is incurable, old Brun, then you and I will each shoot each other. And don't leave it to harm others. Kirsten's tone was still very calm. He had always been this way. In other words, crying now would have no effect. Most of the people living in this town had families with them. They had gone through all kinds of hardships. And natural and man-made disasters had not defeated the people of Bekaluo. Go to Nicholas's house. This sneaky guy took advantage of this crisis to pass the appointment of the first mayor at the Citizens' Assembly. If this is the case, he should take responsibility. Brun said. There is no time to communicate the disease now. If they are transformed into such monsters now, everyone in the town will suffer. The devil has taken over. These imperial people brought the devil. And I knew they would not bring good news. I saw through the true face of these people 40 years ago. This strange disease may be caused by them. No. I bet my 4 gas extraction facilities. It must be them. Soon. The harvester of the old miner Rustin jumped onto Brun's rearview mirror. And he roared and chattered with his unique loud voice. This is not the end. While I am alive, even if I can still breathe, I will beat these imperial bastards. Laston's home is a few miles away from Freeport. But after seeing the miserable state of the weather station, even an old tough guy like Laston, who had been in Copperloo for many years, dared not stay outside. Finally, biologist Greydray also managed to get in touch with Brun, who was also infected by the virus. After a brief understanding of the situation, the biologist, who had made many contributions to the genetic improvement of Freeport livestock with a noble and selfless spirit, decided to lock himself in his home and use his body to experiment to find an antidote. Even though Bekaluo is not a paradise suitable for living, the people here are no longer those who are full of resentment towards the Federation. They also love the land under their feet. Stop talking, Rustin, while we are still alive. Bryn stepped on the accelerator and drove the harvester like a sports car. And the teacher and the miner's car followed closely behind. The people in the town must be warned. You want to be a hero? Rustin roared. I have burned all my refineries and left the last barrel of gas for myself. Is it enough? Rustin, if you had a little bit of your courage for your romantic selves, you wouldn't have been single for so long. Despite the unbearable pain in his body, Kirsten still laughed. I hate living with other people. Rustin said, you should have known that I am a lone wolf. Freeport is not big. Even if you drive from the edge of the town to the center of the town, it only takes more than 10 minutes. Soon, we arrived at the residence of the current mayor Nicholas. As soon as he became the mayor of Freeport, this slick but oratory young man chose the best house in the town as his residence, which was originally a large warehouse for electronic equipment and other equipment. It was a tall 2-story steel and red brick house. And there were even 2 marble gargoyles at the door. I don't know where Nicholas got these antiques from. They should have been decorations on the church. In places like Bekaluo, there are workshops and hired workers. But there is no concept of money. And the class gap is also small. Brun and Kirsten knocked on Nicholas' door quickly. And at this time, this blond young man who lived alone had disheveled hair and tears on his face. This seemed to be the most normal state. He knew that he was terminally ill. And the severe pain and fear were enough to drive a person crazy. Woo, Nicholas cried bitterly. It hurts so much. You have been crying here for so long? Where is the radio console? Brun grabbed Nicholas's tattered suit. And the old miner jumped up and slapped the young mayor. Cry. 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 Slug. Can crying kill the Zerg and viruses? I am dying. Nicholas cried, like a beaten puppy. I haven't said it's incurable yet. Why are you so anxious? Rustin slapped Nicholas again. This old man was always the object of fear for the children in the town. Even today, many people are still scared to death when they see this old man with a weird temper. I'll take you there right now. Nicholas is very afraid of death. Rustin said so. After a few seconds, Brun, who was standing outside, suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects falling from a high altitude. Now the sound of wind and snow is still incessant, but the dull sound of collision is very clear. First, a dark shadow fell on the house opposite Nicholas's house, creating a deep pit on the roof. With the help of the light in the house, Brun could see the shadow of a person tumbling from the roof to the ground, falling a few hundred yards away. It was a person whose body was shattered. His limbs and head twisted at angles that a normal person could not do, and one of his legs was twisted into a knot by the huge impact. For a moment, Brun and Kirsten next to him were unable to react. Then, the bloody man stood up tremblingly and staggered towards the wide-eyed people. The twisted and deformed humanoid creature was still wearing the remnants of electroplated silver-white power armor. Its helmet had been lost somewhere long ago, revealing an extremely pale face. Half of the face still retained the texture of the past skin, while the other half was red and swollen like rosacea, and swollen many times. Two evil eyes with a dim yellow light were looking out from under the helmet, and tendrils and huge fleshy tumors overflowed from the gaps in the armor. It can be imagined that it must have been a brave human soldier, and he should be proud of his armor and role. But now, it is just a twisted and terrifying monster. Brun tried hard to identify the golden eagle emblem on the other party's armor, as if he wanted to figure out his original identity. But he soon couldn't care less. Then, more monsters like this fell from the sky like rain, hitting the houses with irregular impact sounds and making huge muffled sounds. Thousands of twisted shadows crawled and stood up, their eyes emitting yellow or red light. They uttered incomprehensible gibberish and staggered towards the trembling people who were still alive. There is a battleship up there. Kirsten pointed to the sky, where there was a huge interstellar battleship. It was hovering over the free port, but there was no light or engine roar. This was why the people in the town didn't find it. He didn't know that it was an infected UD Vargur frigate. That's not an Imperial ship. The big bell of the free port was rung, and parents in the town walked out of the gate with their children, and boys and men wearing felt hats picked up guns. Chapter 506. Your doctor's sister is here. On this moonless and starless night, the storm was overwhelming, and in the darkness, only the faint light of lights scattered in the freeport. Thousands of monsters wrapped in exposed flesh, tumors, ligaments and mucous membranes staggered forward on the streets of the freeport, like crawling shadows. Their rotten vocal cords wailed, and their pitiful souls were wailing in the imprisonment and enslavement of the swarm's will. They wandered around like ghosts, slapping the windows of the residents of Freeport with their huge claws, or extending their fangs and claws to any living person who appeared in their sight. Fortunately, the people in Freeport had not slept because of what happened today, and every household kept weapons to make a living in the marginal galaxy. For a while, gunshots rang out, and many people used incense forks and gas cans. Although these infected humans were extremely terrifying, enough to make the bravest souls scream, they were not actually very fast and strong hunters, and the shells and exoskeletons on their bodies were not very strong, but they were endless. Mayor Nicholas howled and tried desperately to get into his house, but was held tightly by the old miner. It seems that we don't need to notify the people in the town. Has the Terran Empire responded? Freeport can't hold out for long. A real army is needed to deal with such a monster, Brun shouted to Nicholas, and he had never expected the arrival of the Terran Empire like this. In this town, Nicholas was the only one who could tinker with the old and dilapidated communication equipment, and Becca Luo had not contacted other worlds for many years. I think it should be soon. Nicola was scared and embarrassed. Like a primary school student who was reviewing himself in public, an operator told me that the Imperial Air Force will arrive in 1 minute at the latest, and their military airport is not far from here. Anyway, I just hope that these Imperial troops will not burn down the free port when they clear the alien insects. The old miner reloaded his shotgun while chattering, "You are young people. You don't know what the Terran Federation did in the past. There was a cholera outbreak on a planet, and they killed all the people on it. I don't care about that anymore." Brun's intuition told him that what the old miner said was probably true. If the Zerg infection was really incurable, then destroying the entire Freeport along with these monsters would be the right choice. The operator did not lie to Nicholas. Less than a minute later, the Tyranid Empire's fighter planes flew through the storm from the north of Freeport, like 3 flying stars rising from the horizon, followed by another row of blue flames, and a huge iron bird with wings spread out like flames flew over. Only then did Brun and the others see clearly the Vagrii frigate above their heads, which was completely covered with tendons and tissues. They saw that the cracks in its cabin were spewing out a large number of infected people, like a garbage ship dumping garbage and waste. There were more than a dozen such terrifying ships above Freeport. In the deepest part of the cloud, a huge shadow was still moving slowly. They seemed to be giant flying creatures with life, flying on proliferating nitrogen air bags, strange sail-like flying fins and jet pipes instead of engines. And even though these infected ships may have no operators, they can still use weapons and active tentacles that have been integrated into the cabin to attack those brave Tyranid Empire Wraith fighter pilots. 2 Wraith fighters locked onto the infected Valkyrie frigate above Brun's head while climbing. Multiple Gemini air-to-air missiles were ejected and hit accurately. The light produced by the explosion was extremely bright. This fleet, composed entirely of infected human ships, did not have the most common flying units in the Zerg Air Force, such as Mulisks and Scourges, to escort them. As soon as they encountered the Tyranid Empire fighter group, they quickly climbed to a higher altitude and moved away from the Freeport. At the same time, more than dozens of heavy APOD-33 and G2-26 transport ships landed in the Freeport. At this time, the ground was full of infected people, and each transport ship could crush many when it landed. One of the transport ships landed near the mayor's house of Nikolai. The mayor was a very smart guy. He planted the only flag of the Terran Empire in the town on his house, because he heard that those trained professional soldiers would rather die than let the flag be tarnished. After the transport ship landed steadily, landing gear and gangways popped out on both sides. The first to lead the way were the fire bats wearing heavy red power armor. The badges on the shoulder armor showed that they were Blue Devil fire bats, which sounded like the naming style of Brigadier General Hanukkh Hank of the Terran Imperial Marines. Next came the fully armed Marines, painted in standard Imperial red, equipped with M93 explosion-proof shields, using 25mm bonded carbide with an anti-corrosion electroplating layer on the outside, designed specifically to fight against Zerg acid. There is even a giant bipedal walking mecha that is 24 feet tall. The prototype of the Wolf Warrior is over 7 meters tall, which is almost the same height as a 2-story building. Perhaps only the Super Goliath armed robot of the Earth United Council can be compared with it. At this time, the Wolf Warrior has undergone iterative improvements of multiple generations of trial models, and is very close to the Wolf Warrior mecha when it was officially finalized. Several supergiant Wolf Warriors built for special missions can even exceed 30 feet 9 meters. Just like real giants, the Imperial Wolf is equipped with shoulder-mounted missile launchers, arm-mounted rockets and railguns, and composite ceramic steel armor covers the entire body. The Wolf's operating servo system is changing with each passing day. It uses a more advanced neural launch control system. The driver uses countless parallel neural interfaces inside to control the movement of the limbs and the use of weapons. In other words, they are one with the armor, and they don't have to waste their energy on controlling the mecha. They only need to focus on one thing: destroying the enemies of the Terran Empire. This is inseparable from the unremitting efforts of the entire scientific and technological research and development and military engineers. The past 10 years since the Kylian War have been a decade of rapid technological development for the Terran Federation and even the other 2 human regimes. Almost every day, there are new technologies, new patents, and new weapons, which is the sum of the past century. Only 30 years have passed, and the equipment used by the army now is completely different from when I was young. Old Miner Rustin is one of the few first-generation residents of Bika Luo who are still alive today. Compared with Brun, who was born and raised here, he is even more shocked. 30 years ago, the Terran Federation's army was still using exoskeleton armor. Power armor was a completely novel, futuristic concept, but exoskeleton armor alone was enough to deal with internal rebellion. At that time, the relationship between the Terran Federation and the surrounding human regimes was not as tense as it is now. Power armor large mechas. Even the medical staff wore heavy armor. And even carried rocket launchers on their shoulders. How did the world become like this? What kind of enemy are humans facing? Fire. Ensure the safety of the civilians. An Imperial officer ordered, free these poor people. Fire. Fire. Once they appeared, the Imperial Army's firepower gained an overwhelming advantage and steadily advanced in the free port, rescuing the townspeople trapped in their homes and sending them to the transport ships. All of this seemed to have been practiced many times and seemed to be easy. Brun and others were immediately encouraged. And the residents of the free port also spontaneously approached the landed transport ship. And those who couldn't make it also shouted for help. Nothing is more exciting than watching the human steel torrent beat the alien monster. The Terran Empire sent troops to many worlds, like Picaro, that were under invasion or in trouble. No one knows the exact number of troops. But it is obvious that this number is always changing. The Empire recruits soldiers from every world they visit. The combat effectiveness and fighting style of these soldiers are partly determined by the environment they have lived in the past. All I know is that Freeport is saved, Brun said. This is what children should learn now. And those old ideas should be thrown into the trash. Freeport's only teacher, Kirsten, said, I am Colonel Lisa Cassidy, the commander of Beka Luo's Terran Empire Army. A warrior wearing silver gray power armor walked off the transport ship, followed by Imperial soldiers with the same decorations. Silver gray power armor, winged hooded skull, the famous Heaven's Devil Army. Only a few Terran Empire troops would use such emblems. However, in such a remote place, it is impossible for the Beka Luo people who have not communicated with the outside world for 30 years to know them. The medical soldiers of the heavenly demons do not look like the kind of people who save the dying and the wounded. The medical soldiers of the Terran Empire are trained completely according to the standards of the Earth United Council. And even the equipment is almost the same, because these equipment originally belonged to the UD Expeditionary Force. And even the people in it may not have changed. Emperor Augustus treated the surrendered soldiers of the UD Expeditionary Force very well. At least, he did not really kill them all. Everyone in Freeport must evacuate immediately. This is an order from the Marine Corps headquarters of the Coral Palace. Colonel Lisa did not open her helmet. Her tone was stern and unquestionable. Her voice sounded like an angel. Sir, I think I must remind you that this place does not belong to the Terran Empire. We do not have to obey the Empire's orders. The old miner emphasized suspiciously. This is our home. My friends and I spent 30 years to build this small village. We would rather die than leave it. Yes, you are right. The colonel looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind next to him. But as the Imperial Constitution stipulates, it is the responsibility of all Imperial soldiers to protect the citizens of the Terran Empire from the threats of alien Zerg and Protoss alien forces. And the reason why I will save you, the lice, fleas and bedbugs, is based on the doctor's ethical code. Not because you, a stupid ass, happen to be a human being. She roared. I want an answer immediately. Immediately. Right away. Sir, this is not a boot camp. A medic warned. You shouldn't insult a civilian. I always apologize later. Lisa has no patience for stubborn people like the old miner. Now what doubts do you have? If Freeport had agreed to the Imperial garrison earlier, so many people wouldn't have to die. But this is your request. In any case, the Empire never forces their people to make decisions. Now all you have to do is board the ship and go to Beka Luo's military base immediately. You may be registered as war refugees, but it doesn't matter. The situation will soon improve. In other words, even if you are refugees of the Terran Empire, protected by the law, and blessed by Emperor Augustus. Hurry up. Otherwise Carlos's army of infected people will soon overwhelm this place. This old guy is crazy. His mind is not normal. And he can't even say thank you. The Mayor Nicola had the courage to pull the old miner aside at this time, and even said tactfully to apologize. I can only say that such a person is suitable to be a politician. But it is a waste of talent to put him in such a place. Colonel, I must tell you that we have all been infected by the Zerg virus. Brun hesitated for a moment, as if he was waiting for the other party's bullets after he finished speaking. So, we can't take the same ship as others. I know. Lieutenant Morales, give them an injection. Colonel Lisa looked at Brun and nodded. This is the latest nano serum, which can cure the current Zerg virus. It has been certified by the Imperial Drug Administration and the Protoss Empire, and is worth a fortune. But the Emperor paid the money for you. Thank you. Thank you. Brun was so grateful. This immediately made Brun feel relieved, which meant that the infection of alien insects could be cured. He couldn't help but be very curious about the Emperor mentioned by the Imperial soldiers. What kind of person is the Emperor? My opinion on the Emperor is confidential. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lisa replied, if you want to ask me what I think of the Queen, I have to say that his vision of women is not ordinary bad. It's blind. Brun was at a loss. Where does it hurt? Relax. Dear. It's just a mosquito bite. The medic named Morales and several other medics. Her voice was sweet. But the needles and nail guns on her arms were chilling. No need to take off your pants. Morales easily grabbed Nicholas with the help of the power armor, and then stabbed him directly in the neck, making the young man almost faint. That action was not gentle at all. It looked like a murder. Brun also received an injection in his neck, and the wound was quickly sutured by laser. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he really felt much better. Sir, how is this infection transmitted? I mean, my wife was with me. Brun pleaded. My family is still trapped at home. As long as you can save them, I am willing to do anything. The current Zerg virus is evolving rapidly, and it is impossible to determine whether they have evolved new ways of transmission. Lisa said, don't worry. Everyone will get a chance to be treated, as long as they swear to become citizens of the Empire. When more Terran Empire transport ships landed, Brun was convinced that his father's ideas were outdated. Perhaps, becoming a Terran Empire citizen is not a bad thing. Chapter 507 Queen. Agria. Surface. Lark Crossing Refugee Camp. The semicircular metal-pointed roof house exudes silver and red rules in the morning sun. It is a laser-welded modular building. There are about hundreds of houses exactly the same as this one nearby, or warehouses and military stations of similar style and materials, as well as fortification walls and towering watchtowers surrounding the entire refugee camp. The golden and red flags flying on them clearly indicate the ownership of these buildings. Before the sun rises, the people of the Lark Crossing refugee camp walk out of their safe metal houses and go to designated medical monitoring points to test for Zerg infection. Then, they receive water and heated food to enjoy the mushy paste that looks terrible but provides necessary calories and protein. And the children are occasionally given candy. Then, if the test results are normal, the people will go to the movie theater to watch the news and follow the latest news from the Terran Empire. Of course, masks and keeping a safe distance are essential. It is worth mentioning that the most popular program in the refugee camp, in addition to the news about the rescue work of refugees from the marginal worlds of the Terran Empire, is the talk show hosted by Domi Vermilion. In the show, the host will quote a quote from Emperor Augustus as usual before starting. Secondly, the Imperial Ranger Kicks Worker Bee competition hosted by Jim Raynor, Marshal of the Terran Empire, is also very popular. In Raynor's Wilderness Survival column, you will also see the meritorious Admiral Raynor teach you how to use 200 degrees Celsius sand to scald the wings of a dragon in desperate situations, and how to do it with relish. This has sparked a craze for the wings within the Empire, making the New Orleans Dragon Wings popular in and outside the Star Zone. The increased employment has provided a rare job opportunity for the unemployed and refugees, although there is evidence that these dragon wings are not authentic. The Skylark Ferry refugee camp is home to about 70,000 people, and is home to a Terran Empire Nova Squadron Special Expeditionary Marine Battalion, along with a large number of logistics personnel, administrative staff and medical workers. These Imperial soldiers have participated in many famous battles, but they used to fight against the visible Federation army, Protoss and Zerg, but now they have to face invisible diseases and infections. There is a river several dozen miles long near the refugee camp. The source is the majestic Yalta Glacier. The river water is clear and sweet, but the people nearby have long stopped getting water from here. In the past, this river was like a blue light band with golden edges in the sun, and the bottom of the river was covered with dense underwater ribbon algae, which was beautiful. Today, it is more like a rotten, smelly ditch, and corpses can often be seen floating down the river. The other side of the river used to be a beautiful forest, but now it has become a wasteland covered with thick fungal carpets. And those dry tree trunks are silent tombstones. Every night, there will be ghosts and wolves howling, and there are wandering infected people everywhere, like groups of zombies. When the day comes, they will retreat back to the dark underground, and will also come out to wander on cloudy days. These monsters were not all extremely scary, and some could not even defeat a little girl with a shotgun. But there were many mutants among them, with saturated acid in their bodies. Once they exploded, people within a radius of dozens of yards would be killed by the shock wave of the explosion, and people farther away would die in extreme pain. On this day, Bernard Hansen, chairman of Agria, had not slept all night, and was handling the dispatch and transfer of refugees in a small house separated from the refugee camp. Bernard had been working for 16 hours straight, and bloodshot eyes were visible under his glasses. His body told him that he was exhausted. But the beloved chairman showed no signs of stopping to rest. Agria suffered too much loss. When Antigua's Imperial Navy arrived at Agria, this agricultural settlement with beautiful scenery and pleasant climate had lost nearly 1 million people, equivalent to 1/10 of the total population. This was only one aspect. The agriculture that Agria relied on for its development was also collapsing under the spread of fungal blankets. Unprecedented diseases began to spread in major crops such as wheat and corn, and the prosperous native plant population was largely wiped out. The atmosphere of Agria is filled with deadly spores of the alien pest, which further poisons the rivers and oceans through rain. The terrible Griffin tribe and their leader Carlos defeated the Agria settlement without a single soldier or tribe. The invisible fear is more frightening than sharp teeth and claws. At the beginning, the Agria people were driven out of their homes by the plague and fear. More than 100,000 people died of illness or disappeared during the exile alone. The dark emotions such as depression, despair, and fear continued to spread among those who were still alive, and destroyed the fighting spirit of some of them, making them feel that it would be better to die. The Agrians thought they had been abandoned until the first batch of Imperial reinforcements arrived. Father, the Emperor's flagship Hyperion has arrived at the Lark Crossing starport. Bernard's daughter Ariel Hansen pushed open the door and walked in, followed by 2 Agrian militiamen wearing gray-white CMC 200 power armor. The red and white cross on the armor indicated that this army mainly performed medical assistance tasks. Ariel, the daughter of Bernard Hansen and Talis Corgan, is already a tall and graceful girl. She just interrupted her studies at Tarsonis University and returned to her hometown to help her father govern Agria. Ariel had shiny black hair, a knee-length white coat, and a book in her hand, full of the intellectual beauty of a literary girl. Emperor Augustus is always punctual. Bernard recalled the first time he saw Augustus Minsk, when he had already determined that he was a young talent. Let my secretary find a shuttle. I want to see the Emperor right away. I hope he won't turn me away. The Emperor is about to come to see you, Ariel said. If everything goes well, he will be there in a few minutes. I hope he is here to call me to task, so that I can feel better. Bernard sighed deeply. These days, self-blame almost broke this once strong man. As the chairman of the settlement committee, I am not competent. Perhaps the officials sent by the Emperor will do better than me. After all, I am not cut out for this job. It's not your fault, Ariel said. Agria is the first settlement that has survived the attack of the Griffin swarm and has survived until now. Our warriors are brave and tenacious, and the people's fighting spirit is also maintained at a high level, she said. The surrounding settlements that have announced their joining of the Terran Empire have also provided Agria with more or less resources or manpower support. As long as we persist, Agria will definitely be able to hold on until the moment of final victory. The Emperor has arrived. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Not long after, several royal guards, who had led the way, were already standing at the door of Bernard's office. Their bright crimson power armor and the golden wolf logo on it were almost impossible to ignore. When Bernard stood up, he almost fainted due to a dizzy feeling. After all, he was too tired. Bernard Hansen, I will come to you as soon as I arrive in Agria. The Emperor of the Terran Empire has not arrived yet, but the voice has arrived. 2 ghost agents wearing blue and white pseudo-like combat uniforms walked in first, bringing a cold and murderous wind. Bernard didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that there were more eyes staring at him in the dark. Bernard suddenly remembered the message that Emperor Augustus Minsk trusted psychics more, and would consult his red-haired ghost queen for advice on everything. This was definitely not true. But psychics could be seen in the political review and conscription departments of the Terran Empire, and they could hold more positions than in the Terran Federation era. But so far, the Emperor has not allowed psychics to hold important government positions. But it is said that General Haller of the Nova Squadron is also a psychic. Times have changed. Augustus wore the blue-black navy uniform of the Empire, and a large red cloak with golden broadswords and bronze buttons. The Emperor of the Terran Empire had a cage-long sword and an electromagnetic pistol on his waist, as if he was still a general of the Empire. His eyes were calm and firm, and when he stood, he was like the stone of Char and the pine of Blacksis. When the Emperor walked into the door of the office, the guards at the door, Bernard and Ariel, couldn't help but bow their heads. Bernard was shocked. He couldn't remember when he had regarded Augustus Minsk as an unquestionable authority. This was completely different from his original intention of establishing the agrarian settlement. This settlement should exist independently of any human regime. Emperor Augustus, Chairman of the Agrarian Immigration Committee, salutes you. Bernard didn't know what etiquette to follow when facing an emperor, so he just bowed and saluted. Augustus held Bernard's hand, his gray eyes sparkling. I have learned about the current situation of Agraria, Mr. Bernard, and this will change soon. I have failed your trust in me. Bernard said, you should ask for help from someone else. And send another imperial governor? Well, Mr. Bernard, my chairman of Agraria, I don't need to use this method to control this planet. Augustus just smiled, as if he saw through Bernard's little thoughts at a glance. If my great-grandfather were still here, he would tell me that the Lord of Renaissance would rule his people with fear, awe and strict laws, and a benevolent monarch only needs to be loved. As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. To make a long story short, I have good news. The Imperial fleet is about to launch a counterattack to completely expel the Zerg from Agria, Augustus said. This information was not communicated to Agria via radio. This is a military operation, and there is now evidence that the Griffin Zerg's brainworm Carlos has even learned to steal military secrets by infecting communication soldiers. We are about to launch a decisive battle near Agria. Use the psychic emitter to attract the Zerg, and then destroy it in one fell swoop. Augustus thought he needed to explain this to the leaders of the Agria colony. After that, it's time to really fight back. That's great. Bernard knew that he had finally waited for the opportunity to retake Agria. Then, Agria will be rebuilt. Augustus' words put Bernard at ease. The Empire will not give up Agria. The food output here can feed at least 20 border worlds. For a long time, Agria has been transfusing blood to worlds like Antigua. Agria's support for the Empire will never be forgotten. Eliminating Agria's infection is not a problem. The key is that the Griffin swarm will invade here once, and there will be a next time. At this time, a white-haired old man in the uniform of the Imperial Navy walked in. He had a ruddy face and looked energetic. He looked like he could live another 50 years. I suggest that you build an alien biological laboratory in Agria to study the alien Zerg virus in humans. Well, study what effect the alien Zerg virus has on humans. In this way, we may be able to do the opposite and use this virus to fight the Zerg. Nerid looked at Bernard Hansen. Oh, I am Dr. Nerid, a biological expert hired by the Emperor. Hello, Dr. Bernard. I heard that your ex-wife is now in Tarsones, working on a new project for the Terran Empire. Hello. Bernard shook hands with Dr. Nerid and felt that the other's seemingly skinny hand was surprisingly strong. The Protoss has developed a nano-antidote for the Griffin swarm virus. The production line of the pharmaceutical factory in Antigua has also been fully put into production. Once the drug is released on Agria and other invaded worlds, half of the crisis will be solved. At least, the current drug is still very effective against the Zerg virus. Augustus hired biological experts from the Terran Protoss in exchange for providing resources to help the Protoss build the Golden Fleet, and ordered them to participate in the research on the Zerg virus. At the same time, the knowledge brought by these Protoss will greatly improve the medical level of the Terran Empire, which is a sure win for the Empire. The person behind Dr. Nerid should be Augustus Minsk's queen. She has beautiful red hair and eyes like cold green jade. She walks with a swift and heroic look. Sarah Kerrigan was just a commoner before. She had no relationship with the nobles of Tarsones, let alone the nobles of the Minsk family. After Emperor Augustus announced Sarah Louise Kerrigan as the undisputed queen of the Terran Empire on the day of his accession, she became the most noble woman in the Terran Empire. If the Emperor met with an accident, Kerrigan would undoubtedly be the queen of the Empire. Chapter 508. Dr. Nerid. What do you think? Augustus talked to Bernard Hansen about the conditions of the refugee camps in Agria and the injection ratio of nano-serum and vaccine. Then, the Emperor of the Empire gave an important instruction to build a production line in Agria and produce on site. Agria's pharmaceutical industry is quite developed, and its ancillary facilities are also complete. Organizing Agria's workers to produce can achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this point, Augustus motioned Bernard to follow him out. Can we do it? The biological laboratories and industrial areas in Hadestown and Megaton have all fallen, and are now covered with fungal mats and Zerg organic buildings. Like a thick blanket, Bernard followed Augustus and his entourage out of the office. We have abandoned all the cities and farms, and Agria has almost regressed to 20 years ago. Bernard knew that the Emperor would definitely hope that he could give a positive answer, but Agria's situation was much worse than he thought. That's not a problem. I've ordered the transfer of equipment and manpower from Antigua. The key is whether the people of Agria are determined to hold on. As soon as Augustus walked out of Bernard's office, the blue sky and the rows of metal-peaked houses under the sky came into view. The Empire will not give up Agria. But I don't know what the Agria people think. This is a real natural disaster. If they want to evacuate to the safe core world, then I won't blame them. Each silver-gray house is shaped like a dome-shaped peaked hat, with 2 grill windows, and external gas pipes for heating and water inlet and outlet pipes. The neatly planned paths separate the buildings in the refugee camp into living areas, and sewage facilities, water supply facilities, reactor power plants and hospitals are all available. It is much cleaner and more sanitary than the slums in Tarsonis. The population density in the refugee camp is not high. You know, even in the early days of the Total War when the Zerg invaded, the Zerg did not have the current infectiousness and mortality rate, and various infectious diseases would definitely spread in the densely populated and dirty refugee camps. During the period of Total War, the number of refugees who died of hunger, cold and various diseases during exile was also quite astonishing. Many Agria refugees living in the Skylark Ferry had gathered outside, and more people were rushing to see the Emperor of the Terran Empire. The news of the Emperor's arrival inevitably caused riots in the refugee camp. But Augustus had no intention of hiding his whereabouts from beginning to end. The militia and royal guards in the Skylark Ferry refugee camp immediately set about maintaining order on the scene to ensure that those overly excited people would not pull down the Emperor's pants. Since the nanoserum that can effectively cure the Zerg infection and the vaccine that prevents the infection are surprisingly effective, just like other creations of the Protoss, group gatherings are no longer prohibited. It must be said that Augustus is still quite popular in Agria, which is largely due to his accumulated good reputation and majestic leadership image. Nearly 30% of the population of Agria are Korhal, which means that they regard themselves as staunch supporters of Augustus from the beginning. Augustus waved to the people who came and immediately received a warm response. Most of the people at Skylark Ferry were nearby farmers, whose homes and properties had been destroyed by the Zerg invasion. Apart from their anger, these people had nothing to lose. Augustus, save us! Your Majesty, when will we launch a counterattack to take back our houses and farms? Down with the Zerg! Agria has not fallen yet. Since the Griffin Swarm, Tasha's Witch Swarm, and the slain Taldaran Protoss began to invade the Terran human world, the border has been in danger, and more than 20 planets have been affected. On the way to leave the fleet to support Agria, Augustus visited many worlds that had not yet made it clear whether to side with the new Terran Empire or the old Federation. And the people there reacted rather indifferently to his arrival. When Augustus ordered the governments formed in these worlds to implement decrees, the local people would inevitably pretend to obey, but secretly disobey. And forced implementation would inevitably cause fierce resistance. Fortunately, no matter how ignorant and stubborn the people there were, they would gradually discover that the Terran Empire's series of market incentive policies aimed at recuperating and developing the economy were beneficial to them. In addition, under the protection of the Terran Empire garrison, the rampant pirates and bandits were also driven out, and the re-established trade routes would benefit the planets along the route. Augustus also established a strict psychic inspection system to ensure that local officials, who hold great power and are far away from Korhal, will not cause trouble. Obviously, many people on the planets don't care whether it is the Terran Empire or the Terran Federation that dominates the throne world. They just hope that their original lives will not be affected by the new regime. Only those worlds that have decided to support Augustus and the Revolutionary Army are immersed in the joy and carnival of the new empire. It seems that the public opinion of Agria has risen sharply. Sarah Kerrigan stood beside Augustus and accepted the welcome of the people of Agria with the Emperor. She has gradually transformed from a guardian lurking behind the scenes to a queen who frequently appears in front of the public. Today, the Imperial fleet will retake Agria, and the Terran Empire will surely win. Augustus walked through the crowd and said with a fist, "The victory of Agria is only the starting point of a series of victories in the future. The Terran Empire will not take a step back." When Augustus withdrew from people's sight, the Skylark Ferry was already immersed in jubilation. It won't be long before this picture will spread throughout the world of the Terran Empire. The Emperor has this determination. The people of Agria are really following a wise king. Following Augustus, who was walking like a dragon and a tiger. Dr. Nerid trotted quickly, fearing that he would be left behind. But in fact his speed was not slow at all. And he couldn't help but flatter him. All Terrans know that a wise king with great ambitions is ruling the empire. Patting Emperor Augustus's horse is a technical job. And you can easily get into trouble if you are not careful. Emperor Augustus became more and more thoughtful. And his emotions were not revealed. Even the generals who made great contributions to the founding of the country during the uprising found that they could not guess the emperor's thoughts. And they became more and more in awe of him. The emperor sometimes appeared overconfident, which was one of the characteristics of a leader. But as more and more people dared not refute him, this was likely to become arrogance. Benefit your good words. Augustus did not lose himself in Nerid's calls of handsome boy. He knew that this guy had no good intentions. Except for the Xel'Naga in the void. Only Augustus knew that Nerid was actually an evil Xel'Naga. The incarnation he left in the real universe could have 10,000 different faces and 10,000 different identities. But it was only true that he could use Augustus to achieve his goal of resurrecting Amon. It was a foregone conclusion that Augustus's Terran Empire would replace the Terran Federation as the most powerful human force in the Copperloo sector. Although Nerid's master, the Dark God Amon, looked down on humans from the bottom of his heart. In order to realize his plan, Nerid had to find ways to use the Terran Empire to get enough resources to build a huge hybrid army. In fact, for Nerid, the greater the threat to the Terran Empire, the more likely Augustus will adopt his plan to build a hybrid laboratory. Even if Augustus strongly opposes it, Nerid is confident that other plans will be passed as long as Augustus allocates him enough manpower and laboratories. Recently, Nerid seems to have given up the proposal to restart the hybrid laboratory, and has been working hard to sell his enhanced warrior plan based on genetic engineering and mechanical modification to Augustus. By replacing the bones and organs of soldiers with machines to create terrible warriors, this imperial project was mentioned in Stedman's background story. With Nerid's knowledge of genetic engineering, he was confident in this plan and proposed to start the experiment with criminals and captured UD soldiers, and kept hinting to Augustus to pay. However, Augustus knew that you had to use sweet bait to lure fish. So he only gave Nerid some death row prisoners and federal officers and high-ranking officials who had persecuted revolutionaries for experiments. If Nerid wanted to gain Augustus' trust, he had to produce some impressive research results. In order to further gain Augustus's attention, he also proposed a plan to study the Protoss warp technology for use in human military deployment. Nerid is an alien scientist who has studied Xel'Naga technology. He also pointed out that by studying Xel'Naga technology, the technology of the Terran Empire will surely make a great leap forward. Xel'Naga is undoubtedly a giant that humans can hardly match. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can Terran humans compete with their brothers on Earth, who are of the same lineage. It must be said that Nerid, the old fox, really knows what Emperor Augustus wants. When Augustus walked into the Agria garrison command around the chairman's office of the Agria colony, Brigadier General Gar was waiting for him there with several of his subordinates. Salute to Emperor Augustus, the Queen and the royal family. Brigadier General Gar was wearing a brown-green Imperial Marine uniform. After the Kora Revolutionary Army was reorganized into the Terran Empire Regular Army, each legion further refined its functions and military branches while retaining its organization. The Imperial Marines belonged to the original Revolutionary Army and Marines, and some Revolutionary Army officers with accumulated military merits have been promoted accordingly. In the current Terran Empire Army, the Navy Fleet and the Marines have become the two most important branches of the military, and the functions of the Army have actually been replaced by the Marines to a certain extent. Among the court ministers and senior officials of the Terran Empire in Augustus, wearing military uniforms is also regarded as a tradition. Before entering politics, many people were members of the Revolutionary Party and soldiers. There are not many car people in the political arena of the Terran Empire, and many of them are old bureaucrats left over from the Federation era. In the army, the car people almost control all the right to speak. There is no doubt that Car has always been the place where Augustus made his fortune. Colonel Gar is also a Car person, He does not have much revolutionary consciousness. He joined the Revolutionary Army purely because the Federation pushed too hard. But this did not prevent him from becoming a staunch supporter of Augustus. He knew very well who his rights came from, and what kind of political system they came from. Colonel Gall, you have won many victories in Agria. Augustus took off his gloves and shook hands with Gall, and at the same time signaled Bernard and others to stay and listen. Colonel Gall is a Marine commander of the Antigua Revolutionary Army. He has a Marine division with more than 25,000 Imperial Marines, most of whom are recruited from Antigua. His troops are brave and tough in combat. Due to the terrain of Antigua, they are more adept at launching armored warfare in wide deserts and Gobi, and are accustomed to flanking and armored assaults. After he led his troops to reinforce Agria, the local militia organization also obeyed his command, and he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Agria Empire Marine Corps. He has a pair of bright blue eyes, but his lips are too thin. Gar is not an easy person to get along with, and he is out of tune with his passionate colleagues. Since he was assigned to Antigua, he has been called Antigua Blue Viper. Fighting a group of brainless mutants is not a hard battle, and our main job is to assist the refugees to evacuate. When Gar was still a sergeant, Augustus was already the marshal of the Corhol Revolutionary Army. The soldiers on the front line are the ones fighting, and the credit should belong to everyone. They deserve praise. Augustus had heard about the achievements of this unit. A lieutenant who led an arc tank platoon was once reported to the headquarters of the Corhol Empire Armed Forces. It was said that this lieutenant had evacuated more than 5,000 people from a small town with tanks and transport vehicles during the Agria breakout, and was eventually awarded the Imperial Galactic Medal, one of the highest honors. Now is the time to counterattack. He opened the command console and unfolded the battle map. I have mobilized an entire fleet, and it is expected that no less than 200,000 ground troops and 3 armored armies with 10,000 arc tanks, Sidewinder tanks and Red Snake tanks, the Imperial version of the Sidewinder in Heart of the Swarm. Now an improved and upgraded version of the Sidewinder tank by the Terran Empire Weapon Design Bureau will be deployed in Agria to destroy the main nest areas of the Griffin Swarm on this planet one by one. Augustus pointed to the map and said, "This is the attack route. Logistics, information communications, and air-fire support are in place. If I ask you to command this battle, what will you do? Your plan is already quite complete. And I think that to deal with these infected bodies, you must deploy enough flamethrower troops, flamethrower tanks and heavy bomber fleets. Maintain saturated fire suppression, and avoid close combat as much as possible," Colonel Gall replied. In addition, finding the source of infection is the top priority. A cautious answer. I thought you would say this plan is too conservative. Augustus nodded. I think I have found the source of infection. Dr. Nerid, what do you think? The source of infection is obvious. It is the huge organic organs used by the Zerg to spread spores. It is a huge flesh mass similar to coral and organ. We call it toxin-eating body. Dr. Nerid did not expect the topic to suddenly shift to himself, but he reacted quickly, thinking that the Emperor was testing his research to deal with Zerg. Fire is the simplest and most effective way. Cooking oil with a big fire. Chapter 509 Blow him up. The Swift formation is 3.2 miles from Megaton, with an estimated arrival time of 30 seconds. The CF/A-17G Wraith fighter piloted by Captain Eric Snab was descending from an altitude of 7,000 feet like a nimble falcon, passing over a large patch of fuzzy stratocumulus clouds. As the numbers on the radar altimeter kept jumping, the large inland swamp forests composed of ferns, shrubs and herbs on the eastern continent of Agria were like a green ocean. A winding road leads directly to the city of Megaton outside the canopy, like a gray ribbon. Even though it was not the first time that Captain Eric had looked down at the magnificent scenery of Agria from high altitude, he could not help but admire it in his heart. The last time Eric had seen such a beautiful planet was in the distant haven. Agria is a treasure given to mankind by the stingy Milky Way. Her unique natural conditions have created a paradise on Earth with good weather and good harvests. Those who live in barren lands should envy the Agria people because they were born in the cradle. All Swifts. Check heading settings 300. Altitude 2,992. Low altitude approach. Search for ground targets. Eric felt that his Wraith fighter was approaching its prey like a strong red falcon, and the sky was being left far behind. And Eric's wingman was nearby. And these steel wings operating in formation were equally imposing. They were 2 standard Wraith fighters of the Terran Empire with beautiful golden and red paint. which were of course perfect in the eyes of the pilots. In fact, the Wraith fighter was once the best stealth fighter of the Revolutionary Army, and it is still the same now. Each Wraith fighter may have different pedigrees, from different planets and starports, but the modular casting process allows them to maintain a consistent aesthetic. The radar scan shows the location of other fighters in the Swift Squadron, and behind them are more than 400 Grizzly bombers and Banshee bombers. The unstoppable kings of the sky are rapidly approaching the city of Mechaton in the forest fog. The Terran Empire is no longer the Revolutionary Army that still has to rely on transport ships to modify bombers. The new Banshee fighter is a new generation of stealth bombers, and it is the undisputed king of the battlefield. However, even so, the Wraith fighter is still not backward at this time. After all, it has not been many years since it came out. The new optical tracker and stealth module make the Wraith have the sharpness of a ghostly stealth eagle. The past anti-aircraft artillery is as ridiculous as a child holding a slingshot to the Wraith. Swift 3 received. Swift 4 received. Everything is normal. On the head of display, the beautiful Megaton became clearer and clearer. 2 months ago, Eric didn't even know how to spell this word, but now he can recite it by heart. Megaton, the second largest immigrant city in the Agrai immigration, had a population of more than 1 million 20 years ago and was the largest industrial and port freight center on the planet. This was an unimaginable prosperity in the fringe world. In the past, Eric had many comrades who had been to the military recuperation center in Megaton for treatment. The beautiful scenery there was a good medicine to heal the trauma in the human heart. That's all in the past. Eric muttered to himself. That's all in the past. Today's Megaton has become a nightmare that cannot be avoided. Thousands of high-rise buildings have collapsed and turned into ruins. Countless prosperity and glory have disappeared in the blink of an eye. It took humans many years to build the current Megaton, devoting 2 generations of time and effort. And the Zerg destroyed it in just 2 days. Whether it is a paradise like Agria or a barren red desert like Andaga, there is no difference in the eyes of the Zerg. So this is why Eric fought for it. There is no point in reasoning with such a monster. The truth is only within the range. If you reason with a bug, it will only be a dead bug. Check your weapons and prepare for battle. The sky above Megaton is a free combat zone. Open fire on all ground and air units that are not marked with their identities. The command from the headquarters came through Eric's communication channel. He immediately replied, moving forward. Headquarters. The Swift Squadron and the other 2 Wraith fighter squadrons were tasked with escorting the bomber formation. In other words, being babysitters. In the past wars with the Zerg, it was difficult for humans to gain air superiority. One of the most critical problems is that the Zerg also have their fighters and bombers, and they are more and better than humans. Just like making popcorn. A few insect eggs can turn into dozens of dragons and explosive mosquitoes. And then these monsters will further mutate and become other more terrifying flying monsters. Every human fighter pilot who takes off in the Zerg war must be prepared to die generously. In comparison, the task of driving away pirates on the Edge world is just a leisurely stroll in your own garden. Without air superiority, superior firepower coverage is out of the question. But the Griffin swarm is very special. They tend to use infected humans and other creatures as weapons. And they do not have the huge air force of the Leviathan swarm and the Jormungand swarm, which means that it will be difficult for the Griffin swarm to gain air superiority. Eric only encountered some king worms in Agria, and his comrades called dealing with these flying creatures with giant air bags poking balloons. Each brain worm has a different personality and tendency, and their tribe naturally inherits this. The advantage will be obviously magnified, but it does not mean that the brain worm is not aware of the weakness of its own clan. But when fighting against the Griffin tribe, the pressure on the human air force is much less. Ground forces are found below, west of Highway 5. A Wraith fighter pilot said in the channel, friendly. Repeat. Friendly. It's the 45th Marine Brigade. Damn it. For God's sake. Don't be so surprised. You bitch. Another pilot muttered. I almost dropped something down. Strap you to your seat. Wimp. Or you'll eject yourself. Someone responded. You're more important than your mother. They were both members of the Swift Squadron. Eric's 2 wingmen. Flying terminology must be precise enough. But there is no prohibition on the pilots, who are scared by their teammates to curse. Like all the ace fighter squadrons of the Terran Empire, the Swift Squadron is composed of experienced veterans. No unlucky recruits. In the past, The Swift Squadron belonged to the Coral Revolutionary Army. Eric still remembers that when he first arrived at the Revolutionary Army, there were only 4 wraiths in the hangar of the Hyperion, and the ammunition for each person weighed less than a few pounds on average. To expand the hangar, you have to buy, borrow, or even rob. As for pilots, the Revolutionary Army is not short of them. In some worlds where spacecraft have been popularized, rich children can fly planes. And now, Swift is a registered Terran Empire Air Force squadron, and the former rebels have transformed into government forces. Good days seem to be coming. If Eric and his comrades perform well, they may become flying heroes famous in the world of the Empire. Eric had this dream more than once, and was awarded the Hero's Medal by Emperor Augustus himself under the Silver Tower of Coral. After defeating the Protoss and the Zerg and becoming famous, Eric can return to his hometown to get married. I heard that many nobles and Tarsones are now in poverty, and many noble ladies and viscountesses have committed themselves to imperial officers. This era belongs to the Terran Empire, and the former revolutionaries have become the current rulers. Unidentified flying units have been discovered. 2 Avenger Spitfire fighters, with a speed of 400 knots. They are coming towards us. I'm locked. Shoot them down, Eric ordered. The one in front is mine. The rest you share. Don't let the people from the Areno Squadron snatch them. The motto of the Swift Squadron is, no matter what, I must shoot one down. Even though he has only been in the Revolutionary Army for 2 years, Eric is already a veteran, having flown 57 missions in Agria alone. Eric may not be the best Wraith pilot, but he is definitely the one who fits the fighter best. He is a ghost. Every Wraith pilot thinks they are the best ace, and this arrogance comes from the loyalty and excellence of this unit. The Wraiths of the Terran Empire have competed with the Zerg and Protoss in the air, and their footprints have spread across the planetary environment and the dangerous desolate universe. Wraith pilots have the bravest souls in the fleet. They are the most unruly sky cowboys in the entire universe. Those captains who shout to abandon ship when a piece of paint falls off the side of the ship are not worthy of carrying shoes. Eric is a leader among the pilots of the Wraith fighter plane. He was one of the young people who dreamed of flying into the sky. When the Revolutionary Army came to Eric's hometown, he was still driving his father's small aircraft to provide rescue services to the children of dignitaries who were traveling. An Air Force major found Eric and asked him if he wanted to try a more interesting job. In any case, Eric never regretted his decision. In the Revolutionary Army, he met many enthusiastic young people and made many friends. Although many people left Eric forever, including his first love. A streamlined fighter appeared at the edge of Eric's vision and was approaching at an accelerated speed. It was an old-fashioned Avenger, used by local militia. Speaking of which, only a rich place like Agria can support an air force. In other words, in a small place, any yacht with a small caliber gun can be used as a warship. So you have to compare the goods. But this Avenger is different from any other one Eric has seen. Its silver-white fuselage is covered with a thick layer of organic matter and a brown hard shell, and the engine air intake and exhaust have been replaced by tubes. The poor pilot was bound to the driver's seat by countless nerves. His head might have been split open, and the proliferating brain nerves extended from it, blending into the entire cockpit, like the brain of a living creature. Even though it still maintained the appearance of a human fighter, the internal structure of this Avenger was already completely different. This fighter infected by alien insects does not need to be refueled. It can directly swallow high-energy gas. Eric turned on the main weapon safety switch and looked up at the prompt on the HUD display. Adjust the speed and aiming position, and decisively pull the trigger, and 2 double-star air-to-air missiles will be ejected. At the same time, the Avenger fighter on the opposite side also activated the machine gun and fired fiercely in the air vibration. But its speed is completely inferior to the Wraith fighter, and its accuracy is not as good as the laser-guided missile. Such infected fighters are usually not opponents of human pilots with thinking and judgment ability, but they have other ways of attack, such as closing the distance and self-destructing or exchanging lives. The Griffin Swarm is a unique flower among the various clans of the Swarm. They even created a bomber full of explosive infected bodies, which was surprisingly effective. When the Avenger fighter was hit and exploded into thousands of sparks and fragments, Eric's ghost had already drawn an arc several miles away, and he could not appreciate the spectacular explosion. Another pitiful soul was saved. After seeing the infected enslaved by the Swarm, even the most hard-hearted people would say that they should be freed. The target has been destroyed. It's mine. The pilot of Swift 4 said loudly. It's indeed yours, Eric said. At this time, the city of Megaton was right below Eric. The city seemed to be in a brown mist, covered with an ugly fungus blanket. Only a few skyscrapers were still standing, but there were still pulsating veins on them. Some buildings were quickly marked and enlarged on the display screen. Dive to 1,000 feet and attack all ground anti-aircraft firepower. Eric continued to order, repeat, dive and fire. The ugly ruins of Megaton seemed to be close at hand. Just like a rotten and smelly grapefruit peel. Some gray dots appeared on the display screen, and the information indicated that they were the spore crawlers of the Zerg. This weird creature could spit and knock down anything in the sky, even a battlecruiser. Admittedly, Megaton was once a beautiful city, but now it has been transformed into a Zerg hatchery. The terrible griffin swarm occupied Megaton and turned it into a source of infection that spread the plague. Humans had only one choice. That is, to burn it down and build a new one. Eric noticed that there were some even larger Zerg buildings in Megaton, shaped like huge green water bags, like a green-headed Antigo mushroom. From their open nozzles, large clumps of green mucus were being sprayed tens of thousands of feet into the air, threatening even the fleets in high-altitude orbits. It's hard to imagine what organs play a role in this process. But in short, no pilot wants his fighter to be hit. What is that? Iris has never seen it. I guess it's bile. Sir. A Swift replied. Whatever. Blow it up. Eric said. This young Swift offered a wise saying, which benefited him a lot in this limited life. That is to blow it up. Swift called the bomber formation to oil our old friend. Chapter 510 Banshee. 6AH/G-24 Banshee bombers appeared below Eric's fighter. Dodging the bile jets accelerated to twice the speed of sound by the jet organs. The tail of one of them was hit, and this beautiful fighter, with a twin turbofan engine, immediately fell in a spin. Eric did not have time to mourn. He just hoped that the pilot of the Banshee was not the good man who had drunk with him in the bar. The single-seat bomber had very little armor, and was almost powerless to fight back against enemy fighters. Those who fly her are all lone heroes. Not all Banshee pilots are women, although the proportion of female pilots among them has always been the largest. Never try to anger a Banshee. Otherwise you can only pray that the laws of the Empire can save your life. The Banshee pilots of the Terran Empire are not wild weeds like Eric. They all graduated from the Air Force Pilot School, Air Force Academy, and Air Force Officer Candidate School in Umoyan or Antigua. They are all outstanding. Among 70,000 people, only 3,000 can become fighter pilots. Flying a fighter plane is not like driving a civilian aircraft around. Operating a modern fighter plane is extremely complicated. The pilots of the Terran Empire should be real elites. At the same time, they should and must be truly fearless. Emperor Augustus said that every soldier of the Revolutionary Army Empire is a hero of this era. They form the army of justice and the shield of mankind. A king worm was visually spotted in the direction of 150 degrees from the bull's eye. Repeat. A giant king worm. The helium bags on both sides of its body are 200 feet wide. A special variant. The voice came from Eric's wingman, who was flying in formation like a flapping albatross. A big guy, requesting an attack order. Number 3. Attack. Eric looked at the HUD display and took a deep breath from his oxygen-breathing mask. The experience of fighting the Zerg many times told Eric that a king worm would not appear alone in most cases. These giant Zergs suspended in the sky are equivalent to the grassroots officers of humans. Or in other words, they are the signal base stations used to place the psychic connection between the brain worm and the members of the group. And the brain worm is the one that remotely controls the Zerg on the ground. But the radar showed that there were no more big guys like this nearby. If there were, they should have been shot down by the fighters outside the fighter formation. Climb to 1,500 feet. Swift 3 said. Lock the target, and the missile will be launched. I have killed the enemy. Eric was happy that his comrades in the formation had achieved the results. But if it was done by people from other squadrons, he would not be able to hide his jealousy and mocked. The pilot of Swift 3 was a good guy. Holland Lancaster. Everyone called him Kitten, because he was ridiculed by the instructor for his weak punches, like a kitten during training. Now, Holland's punches are faster and more accurate than anyone else's. Holland is very young, only 22 years old, and he comes from a wealthy family. He became a pilot purely out of interest. Now, his family regrets their support for him. This is undoubtedly a stupid child who is willing to go to the battlefield for the so-called noble cause, and such a grand, but illusory concept of fighting for humanity. And Eric knows that Holland is just seeking excitement. He may have been convinced by the Revolutionary Army. But this guy never talks about revolution. Fighter pilots are a high-risk profession, especially in increasingly fierce wars. Even if they ejected from the cabin before the fighter plane crashed, it would be worse than death if they fell into the hands of the Zerg. If they were caught by the Tal'Daran Protoss, they might let them go and let these humans face a tragic death in the arena. At this time, Eric drove the Wraith fighter plane and spun to avoid a burst of compressed bile fired into the air. Although the thing is not big, it is enough to blow a fighter plane into scrap metal. Those fighters that were not fast enough and those pilots that were not sharp enough have already lost their lives. So far, this large mixed group has not encountered swarms of Zerg air forces. But the Zerg anti-aircraft firepower in Megadon has shot down several fighters. At least, the Griffin swarm and their disgusting plague lord Carlos have not yet found a way to make the infected grow wings and fly. But it is only a matter of time. So far, the bombing mission has gone exactly as planned. In fact, the Air Force had conducted several armed reconnaissance missions before the operation to ensure that Megadon was not a loophole that the Zerg deliberately revealed. At the same time, the satellite in the geostationary orbit of Agria was also constantly monitoring Megadon. And a fleet of 12 battlecruisers was ready. Eric had long stopped praying to God. But he sincerely hoped that if there was a God, he would let the people on the side of justice win. If those Xel'Naga were the gods they once were, they would probably be sitting in wheelchairs now, indifferent to the disputes of their creations. In fact, Eric would rather seek power from Emperor Augustus. Under his chair is a portrait of Emperor Augustus's coronation. It is a colorful oil painting. In it, the Emperor in military uniform is putting a crown on his beautiful and charming red-haired queen. And the wolves of the Minsk royal family are crawling at the Emperor's feet. Like many imperial soldiers, Eric's dream lover is Princess Dorothy Minsk, Grand Duchess Chilon. It is rumored that Princess Dorothy has a sister, and there are old photos circulating. But now she is missing. Imperial pilots may spend their free time dating female companions, but they don't get married. This is a life-threatening job. During the Battle of Ire, Eric saw 95 Avengers and Wraiths take off from the starport, and only 11 returned to the air base. Of the remaining people, only 2 were rescued by the Protoss or friendly forces. In the distant Helsingen, an elderly mother is waiting for Eric to return, and Eric just hopes that the woman will forget that she gave birth to him. The fighter pilots of the Terran Empire come from hundreds of different worlds, some of which are on the edge of a black hole with huge waves, and some of which have wide waters with water as hot springs. Each different world has mothers who are eager to see the future, and most of them can only get a letter from the Empire in the end. Dear mother, your son/daughter died somewhere. They will fight to the death, but they live here. Now is no longer the best time for Terran humans to survive, and separation and death are common. With a series of beeping sounds, the Banshee bombers in the flight formation adjusted their course, turned left and dived down, followed by a larger group of Grizzly bombers, with the screams and explosions of dropping bombs accompanied by billowing smoke. Tens of thousands of high-explosive plastic steel bombs with rocket propulsion, cluster explosives, and solid incendiary bombs poured down on the city area of Mechaton that had been completely eroded by the Zerg infection. Each bomb weighed more than 1,000 pounds, nearly half a ton. Hundreds of black smoke rose in Mechaton first, and then it turned into a sea of fire. Eric, who was at a height of 1,000 feet, could already see the entire city of Megaton burning. It was originally a beautiful green city with well-connected roads and tree-lined parks. Now Megaton was covered with dark purple and brown attachments. It had been set on fire. The dark red flames were filled with thick smoke. The debris and smoke raised by the explosion greatly affected visibility. The sun was scattered from the separated clouds, and this scene inexplicably added a lot of sadness. Megaton was not the first target to be completely destroyed. The entire Griffin hive's main nest in Agria was devastated, and their spore ejection organs and toxin-eating bodies used to spread the virus were also destroyed by tactical nuclear bombs. The Griffin hive did not seem to care about the gains and losses of the land at all, and did not make any useful efforts to defend Agria. According to Dr. Nerad, the Imperial Royal Biologist, who was most keen on alarmist remarks, the brainworm Carlos may have achieved some of his goals. New Zerg variants have emerged, and they will become the magic weapon and vanguard of the next Zerg attack. Well done. Cheers came from Eric's channel. And the pilots of the Empire's Wraith fighters were not stingy with their praise. Banshees, these pathetic bitches, have the advantage of being economical and productive, and can be quickly deployed to the front line, and do not need to design additional ammunition to carry. The disadvantage is also obvious. They are just targets for the Wraiths. This version is nominally a stealth bomber, but it is just equipped with the stealth module of the Wraith fighter. In order to increase the bomb load, it is very problematic to maintain the stealth endurance, and other problems are endless. After all, after winning Marshal Augustus' bid in 2492, Procyon Industries completed the design and development, finalization and mass production in just 2 years. But it is undeniable that the Banshee is still a very outstanding strategic bomber, a masterpiece of the times that has emerged since the Total War. Whether it is speed, stealth, bomb load or precise bombing, it has left the old bomber models far behind. What ultimately made Procyon beat other bidding companies was the low cost of the Banshee and its maneuverability as a medium bomber, which is only equivalent to 3 halves of AG-225 medical transport aircraft. The Banshee is now the main model of the Terran Empire's bomber force, and has won the favor of the Imperial Air Force and Bomber Command. She is still a low-altitude fighter that can only travel in the atmosphere. Her turbo engine alone cannot reach escape velocity, although it can be propelled into space by adding rockets. The Banshee is not used at all in the space battlefield. The Banshee was born about 8 years earlier, which is also because the Battle of the Brood took place 8 years earlier. With the continuous advancement of aviation technology, it is inevitable that fighters and warships with faster and more maneuverable speeds will continue to appear, especially when Emperor Augustus invested more than 30% of his fiscal revenue in developing armaments. The Copperloo sector is in a state of war, and it is no longer the peaceful era of the past. Under the pressure of external powerful enemies, the Terran Empire on the ruins of the Federation has liquidated the Creation family and their ill-gotten gains, concentrated resources and manpower, and is transforming into a rumbling war machine at an astonishing speed. For the various war weapons that the Terran Empire has gradually unveiled, the Umoyan United States also wants to get a piece of the pie. But after the discovery of Umoyan spies in Valhalla and several other weapon prototype bases, Emperor Augustus and the Umoyan parliamentarians can only part ways unhappily. The Comorian Federation did quickly come up with their own versions of the Wolf and Banshee, but no one knew what price they paid. The Wraith pilots were not jealous of the Banshee status, as the two models did not conflict at all. The Wraith was a powerful air superiority fighter, and it could fly at high speed in the sky to escort fleets and capital ships. However, according to the speed of the Empire's equipment upgrades, this situation would not last long. Bombing completed. Requesting to return, Eric released the throttle and once again looked at the entire battlefield from a god's perspective. Not allowed. Swift Squadron, ascend to 20,000 feet and cruise. The commander's emotionless voice came from the command center. Eric silently said idiot in his heart. In the minds of pilots, their commanders are all idiots, who can't fly planes and always keep talking endlessly. On the way. Headquarters, Eric said. 3 Griffin swarm battle cruisers are entering the atmosphere from high-altitude orbit. All Wraiths, stop them before support arrives. And the rest of the squadrons continue to perform escort missions. A Zerg battlecruiser. This is an extremely weird statement, even if Eric doesn't have to prove how the Zerg should build their own warships. But they do have. And there are many. Those warships picked up from the garbage dump by the Zerg have crashed or lost contact. But the Zerg infection has turned them into living creatures. Many of these warships came from the former UD Expeditionary Force. It is said that the crew and captains have long turned into hideous monsters and walking zombies, but they still drive those ghost ships as in the past. Among these captains, ship captains and fleet commanders corrupted by the Zerg, some still retain their past wisdom and cunning, the most famous of which is Gerard Duger, the former human hand and commander of the UD Expeditionary Force. However, Duger's ambition to conquer the Copperless sector on behalf of the United Earth Council and humanity has become a joke. Yes, sir. Eric raised the nose of the Wraith fighter and flew through the clouds into the sky. And a large number of Wraiths followed him and made the same move. The clouds at this time were like a white sea, and they were just falling into the sea of clouds. The Wraith fighters were not afraid of battlecruisers. A large group of Wraiths could launch a brutal roundup and hunt when facing a lone battlecruisers, just like a group of killer whales surrounding baleen whales. A battlecruiser wrapped in tentacles, and tentacles had appeared in Eric's eyes. According to the blurred paint and hull number, it was Duver's flagship Alexander. Millions of tentacles overflowed from the cracks on the deck of the Alexander, stabbing at Eric's Wraith fighter like a moving snake. He only had one chance to get rid of the attack. Chapter 511. What is the Imperial flagship? Firefighting with the enemy. Attack formation. Attack altitude 12,000. About 130 CF/A-17G Wraith fighters from the 12th and 14th Imperial Air Regiments participated in the siege of the Alexander. This altitude was above the clouds, and the sun was like a halo above. Hundreds of golden red Wraith fighters rose from the clouds, coming fiercely. The enemy also flew out more than 60 Wraith fighters covered with tendons, tentacles, and tumorous hyperplasia, equivalent to the number of a full-strength UD Expeditionary Force fighter aviation wing. The Imperial fleet was all in stealth mode, but they were still exposed to the detection system of the Alexander. The battle reached its climax as soon as they met the enemy, and both fleets suffered casualties almost in the first minute. A fleet of Imperial Wraiths approached the port side of the Alexander with wonderful flying skills, almost flying close to it. The commander of the squadron first sent 2 binary missiles into the exposed bridge of the Alexander, then pulled up the nose to raise the altitude, and used the laser cannon carried by the fighter to bombard the wide upper sampan fiercely. The Wraith fighters behind followed suit, leaving multiple wounds on the rusty hull of the Alexander. In response to these attacks, multiple flesh-colored tentacles emerged from the cracked armor and broken portholes of the Alexander, swaying like spider silk in the wind. A tentacle whipped at the leading Wraith fighter with a whistling gust of wind, but it dodged it with amazing reaction speed and maneuverability, but hit the one behind it, breaking it into bright fireworks. Another Wraith had its canopy pierced, pinning the pilot to the high-speed fighter. Then, the fighter was dragged by the tentacle and continued to fly, like Alexander's puppet. All fleets, listen to my orders. Lock on the target. Fire freely. Below the Tyranid Empire's flagship Hyperion, Augustus had a panoramic view of the fierce battlefield. As many unparalleled steel giants approached Megaton, the radio channels immediately became dense. The brave Imperial Ghost Fighter formation immediately received strong fire support from the fleet. Large fireballs rose from the fleet and hit the target accurately. More fighters took off from the battlecruiser's hangar, and the dock repair yard was ready to repair the damaged fighters. The Imperial fleet quickly surrounded the Alexander and launched a fierce attack. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the past, this former UD flagship disappeared in the vast universe like a ghost, spreading plague and disaster in areas beyond the reach of the Empire. The Alexander must be found and destroyed. Otherwise the Terran Empire will be in trouble. Augustus looked at the Alexander outside the bridge window and couldn't help but sigh. He found that he could no longer see the former appearance of the majestic UD flagship. However, he was more familiar with its current appearance. It wasn't this big before. Our fighter planes are still much worse in comparison. Only heavier and more powerful missiles can hurt this steel behemoth, he said. Augustus left his elder brother, Prince Arcturus, in the palace of Car and handed over all government affairs to him, asking him to govern the empire when he was away. While he led the fleet to resist the enemy, Prince Arcturus knew government affairs very well, and he quickly figured out what to do. His methods may not be as gentle as Augustus's, but in this special period, he can calm down the unstable forces in the new empire. And it is difficult for Augustus's men to find a politician like Arcturus who is both capable and absolutely loyal. It is better for Renaud to die than to let him be the prime minister. The Alexander was once Dougal's flagship and was originally a large warship. Your Majesty, it is obvious that Carlos's organic transformation has transformed it into the life form of the Zerg, which means that the current Alexander is alive. As the royal xenobiologist and Zelnado research expert who has been increasingly favored by Emperor Augustus, Dr. Nerad has been very proud recently. Nerad had no intention of being around Augustus, but only by doing so could he dispel the suspicion of the suspicious emperor. It must be said that this young emperor is one of the most difficult humans that Nerad has ever encountered. Come and see what Alexander is like now. Vice Admiral Stukov. Take a look. Augustus turned his head and looked back. His sight passed over the serious-looking Kerrigan and Tychus, who was scratching his butt out of boredom, and fell on Alexei Stukov, the former commander of the UD Expeditionary Force behind him. The air-to-air broadsides of the Alexander have been covered by exoskeleton shells, or wriggling organs and insect eyes, which does not mean that her close-range firepower is very weak and cannot drive away the flexible Wraith fighters. At the same time, this warship, which has been completely corrupted by the Zerg, has weapons that it did not have in the past. What was ejected from the rusty muzzle was not metal ammunition and lasers, but explosive infected bodies with deadly acid in their bellies and giant tentacles that could break fighter planes. Millions of deformed humans were ejected by the Alexander, and these deformed humans were constantly thrown at the incoming Imperial fighter planes. If they missed, they would fall from tens of thousands of feet in the sky. Once these living bombs fell, they would cause terrible damage and pollution to the environment and water sources on the ground, which would be difficult to eradicate. And both the army and facilities would suffer devastating blows. Countless tentacles danced, like stinging anemones or an octopus that was only me. It was a strange, bizarre mixture of steel-decked guns and biological tissues. Even the most absurd writer of strange stories could not describe the chilling scene. Stukov's thin cheeks looked even shriveled, and his cheeks bulged as if he was holding something. He was a man of strong will, and he did not feel the slightest fear even when the ghost agents of the Nova Squadron threatened to knock out all his thoughts. But now, Stukov really looked like he was about to cry. When they set out from Tarsones, there were about 8,000 people on the Alexander, from many colonies on Earth. But they all believed that they were fighting for humanity. Perhaps the United Earth Council's claim to defend Earth and humanity was just an excuse for them to achieve their hegemony. But it is undeniable that the ideals of these soldiers are noble. However, when Stukov saw them, these soldiers had become twisted and deformed monsters, retaining only humanity in the depths of their hearts, enslaved by the Zerg hive mind. So many people died and became part of the Zerg. This is the way of the Zerg. Either be devoured and become part of them, or perish. It's my fault. My plan led to this tragic defeat. For Duger and those warriors, death may only be the beginning of tragedy. Stukov still wore his dark brown military coat, but his hands and feet were not bound, under the watchful eyes of the royal guards. Even if Stukov had the ability, he could not hurt the Emperor or turn around and run away. Unwilling to submit to Augustus is only a small part of the reason why Stukov is still imprisoned. In fact, Augustus respects those principled enemy officers and commanders. But Stukov deliberately provoked the conflict between the Tal'Darim and the Terrans and activated the psionic transmitter. This means that even if Stukov finds favorable evidence and excuses for his actions, he must be held responsible for the destruction of those planets. He is a hero of the Earthlings, but he is just a war criminal of the Terrans. Of course, Stukov didn't care at all. At the last moment, he could only choose to fight to the death, or to sacrifice some Terrans to save the Earth and the wider world after that. He could only choose one of the two. It was indeed difficult to make a decision. After all, he was not a cold-blooded person, and Stukov never thought that a strong Terran regime could become a barrier for the Earth. This is retribution. You know? The beautiful, gold-embroidered uniform of the deputy captain of the Royal Guard looked out of place on Tychus, making him look like a bear and a green-headed fly in a dress. God is watching what you do. However, in Tychus's opinion, his current appearance is naturally suave. He has been doing well during this period, driving big cars out for a ride every day. The Wolf Warrior and Draken Laser Tank are just exhibits in Tychus' garage. Augustus also mentioned that Tychus will be able to drive bigger cars in the future. In any case, Tychus is looking forward to it. Can we get a communication link with the Alexander? Augustus asked his adjutant. Your Majesty, the reactor of that ship may have stopped working a long time ago. Now, it is no longer driven by electricity, but by the biological energy of the movement of the Zerg tissue. The adjutant was a young man with blonde hair. The people who could work on the Hyperion were the best in the Imperial Navy, and they would not bow down to Augustus like some civilians. That's right. The Zerg can also communicate with us directly through psychic translation of electronic signals, just like the Protoss. I think Admiral Dougal may not be in the mood to accept your questioning now. Dr. Nerid chuckled, showing a detectable slight pity for his former boss. If Dougal still kept his sanity, he would not have let this planet be destroyed. Stukov shook his head. Further research is needed. If Marshal Dougal is willing to take a look in my laboratory, it will be easy. Right? Nerid's words made Stukov furious. Stukov angrily shouted at Nerid, traitor. Don't you feel ashamed of what you did? Yes. Nerid can betray you today. He can betray us tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, it will be all of humanity. Tychus snorted. His two irritable blue eyes did not look at anyone straight. Tychus knew that he was an uneducated and rough man. A warrior. And he usually had some respect for doctors and scholars. But Tychus did not like Dr. Nerid. This poor guy, who has no money to conduct experiments, came to the Empire to beg for food. Fish will follow their instincts and jump into deeper waters. Otherwise they will be killed by the sun on the increasingly dry foreshore. Nerid smiled. This shrewd guy couldn't help but compliment Augustus, saying that he was just born at the wrong time and didn't meet a wise leader. My heart is still a Terran heart. I once thought that the Yuedi could overthrow the tyranny of the Terran Federation. But later I found out that they were another group of tyrants. At this moment, the assembled Imperial fleet has replaced the Wraith group that had previously dragged Alexander to perform the main attack mission. Amid the roar, the bright orange barrage broke through the clouds and mist, smashing the enemy ships into pieces and tearing their skin and flesh. Amid the roar of 3 consecutive Yamato cannons, a giant fireball tore through the clouds like a rising sun, and the nuclear explosion bound by the magnetic field hit the Alexander and the other 2 ships at the same time. A battlecruiser to the lower left of the Alexander was hit by the first round of fatal salvos. The side that was hit head-on tilted downward at a large angle due to the impact of the explosion and lost its horizontal balance. Large pieces of tentacle limbs and metal fragments splattered like blood. Like a torn stomach. A shot from the Hyperion's magnetically confined particle main gun announced the final demise of the infected battlecruiser. With a violent roar, the battlecruiser was split in half, and the burning steel fragments were floating like catkins in the wind, clearly visible in the violent wind in the air. Augustus could see that the interior of the cracked battlecruiser was already riddled with holes, like a lung that had been damaged by nicotine for hundreds of years. Thousands of different-sized cabins of the battlecruiser were filled with all kinds of twisted tissues and organs and rows of eggs. The bodies of the dead were piled up in the engine room and warehouse, and were now burned to ashes with the destruction of the battleship. This is more like a large Zerg that was killed in a human steel battleship, and the crew members have all met a tragic end. In the enemy fleet line, the Alexander, which has endured multiple Yamato cannon bombardments, is still as solid as a rock and stands still. But Alexander seems to be retreating. There was no sign when she came, and no one knows the reason for the evacuation. Alexander is going to run away. I bet there must be a bigger monster waiting to pick him up, Tychus said. Mechanical Lieutenant, activate the overload state of the Hyperion. Augustus' eyes seemed to light up. We must catch up with Alexander. Perhaps, in the future, the historians of the Terran Empire who record this battle will use epic words to describe this scene. But they will never guess what Emperor Augustus is thinking at this moment. Whose order is it from? Augustus Minsk. Augustus said. The highest authority. The mechanical lieutenant's voice was very cold, and then changed his tone. But a rough voice came out of that beautiful mechanical face, like 10,000 swan roaring in Augustus' ears at the same time. You bad guy. Think about it again. 20% overload. Augustus changed his words. Just a little overload. The huge and magnificent hull of the Hyperion was bathed in the brilliance of the solar core, like Apollo's golden chariot holding up the sun, emitting golden energy and heat. And the brightness and fullness of the shield force field continued to rise. Chapter 512 Nerid. The Light of Humanity. The Alexander has reached the escape velocity of Agria, and it is calculated that a one-way wormhole will be opened in 30 seconds. The mechanical adjutant's cold female voice reminded Augustus that the Alexander had abandoned the infected fleet and was accelerating to escape from the battlefield, marking the location. It's incredible. Most of the things in the Alexander have become scrap metal, and there are no more jump technicians to maintain it. Is she relying on psychic jumps now? Kerrigan wore an ordinary Imperial Navy officer's uniform, and the golden wolf on the buckle of her tight belt indicated her identity related to the royal family. At this moment, the brilliance of the overloaded solar core engine made the entire Hyperion shrouded in a shield filled with solar energy. When it climbed to a higher altitude, it seemed to be bathed in brilliant golden light, and several Imperial battlecruisers followed closely behind. I'm afraid that's true. Dr. Nerid walked to the star chart table and called up the supercomputer's analysis report from the control terminal. The Alexander has become a thing of the past, and the current one is just a behemoth created by Carlos with the help of its wreckage. An Avenger reborn from its corpse. If the Alexander is allowed to escape, the Empire will continue to live in the shadow of Carlos. At this point, the doctor was worried, as if beating his chest for the fate of mankind. Only we can stop her. Adjutant, What is the probability of successfully stopping her before the Alexander completes the jump? Augustus glanced at Nerid, thinking that the righteousness of this Arnica was enough to make many humans ashamed. 34%. Commander, the mechanical adjutant said, the main gun has been charged and can be fired at any time. The technology of warp disrupting force field has not been invented yet, so it is impossible to block the escape of ships carrying warp engines, especially for flagships like Alexander that can open space-time channels and lead fleets to jump together. It is even more difficult to counter their means of escaping the battlefield through warp. The routine operation of the Federation Navy is to approach and stick to the enemy warships that are preparing to warp, blocking their warships on the warp path. This is an extremely risky but effective method. When robbing trade caravans, interstellar pirates are good at this. And Edmund Duke once used this method to stop the flagship of the Protoss high-level executor Tassadar. This iron-headed behavior was soon proved to be useless by the Protoss. The Alexander crashed on Char only because she was overwhelmed by the Zerg in less than 2 minutes. And even the best jump drives must be prepared hours in advance. After being infected by the Zerg, Alexander's jump method has changed fundamentally. She has developed extremely rare psionic organs that allow her to jump in the same way as the Zerg Behemoth and Leviathan. The Alexander has opened a small wormhole and is jumping into it, the mechanical adjutant said. After getting rid of the gravity field of Agria, the Alexander opened a small wormhole with blue light and colorful oily ripples. Its size is far less than the one opened by the Swarm Master, but it is enough to support a battle cruiser before it passes through without collapsing. At the critical moment, the Hyperion can choose to follow the Alexander into the wormhole and jump together. But no one knows what will happen after that. After that, it is likely to be a wormhole or a collapsing neutron star. And the huge gravity is enough to tear any battleship apart. But even so, other warships could not keep up with Hyperion. Give up the pursuit. The fleet returns to the port and wait. In a fraction of a second, Augustus made a decision. Augustus was still quite confident in the performance of Hyperion. 2 years ago, he might have caught up. But he would not do that now. Even if the Emperor was just missing, the newly established Terran Empire would soon fall apart. Don't chase the desperate enemy, Dr. Nerid said immediately. Nerid, this old fox, stirs up the fire when it is time to do so, and retreats into his shell when it is time to play the turtle. His timing is perfect. For Amon's grand plan, it is really difficult for him. This is an obvious trap. The Alexander suddenly appeared and pretended to retreat to attract the enemy's pursuit. Zerg also use tactics. They are another advanced civilization. The wisdom of the main nest mind is no less than that of humans. Kerrigan then said, this trick is used to deal with Edmund Duke, but it doesn't work on humans with brains. That's a compliment to Duke. That venomous snake. This bastard is so bad that he's smoking, Tychus added. Now Tychus is also a veteran among veterans. He is usually a tough guy, but he knows who is not to be messed with. In addition, he is an old subordinate of the Emperor and has connections with the heavenly demons. If things don't work out, he can get away with it by throwing a tantrum. Although he is just a captain, everyone in the Terran Empire will give old Tychus some face. Besides, the revolutionary army represented by the heavenly demons has always been at odds with the generals who surrendered from the Federation. Warfield didn't like to argue with others. Reno, Harnack and Tychus would not give face to Duke. Haller and Gregory, the former federal generals. The former mocked the latter as a defeated general, while the latter despised the other party for not receiving military education. When the Navy and Marine Corps asked for military funds, the scene became even more lively. Duke is still very loyal. Augustus shook his head, although he is still as stubborn as before. He has learned some lessons. Before taking action, he should also think about whether he has enough people. It won't be long before Augustus' words reach Duke's ears, and this ambitious guy will be complacent. Duke's reputation in the Imperial Army is not very good. He is a competent commander, although he doesn't use his brain in battle. His advantage is that he is brave. Even if he only has a stone in his hand, he will fight desperately and never reason with the enemy. It must be said that not everyone can withstand the swift attack of Alpha Squadron. Moreover, Duke surrendered to Augustus early, and now he is also the Vice Admiral Commander of the Alpha Corps of the Imperial Navy. He can be said to be proud of himself after returning to Tarsones. In the past, everyone in the Duke family was heartbroken by Edmund Duke's betrayal, and they all drew a line, saying that he was just fed a drug that distorted his mind. Now, These people will only say that Edmund, you did a good job with this drug. Of the past founding families, only Terra, Hot, Bennett, Duke and dozens of other small families have survived. All because they stood in line in time, or had children in their families, who held high positions in the Imperial Army. Can we still locate the coordinates of the Alexander? Augustus asked after a moment of silence. The Alexander has completely disappeared from the location. The mechanical adjutant answered quickly. If there is a positioning device or spy on the Alexander, Augustus will be able to obtain the other party's position in a short time. But this is unlikely to be done now. This is the first time that the Alexander has appeared. Since there is this time, there will be the next time soon. Dr. Nerid laughed. No matter what, you have won the victory, and Agria is back in your Majesty's hands. No need to flatter. Nerid. Augustus waved his hand. Turn off the overload state and start the normal reactor. Order the fleet to return to high-altitude orbit, and the aviation regiment carrying out the bombing mission to return to the port for repairs. The Battle of Agria is over. Just as I expected. Order Brigadier General Honeck to send ground troops to further clear the infection. He did not show much regret for losing the Alexander. And then said, tell Bernard Hansen that the first 10 billion credits of the Empire's Agria reconstruction plan have arrived. Before I leave here, we must start the construction of the new city. Although the work of replacing the new currency has been put on the agenda, it is not a matter of one day or one night. At present, the Terran Empire still uses the federal credit currency, and the currency with the portraits of Augustus' grandfather and other royal family members is still in production. Without any new incidents, the Hyperion safely returned to the high-altitude orbit of Agria. That night, Augustus attended a brief press conference and mentioned Agria's victory. At the same time, Augustus also brought more good news. After the arrival of the Imperial fleet, the Red Witch swarm that invaded Teledor and their leader, Prince Blade Tosh, left there not long after. Although Tosh visited more worlds that were still under the control of the Federation Creation family, the Imperial fleet was doing its best to provide support. In addition, the Taldaran Protoss fleet, which had destroyed 3 human worlds, also retreated in a hurry under the attack of the fleet led by Marshal Warfield. Then, in response to the invasion of the Taldaran, the Imperial Marshal immediately launched a counterattack against the Protoss in Monrath, Sil, Typhon and the Sigma Quadrant, and one after another, which greatly boosted the morale of the Empire. Although the enemy was fierce, the fleet of the new Empire was a long-term battle force after all, and it also had the support of the Protoss allies. The battles in Char and Ire in the past forged a brave and combat-savvy army for Augustus, which was exactly what he relied on to look down on Copperloom. For Augustus, as long as he could completely repel or even destroy Carlos's Griffin swarm, he could return home. 3 days later, Augustus left Agria, leaving behind 2 fully staffed marine divisions with more than 50,000 people, thousands of tanks, armored personnel carriers, rail guns and 2 battlecruisers. Because more than a dozen worlds were being attacked by the Griffin swarm, Augustus was the first to arrive at Agria. In addition to being the first planet to be invaded, he also took into account the world's position in the Empire's territory. Augustus has already sent support to 8 of them, where the infection is still in its early stages and is not that difficult to deal with. The next world Augustus arrives at is Thais, an almost primitive alien world. A world where most of the land is surrounded by the ocean. Tropical palm trees and huge waves tailor-made for surfing enthusiasts are one of the characteristics of Thais. Of course, the local residents are mainly workers working in high-energy gas factories. However, unlike other regions, the high-energy gas extraction plant in Seth belongs to the colonists here rather than the monopoly of the Terran Federation. This also means that Seth does not welcome the arrival of the Terran Empire, because they are worried that the intervention of the Empire will destroy the balance of the local mining guild. When the alien insects invade this world, the people of Seth will not care so much. As long as whoever can save them, they will obey the orders of whoever can save them. On December 12th, Augustus's fleet arrived in Seth. On the main screen of the Hyperion, Seth was like a strange sphere of dim yellow and blue, with green dots dotted on the island separated by the ocean. Seth's global resources have not been developed, and the intermittent civilian colonization activities are not enough to form a large-scale human gathering point here. Although the dark black spots on the surface of Seth on the star map can be used to determine the location of the Zerg invasion, computer analysis shows that the number of Zerg on Seth is not large. And what really makes the locals feel desperate is the incurable disease. Dr. Nerid, Is it time for me to see your new technology? Augustus looked at Nerid standing beside him and said, while Kerrigan and Tychus were always beside the Emperor. As for after the Battle of Agria, Vice Admiral Stukov had been imprisoned in the small cell of the Hyperion, which was usually used to detain soldiers who violated military regulations, such as Tychus, who often got into trouble after drinking a little. However, Tychus didn't enjoy himself for long, and Augustus immediately asked someone to build him an iron cage. Since seeing the tragic situation of the Alexander after being infected, Stukov has not said a word. For a while, he even wanted to commit suicide by fasting. But his hatred for the Zerg kept him alive. With hatred for the Zerg, Stukov even decided to join the Imperial Army. But he never received a reply from Augustus. Perhaps the Emperor did not trust this Earthman. Or perhaps he just wanted to let him know that there was only one chance to surrender. It's not an invention. Anyone can think of this method, Nerid said with a smile, by simulating the way the Zerg spread virus spores. A large amount of antidote serum can be sprayed into the planet's atmosphere through warships and drones, which can effectively eradicate Zerg infection. And under the effect of the antidote serum, the activities of the Zerg on the surface will also be affected to a certain extent. After overcoming the bottleneck of large-scale production of serum, this is the most effective way. I have a question. What if the Zerg covers their noses? Tychus smiled. Captain Tychus, the Zerg don't hold their noses. Nerid showed anger, but did not dare to provoke Tychus. Very good, Augustus said. Several transport ships left the fleet and entered the atmosphere of Seth to spread the processed antidote serum. How is your experiment going? I mean the project of the main Nest Mine Simulator and the Psychic Crusher. I heard that you have made another major breakthrough. Augustus thought of something else and said, you are the most authoritative Zerg physiologist in the Empire. If you really succeed, it will save hundreds of millions of people. Nerid, you are the savior of mankind. Chapter 513 Mobius Core. If you succeed, you will save hundreds of millions of people. Nerid, you are the savior of mankind. It is my duty. Nerid bowed like a proper Tarsonese gentleman, and his gray beard curled higher. The sense of mission to save mankind drives me to move forward. Nothing can make a scientific researcher more excited than seeing new technologies applied to people's livelihood and actual combat to achieve great success. Instantly, a golden light seemed to surge on Dr. Nerid's face. The light pierced Tychus' eyes, causing the tough guy wearing the bright red clothes of the Royal Guard with golden tasseled epaulets to curl his lips. Nerid's reputation in the Terran Empire is by no means bad. He is the chief academician of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, the first doctor of alien physiology, the greatest Xel'Naga scholar of mankind, and has even attracted the attention of the Dark Templar, a peerless national scholar. In fact, Nerid has always been widely praised. He is definitely a genius scientist, and he is equally diligent. Nerid can often work for 3 or 4 days without sleep, and he has almost no entertainment or hobbies. He is more like a great scientist who has no desires and is dedicated to science. In the words of Augustus, our Dr. Nerid is busier than the donkeys in the production team, and he is a model worker among model workers. Dr. Francos, the most outstanding Zerg biologist under Augustus in the past, bluntly stated that Nerid has the most powerful brain known to humans, and his status in genetic engineering and Xel'Naga technology is unmatched. For the next 50 years, all human technology will be a poor imitation of Emil Nerid. Of course, that is just a high compliment. Except for Augustus, no one knows that Nerid has long ceased to be a human being. Tychus just doesn't like Nerid. He always claims that his intuition is very accurate, but this has never allowed him to escape the pursuit of the military police. If Tychus's ideological awareness can be compared to half of your toes, I won't have to put him in solitary confinement every other day. Augustus nodded. Very good. I need someone who can contradict him. Sergeant Tychus is just outspoken. I have no dispute with him. Dr. Nerid quickly expressed that he was disdainful of being on the same level with such a rude man, and always kept a distance from him. A gentleman should stay away from Tychus. Nerid was a person who paid great attention to appearance, manners and etiquette. He frowned when he saw Tychus's rude appearance. It seemed that this was also the reason why he always avoided contact with military personnel. At this time, the Imperial Army's drones have begun spraying nano-serum in the atmosphere of Seth. This powerful antidote will soon be spread all over Seth. And then, the landing fleet will descend to the ground with the support of orbital firepower and air force to fight against the mutant zombies infected by the Griffin swarm. In fact, There are not many living people left in Seth. Now there is only a military shelter established by the Antiga Imperial Army. The ecology of this planet has been destroyed by the constantly regenerating, mutating and accelerating spread of the Zerg virus. And it is no longer suitable for human habitation. No matter how desperate the people on Seth are, they must leave. Your Majesty, Major Mortier of Formica sent an email saying that the Alexander appeared in the star system, and the colony is in danger. Request support from the main fleet. Augustus's adjutant came over. Send time? Augustus' eyes moved. Play on the main screen. 4 days ago, there was no communication base station in this star region, and transportation and communication were very backward. This is a common problem in the Edge world. Here, the news from a planet is always quite delayed. The adjutant answered, and then respected Augustus' order to switch to the main screen. I am Motor. Formica was attacked by the Griffin swarm. Before I sent this message for help, 1 million alien Zerg had landed, and the infected UD flagship Alexander was found in the swarm. A young man wearing an Imperial Marine camouflage windproof suit and goggles on his forehead was standing in a clearing in the lush green forest. Behind him stood a huge Imperial Goliath armed robot, and the Imperial flag fluttered in the wind. After that, dozens of local lumberjacks in orange overalls were led by Imperial officers to cut down trees in the forest to set up blocking fortifications. This is a vast forest, with lush ancient trees, and the lush branches and leaves even block the sunlight. Formica has 7 million miners, lumberjacks, metallurgists and furniture factory workers and their families, but only half a marine brigade with less than 3,000 people. Any Imperial army that hears this distress signal, please help Formica. Call up Formica's coordinates on the star map. Augustus continued. A planet similar to Earth, with 80% of its surface covered in green. All data show that Formica is very suitable for the survival and reproduction of life. The evergreen forests across the continents provide the planet with extremely high quality wood resources, and the woodlands with accumulated humus are also excellent land for growing crops. Augustus was impressed by the name Formica, not only because he personally signed the order to send a rescue force to the area. Formica's high-quality wooden furniture and other products are sold to various worlds, and are also popular among nobles and upper-middle-class families. The main population of this settlement is woodcutters and factory workers. The output of this resource alone makes Formica a well-known wealthy settlement. It is located between the Edge world and the Middle world, and can be regarded as the border of the civilized world. In Augustus's impression, after the fall of the Federation, Formica quickly formed a highly autonomous government and sought a political status similar to that of an autonomous city-state. So he was not in a hurry to send troops to reclaim this world. When the Griffin swarm invaded, Formica had no choice but to seek protection from the Terran Empire like other worlds, and voluntarily shouldered all expenses of the Empire's garrison. But in general, Formica never thought of opposing Augustus and the Terran Empire. When the Zerg invaded, the Federation failed to help Formica, and they did not have much hope for the Terran Empire, the successor of the Federation. However, there was one thing that the Empire could still be relied on. That was that they would almost always respond to requests, and that they would really come when there was trouble. However, even though the Imperial Army has expanded to 6 million people, it is still not enough to maintain its control over the vast territory. Today is different from the past. It is no longer the time when an ordinary marine company can suppress a planetary rebellion. For the Terran Empire, which Augustus had just established, this war came at the right time. Without the threat of external enemies, each world will inevitably have its own ulterior motives. At the same time, war can effectively divert internal conflicts and facilitate the transition and handover of power. People in the various colonies of the Terran Federation, especially those in the central Copperloo sector and even more remote planets, are extremely disappointed with the federal government and its politicians and nobles who are extravagant and greedy. In peacetime, the well-developed industry and cutting-edge electronic products have led to a huge trade deficit between the core world and the Edge world. The cheap crystal minerals, high-energy gas, wood, stone, and rare metals produced by the Edge world are continuously flowing into the core world, and then made into products and sold to them at high prices. This not only brought huge profits to the monopoly enterprises controlled by the nobles of the Creation family, but also made the entire Terran Federation a treasure trove for them to dig up wealth. In peacetime, people's dissatisfaction is not enough to shake the government's rule. But once the central government's ruling power weakened, They all wanted to leave. When the war came, the people generally accepted the significant reduction in living standards during the war, and the call for a strong government that could lead them to victory became louder and louder. I hope Formiga can hold out until we arrive. Kerrigan frowned. Generally speaking, half a brigade of the Imperial Marines is enough to defend an ordinary colony world. But Formiga obviously encountered the main force of the Griffin swarm, and Augustus couldn't just ignore it. Carlos and Dougal want to fight us head-on Formiga? But they don't have to do that. The invisible Zerg virus is the most terrible weapon. Augustus paced on the bridge of the Hyperion and said, "It may be that the application of nano-serum made Carlos restless. He is not a guy who can keep his cool." Kerrigan said, "If Her Majesty the Queen guessed correctly, then Carlos should be eager to fight us. Formiga is likely to become the main battlefield. It is the best time to put the new Psychic Crusher into actual combat. All experimental data and preparations have been perfected," Dr. Nerid said at the right time. "The research on the Zerg main nest mind and unique psychic connection has made a breakthrough. The new Psychic Crusher can counterattack the psychic connection between the Zerg, causing their spirit and body to collapse at the same time in a very short time. It is much more powerful than the previous Psychic Jammer. It seems that you have already made up your mind." Augustus looked at Nerid and smiled with satisfaction. Augustus knew that as long as Nerid wanted to, as long as he, the Xel'Naga, shared a little of the knowledge stored in countless reincarnation universes, it would benefit mankind infinitely. The creator of the Overmind was Amon, and as Amon's most loyal and only surviving servant, Nerid's understanding of the Zerg and the hive mind may be far less than Amon, but no one in this universe can compare to him. As long as Nerid, the donkey, still pretends to work tirelessly and is complacent about playing with humans and the Emperor of the Terran Empire, both sides are happy. A win-win situation. Nerid could never have imagined that he had been exposed when he appeared in front of Augustus using the two aliases of Duran and Nerid, and the latter had to cooperate with him to complete the play and do it to the fullest. If a large number of Psychic Crushers can be deployed on the Edge world, the Empire can gain at least 5 years of recuperation and military development. Dr. Nerid's eyes were sharp when he spoke. When the Zerg evolve again and improve the defects in psychic connection, what awaits them will be an unprecedentedly powerful Terran Empire. So far, the Overmind and most of the Cerebrates have left the Copperless sector. The Griffin swarm is the biggest enemy of the Terran Empire, and the threat of the Protoss has been greatly reduced. Although war has its drawbacks, a long and protracted war is enough to drag down any powerful regime. Augustus does need a relatively peaceful transition to 2499 to 2500 to seek to consolidate the rule of the Empire and the recovery of the economy. During this period, combating the Griffin swarm and maintaining a diplomatic peace period for the Protoss Empire became the main tasks. Good advice. I have high hopes for the Psychic Crusher. Augustus looked at Nerid and said, "Doctor, I hope you are not lying to me. Practice is the best teacher. After all, Nerid is a leader in the reincarnation, and his words are definitely worth pondering. Just give it a try, Your Majesty, and you will know the value of the Psychic Crusher." "Very good. Very good." Augustus said 2 very good in a row, as if he could not control his excitement. "Just do it this way, using the Psychic Disruptor and the Psychic Crusher at the same time. It is bound to be able to reap miraculous results." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dr. Nerid smiled and counted his fingers. "Regarding the funding for the Mobius project, can you reconsider it? In addition, I also want at least this number of biologists, material scientists, fleet engineers." The Mobius project was proposed by Dr. Nerid, which mainly aims to develop new military technology and build warships through the research of Xel'Naga technology. At the same time, Mobius technology will also be used to build the next generation of the Imperial Army. Emperor Augustus agreed immediately after reading it, and he was the one who finally decided on the name of the plan. But the actual funding was always delayed. However, although the current Terran Empire has recovered most of the assets of the Creation family in the Empire's control, it is in urgent need of money in all aspects. Just like all scientists and inventors who are proud of their talents, Nerid can't help but ask the Imperial government for funds, laboratories, venues, and manpower. After all, he can't conjure up money and people. Nerid has been proving to Augustus that hybrid technology is absolutely controllable. The materials and data he provided were always impeccable. But he just couldn't get through, because this foolish emperor was always worried about the attitude of the Protoss, thinking that it would trigger a war between humans and the Protoss. and Nerid had to prove that his scientific research results could ensure that the Terran Empire did not have to fear the Protoss Empire. Hybrids can't deal with the Protoss's fleet that dominates the galaxy. The Emperor hopes that Nerid can develop human warships through his research on the Zelnaga spacecraft technology. Then, he will consider developing hybrids. Okay. Emperor Augustus looked very happy and was willing to give Nerid some more favors, in order to ensure that this plan can be implemented in secret and protect the safety of the participants. I must also send a professionally trained military force to protect it. In this case, let's call it the Mobius Corps. Mobius Corps. No need. Your Majesty Augustus. Nerid was stunned. No one should be able to. That's it, Augustus said. This is a fixed procedure. The Umoyan agents are omnipresent. Chapter 514 Psychic Crusher. Formiga Galaxy. Imperial Fleet Assembly Point. Captain Frederick requests to board. The F-port hatch of the Hyperion was opened by the hydraulic turbine. An AG-226 transport ship painted with blue and white optical camouflage landed on the flight deck under the command of the landing commander. Several security inspectors in orange uniforms immediately walked up to check the damage to the spacecraft. I want to see your Majesty. Captain Frederick is an Imperial officer stationed in Formiga, and was sent by the Supreme Commander of the planet, Major Modir, to report on the current situation of the planet. Due to the Zerg invasion, Formiga's communications were interrupted for a time. When he walked down the gangway, Frederick was still wearing power armor, and there was still dirt and condensed white ammonia nitrogen on his spiked boots. He was not wearing a helmet, and his obelisk-like square face was upright and solemn. When there were not enough experienced NCOs, Frederick served as an instructor for the Marine Corps recruit camp. For the Imperial soldiers he led in the recruit camp, he was a strict and patient teacher. He had a lion-like mess of golden hair and a broad nose, and was a strong and powerful choral warrior. The troops sent to the Edge Worlds during the Zerg invasion were the backbone of the Imperial Army, not the new recruits. Only the troops tempered by war could withstand the pressure of being alone in the Edge Worlds and being surrounded by Zerg. Welcome back, Captain. Not far away, the commander of the Royal Guard, Faraday, had been waiting with his men for a long time. The royal supervisor was wearing the uniform of the guard commander, with his hands behind his back. The guards on his left and right, wearing heavy golden and red armor, were the elite of the elite. Faraday immediately came up to shake hands with Frederick and led him to the ship's vertical elevator. Your Majesty has sent reinforcements to Formica, and the situation is still under our control. I'm afraid that even if we invest more troops, we can't retake Formica. Sir, you don't understand what's going on down there. Frederick followed Faraday into the elevator, talking as he walked. The Griffin swarm has deployed thousands of main nests, hatcheries and venomous bodies on Formica, and millions of infected humans are flocking to the last fortress. Carlos's tribe has a large number of unclean scorpions, and the plague virus they spread has no cure so far. He said, we have tried our best to save the world. The final choice is to evacuate everyone and cleanse Formiga with nuclear bombs. Frederick didn't know much about this royal supervisor. He only knew that he was an excellent commander, and the safety of the emperor and the palace depended on him. No matter how you look at it, he is at least a general. Evacuate? Faraday shook his head. The emperor has ordered a decisive battle on Formiga, and the empire will not give up this planet. Has the main fleet arrived? Frederick lit a cigarette, and his bloodshot blue eyes seemed to light up. New weapons. Faraday shrugged. What new weapons can be as powerful as thousands of troops? Frederick was refreshed. New weapons are enough to change the future of war. Psychic transmitters and psychic jammers came into being in the context of the times. However, the Zerg also has its own unique technological route, which is constantly making up for its shortcomings and becoming stronger with each war. After the Zerg's overlords have generally evolved more powerful psychic organs, the current psychic disruptors are no longer of much use. You will be surprised soon. Faraday didn't mind keeping it a secret, because he didn't know much about the Psychic Crusher. I hope it's not a shock. However, your Majesty has never deceived us. Frederick didn't pursue it relentlessly. Emperor Augustus must have given the order with confidence. Frederick was also an old revolutionary. He had been an officer since Augustus rose up in Coral. It took him a long time to change his address from Marshal Augustus to His Majesty, and many people in the army still use the old title. After arriving on the upper deck, Frederick and Faraday met several engineers with suitcases as soon as they walked out of the vertical ladder. On the wide bridge with scattered starlight, Emperor Augustus, wearing a golden red cloak, was facing the planet Formiga outside the porthole. Beside the Emperor stood familiar figures. Queen Sarah Louise Kerrigan, the Emperor's hyena Tychus Finley, and a pretentious old man with a gray beard. Captain Frederick, thank you for your hard work. Emperor Augustus turned around, and Frederick immediately knelt on one knee with his hand on his right chest, holding the reinforced armor on his knee. Fight for the Empire, Captain Frederick said to Augustus. Your Majesty, in accordance with your order, the 147th Marine Brigade of the former Cora Legion has held Formiga for 2 standard weeks and successfully evacuated more than 4.7 million civilians. He said, as long as you give the order again, the 147th Marine Brigade can hold on to the last soldier. The 147th Marine Brigade is also a unit with a long history. In the Battle of Tarsones, this army lost most of its soldiers and almost revoked its number. It was not until the eve of the Battle of Ayr that it was reorganized again. The emblem of this brigade is a giant eagle with a golden crown. This extinct prehistoric creature has long become a monster in mythology. The 4th Legion of the Empire will take over the front line, and the 147th Marine Brigade will transfer to support and evacuation missions. Augustus motioned Frederick to stand up. I have received reports that the Griffin swarm has evolved new variants. To understand these terrible monsters, it is not enough to just read the reports. Tell me, what are they like on the battlefield? The 4th Legion was originally part of the Port of the Dead Legion. To this day, the city on the garbage dump is still the main recruiting ground for the Legion. The order in Port of the Dead is even worse than some of the marginal worlds controlled by pirates. There are more gangsters, drug dealers, criminals, and other scum than rats there. It is also one of the poorest worlds. In order to earn some salary, get ahead, or just want to escape from that purgatory, people in Port of the Dead are willing to join the army. The main variants come from the Queen and the Defiler. The queens that appear in the Griffin swarm not only abnormally abandon their nature of guarding the nest and appear on the battlefield, but also become smarter and more deadly. The Griffin Queen will inject deadly parasite eggs into the victim's body. Once mature, the parasite will break out of the body. Frederick seems to be still recalling the terrible scene on the battlefield. The Griffin Scorpion is not only larger in size, but also has more and more deadly toxins, and also has a very high intelligence. Moreover, we have found a monster that is even more terrible than them. Infected, Dr. Nerad said for Frederick, they should not be a variant of scorpion worms, but from another species carrying deadly bacteria. There are only eyewitness reports so far, and there are no samples of this species available for research. He said, the known characteristics are that the infected can release a terrible and malignant disease-infected fluid, and also have the habit of storing infected humans in a huge abdominal sac in the body and vomiting them out when necessary. Carlos is an expert in infection. As long as it is alive, new variants will emerge endlessly. Augustus nodded, then looked at Frederick and asked, do the soldiers and people on the ground still have the determination to fight the Zerg to the death? How is their morale? After learning that you personally led the fleet to Formica, the soldiers are full of fighting spirit. Frederick has given up the idea of persuading Augustus to withdraw his troops. He can see that the Emperor does not want to give up Formica. Formiga is indeed a rare feng shui treasure land, with a beautiful environment and rich resources. And wood is by no means the only resource here. She is the only planet in this galaxy, and the main mass of this galaxy comes from the huge asteroid belt of ice and rock at the edge of the star and the galaxy. These asteroid belts once belonged to all the planets that the Formiga galaxy had in the past, and a large amount of broken crystal mines and high-energy gas are scattered in them in the form of giant asteroids and gas. It is estimated that the resources here can be mined for 50 years, which is equivalent to the total reserves of Redstone Star, and it is easy to mine with lower risks. Although the Formica system has great value, Frederick does not know how much the Empire will pay to keep it. Very good. Augustus wanted to ask some more questions, but his eyes were immediately attracted by the light outside the porthole. At this time, the radar detector of the Hyperion scanned a Zerg fleet attacking from Formica. The Griffin swarm and the Jormungandr swarm have similar purple shells, but the color is darker, and can be distinguished by the proportion of scorpion worms among them. The Imperial fleet immediately entered combat mode, with large and dense orange-red bullets sweeping across the black space, and the light of the shield rising illuminated the bridge. This guy can't sit still, Tychus said. Griffin lacks a large air force and fleet, and this defect is even more obvious without the help of other brainworm clans. Kerrigan said, however, Griffin has never been a clan accustomed to defeating the enemy on the front battlefield. The plague is their weapon. Griffin has been using viruses to deal with the human fleet, which is also a trick used by the brainworm Carlos. He quietly injected viruses and parasites into the bodies of human fleets and marines, and awakened these viruses after they returned to the spacecraft and warships. So far, all soldiers and warships have become Carlos's possession. Viruses are hard to prevent, so Carlos has tried it many times, and it has worked. The Imperial Army once suffered a great loss. A Behemoth-class battlecruiser named Grey suffered a very tragic end because it received several friendly transport ships while performing a search and rescue mission. No one expected that these transport ships that could match the security codes, passwords and gene locks were actually full of infected humans and Zerg. But after Augustus vigorously promoted the production of nano-serum, Carlos's virus became ineffective. The Protoss scientists hired by the Empire are still constantly improving the serum based on the Zerg virus samples, which can be said to have helped Augustus a lot. Now the leader of the Terran Protoss is Tassadar, who is not only a kind and enlightened Protoss leader, but also a good friend of Augustus. No wonder Carlos can't sit still. Augustus said, "Call up the map of Formiga." The map of Formiga immediately appeared on the tactical console, with Formiga Fortress as a shield. The 147th Brigade of the Imperial Marines established a 7-mile deep defense line to resist the endless army of infected people. More than 3/4 of the residents of Formiga took up arms, and stood with the Imperial Army to defend their homes together. Although Augustus could only get a glimpse of the tragic battlefield of Formiga in the past 2 weeks through Major Motier's report, and saw Formiga's determination to defend its homeland even if it lost 1,000,000 young and strong laborers, he could also imagine what those soldiers and suffering people had experienced. The Zerg do not accept surrender, and they do not have human values. However, Carlos wants to use this to capture a fringe world with a population of more than 10 million and a large number of militias, just a dozen parsecs away from the Formiga system. The confused federal governor was so frightened that he surrendered to the Zerg, and Carlos used this to cause the planet's defenders to fall into civil war and fall apart, and defeated that world without much effort. Carlos's Zerg nests are mainly concentrated near the former Formiga main city, more than 400 miles away from our fortress. Augustus said, "The cunning Carlos will definitely not stay in such an obvious place. But we must also take this place as a breakthrough to defeat the Griffin Zerg. Now, the cities in Formica have fallen and have lost their strategic value. Connect to Mirahan's communication channel," he said. "Your Majesty, Myra's raiders are ready." A female general with bright pink short hair appeared on the other end of the communication. One of her eyes has been replaced with a blue Protoss mechanical eye. She looks no different from an ordinary person, and some burn marks can be seen in the corner of her eye. But this time, Mira replaced her own eye with a mechanical eye, because this eye can let her see things that she couldn't see before. Take the Psychic Crusher and set off immediately. The Nova Squadron will provide you with fire support. Okay, boss. Ask Matthew. Matt's name is Matthew Matt D. Horror for me, why he never uses the channel codes I gave him to contact me. Mira looked around to see that there was no one around, no longer maintained a serious attitude, and blew a kiss to Augustus. This is really sad. As we all know, Matt Horner was forced to marry Mirahan because he lost a card game to her, and he swore that he would never touch cards again in his life. "I will." Augustus glared at her and defended Matt. "Now is not the time to talk about love." Then the Emperor looked at his queen. "I always treated her as a sister. What are you explaining?" The queen was puzzled. "Okay, boys, prepare to land. The angels are with us." Chapter 515 Imperial Stormtroopers. By midnight on the 13th, the Imperial Army had deployed 3 armies in the narrow corridor from the Griffin Swarm's main nest area to the Formiga River and Formiga 11 Fortress. An armored cluster with 2,000 Arclight tanks, thousands of Halo cluster rocket racks, and several tactical nuclear missile silos. 7 million soldiers and civilians believed that an unprecedented war was about to come and were ready for battle. The Imperial Army only focused on the main nest area in the south for 4 hours of saturation firepower coverage, and then began to shrink the defense line and build fortifications, and did not launch an active attack as expected. At 4 o'clock, Emperor Augustus Mengs climbed the 11th Fortress on the north bank of the Formiga River and overlooked the 7-mile-long Imperial Army defense line. The Formiga River spans most of the Helmet continent, with dense tributaries, nourishing the vibrant forests and thriving ecosystems on both sides. This gentle river has beautiful scenery. 95% of the cities, settlements and factories in the colony are located on both sides, and it is natural that it has become the main battlefield. Today, the cities on the north bank have become ruins, and the high-rise buildings on the east bank have been reinforced as shelters to set up artillery positions. The bunkers, missile towers and high-rise buildings are all hung with an Imperial flag. Every few minutes, the Imperial Marines, who have just arrived on the surface, line up to rush to the front line. There were many of them, but the ranks did not seem chaotic. They were solemn and orderly, like a torrent of people in red heavy armor. Behind the fortifications on the east bank was a residential area with tents, accommodating many people in a small area. There, the quality of life had been so low that it was unbearable. But only the stupidest idiots would complain loudly. Almost all Formica men joined the Imperial stormtroopers or entered the logistics department to assist the Imperial Army. If the Empire had not banned the conscription of civilian women in war zones into the stormtroopers and the regular army, this number would have doubled. In addition to the Imperial Marines wearing kinetic armor and armed with Gauss rifles, Formiga also has more than 1.5 million Imperial stormtroopers. They are soldiers temporarily recruited from Formiga by the Empire, and have only undergone a relatively short training. The Imperial stormtroopers are equipped with a cheap CMC light combat armor, equipped with a rolled-edge steel helmet with goggles and camouflage helmet cloth. Light power armor is a type of light armor with a much lower protective capability than CMC armor. It uses batteries instead of micro-cold fusion reactors for power supply, and the limited servo system can only make them faster and more flexible than ordinary soldiers. Mainly produced by military factories in Tarsones, Bronte, and Varisha. 25 million sets were produced in just 2 months. Of course, the defects are also obvious. It is difficult to adapt to harsh combat environments. The battery life is touching. It is easy to damage and extremely unreliable. But the advantage is amazing production. The Imperial stormtroopers are large in number, mainly composed of militias and emergency conscripts. They are only equipped with very limited armor and submachine guns. Only the more elite Imperial armed stormtroopers and stormtroopers are equipped with better weapons, such as hail rockets improved based on UD missile technology. Nevertheless, such weapons are enough to deal with some Zerg and Protoss forces, and fight against separatist forces and evil pirates within the Empire. It must be emphasized that they are by no means standard cannon fodder used by the Empire to fill the front line, but serve as a reserve force to make up for the serious shortage of manpower when the limited forces of the Terran Empire are scattered in the Copperless sector. As long as weapons are distributed to people like Formiga who have lost their homes and friends to the Zerg, they will become a powerful armed force. Once the war is over, the stormtroopers' equipment will be recycled and the soldiers will return to their original lives. The rest will be used to equip the colonial police, local law enforcement officers and militias in the Empire. Ordering stormtroopers to sacrifice themselves to gain space for the main force to attack or retreat is considered a felony. The Formiga people who were urgently recruited and equipped with armor and weapons were ready to fight to the death. But Augustus was not ready to do so. Hold the existing position and wait for the psychic crusher to start working before moving forward. Augustus walked through the trench-covered Formica River position, and the Imperial soldiers along the way stood up and saluted the Emperor. It was just dawn, and it was the time of dawn. If Augustus looked at the rushing Formica River, he would see millions of floating corpses floating down the river, and the rushing river water could not wash away the strong stench of corpses. Those corpses were disgusting, exuding the smell of plague and death. On the other side, the infected buildings and huge Zerg buildings had been razed to the ground by artillery fire, but the infected still poured out like zombies. At dawn, ghostly shadows and countless red eyes swayed like red candles in the wind, and painful roars echoed along the Formica River. These infected humans have higher intelligence than before, and even have the ability to use Gauss rifles. In some areas of Formica, even infected tanks were seen. Although the infected of the Griffin Swarm have overcome their fear of strong ultraviolet rays to a certain extent, sunlight will make them slow down. At the same time, the Imperial Army's psychic jammers have been upgraded again, taking a different approach. UD scientists have discovered that concentrated doses of Sigma rays can reduce the speed of Zerg's movements and reactions by half. With the support of Augustus, this discovery has been quickly applied. This also makes the Imperial Army more inclined to defensive warfare rather than offensive warfare in the past. As long as the Psychic Crusher works as expected, the Griffin Swarm's attack will collapse. Then, it will not be us who are eager to attack, but Carlos. Kerrigan rarely wears the Ghost combat suit now, and this set of equipment has become of little use to her. Under the guidance of the Dark Templar Master, even without equipment, Kerrigan can use powerful psychic power to distort light and shadow to achieve the purpose of invisibility. She has become more powerful than ever before, and can detonate the enemy's head with just one look. Even Seiko, another level 10 psychic in the Empire, bluntly stated that the previous PSI level is no longer applicable to the Queen of the Empire. It is rumored that the Queen's psychic power can even cover the entire palace. She is a true psychic queen. By deploying psychic crushers to advance layer by layer and gradually expand the occupied area, Carlos will have to abandon his main nest and hatchery. At the same time, it can also prevent the scorpion worms and infected people lurking underground from breaking into the ranks and causing huge casualties when the troops advance. Lieutenant Colonel Mortier Ulbricht is accompanying the Emperor because of his command to miraculously complete the arduous task of defending Formica and protecting civilians. Lieutenant Colonel Ulbricht has been promoted and has the opportunity to report the war to Emperor Augustus. His troops had withdrawn from the front line and had a chance to rest in the rear. Each person was given stewed lamb, a small glass of red champagne from Tarsoni's, and a few pieces of dark chocolate. When the reinforcements just arrived, Mortier's 375th Marine Brigade had almost run out of ammunition and food. Together with Formiga's militia and volunteers, they held on in the trenches, blocking the infected who rushed to the position like a tide of corpses at night, and resting in the bunkers wrapped in blankets during the day. Countless bullets and explosives poured in front of the position, and some soldiers even claimed that they had fired all the bullets they would have to fire in their lifetime. In the end, the soldiers without bullets even had to use bayonets and homemade gas explosives to form a defense line with flames. On the Formiga front, your only duty is to fight zombies until you survive, or they tear you to pieces. Your Majesty, Carlos will be panicked by then, and that will be the best time to catch and kill it. Once he heard the value of the psychic crusher, Mortier gave up the idea of evacuating Formiga. The new master has awakened. Even if Carlos is killed, it may be at the other end of the galaxy, bringing the master a message here. Augustus turned to Mortier, nodded and said, "Besides, don't underestimate Carlos. He may still be hiding 18,000 light years away from here. And let Duger lead the infected humans," he said, although Carlos is not as cautious as the brainworm sass of the Gam swarm. He is also a guy who is afraid of death. Our opponent is the former Lieutenant General Duger? Mortier seemed to remember this opponent, but he had no impression of his appearance. Old opponent, Augustus said. Dougal is a worthy opponent. We should give him a better ending. Gerald Dougal is an extremely rare individual. Previously, the Zerg infection would only create monsters that lost their minds and deformed aliens. Only high-level psychers could retain a certain wisdom. Dr. Nerad also followed Augustus to the front line. Dr. Nerad wore a reinforced CMC kinetic armor and walked on thin ice on the bumpy battlefield. He seemed very panicked, trembling and shrinking his neck whenever he heard the sound of artillery fire and the roar of the infected. It seems that Nerad was really scared. He had told Augustus many times that he was just a scientist who was powerless. As soon as he arrived at the front line, Nerad was always worried and anxious. Your Majesty, if we can capture Dougal alive, I can find out how the Zerg virus works on Dougal, which will be beneficial to my further research, Nerad said as he walked. The Protoss's nano-serum can even completely remove the virus from Duger before it mutates into another form that we cannot understand. If you decide to do that, you'd better be quick, he emphasized. There were several times when Nerad almost tripped over the masonry, but he always escaped danger in the end. There will be a chance. Augustus glanced at Nerad and thought of Nerad's past in human experiments and torture on the infected Vice Admiral Stukov. Similar to this half-human, half-insect form, it may give Nerad more inspiration to study hybrids. After all, the current hybrid is still only a semi-finished product. Nerad is just a mad scientist. He is not a human being, so don't expect him to have morals. At this time, Formiga and the swarm on the other side launched a new round of attacks, which were far more aggressive than the entire night before. A large number of scorpion worms mixed in with the staggering infected people, spewing yellow smoke like a sandstorm, and passed over the Formiga River with the wind. This greatly affected the Imperial Army's vision and interfered with other detection equipment. But the artillery units did not need to see clearly whether there were enemies at the landing point of the shells. because the infected on the ground were so densely packed that you could hit the enemy even if you fired with your eyes closed. There were a large number of kings and queens floating in the sky, and they soon became the target of the Imperial Army's fighter planes and anti-aircraft firepower. The Imperial Army quickly opened fire to meet the attack, with Gauss guns, rockets and artillery sounds coming one after another, and large groups of infected were blown into pieces and thrown into the air. Your Majesty, you should evacuate here immediately. The swarm is about to start attacking, Lieutenant Colonel Matier said to Augustus. Before he finished speaking, the shells from the other side of the river fell on the Imperial Army's position with a roar. They came from those infected arc tanks. One of them landed not far away. I think what Lieutenant Colonel Matier said makes sense. Dr. Nerid nodded again and again. You are the Emperor of the Terrans. But your guns have no eyes. The accompanying Imperial staff officers also felt like they were facing a great enemy. They were all soldiers who had experienced real wars, so they were not panicked. But if the Emperor makes a mistake here, it will be the end of him. What's there to be afraid of? With old Tychus standing here, the shells will have to take a detour. Tychus Finley, wearing a crimson power armor, smoked a cigarette calmly. It's not that he is brave, but if someone has seen Queen Kerrigan's ability to put the shells back into the barrel of the gun with just psychic power, create a psychic shield out of thin air and bend the bullets, they probably won't be so panicked. How long will it take for the psychic crusher to be activated? Augustus was not too confident and followed Mortier into the nearest trench. It will take at least half an hour. The psychic crusher is not an easy-to-assemble device like the psychic jammer. It is large in size and requires a corresponding reactor and a series of equipment. Also, debugging takes time, Nerid said. Too slow, Augustus said. This is already the fastest speed. Nerid was not lying. If the Xel'Naga technology was used, it would undoubtedly be much faster. But the problem is that he can neither reveal this nor human engineers can understand such technology. Nerid dare not reveal too much. Otherwise humans will not regard him as a genius scientist, but will throw him to the stake. In fact, he thought he had revealed enough. And there has never been a scientist like him with so many talents. I will improve the existing design as much as possible, he answered quickly, fearing that this elusive monarch in his eyes would change his mind. Very good. Augustus was just asking. He found that as long as he questioned Nerid, this guy would always come up with something better. Your Majesty, the Alexander has appeared again. A large Griffin swarm fleet appeared on Formiga's satellite Condorol and is approaching our fleet. Chapter 516. The Psychic Crusher has been effective. At 5 a.m., the first Psychic Crusher deployed to Formiga 11 Fortress was completed as expected and began trial operation. This is a spiral disc-shaped building hundreds of feet high, with an area equivalent to 4 football fields. It is a perfect combination of human modular steel buildings and Xel'Naga teardrop-style buildings. The arched corridors and hollow stair railings around the silver-gray exterior walls are extremely refined and elegant. The spiral curves and leaf-shaped textures are also full of the mysterious and ingenious natural beauty of Xel'Naga. Even though the materials used are mostly hastily pressed steel plates and pipelines, Dr. Nerid can still make it unconventional. The Psychic Crusher is much larger and more complex than the Psychic Jammer. It is mainly composed of a giant butterfly-shaped hub, a controller unit, an energy transmission device, and a transmitter that releases the crushing force field, connected by thousands of intricate pipelines. Standing in front of the Psychic Crusher, Augustus, surrounded by officers, soldiers and engineers, couldn't help but admire it, which made Dr. Nerid smile. Augustus estimated that if he hadn't found Dr. Nerid, this device would not be available until at least the next century. Where can you find such a good worker who is diligent and conscientious? To put it another way, the crushing force field is enough to cover the entire Coral Augustgrad. Any Zerg in it will be disintegrated by the crushing force field that directly acts on the main nest's mind and psychic link. Dr. Nerid, who had just withdrawn from the battlefield, was calm at this moment. Zerg, from the higher level Overmind and Cerebrate to the Queen and Overlord of the Zerg, all use psychic links to control the lower level Zerg. This psychic link is similar to the Protoss's Kara, but it is one-way, equivalent to the radio signal of remote-controlled machinery. He said, by analyzing the psychic link and triggering backlash, the Zerg swarm can be disintegrated. The lethality of the Psychic Crusher is by no means comparable to that of the Psychic Jammer. In layman's terms, this force field will not have any effect on humans, but can easily kill Zerg. Doctor, you said it was easy? Tychus glanced at Nerid and exhaled a puff of smoke. If you had been on the battlefield, you wouldn't say that. Even dealing with a sensitive little bastard like a Zergling with no shell is never easy. Well, Mr. Finley, you will soon witness the power of technology. Nerid stood as far away from Tychus as possible. I said, Nerid, if it really works, then you will have made a great contribution. Augustus said, I want to confirm whether this will work for those infected humans. As long as they are also part of the main nest mind, they will be affected. Dr. Nerid said affirmatively. Start it. Augustus nodded. Notify the troops and prepare to attack. Dr. Nerid personally came to the console of the Psychic Crusher and entered a series of commands. The disc-shaped dome opened with a violent roar, and it burst into bright orange light like a burning furnace. This bright orange light quickly transformed into energy ripples that spread outward in concentric circles, rendering the early morning sky a light orange. This energy field that spread like ripples had no effect on the people around. But the scene was still shocking. The force fields of the psychic emitter and the psychic jammer are invisible, while the Psychic Crusher is much louder. It looks a bit like the reactor furnace of the Protoss Arkansas. Kerrigan, who was beside Augustus, looked up at the Psychic Crusher in operation, her long fiery red hair fluttering in the morning breeze, and her emerald green eyes immediately turned golden. With Kerrigan's keen perception of psychic energy, this crushing force field is not invisible. I designed this with reference to the Protoss solar core in the Hyperion. It gathers energy into a sphere made of alloy steel, and then releases it through a disintegration device. Nerid replied immediately. Among these people, Kerrigan is undoubtedly the one that makes Nerid the most frightened. Humans actually have such powerful psychics, which have surpassed many Protoss. This is what shocked and curious Nerid the most. In the eyes of his master Amon, humans are not worth mentioning at all. But in time, this race may surprise his creator. Of course, Nerid did not dare to tell Augustus that he wanted to study Kerrigan. Frontline observation posts and reconnaissance aircraft report that the Zerg are retreating. A staff officer of the Formiga command reported. Are there any pictures? Augustus asked. Take it. A holographic screen opened in front of Augustus, showing pictures taken by a satellite in geostationary orbit. The short rain in the early morning more or less dispersed the dust and smoke raised by the shells, and visibility was very high. On the south bank of the Formica River, in the black smoke and the blowing sand, millions of infected humans were retreating. The dark mass of corpses was far from an orderly army, but they had obviously lost control and fell to the ground in the crowd. The king insects floating in the sky were in chaos, and they were terrified to avoid the spreading crushing force field. But to no avail. Hundreds of king insects fell silently to the ground like punctured balloons, or turned into a ball of exploding blood mist and a pool of sticky blood. The Zerg in the crushing force field are suffering great pain, struggling like suffocated humans, and dying in a very short time. The Psychic Disruptor can only make the Zerg fall into disorderly chaos, while the Psychic Crusher can kill them directly. Notify Mirahan to let her troops cross the Formica River immediately, retake the lost ground and continue the pursuit. Lieutenant Colonel Mortier, you go to regroup the troops. Augustus watched for more than 10 seconds and immediately ordered, with the Psychic Crusher, the Zerg will lose the qualification to fight us in Formica. This is an opportunity to completely defeat the Griffin Swarm and let Carlos know what pain is. Along the Formica River, the Imperial soldiers in the position also saw the collapse of the Zerg with their own eyes. The infected fell in large numbers, and their morale was immediately boosted. The emergence of new weapons completely changed the disadvantages of humans in fighting the Zerg, which was much more powerful than the Psychic Jammer. With Augustus's order, all combat troops immediately set out and advanced to the main nest area of the Griffin Swarm. A large number of Imperial stormtroopers were also mobilized, and they marched forward in full force. The high-spirited Imperial army had almost no obstacles. The pulverizing force field of the Psychic Crusher even killed the Zerg hiding underground, and any Zerg under the influence of the main nest mine were severely damaged. The south bank of the Formica River was solid land, and the Imperial Army's armored and motorized forces could advance 50 miles in one breath. If it weren't for the inevitable damage to the armored vehicles and logistics, they could have continued to move forward. The Griffin Swarm only established 3 main nests on Formiga, 2 of which were very close to the Formiga River and within the range of the crushing force field. Millions of infected people were killed in less than a few minutes. Even if the Swarm did not care about the loss of infected people, the emergence of the Psychic Crusher made any attempt to attack the human base useless. In this way, Fleet battles in space become the key to victory. Augustus thought for a moment and said, "Get the deputy captain of the Hyperion." To Lovo. "Your Majesty, the Griffin swarm has strengthened their fleet, and 2 new Leviathans are breaking through our defenses." To Lovo is a young man with meticulously combed blonde hair. He comes from an unknown Korhal noble family. 3 generations ago, he was just an ordinary squire. But now this family can be considered well known. In the front, there is the Alexander and 5 other infected battlecruisers. And on the flanks are 4 Leviathans, which have brought tens of thousands of mutilisks and scourges. When did Griffin have Leviathan? Augustus frowned. Carlos's Griffin swarm is notoriously poor. Among the brain worms under the Overlord, the number of behemoths and Leviathans they have is pitiful. Not as good as that of Blade Prince Tosh. Since the death of the old Overlord, the brainworms fell into civil war for a time. But they have also become more united than before. Carlos must have borrowed these Leviathans from other brainworms, or found wild Leviathans scattered in Air and Char. Kerrigan said, 2 Leviathans are enough to destroy a human fleet. They are several miles long, 10 times the size of a battlecruiser, and more aggressive than behemoths, with their tentacles alone capable of tearing apart warships. So, Carlos may have been to Air. Augustus nodded. Air was once the sacred ancient home of the Protoss Empire, but now it is in ruins. Her coordinates are no longer a secret, and anyone can run to Air to get a piece of the action. To Lovo, activate Hyperion Overload. He then gave the order. Your authorization is needed. Your Majesty. Turovo looked at Augustus. Now you have it. Augustus said, your mission is to repel this swarm fleet, even if it means destroying Hyperion. If this is our mission. Turovo saluted Augustus and said, 1000% overload. Full firepower. Long live Coral. Hail to all crew members. You are warriors. Augustus said. Yes, Your Majesty. A brilliant golden light immediately surged behind Tolovo, and the roar of the engine was like a throbbing heart. The enemy has taught us a lesson. Augustus. You shameless bad guy. I knew you would do this. At the moment of overload activation, Swan's pre-recorded prompt sound came from the other side. I owe you. Be careful when driving my ship. You little bastards. The Hyperion, powered by the core of the sun, really looked like a god of war, as if wearing a golden holy robe, killing gods and Buddhas who stood in its way. The overloaded energy formed a terrible vortex around it, and any Zerg gathered around it was burned into charcoal in an instant. The energy flow with nowhere to vent was transformed into a continuous thermal particle cannon, until the barrel of the Yamato cannon was scrapped due to overheating. This legendary human flagship was burning itself, and the enemies who came into contact with her were burned all over, and her shield had turned into a scorching energy field. The Hyperion broke into the Griffin Zerg fleet, met the Alexander, and forced it back. The Zerg Leviathan seemed to be surprised. They had never thought that this human warship, which was waiting to die, would have such an attitude. For a moment, they were helpless. At this time, the energy gathered in the Hyperion was still increasing, and even the external armor began to melt. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous move. The Hyperion might not be able to defeat these Leviathans, but once the energy inside it got out of control and detonated the core of the sun, it would be enough to create a collapsed, short-lived black hole in this area, and perish with a huge fleet. The Swarm Master of the Griffin Swarm has realized this, and the Psionic Crusher also surprised it. Before Carlos launched the next attack, the Swarm fleet was forced back by Hyperion. The Imperial fleet once again defended the sovereignty of mankind. However, Hyperion may need another major overhaul. Its damage is more serious than the previous 2 times, and it may take half a year at the fastest. After all, the solar core is not an engine designed for human warships, and it is too large to be placed in ordinary Protoss warships. Even the next-level Minotaur warships of humans are far from being able to withstand solar reactors. On the ground, Augustus was relieved when he received the news that the Zerg fleet had evacuated. He should have thought that Carlos would not fight a positional war with him in a rigid manner. Waiting for the result is definitely a tormenting process. But if Augustus was commanding on the Hyperion, his choice would be the same as that of the deputy captain. As an old brainworm given a name by the Overmind, Carlos is definitely the one who knows how to adapt the most, and his intelligence is equivalent to 10 Imperial domestic brainworms alpha. If the Psionic Crusher was not a terrible weapon and the Zerg were helpless, Carlos would never give up easily. Before the new Overmind returned to Copperloo, the Griffin Swarm would still be the Empire's most powerful enemy. Nerid, I want to reward you. Augustus looked at Nerid. Your psionic crusher ended this war, and your achievements will be remembered by the world. I will name the Imperial University Library under construction after you, and I will also erect a statue at the entrance of Augustgrad. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dr. Nerid's expression froze, thinking, what's the use of this for me? What he wants is not these useless things. Funds and equipment are the most important, but it is not easy to say it directly. Tell all the people in Formica that the Griffin Swarm has retreated. Augustus continued, let us rebuild our homeland, just like rebuilding an empire. Chapter 517 A Dark Priest Passing By. At the end of the Bitter War, the southern city of Dennis City, which straddles the Formica River, had been reduced to ruins, due to repeated, prolonged and fierce bombing and shelling. There were huge craters and gullies everywhere, filled with deformed infected people, and remains in various postures were mixed together, with corpses piled up like mountains. The UNN military reporter fainted several times, just because he had never seen such a tragic scene. Whether they were civilians or entrepreneurs, beautiful or ugly, they were now monsters with swollen bodies, hyperplastic limbs, chitinous shells and insect eyes. As for how they treated their former compatriots, just look at the rotten meat and meat paste that were spread out. Anyone who saw this might not be able to eat meat for a long time. But the old soldiers of the Empire were not affected much. If others thought it was purgatory, it was only because they had never seen anything much worse than that. On the Formica River, the steel bridge across the river has sunk into the water, leaving it to be washed clean by the shallow river water. The other half of the city is also devastated, full of scars left by the brutal war. In summer, the days are long and the nights are short, and the trees and grass are lush. If left alone, it won't take long for nature to take back everything here. On the 14th of that month, the Imperial Army used solid gas to burn the land that was poisoned by fungus and plague over and over again, and then sprayed medicine on the charred land to prevent the plague from resurfacing under the land. On the 15th, good news came one after another. According to the tracking and detection report of the scientific ship, the Griffin Swarm began to evacuate the invaded planets on a large scale, and the Psychic Crusher was the direct cause of this action. That afternoon, Emperor Augustus announced that the crisis of 12 planets, including Formica, had been resolved, and the Empire would send more troops, scientists and engineers to help these planets complete the reconstruction work. A series of victories won the Emperor unanimous praise from the people. On the 16th, the new Formica colony government and Senate were reorganized under the instruction of Emperor Augustus. And Paulson, the former chief senator of Formica, was appointed as the governor of the Empire. This person was originally the leader of Formica, and this appointment was what everyone expected. It is obvious that the Emperor of the Empire has no intention of placing his trusted confidants in Formica, as long as an army is maintained in Formica. The democracy of Formica is within the controllable range. On the 17th, the governor of the Formica Empire amended the Formica law and announced that the Imperial Stormtroopers officially replaced the Formica Federation Planetary Defense Force as the main armed force of the colony, in order to ensure the safety of the local star field. The construction plan of 2 Imperial Marine Corps military bases and a naval airport was also approved by the Senate, and began to bid for the entire Formica construction company. At the same time, the compulsory military service system was written into Formica's laws in accordance with the principles of the Imperial Constitution. Every Formica citizen must complete a 16-month service in the Imperial Stormtroopers until he is recruited again after retirement. It should be noted that the Imperial Stormtroopers are not militia, but a regular army. They are not part of the Marine Corps or the Navy. They are not under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Marine Corps, and are funded by the Imperial Treasury. The difference is that the Marine Corps is a professional soldier who signs a contract, and they are better equipped, serve longer, and face more dangers. This is an extremely dangerous profession. In addition to the internal separatist forces and terrorists, the enemies of the Empire may jump into the bug pit or fight in the temple of the Protoss one day. Generally speaking, the main battlefield of the Imperial Marine Corps is the Sea of Stars, while the Stormtroopers stay behind, once the Emperor of the Terran Empire deems it necessary. The Imperial Stormtroopers recruited from all over the country will become an unparalleled large armed force. The undisputed leader of the Imperial Navy is Warfield. The Marines is Rayner, and Admiral Runstein is the Chief of Staff of the General Staff. The commander of the newly formed Imperial Stormtroopers is the famous Prince Arcturus Minsk. It is hard to believe that the Emperor did not seek personal feelings in this appointment. Both the stormtroopers and the Imperial Marines set up a recruit training camp on the burned land, receiving new recruits from the local area to form the future defense force of Formica. On the first day alone, about 3,000 new recruits joined the army, with the largest number of Marines. The formal incorporation of Formica into the Terran Empire did not cause a stir. After all, the people here had half their lives given by the Empire. Even if they had opinions, they dared not speak out now. By the 22nd, the Griffin swarm had completely evacuated the invaded planet. After that, Emperor Augustus faded out of people's sight. But he still stayed in Formica and was not in a hurry to return to Korhol. Some people claimed that the Emperor, who was sympathetic to the people, was visiting the cities of Formica that were in need of reconstruction. And he always looked worried. On the 23rd, when Augustus came to the southern part of Dinas in casual clothes, it had just rained a little, and the streets and alleys paved with bluestone slabs were suddenly clear. Dinas City, a city built between quiet forests and rivers, seems to be on a garden. Dinas is the name of one of the ancestors of the Formica people. He may have been just a dull farmer in another colony nearby. Now, the citizens of Dinas City decided to name the city after Emperor Augustus. Walking on the streets of the city, there are bustling scenes of repairing houses or expanding blocks everywhere. The construction workers are all Formica construction workers, and there are also Imperial engineers among them. Formica people are quite talented in architecture and with carving art. They are generally tenacious and hardworking, and they also retain creativity. They always do things well and quickly. Soon, this new city began to take shape. Around the well-developed main roads, block residences, shops, banks, schools and gymnasiums are also rising from the ground. There is a thriving scene here, but there are also dark corners. People have just buried their families and friends, wiped away their tears, and started to build new homes. Compared with those worlds that have been reduced to ruins by the invasion of the Griffin swarm, Formica is undoubtedly lucky. Many people are determined to leave this sad place and seek a way out in other parts of the planet. Formica is full of fertile land, and people can always survive as long as they work hard. The city accommodated the remaining people, but it was still overcrowded. The local epidemic prevention department was deeply worried about such a dense population gathering under the shadow of the alien insect plague. But before new shelters are built and new farms and pastures are opened, the Formica people can only accept this crowded and embarrassing life like a slum. In the past half-month, Formica has lost almost everything. A generation of young people aged 16 to 20, and their homes. In the words of the first generation of Formica pioneers, when they first arrived here, they only had axes at hand. Augustus and his entourage walked straight to the western district of Dinas City, where the refugees lived. It was very dangerous there, with all kinds of homeless people and people who were ready to make ill-gotten gains. But the Emperor's security was still very accurate. At the slightest sign of trouble, a group of heads of state would jump out from the left. OGB agents in plain clothes would appear on the right, and Dark Templars would rain from the sky. In general, Nerid, who was beside Augustus, was the biggest threat. But this guy was actually the safest before he achieved his goal. Nerid would definitely plot against Augustus. But it was not time to break up now. In fact, Nerid thought he had disguised himself perfectly so far. Displaced, lacking food and clothing, Augustus walked on the streets filled with sewage, looking at the dilapidated red brick houses and the clothes hanging on the rusty iron railings. Why don't they go to the refugee settlement we set up? This area is no different from the slums Augustus had seen in Tarsonis. They also lived in shabby shacks or even cardboard boxes. But at least they could see the sun here. Most of the people living here come from the southern part of Dinas City and have no choice but to flee here. In the past, although they were part of the same city, the south was much richer than the north. Now, the Zerg have completely destroyed the entire southern city, while the north has not only been preserved relatively intact, but has also taken the lead in the trend of economic recovery. Many people died in the south, and the remaining people have almost nothing, even if the people in the north accepted them at the most critical moment. The inner imbalance has made the contradiction between the two increasingly greater. It was almost noon, and the young and strong men had already gone out to look for work. The rest were women, children and the elderly. Their quality of life was poor, eating the muddy protein distributed by the Imperial Army and covering themselves with cheap military blankets. But these people did not lose hope. In fact, they were more energetic than those Augustus had seen in any slum. Everyone was busy, and there were always strangers coming in and out. Except for those who were worried about thieves. No one kept staring at Augustus. There were many people here. An old butcher selling canned food. A young woodcutter preparing to bundle firewood and deliver it to the barbecue shop. And a woman wearing a headscarf doing sex trade. It was not difficult for them to identify Augustus. This was not the time of exile and hiding during the uprising. Augustus had long since stopped wearing his mask that could easily hold rice. The emperor believed that he did not need to hide his presence when walking on the land he ruled. No one thought that the emperor of the Terran Empire would come to this poor little place at this time. He should have been sitting in an exquisite and luxurious chair, drinking tea, and making false promises with politicians and bureaucrats. In the eyes of the Formica people, the Terran Empire seems to be no longer a newly established regime, but a real empire with a powerful army. The Manx family is not a new royal family either. They seem to have ruled the empire for many years. After all, the refugee resettlement site is not a long-term solution. The people here don't trust us after all. Kerrigan said. Besides, there are many jobs in the city. Those who work hard for a period of time will have a way out. This is human nature. Augustus knows that human nature is complicated. Even in the past, there were many people who opposed the Manx family. Most people who survive on the edge worlds do not trust the government and the army, because they have suffered enough from this. But this is also good. The empire should be built by those who believe in their own hands. As the empire expands, Formica's position in the interstellar shipping line will become higher and higher. Long ago, water transportation brought trade. And now, interstellar fleets also bring prosperity. The most difficult thing is to establish a unified system in such a vast territory, and let everyone recognize the empire's legal system. Everyone believes that under your rule, the Terran Empire will prosper forever. Dr. Nerid wore a well-kept black suit, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. Every time he stepped through the dirty mud and puddles on the street, the doctor could not help but roll up his trouser legs and walk carefully. Nerid never concealed his disgust for this. If he was in Tarsones, he would definitely be a born noble. Besides, Nerid is indeed a gentleman with great taste. He has high standards for his life, and always sneers at the vulgar Tychus. This is the most undoubted thing in the world. Doctor, Tychus Finley did not smoke, but chewed gum. It was not that he quit smoking, but that the money on hand was spent again. Gentlemen, look, this is the cane used by Governor Pasha. This is the towel he used. And this is the wooden pipe he used. Also, this is a piece of his skull. At this time, a child who was setting up a stall attracted Augustus' attention. He was probably 11 or 12 years old. Small but strong. Dennis's factory did not want such child laborers. But those carpenters who made furniture liked to recruit such apprentices. Formica's craftsmanship was mostly passed down from generation to generation in this way. He had a pair of gray eyes and light hair, and his appearance reminded Augustus of his nephew Valerian. But the child has now moved into the Coral Palace, and as the son of Prince Arcturus, he is being courted by the palace servants. You are lying. You must have picked this up from the garbage dump to fool people here. Tychus Finley looked at it for a few seconds and shook his head. You can't see any sympathy in those fierce blue eyes. If I were you, I would definitely go to the rich city to steal some valuable things and sell them to the Imperial Army officers outside. We don't see any soldiers, and they never come here. Big guy. The kid was wearing a dirty and torn plaid shirt, and he didn't seem to be afraid of Tychus at all. His eyes were full of vigilance. The kid was right. The Imperial Army was not allowed to enter the city. Although you can see Imperial soldiers on leave in bars, cinemas and opera houses, their stations have always been clearly separated from residential areas. I'll tell you the way. Tychus himself is not a good guy, and he never teaches people to be good. Tychus, you don't do anything that has anything to do with people. Augustus walked to Tychus. Where are your parents? Have you registered your household registration? The child just looked at Augustus for a while, and didn't say anything. Why should I tell you? This is a chocolate wrapper. Take it and eat it. Dr. Nerid handed the child a piece of dark chocolate wrapped in a square towel. It's made in Tarsones. It's very valuable. I'm an Imperial agent in the Valerian era in the official novel Evolution. My whole family died, and I cut off their heads one by one. Do you understand? At that time, everyone in the building turned into such monsters. and every one of them wanted to eat me," the child said. "That was a nightmare." Augustus looked at him seriously. "Why don't you go to the resettlement side of the Terran Empire? They not only provide shelter and food for children like you, but also try their best to let you receive an education. I have been there, and then I escaped. There are people like me there, and I don't like it. I must have a lot of personality." His eyes are actually very beautiful, but also very dangerous. I think the most important point is, why do these monsters chase you and bite you? Child, maybe there is something tempting about you that attracts them, Dr. Nerid said meaningfully. You are looking for the same kind. A psyker, Kerrigan said. Hey, kid, where are you running? Tychus grabbed the child who was about to run away. Let me go! You bad guy. I shouted. You know I'm a bad guy. So shut up. Tychus thought he was good at disciplining children. Be careful. I'll flick your little dick. Wait a minute. Augustus wanted to ask him some questions, but then a Dark Templar in a tattered purple robe appeared in front of Augustus. He looked closely and found that it was the long-lost Dark Archon Zeratul. Only Zeratul could come and go so freely. What brings you here? Archon Zeratul? Kerrigan was not surprised by this. Theoretically, she was half a student of Zeratul. You Dr. Nerid was shocked and his face turned pale. Hello, human. Zeratul glanced at Nerid. Augustus also did not get the news that Zeratul was looking for him. Of course, if the Dark Master wanted to find someone, he would never inform him in advance. Okay, Zeratul, you have to tell me first, whether you bring good news or bad news. Chapter 518 Establishing Domination. Darum has repelled the billions of Zerg that invaded Shakuras. So I was able to get away and come here. This is indeed good news for us. Zeratul was very straightforward this time. Whenever he had to say 3 sentences, he would only say the first 2, leaving the listeners to guess the third. This was Zeratul's speaking habit, and he himself didn't think it was a big deal. Fortunately, Zeratul wouldn't say, which one do you want to hear first? Good news or bad news? Although Augustus doubted whether Zeratul had such a sense of humor. An alien? A gray-skinned, green-eyed, upright lizard? The child held under Tychus's arm looked at Zeratul in surprise. Had a certain psychic talent, but it was not sharp. It seems to be like this, Tychus commented ambiguously. Zeratul, if you don't mind, why don't you change into a new set of clothes? Thank you for your kindness. Zeratul's shining eyes looked at Tychus, and he felt from the depths of his mind that this playful joke was not entirely malicious. Dark Archon Zeratul seemed to be always busy, fighting desperately with the enemies of the Protoss, so that he had no time to mend his torn robes and scarred armor. Time and wind and frost have left indelible marks on this respected Protoss elder. This respected Protoss Dark Templar is a friend of mankind. He is not only a knowledgeable explorer, but also a brave and fearless warrior. Then, Zeratul's eyes fell on the terrified Dr. Nerid again, and his sharp eyes made the latter look even more pale. Nerid tried his best to stay calm, but he still blushed because of his panic, as if he had lost face in front of the Emperor. And to be honest, even though the shrewd Dr. Nerid was a skilled actor who was deeply immersed in the role, he still overacted because of his excessive effort. Nerid had not only seen the Protoss, but also dissected them on the operating table. He was even more familiar with their genes than the Protoss themselves. Zeratul couldn't see through Nerid's thoughts, so he was probably suspicious. If he hadn't used some tools, his mind shouldn't be blank. I am glad to hear that you have defeated the Zerg. This is another victory for the Justice League. Augustus dismissed the guards and agents around him, signaling that the warriors should not panic. While Augustus was busy building the empire, the Darum Protoss of Shakuras were still busy fighting the Zerg that invaded their homeland through the Zelnaga portal. Although Augustus had no time to send reinforcements, he still provided material support. Augustus was not worried that the Protoss would be defeated by the invading Zerg, and it was a good thing that they finally won. Zeratul, honestly, if it wasn't for something urgent, I can't think of any reason for your sudden visit. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. What about the rebellious Dark Archon Arega? Not every time. Zeratul made a small argument in his own way, but it was not as convincing as any of his previous words. The warriors of Darum drove Arega out of Shakuras, but he vowed to return one day in the future. Then, Zeratul said regretfully, Arega just returned to the Void in full view of everyone. He is so powerful that the Void now still echoes the most vicious curse of the Dark Archon. Now, I am no longer his opponent. Even you can't deal with him? Augustus knew that there were few opponents in the world that Cyril could not defeat. Red Ball has a voice in the game. Eureka is still alive. And we feel his anger. Even the Protoss fear Eureka. Oreha is the most powerful Dark Archon in history. He is the fusion of 7 Dark Templars instead of 2. The dark forbidden knowledge that Oreha possesses also makes him a kind of immortal existence. Unable to be harmed by any physical force. And possesses godlike power. The Overmind, the Queen of Blades, and Oreha are the most powerful individual creatures in the real universe. And Oreha has a record of fighting against a fleet alone. In the original interstellar history, Oreha was not Amon's lackey. But now, Augustus is not sure. For now, Augustus's Tyranid Empire has no conflict with Oreha. But it is definitely a formidable enemy. I have never seen such powerful power as Oreha in a Protoss. Even among the Dark Archons, Cyril said sadly. Orega's evil power is a natural disaster in itself. And the Protoss have seen the terrible effects of hatred on our people. He warned Augustus, I learned that there are humans working for him. And you must pay attention to this. If you are vigilant at all times, you will be safe. I know that there are some pirates and mercenaries working for Oreha. These people dare to earn the money of the god of death. This is courting disaster. Augustus nodded, indicating that he had taken note of this matter. This is not the place to talk. The people of Formica have never seen the Protoss. But that doesn't mean they haven't heard of your bad reputation. He turned to Faraday and said, Get a flying car. We'll talk on the way back to the headquarters. This was in a densely populated settlement. Although not a crowded commercial street. But the appearance of a Protoss was bound to cause quite a stir. For humans, Protoss was still a synonym for mystery and terror. And they would not accept such aliens parading in front of their homes. At this time, no one noticed Cyril. But it was only a matter of time. I will leave soon. Cyril said, Augustus, I came to see you for another matter. You don't even want to drink tea? You see, I really thought you came because you miss me. Augustus smiled and complained that the old man was unwilling to stay for a while. When we finish the work at hand, we will talk about friendship again. Cyril said he would definitely do it next time. Cyril seemed to never have a moment of leisure. He felt that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. So he was strict with himself and dared not slack off. Even though no one had ever truly understood him. I knew you came all the way here not only to announce the good news. Augustus shrugged, but as long as I have time, I won't refuse you. Although it's not nice to say this about old friend Cyril. He has always been synonymous with trouble. Augustus originally thought that Cyril was going to bring a prophecy related to the voice of darkness. But he was busy with the war, and obviously didn't have so much time to pursue the prophecy of the Zelnaga, and go to Ire to find the corpse of the Overmind. Despite this, Augustus was still happy about Cyril's arrival. Is it for Matriarch Razigal? Augustus probably guessed Cyril's purpose. Augustus also learned from Lieutenant General William Wachowski's report a week ago that the Blade Prince Tosh, who appeared in the Teledor system, had kidnapped the Dark Templar Matriarch and the current Terran Protoss Archbishop Razigal. He wanted to use the power of the Dark Templar to fight against the Brainworms. But he came to nothing after arriving in Char. No one knew how Tosh sneaked into the capital of the Shakura's Protoss, Timatros, and kidnapped the Matriarch, even though all the Shadow Guards rushed to eliminate the Zerg that invaded their homeland. Yes, Cyril said, Tosh is in the territory of the Human Empire, and your fleet has been tracking him for a long time. I will send a telegram to Vice Admiral Wachowski to help you. Augustus nodded and said, But, Cyril, even if you are alone, you can't deal with Tosh and his swarm. Most of the time, Cyril is a lone ranger rather than a commander of the Protoss army. Interim Archbishop Tassadar has commissioned a large fleet. And I am just one step ahead. Cyril said, many Dark Templars, who have never left Shakuras, have also joined this fleet. The common hatred between the two races has made the Dallin Protoss more united than ever before. Razigal is the oldest Dark Templar. She has led the Nerazim tribe since they just left Ire. The Dark Templar regard themselves as the children of Razigal. So it is impossible for them to ignore this. I think I can provide some technical assistance. If I can capture the Prince of Blades alive, it will also be of great help to my research. Dr. Nerid was always cautious. But he still did not forget to please his emperor. Very good. Augustus said Nerid was very lucky to have you. I am grateful beyond words. Cyril said. In just the time of speaking, a red flying car appeared above the block. Although the decoration was simple, Its light engine sound still showed that it was a rare good car. Before attracting more attention, Augustus and Cyril got into the car together. Of course, Cyril didn't take the car at all. He just disappeared before anyone found him. The accompanying personnel also squeezed in. And Tychus's gesture of packing my way with one hand looked like a habitual human trafficker. Where are you taking me? Mai knew that these people were extraordinary. So he wanted to make some money. But he was a child after all. And now he was almost crying. Don't be nervous. You can read minds. Right? Tychus said calmly. You should know that the gray-haired boy is the current boss of the Terran Empire. I heard that some places call him the first citizen. Which is really ironic. We are going to take you to the Ghost Academy, where there are people of the same age as you who have the same talents. When the flying car took off, the red and gray pointed roof buildings in Dennis City were in full view. This war-torn city is returning to its past prosperity and vitality. And the new building planning area has expanded many times. As a colony with unique resources and geographical location, Formiga has always relied on stable special output and the advantages of a shipping stop to make profits. Many planets invaded by the Zerg inevitably decline. But Formiga is not like this. With the decree issued by Emperor Augustus to establish the 32nd Imperial Star Province, Agria, Formiga has become the gateway and port world between the province and the Imperial core world. There is a newly discovered Zelnaga portal in the neighboring system of Formiga. And the Terran Empire has obtained the technology to open this technology from the Protoss. Through this portal, ships can reach another Imperial world with a portal. Hygi province, thousands of parsecs away. In an instant. This also means that Formica will become a vital world for the Empire. And reinforcements can arrive quickly if the enemy invades again. However, its greatest advantage is still the value of shipping, communication, and further connecting the vast territory of the Empire. How do I know if this Emperor is a good person? Mai was moved. But he still didn't believe what Tychus said. Psychics are outliers among humans. Their psychic potential and other talents are the product of genetic mutations. Ordinary fellow psychers are more or less jealous or afraid of this talent. And only true peers can appreciate each other. You're right. He certainly can't be someone like me. Tychus chuckled. Augustus has no need to play with a child like you. He has to work hard every day to deal with the important affairs of the huge empire, and thousands of trivial matters. Just to make the lives of imperial citizens like you better, Kerrigan said. But I heard from my parents that every child who went to the Ghost Academy never came back. Thinking of this, Mai became even more sad. I only wish I had parents like you. Kerrigan repeated, this is not the past. This is the era of the Empire. The era of Augustus Minsk. The flying car soon landed at the heavily guarded Imperial Marine headquarters, where a group of Imperial officers were waiting in full battle array. Augustus usually handled the Empire's political affairs here instead of the governor's mansion in Formiga. As an emperor who seized power with the help of the rebels, Augustus spent much more time in military uniform than in fancy clothes. This is not to emphasize that the emperor is the supreme commander of the Imperial Armed Forces. He is just used to it. Draft a new local decree for Formica. I will dictate it to you. On the way to the headquarters, Augustus said to Kerrigan, all Formica people who lost their houses and other fixed assets in the Zerg invasion should receive corresponding economic subsidies, which should be allocated by the Imperial Treasury. In general, this is the job of the Formica Imperial Governor. But what he does not always satisfy the Emperor. If he had not been quite capable and had accumulated local reputation, Augustus should have appointed another one. However, the Imperial Governor did not have more power than the Federal Governor. Nor did he have to be of noble birth and hereditary. Augustus could replace one at any time. The Emperor of the Terran Empire only valued ability. For those talents who had not been promoted in the past because they were not of noble blood. This was an era of great glory. When Augustus returned to the headquarters, Cyril had been waiting for a long time. Cyril was very polite and did not move any of the owner's things, and naturally would not pry into military secrets. There were several tables in the headquarters, which were filled with printed documents, all of which were urgent documents sent from Coral and had to be reviewed by the Emperor. After all, most of the current government affairs of the Empire are handled by Augustus's brother, Prince Arcturus, and only those that he thinks he has no authority to handle will be sent to him. Leading an empire is not an easy task even for you, my friend, Cyril said. I have lost 12 pounds since I ascended the throne. Some people say I am a tyrant, but I have to say that being a tyrant is exhausting. Back here, Augustus acted much more casually. Originally, Augustus planned to visit every planet in the Agraia province, participate in the inauguration ceremony of the Zelnada portal officially called the Zelnada Star Gate by the Empire, wait for an imperial colony, haven, to host the landing of immigrants, and so on. Let's talk about the plan to rescue the matriarch in detail. Tosh has been jumping around in my empire for too long, and it's time for him to learn a lesson. Chapter 519, Encirclement of the Male King. Sure. Geostationary orbit. On the tactical console of the Bridge of the Fury, the flagship of the 4th Fleet of the Terran Empire Navy. This mining world with a dense atmosphere is just a tiny light spot emitting a faint blue light, which is inconspicuous in the vast galactic lens of stardust. This galaxy has more than a dozen planets, all following different trajectories around the red star, and all the trajectories can be seen as an inverted cone, which is an invisible surface formed by the star's gravitational field. Every planet in the system is unique. Some icy blue from the methane in their atmosphere, others red like Dunhuang scrolls from the iron oxides that cover their rocky surfaces. But only sure has a breathable atmosphere, and only sure has resources that greedy humans flock to. Commander Matt Horner knows this sophisticated and complex equipment like every corner of this glorious behemoth-class battlecruiser. Each battlecruiser has multiple decks and thousands of different compartments. But Matt knows it better than his own home. Even at the age of 19, Matt is already an outstanding naval commander, because of his inexperience and lack of experience in commanding a capital ship alone. Lieutenant Colonel Matt also serves as a tactical advisor to Vice Admiral William Wachowski, commander of the 4th Fleet. Years of war have trained thousands of outstanding naval soldiers and officers for the current Imperial Navy. They are not only brave and fearless fighters, but many of them are also excellent starship engineers. In the years of starting from scratch, the revolutionary soldiers can not only hold rifles, but also use wrenches in their hands. Sir, the frequency of Sher's radio communication has increased several times in 5 minutes. The intercepted intelligence shows that the members of the Genesis family above are trying to call another secret channel through the encrypted channel. Matt stared at the words and numbers popping up on the tactical console and said to Lieutenant General William Wachowski, who is wearing a blue-black general uniform beside him, they shouldn't find that the Imperial fleet is watching them. All orbital satellites and space stations have been quietly taken down by ghost agents. But soon, they will notice that all their calls have fallen on deaf ears. Enough for us to deal with Gabriel Tosh. Lieutenant General William Wachowski is a formidable Imperial soldier. He has always been serious and silent like a boulder. Sure is a marked mining world. Like many planets, she has either become a colony or the private property of a founding family. This planet belongs to the famous Kalabas family. All the power, wealth, and honor imaginable in the world have once belonged to this family. They were once the de facto rulers of many colonized worlds. And all politicians and businessmen who wanted to advance on the stage of Tarsones wanted to curry their favor. But that was in the past. Less than 3 months ago. Now, this is the hiding place of the last descendants of the creation family. In the past few weeks, these pampered young nobles have been running back and forth between many worlds with their guards, trying their best to avoid the ghosts who are following them. These spoiled children spent many days in fear, and they may not understand why the Zerg are always following them. Sure is just one of the worlds where these members of the creation family temporarily stopped. And she will not be the last one. The worlds where they had either originally belonged to the creation family or supported the old Terran Federation openly or secretly. Thanks to them, these worlds are all in chaos, based on hatred for the Federation. Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh has been tracking the children of the creation family like a shark and a hound sniffing blood. And the Terran Empire fleet has always followed closely behind. The so-called Prince of Blades, Lord of the Swarm, Hand of the Goddess of Death, Gabriel Tosh, has a very strange way of doing things. He does not have much sympathy for humans, but he has his own set of standards for right and wrong. Tosh only attacks those who work for the Federation and those who prevent him from achieving the above goals. No matter what, the ending of these people will not be better than the mice that Tosh nailed to the branches in the past. At the same time, he is also extremely cunning and sharp, and can always escape before the arrival of the Imperial fleet. The psychic power that has been enhanced by the Zerg transformation is not only capable of catching wind and shadows, but scholars who study psychic power believe that Tosh can predict the future. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape every time. In the unit introduction of the Prophet in StarCraft 2, The Dark Templar driven by him is committed to understanding and mastering the nature of time, and can gain the upper hand on the battlefield by manipulating time and space to obtain future information. So, the Dark Templar is not completely mysterious, and predicting the future does exist in the worldview of StarCraft. Although they only captured the hazy illusion in the ripples of the long river of time, the prophecy may be true to a certain extent. It's a good idea to lure the snake out of its hole. Matt Horner put his hands behind his back. With them here, Tosh is likely to appear again. This time, he must not be given a chance to escape. The Terran Empire and the Prince of Blades have a common enemy. But for a long time, humans and Zerg have always been mortal enemies. The Empire and Tosh are not without hatred. Tosh may still remember the hatred of Augustus Mength shooting a nuclear bomb at his face. This incident is unforgettable anyway. The Mength family is a ruthless bunch. Tosh did help a lot by accident. If it weren't for him, the Empire would have probably lost the spaceship full of descendants of the Creation family. And those worlds that had suffered from the Zerg would not have begged to join the Empire and be asked to send garrisons. At least 20 worlds that were originally wavering or standing on the side of the Federation were panicked and cried for the Emperor's forgiveness because of Tosh's disturbance in the core world. Never before had such a large swarm of Zerg penetrated deep into the core world, and each world had no chance of resisting it on its own. But this is by no means a reason for the Imperial fleet to let Tosh wreak destruction in the Empire's territory. Even if Tosh did not deliberately kill people, there were still many casualties caused by his invasion. In the final analysis, Tosh is still a member of the Zerg. He no longer has many human emotions. Only the absolute calmness of the Swarm Master serving the tribe remains. He is still cruel and has no sympathy, mercy, or sense of responsibility. What Tosh is doing is different from the usual attack methods of other Zerg swarms. But that does not mean he will always be like this. The Empire will recover all assets from the Creation family and punish those worlds that are still stubbornly loyal to the Federation. But it doesn't have to be done by Tosh. Your Majesty has ordered us to help the Protoss fleet rescue their Patriarch. But the final result will be the same with or without them. Vice Admiral William Wachowski finally spoke, and his voice sounded like a hot iron in his mouth. If this was not an order from the Emperor of the Empire, then Wachowski would never obey. There are not many people who can afford to offend the Protoss, and Tosh is definitely one of them. Since the Fourth Fleet set out, although Vice Admiral Wachowski lifted the siege of the Teledor system without much effort, Tosh did not stop there. In this way, Wachowski, who thought he had lost the trust of His Majesty, naturally pursued him closely, mobilize heavy troops, and wait for them. From this point of view, Tosh can't fly even if he has wings. At Matt's age, what he lacks the most should be self-confidence. But he still has a cautious and conservative personality, which requires time to hone. But every time we think about it, he slips away before our eyes. He told Wachowski, more compromised plans and more thorough preparations are absolutely necessary. And it would be even better if there is help from the Protoss. At first glance, there are only 3 Imperial battlecruisers, including the flagship Fury, parked in the stationary orbit of Shur. But once Tosh enters the system, an entire Imperial fleet will jump there within a few minutes. At the same time, multiple Protoss beacons are deployed about 20 astronomical units away to gather troops. In other words, Wachowski can summon multiple large fleets at any time with one click. Tosh only has 3 to 5 Zerg behemoths, which is no advantage against the angry Protoss. Sir, satellite scans show that the Creation family on the planet has launched a galaxy hopper and seems to be preparing to leave here. Matt looked at the green screen on the console and said, obviously, they are already frightened. On the screen is a small launch port located between mountains and forests. This mountain just blocks the moist air flow from the ocean. So there is plenty of rain on one side of the mountain and dry and sandy on the other side. Although most of the planet is a barren land with no grass and an endless dead ocean, the area near the equator is a warm place with spring all year round. Shur orbits a mild small star, close enough that sufficient sunlight and a suitable atmosphere for the planet keep the temperature in the equatorial area at 27 degrees Celsius. Lush forests and vegetation grow vigorously along the mountains that separate the blue ocean. The descendants of the Creation family live there, with countless crystal mines, laser drills, and cranes in the mining area. As for the high-latitude areas far from the equator, they are generally cold and desolate, with dry deserts and rugged canyons extending all the way to the poles of the planet, like a bumpy gray carpet. Only the areas near the equator are suitable for human habitation. And the closer to the poles, the drier and colder the land. But these barren lands are actually full of gold. And high-quality open-air crystal deposits are gathered into mountains. And the crystals are like shining forests. The proven mineral reserves are extremely astonishing. And the only ones that can exceed them are Moria, the home planet of the Kelmorian Federation, and a few other worlds. The smelted crystal ore is a high-quality alloy and steel with properties such as hardness, density or softness, which is an excellent material for casting cars, spaceships and cities. For the Terran Empire, mining worlds like Shur are powerful warships and steel fleets that intimidate the Copperloo sector. Resources are war. If they had not been in contact with the remaining military forces of the Federation, these noble boys and girls should have gone to New Folsom to keep company with their disgusting relatives a week ago. Wachowski calmly watched the shuttle waiting for takeoff on the screen. Without them, how can we know where their parents are? Don't stop them. But these people have to stay here until Tosh takes the bait. Prince Arcturus said that if they actively expose their parents, then they can be given a lighter sentence. At least they can avoid jail. Matt sighed. Of course, he would not pity his enemies. But there were still quite a few members of the Creation family who escaped from Tarsones. If these people are willing to live in anonymity in a remote world, it will be really hard to find them. Augustus's Terran Empire is merciless to the fleeing Creation family. All arrested Creation family members and federal parliament members are sent to New Folsom prison without exception. They will be tried and executed. And the lightest level is imprisonment and prison. 5 years ago, those who signed their names on the life and death judgment of Carr, or even just expressed their approval, will pay the price of death for it. Emperor Augustus announced that the most brutal punishment would be imposed on the culprits of crimes against humanity, which was unique in the humans' imagination of torturing their own kind. For those young nobles who knew nothing about their family's crimes, they could only spend their lives in New Folsom prison. If it weren't for Emperor Augustus' veto, Prince Arcturus would have fed them all to the Zerg. Although the Emperor did not regard the descendants of the Creation family as a threat, he could be called a merciful emperor. But he was ruthless in wiping out the roots. Only the Terra and Hoth families still have a place in Tarsones, and their family members can even enter the Coral Palace. The former Bennett family also succumbed to the authority of Emperor Augustus, and all their shipyards, docks and interstellar ports will also serve the Empire. The reason why the Bennett family has not been directly wiped out like other Genesis families left in Tarsones is because the Imperial General Rick Kidd, formerly Jocko Bennett, was a member of this family. Old Bennett never acknowledged Rick Kidd as his son, only saying that he was dead. Now, he can only be thankful that he is still alive because he gave birth to a good son. All the founding families were wiped out, and the intricate power network of Tarsones also lost its axis. Now, Coral is the center of the Terran Empire. At this time, the radar scan image lit up again, and 3 Zerg behemoths appeared from the iris of the exit of the hyperspace channel. And tens of thousands of Zerg flying creatures flew out of the large vesicles of behemoths that were hundreds of feet wide. Call the fleet. Colonel Horner, Wachowski said. Chapter 520, Capturing the King Alive. The gorgeous celestial phenomena twisted the vortex of time and space. Like a heavy hammer, the crimson battleships emerged from multiple cracks in the deep space. Each ship was magnificent and majestic, and each ship was a symbol of human courage and strength. The fleet was the final order of the Terran Empire standing in this sea of stars. Even in this great era, when humans have already stepped into the starry sky, jump navigation still requires the most sophisticated equipment and the most accurate calculations. Those who sailed in the universe have always been the warriors among humans. As time and space stabilized, more battleships lined up in a row in an area thousands of miles wide, and a standard Imperial fleet was about to emerge. The number of battlecruisers reached 16, all of which were the main Behemoth class. There were twice as many destroyers in the fleet, and the larger Mammoth-class transport carriers were fully loaded with supplies, soldiers, Banshee tanks and other weapons. Its scale was equivalent to a reinforced Federal naval squadron, and the warships of the Terran Empire were more advanced than those in the Federal era, and the tactics used were more adapted to large-scale fleet warfare. No human world could resist this military force, and there are at least 3 such fleets in the Empire. With a dazzling flash, the Imperial fleet that jumped in is opened fire. In the deadly jumble of bright orange laser barges, Wraith fighters are launched from the dock of the battlecruiser one after another, and the fiery red tail flames shuttle back and forth in the strong flashes of the roar of the Yamato cannon. 30 miles away, A swarm behemoth covered with thick exoskeleton and sharp spines on its back is under fierce artillery fire. And the psychic scream from this giant beast suddenly sounded uncontrollably in the minds of all the crew members. In the universe, this distance is not even a distance. The enraged swarms of insects swarmed out quickly. And the living mosquitoes that could automatically search for enemies, like cannons, fired strong acid liquids and splashed corrosive spores, which splashed like exploding flowers, bombarding the energy shields and solid armor of the Imperial warships. They were very fast. As fast and agile as fish in the water in space, and could not be avoided by ordinary maneuvers. All fleets, all weapons are fully fired. This was not the first time that Lieutenant General Wachowski had confronted Tasha's Zerg head-on, and he knew how powerful and cunning this Zerg was. Tasha's Zerg generally possessed weak psychic powers, which were manifested as an imperceptible red light on their bodies, which gave them greater speed and endurance. The Witch Zerg originated from the ignorant and cruel voodoo sect of Heji, and their threat level was no less than that of any old tribe. The scholars of the Terran Empire did not find psychic organs during the dissection process, which showed that the psychic power of the Witch Zerg did not come from evolution, which was unusual. Human psychic energy comes from a certain area in the brain, from the impulse of human beings to express emotions, and the brain nerve electrical signals that transmit emotions, which is the result of slow evolution. In an instant, the angry witch swarm rushed towards their enemies, and thousands of explosive mosquitoes pounced on the fury, like fireflies with fluorescent green light swaying at their tails. The laser gun group of the fury shot down hundreds of them in a few minutes. But more explosive mosquitoes still hit the shields of the bow and port side of the ship. The violent explosion quickly tore through the shield force field of this capital ship. Then came the large groups of dragons with dark red hard shells and their variants, the Swarm Devourers and Swarm Guardians. These large flying Zergs, enraged by the surge of hormones and the will of the Zerg, quickly surrounded the Fury, using their powerful biochemical weapons and sharp teeth and claws to tear apart the fine steel armor that could resist the gunfire of the battlecruiser. The fleet flagship Fury took the lead, and also took the lead in bearing the wrath of the Zerg. The Fury is under attack. The number 7 frame and the number 4 deck are damaged. The hull is broken, and the gas in the cabin is leaking. Colonel Horner said, "The Zerg have entered the battery compartment and relay compartment and are engaging in fierce firefights with the garrison soldiers." "Sir, once a large-scale explosion occurs in the battery compartment, the energy supply will be seriously insufficient. The more serious consequences are obvious, and that will blow us all up." Lieutenant General Wachowski ordered, "Mobilize the emergency tactical team to drive away the Zerg blockade of the cracked bulkhead. We must use a short jump to get rid of the Zerg that are clinging to us." At this moment, the Witch Zerg swarm had already engaged in close combat with the Imperial fleet. Although the Imperial fleet was impressive, and the brave Imperial Navy soldiers launched the attack without hesitation, they were not completely superior. In the war with the Zerg, humans have never been the superior party. The Zerg swarm is a true natural disaster. Fighting against them requires courage, determination and fearlessness. Outside the Fury, the behemoth that was dragging under the painless attack of the Imperial fleet was approaching rapidly. The Zerg swarm behemoth came from a space monster wandering in the universe. After being transformed by the Overmind, it became a part of the Zerg. Each behemoth is equivalent to a huge Zerg fleet. They have almost no combat power or ability to fight back. What is really scary is the horrible creatures living in the chambers and vesicles in their bodies. They are like a combination of spiny-finned fish and baleen whales, floating small satellites, and mobile platforms for Zerg invasion. This Zerg behemoth is more than 5 miles long, and the width of its huge head is nearly 1.4 miles. Its body is not slender, and the battlecruiser is not worth mentioning in front of it. If Behemoth's attack power was not as strong as Leviathan's, it could tear apart human warships. Why haven't the Protoss come yet? Their fleet is just a few parsecs away, about 3.26 light-years. A larger astronomical unit. Lieutenant General Wachowski realized that the Tosh swarm that appeared this time was much stronger than he expected. Strange. They are always on time. Matt also felt uneasy. He would panic if he exceeded his expectations. After all, in the eyes of Raynor and others, this young Imperial general was no different from a naive child. By activating the ancient Zelnaga temple on Shakuras, and using the infinite energy within it, the Protoss have cleared the Zerg that invaded their homeland. Now, in order to rescue their beloved Archbishop and Patriarch, the Terran Protoss sent a very large fleet. which may be stronger than any expeditionary force that the Protoss Empire has cruised in the galaxy in the past. At this time, it has already assembled near the star system where Shur is located, and the leader of this fleet is the Protoss Empire's Commander Yulon, who is also a respectable fleet commander. It is said that before humans set foot in the Copperless sector, Yulon was already the leader of the Oliga tribe. Not long ago, Matt followed Lieutenant General Wachowski to meet this Protoss general. Yulon is a hardline war advocate who strives to recover Ire, and is eager to avenge the previous humiliation to achieve this great goal. When they first met, Yulon behaved no differently from other Protoss. He was neither close nor distant to humans. The only person he remembered was Augustus Minsk, the Emperor of the Terran Empire. Most Protoss used to be arrogant, but Yulon seemed easygoing. But he was extremely angry when he mentioned the Zerg. After waiting for a while, a beam from the main gun of the Protoss aircraft carrier hit the brain of the behemoth, which was rich in central nervous system, and the giant beast was beaten to pieces. Blood splattered, and the spilled tissue and blood even splashed on the gunboat of the Fury, and then burned dry by the scorching laser. Several golden and blue Protoss aircraft carriers appeared from the invisible force field, and then two majestic Protoss motherships jumped out of the surging space and time. Even if estimated visually, the surging space-time force field is quite amazing, with more than 60 in a short period of time. This fleet is even more terrifying than the Tassadar expeditionary fleet, considering that this fleet was sent out just after the attack on Shakuras. The Terran Protoss would send out so many warships. The current Archbishop Tassadar is indeed an ambitious, courageous and confident Protoss leader. From the perspective of humans, Tassadar is undoubtedly a heroic lord. As Archbishop Darum, the supreme leader of the Protoss Empire, he had to gather the troops. Exactly. Matt looked at his watch and said, feeling relieved. Not to mention dealing with Tosh. The size of this fleet is enough to go to Ire. The fighting style of the Protoss Empire is as gorgeous and elegant as their warships. But when dealing with the Zerg, it is always a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. And the power is great. This is different from what we agreed. Wachowski frowned, that Yulon didn't follow our plan at all. They need help. However, Wachowski couldn't complain to the Emperor. The Protoss actually just needed humans to provide detailed intelligence and coordinates. And then, their allies only needed to call the fleet with one click. The Protoss fleet had an absolute advantage as soon as it appeared. Their gorgeous warships fired at the behemoth of the witchcraft swarm from all directions, and high-speed fighters jumped out of the hyperspace channel, like thousands of swords unsheathed. Countless Zerg were torn into pieces by the Protoss' dazzling plasma beams, under the unparalleled firepower of the mothership. Even the behemoth trembled like a torn rag. They're really impressive, but I can win the battle without them. The Vice Admiral is always stubborn. Matt shrugged his shoulders, hoping that his demanding superior didn't see the scene. Now we have to find out whether Tosh came or not. And if he did, where is he now? Wachowski just complained. Maybe he's on the surface of the planet. Or he may be in a behemoth. Matt replied. If he didn't come at all, I'm afraid it's all in vain. Tosh has always been hands-on, and has never left his swarm too far. Wachowski said. They had long seen that Tosh had a deep hatred for the rulers and soldiers of the Terran Federation. As for the source of this hatred, it is now unclear. But Tosh does not seem to be bent on revenge. And the Empire believes that his purpose is more than that. In less than an hour, Tosh's witchcraft swarm has been defeated. The two behemoths were almost burned to ashes by the Protoss plasma main cannon, and the remaining body fragments slowly froze in the dark deep space. And the larger part was equivalent to several times the size of the Fury. The last behemoth was also fighting hard under the protection of the Zerg. A large number of Protoss Templars and Dark Templars directly jumped into it through the jump force field, and the entire behemoth became a cruel battlefield. It seems that they have confirmed that Tosh is on this behemoth. After a short jump, the Fury has escaped the pursuit of the Zerg. The damage control team and engineers are urgently repairing the damaged cabin. The Fury is not a battlecruiser built according to the flagship standard. Her shields and armor are also slightly backward. The new upgrade and transformation can only be implemented after returning to Bennett Port in Coral. Communications are coming in. Sir. Unmarked. On the command deck. Matt looked at the console and said to Wachowski beside him, It's Gabriel Tosh. Enough. I surrender. I surrender. Tosh's iron blue face appeared on the screen. Green as if a bucket of green paint had just been poured on it. His skin was full of spots like the skin of a spotted seal. And he looked like a ghost. Tosh kept waving his hands, looking like he was completely defeated. But before I surrender, I have one more condition. This was real-time communication, and Tosh might have also made contact with the Protoss at the same time. I don't need to agree to your conditions, Wachowski said. You are doomed to fail. Speak. On the other end came the psychic language translated by Commander Yurlin. As long as you can guarantee the safety of the tribe leader, I can surrender. But the target can only be humans, not the Protoss. Otherwise, I will kill your tribe leader before I am arrested. Behind Tosh was the central nervous system of Behemoth, which was filled with huge nerves and powerful tentacles wrapped in flesh. And the female leader Rasigar was bound by dozens of tentacles. I don't trust the Protoss, but at least I have a chance to survive if I fall into the hands of humans. It makes no difference. Commander Yurlin was very calm. Although the Terran Empire and the Darim Protoss have not yet reached the point of wearing the same pants, the relationship is still good. I agree. Wachowski was going to refuse. This was a bit too smooth. But after hearing what Yurlin said, he agreed. The Terran Empire already has a lazy brainworm, so it is no problem to provide food and accommodation. He surrendered too quickly. This is not right. If we accept the surrender, His Majesty, Matt whispered to Wachowski. This time, Tosh really had no way out. He was in a desperate situation, and there was no master to save him. Without any backup plan, no desperate struggle and resistance, Tosh surrendered. In the past, Tosh would never surrender even if it meant a fight to the death. Falling into the hands of humans would at least mean endless imprisonment, torture and experiments. The Protoss would most likely burn Tosh like firewood. But humans would not let him go. This level of infection has no cure at all, and no antidote can cure it. He should know his fate. I will send a landing craft soon, and you will be judged by the laws of the Empire. Wachowski glanced at Matt, and his eyes were full of the meaning of coaxing him to surrender first and talk later. In any case, there was no reason not to accept it. Chapter 521 His Majesty said he would give you a little red flower. The ship holding Prince Blade Tosh was the Merrimack, a Leviathan-class battlecruiser that was alone in the stationary orbit of the planet Historia. She was one of the few remaining warships of this class. The old Leviathan class should have retired long ago. Only the captains and sailors who used to sail on the Merrimack to conquer the stars could recall her glorious past. As the service life continued to increase, the Merrimack's aging hull and backward armor could no longer adapt to the increasingly severe war. When the Imperial Army captured Tarsones, the decommissioned Merrimack was anchored in Alexandria, waiting for her fate to be either dismantled or converted into a large transport ship. Even in the Imperial Army's fleet, the Merrimack also degenerated from a capital ship to a border patrol ship. Although the various weapon systems of the Leviathan class are already outdated, it is still capable of dealing with third-rate pirates and robbers who commit crimes on orbital spacecraft. Orbital spacecraft is smaller than a shuttle and is a near-Earth orbital passenger aircraft that can reach escape velocity now. As a prison ship for Tosh, the Merrimack has dismantled the jump device and main engine and evacuated non-combatants, leaving only the crew who maintain the necessary survival facilities. The Empire knows very little about Tosh's past as a human, only that he is from the Hedge Voodoo cult. It is obvious that Tosh is now an extremely powerful and dangerous psychic individual, and all prisons so far have failed to ensure that he can be trapped without fail. If Tosh loses control, the Merrimack will be his burial place. When Lieutenant General William Wachowski and his adjutant Colonel Matt Horner arrived at the docking bay of the Merrimack in a military shuttle, fully armed Imperial Marines were guarding the corridors, and officers wearing eagle and wolf emblems patrolled the decks. And a tense atmosphere was everywhere. General, the prisoner is stable, and the situation is under control. A Naval Command Staff officer and several officers came to meet Wachowski and Horner, who were walking down the shuttle ramp. If he wants to make some noise, then give him anesthesia. The dose of anesthesia for a behemoth. Like all the Imperial soldiers here, Vice Admiral Wachowski wears CMC power armor over his uniform. Now the armor is innovative, and with the iteration and update, it is becoming more and more reliable and popular. We have prepared 7 emergency plans. The chamber where Tosh is imprisoned is independent and can be ejected into outer space at any time. If necessary, the air can be drained and filled with liquid nitrogen. The staff officer was tall and had meticulously groomed blonde hair. He had previously worked in the headquarters of Emperor Augustus, and it was this man who responded to calls from various subordinate headquarters. Wachowski knew that his name was Otto Engelbert, a legitimate choral reformist noble, whose family had been a staunch supporter of the Mengsk family. Otto's resume is flawless, and his future is bright. To deal with the Zerg, you have to use fire, Wachowski commented. You can also inject an equal amount of plasma. Everyone is equal in front of the hot melt, Otto said. Add one more thing. Once he is ejected from the cabin, use the Yamato cannon to execute him, Wachowski said lightly, turning to the other side. That was the only person present who was not wearing power armor. Professor Helek Branimore, Emeritus Professor of Umojan State University, expert in alien biological research, Royal Scientific Advisor, one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. The staff officer introduced him to the Lieutenant General. Professor Branimore was not tall, with very little flesh on his face, and looked serious and silent. He should not look that old, but the hair on his head was obviously gone. A Umoyan? This is a somewhat sensitive identity at the moment. The Umoyans are the friends of Kar who never leave them. They have spared no effort to promote and vigorously assist Kar's independence movement, although the deeper reason is to weaken the power of the overly powerful Terran Federation. Emperor Augustus certainly would not forget this favor. As soon as he established the Terran Empire, he established diplomatic relations with Umoyan and restored the once interrupted trade and aid projects between the Terran world and the Umoyan world. However, the leaders of both sides knew that this balance would not last long. The current Terran Empire Emperor is an enlightened and strong monarch. Under his rule, the Federation world, which was deeply mired in civil war, finally ushered in unification. Under his so-called enlightened autonomous regime, a strong and confident era is about to come. For the Terran Empire, it is inevitable to go out of the copperless sector and promote further expansion. Although the Terran Empire and the United States of Umoyan are brothers of the same origin, the current emperor of the empire also implements a conciliatory policy towards Umoyan. No matter whether this empire is short-lived or long-lived, no one knows what attitude the successor of this empire will take in the future. The emperor has no children yet, and since his wife is an extremely powerful psychic, it may be difficult for him to have another one. So, for the Umoyan people, they hope that Valerian, the son of Prince Arcturus, who has Umoyan blood, will become the crown prince. Of course, this is a biased misunderstanding, but neither the emperor nor the royal family wanted outsiders to interfere in this matter. In addition, the Umoyan people were always unwilling to give up their espionage activities, which caused a lot of unpleasantness. Of course, Professor Umoyan, who could become a royal advisor, must be loyal enough to withstand torture. Nice to meet you, Professor. I have read your work. The Lieutenant General immediately shook hands with Professor Branimore and flattered him that he had known him for a long time. Oh, which one? Professor Branimore asked untimely. The right temperature for grilling larvae. Wachowski held out his hand to lead the professor. Let me see the imprisoned beast. Of course. But you must wear anti-psychic equipment. The professor smiled dryly. Even if there is a steel plate 10 feet away, Tosh can still crush the human brain with his will. With this level of psychic power, it is easy to control the will of others. What kind of anti-psychic equipment would be useful? Wachowski said as he walked. I've heard of the abilities of ghost agents. It is said that they can control the bladders of other people, making them pee against the wall like a dog, or dance tango backwards. Professor Branimore said he may even have the ability to control thoughts, although mental control is only temporary and extremely difficult to achieve. Those who have this talent are extremely rare. The closed hatches of the Merrimack lead to all directions. The equipment here is old, and the wall lights are dim. Only the deck was clean and tidy, and even the gray carpet was washed and washed again. Everything showed the traces of pragmatism. There were not many soldiers in the cabin, but they were all elite troops. The Field Porcupine, Hellhound and Stealing Striker were the elite among the elite. Wachowski walked through the corridors one by one, and the soldiers saluted him one after another. The closer he got to the cabin where Tosh was imprisoned, the more Imperial soldiers there were. And there were also a large number of intelligent Black Widow spider minds scattered in hidden corners. Even the cell of the current head of the Tagore family did not receive such treatment. The corridors were like a maze, parallel to each other, and almost identical except for the markings and instructions. After walking through the last hatch and opening the air pressure door, the heavily guarded cell was already in sight. 2 heavily armored soldiers wearing Marauder power armor were guarding the gate. The heavy full-body armor made them look much stronger than ordinary Marines. When they saw Wachowski, they immediately saluted. This loyalty is dedicated to the Emperor. The Marauder Power armor is much more expensive than ordinary CMC. Only elite troops can wear it. They do not accept criminals and resocialized soldiers. They are all veterans of the Revolutionary Army. One of them is known to Wachowski. This young man, who is less than 24 years old, comes from the agricultural immigrant land of Helshin. His family is an authentic farmer. He earns money from the barren land through hard work to support his family. This person is dull and rigid. He is completely stubborn. But he has extreme trust in the commander and regards the revolution as a belief without reservation. Today, their treatment and salary are very good, and their families have been taken to Augustgrad and Korhol, becoming a respectable and decent class. These soldiers are the backbone of the Imperial Army. Loyal, brave, and almost uncontrollably worship their generals and emperors. This loyalty is dedicated to the Emperor. Wachowski saluted in return and said, "Open the door." The guard immediately did so. And the airlock door that opened was a cell with alloy steel walls, with 3 layers of glass. A man with green wrinkled skin was sitting on a chair, facing Wachowski and others who came in from the door. Tosh had been thinking about something with his head down. But now, he slowly raised his head. His Medusa-like snake hair was covered with spines, and the rest of his body was tendons, muscles, and chitin armor. His eyes emitted a dim yellow light, like 2 dark stars. Can you hear it? The whispers between the stars. The galaxy will burn with their arrival. And an unstoppable storm is coming. Tosh looked at Wachowski, his eyes staring at him in fear. Destiny cannot be defied, cannot be changed, and cannot be escaped. Are you Gabriel Tosh, the Prince of Blades? Wachowski sat down on the chair opposite Tosh, separated by thick glass, surrounded by psychic shielding facilities, machine guns and rail guns. It's the real deal. Okay. Now tell me what the talking stars and his fucking destiny are. Wachowski said to Tosh, I only believe in myself. No one can dominate the fate of mankind. Not even God. Hee. Tosh smiled. His gentleness was very inconsistent with his scary appearance. You're right. Wachowski found that he couldn't see through this guy at all. But then he thought, he didn't need to understand the words of a madman. This tall and mighty body should actually be the soul of a teenager. But this soul has been reshaped, twisted, and transformed in Char into what the Overlord wants him to be. The Overlord's favorite candidate should have been Sarah Kerrigan. But in the end, he had to settle for the second best. If it wasn't Tosh, it was probably someone else, such as Nova Terra. Where is your Emperor? I need to speak to him. Tosh paused for a moment. You are a prisoner, and I hope you will understand this every 24 hours. Wachowski said coldly. I don't need to agree to any request from the prisoner. Gabriel Tosh was already a prisoner in the hands of the Empire, and his last behemoth was already dying, being pushed towards the sun of history by hundreds of tugboats. The Protoss fleet is still anchored at the edge of the system. The Protoss have rescued the female leader, but they are still unwilling to leave. After learning about the progress, Emperor Augustus specifically called to ask to confirm whether the female leader Razigal has symptoms of infection, parasitism, and other forms of control. Although it is common sense that the Zerg cannot infect the Protoss, the Protoss dare not neglect it when it comes to the respected female leader. Strangely enough, Tosh has never tortured the female leader Razigal. Even if he was pissed off by the lecture, he was just angry. The transformation of the Zerg made Tosh extremely violent, but he never lost control of his anger. Now Razigal is undergoing further examination and treatment to ensure that everything is fine. Why did you kidnap the matriarch of the Protoss Dark Templar? Wardross wanted to use the word kidnap. She is beautiful, isn't she? Tosh certainly wouldn't tell the truth. That's not a reason. Of course, Wachowski didn't accept it. What is Augustus going to do with me? Tosh asked after a moment of silence. I have to tell you a good news. The Emperor is going to spare your life. Wachowski seemed not very satisfied with this order. He should do it. He understands it all. Only he understands it. Tosh said that Augustus and I are the only heroes in the world. Wachowski didn't understand what Tosh meant. Our kind majesty decided to let his scientists make a final effort to save you and find a way to eliminate the infection. To this end, they also joined forces with scientists from the Protoss. Wachowski shook his head, as if these words made him physically uncomfortable. This level of infection is unprecedented and unprecedented in the world. Professor Brannimer added, we are just doing our best. Save me? There are actually people in this world who care about me. Tosh didn't seem to expect Wachowski to say this. And this sentence also touched him. After all, I am just a poor man who is self-pitying. I only asked the Federation to leave a way out. But they killed my grandmother. But now I have become a Zerg. And when I need help the most, the people around me just want to push me into the abyss. He said, but this is just for an experiment. That's why you are desperate to hunt down the Federation. Wachowski said he probably understood. His Majesty asked me to tell you that your behavior is worthy of praise. But you should avoid harming innocent people. He wants to give me a medal? Tosh smiled. But his fangs were exposed and ferocious. Stay honest. Dissecting you and torturing you is what the Federation does. Wachowski looked at. You seem to have never tortured Rasagar? Tosh acted calmly. Not like a prisoner in prison at all. I don't do things I don't like. Chapter 522. The Wise and Powerful Tyloan Mingding Emperor. History. The surface of the planet. Drill Site 3. Drill Site 3 is located in a concave flat lowland between the canyons, connected to the mine deep underground. It is desolate and monotonous here, and all you can see is dim and hazy dark yellow, riddled with holes due to the destruction and pollution caused by mining. Drilling platforms and silver-gray modular buildings occupy half of the world. Although they could avoid the Imperial Army's search in the deep underground mines, the descendants of the Creation family, led by Morgan Carabas, could only live in the workers' dormitories. Hundreds of feet, or even deeper underground, was another world, with turbid air and oppressive environment. Except for the roar of the mine carts crossing the tracks, it was eerie and silent. There was an oasis a few miles away, but there were only sand and stones. This mining world was almost a virgin land, and the living conditions were harsh, far inferior to the affluent life in Tarsones. Morgan and others had to accept canned food and synthetic food, and sometimes even these were not available. The treacherous and fearful escape was not a pleasant journey to the pastoral world and the tourist world. The pursuers who could come at any time were like the ghosts, who wanted to take their lives. In the past few days, Morgan and his companions who had just arrived on this planet had hardly slept well, and they were increasingly thin due to the torture of fear and the harsh environment. Every day, various news came from the channels that were still loyal to the Terran Federation and the Creation family. Every day was worse than the day before, and all the good news sounded like endless self-consolation and blindly confident boasting. First, Augustus Mengs proclaimed himself emperor in Korhal, and the newly established imperial government immediately went about arresting government officials and members of the Creation families who were accused of persecuting the revolutionaries. All the ill-gotten gains of the federal government and the Creation families were nationalized. The news of Augustus's accession to the throne shocked the Creation families. They could have attacked his uprising as imperial despotism hidden in the guise of revolution, but they had to admit that the power comparison between the Federation and the Revolutionary Army had undergone a tremendous change, and the identities of both sides were completely reversed. Shameless thief. Copperloo warlord. World destroyer. No matter how the supporters of the Federation curse the Emperor of the new Empire, no matter how they deny this fact, in the land controlled by the Empire is the government, and the former masters of the Federation have become rebels. In many imperial worlds, this Emperor who always wears military uniforms or golden red cloaks is also called the Eternal Augustus, the Conqueror, the Wolf Lord of Korhal, and the King of the Terrans. Morgan and his friends have gone from being the heirs of the high-ranking family in the past, the political leaders and financial giants of the future Terran Federation, to wanted criminals. Ironically, the amount is exactly the same as the reward offered by the Federation for killing members of the Mengs family and important leaders of the rebellion in the past. In the territory of the Terran Empire, whether it is the drug addicts, tramps and gangsters in the slums, or the former Federation officers and officials who took advantage of the regime change to engage in military speculation, none of them did not want to soar to the sky and gain the favor of the Emperor, as well as huge wealth and prominent status. In the Federation era, the power to dominate the Federation belonged to the many founding families behind the Federation Parliament. And even these founding families continued to fight and unite overtly and covertly because of differences and interests. In Augustus Mengs' empire, you only need to please one person to gain power and fame. Now, Morgan, who had just been safe for a few days, was once again pulled out of his sleep. Morgan and his companions gathered in the central control room inside the number 3 drilling site, looking at each other. nervously waiting for the latest news, so as to find out whether this was just a common false alarm or they had to leave for the next refuge immediately. As time passed, more and more people entered the control center, and no one was not gloomy and frowning. The shuttle launch from Mining Station Alpha was shot down by an unknown weapon before it entered the stratosphere. Master Morgan, sure is likely surrounded. We are under enemy surveillance. A former Federal Marine officer in blue power armor walked in, followed by several others. It must be the rebels. The communication signals sent to the outside world have been intercepted. This cannot be just a failure of a communication base station. This is easy to judge. For more than a month, the pursuers who followed them closely were either Zerg or rebels. The rebels used human methods, and the Zerg used Zerg methods. The rebels might use courtesy first and then force, but the Zerg are unreasonable. After the federal officer finished speaking, the control room immediately became quiet. There were no complaints, crying or screaming. The people standing here had experienced too many such scenes before, and even if they had tears, they were now dry. They were still unaware of the war that was breaking out in the galaxy, and they didn't know that the Protoss and Human Coalition had already fought with the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh above their heads. The shuttle we are on is also likely to be discovered and shot down, so we should think of other ways to leave. Sure. Roderick was next to Morgan. He was a handsome young man wearing a fashionable open-front sweatshirt. He had reddish-brown hair and fair skin, elegant manners and quick thinking. He was always thinking when silent and clear and decisive when taking action. Roderick was the kind of man who thought carefully and acted immediately when necessary. Among this group of aristocratic heirs, who were either rich or noble, he was often the one who came up with ideas. He may be the last Roderick still on the run. The other family members either died when Tarsones fell or became prisoners. The Roderick family was also one of the earliest members to establish the Terran Federation. But this family held a seat in the federal parliament, but never interfered in politics. The Roderick family has been engaged in business for generations, and their trade has spread throughout the federal territory. By this generation of Roderick, his family is still prosperous, but it is much more low-key than the Tagore and Karabakh families. They can't monitor the entire planet. They just located the Alpha mining station. Key, wearing a black knitted hat and a black jacket, leaned against the alloy steel wall. In this case, we will start from the secret underground launch port and start the warp engine under the stratosphere. Like other young people here, he is also a descendant of the creation family. His family is not only interstellar merchants, but also adventurers and soldiers. At the same time, he is also the first one among these panicked young people to regain his composure. Not all nobles are playboys. In fact, family heirs who have received strict education can be called elites. Most of the nobles who committed evil in Tarsones were those who lacked ability and were not loved by their parents. Those who were arranged to hide in Tyrador were the young talents and heirs of each family, and they were the proud children of heaven who were placed with high hopes. It's not difficult to leave history, but the difficult part is where to set the next destination. I know several federal military bases where many resistance forces have gathered, but they are likely to have been exposed now. Morgan nodded in agreement, then continued, without sure. We have fewer choices. The Karabakh family has many planets like this, but since this one is not safe, other places are the same. Augustus Mensk's fleet set out from Coral, Tarsones and Daler 4, heading for those worlds that are still loyal to the Federation. My father is also avoiding pursuers. Unless he escapes to the edge of the Copperless sector, there is no stable and safe place. Morgan Karabakh is now the leader of these people. Not because his ability is recognized by everyone, but because everyone else needs to rely on Karabakh to a certain extent. A month ago, when Morgan and others gathered in Teledor to enjoy the holiday, there were still 20 to 30 people. But now there are only 9 people in this control center. Although Tarsones has fallen, the 3 founding families except the Terra family have suffered heavy losses. Many founding families still have some strength left. And of course, they immediately sent family armed forces to pick up the scattered and fleeing family descendants. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens to this team, they can only choose another heir. For those families that already have few offspring and few people, they will definitely be furious. For example, Antonia Tagore and the twins Beth and Kalams of the Cassini's family have already left, which means that these people are now children without parents. Unless they are willing to go to the gloomy and terrifying new Folsom prison to go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. For example, All the members of the Roderick family were sent to the terrible New Folsom prison, and their lives and deaths are unknown. And all of G's family died on the day Tarsones fell, and were slaughtered by the crazy UD assassins. The Tagore family, which had ruled Tarsones for nearly a century, also split after the death of their grandmother Andrea Tagore. One faction resisted vigorously, while the other wanted to surrender to the emperor of the empire, offering wealth and dignity to beg for forgiveness. Such an incident made the children present grow up a lot in a short period of time, and the frivolous young people became silent and steady, hiding their hatred in their hearts and waiting for revenge. New Folsom was once an artificial prison used by the Terran Federation to imprison political prisoners, serious criminals, revolutionaries and rebels. And it was also the final burial place of those who opposed the creation family. It can only be said that the Federation just created a torture device that was used on itself in the end. The risk is still great. I suspect that the rebels know our path very well, and it is very likely that this place has been exposed. Morgan Carabaugh looked at the people around him, suggesting that there might be a traitor among them. Even if we escape from this planet, the rebels will still follow us closely. The people here are all loyal servants of the Carabaugh family. But that was when the creation family still ruled the Terran Federation. When Tarsones fell, the Federation was defeated, lost almost all its troops, and all the people in the government were taken prisoner. At present, the Terran Empire founded by Augustus Minsk rules 2/3 of the territory of the original Terran Federation, and the powerful Imperial fleet has repeatedly won foreign wars. In the long run, fewer and fewer people will miss the past Terran Federation. Maybe the servants and hired Federation professional soldiers here are loyal, but it is hard to say about the miners and smelters in the mining station. They were originally just workers recruited by Carabas's subordinate enterprises. They were justified by their pitiful salary if they worked hard. It was impossible for them to work hard for entrepreneurs and bosses. The emperor of the Terran Empire was a wise monarch. Internally, he rewrote and established a new legal system based on the laws of the Federation and Korhal, promoted talented people, reduced the bloated government size, and severely punished corruption. Economically, he promoted a policy that took the development of science and technology and the establishment of new industries as the first priority, opened the door to capable talents, and also encouraged the re-establishment of foreign trade with the other two brother regimes, the Kelmorian Union and the Umojan United States. Emperor Augustus tamed the Zerg and annihilated the Protoss. The emperor cares about people's livelihood and always puts the interests of the common people first. He listens carefully and considers the opinions of the people. The new policies he formulates are more about protecting the interests of workers, farmers, and other proletarians rather than nobles and monopoly merchants. Since Emperor Augustus cleared out the nobles and monopoly companies in major core worlds such as Tarsones, and suppressed all disobedience with cold and iron-blooded means, the lower-class people found that they now work much less than before, but earn more. The new policies and their rapid and resolute implementation brought about huge changes in a short period of time. And these changes made every politician, economist, and mainstream newspaper writer who held a pessimistic view of the empire gnashed his teeth and was greatly disappointed. After the establishment of the empire, a relatively stable social order, a new currency, and a series of measures such as government intervention in the prices of daily necessities also made people's lives generally much better than before. And they could spend more money on high-end technology products such as electronic products, since it improved the overall happiness index of the empire's citizens. It also promoted other industries. In fact, Emperor Augustus' policies mostly followed the democratic system of Car 4, which can only be said to be well-behaved for a modern democratic system. A considerable part of it was also formulated by his father, former Senator Angus Minsk of Korhal, and his staff. It was actually Prince Arcturus who promulgated these laws when the emperor was in power. It can only be said that the federal government is too incompetent and corrupt to the core. There is no harm without comparison. The Terran Empire is a highly centralized monarchy, and its enemies are bound to be drowned in the vast sea of the people and the imperial army. Based on this change, every time Morgan Carabaugh and his friends fled to a new place, they would be surprised to find that the reputation of the Terran Empire and Emperor Augustus would be better. So good that some people even expected to move to Augustgrad in Korhal. Then, compared with the empire's policy of protecting workers' rights and interests, the workers under the Genesis family enterprises became more and more dissatisfied. After all, it is not just one or two worlds, not just the core worlds such as Korhal, Tarsones and Viridia. But the vast empire's territory is like this. When Morgan heard the people at drilling site number 3 talking about him when they saw him, he would think that it was a conspiracy to get his head. And Morgan was respectful and afraid of the strange emperor of the empire. But he didn't hate him. The Genesis family, which has ruled the Terrans for more than 200 years, has fallen to this point. All because of Korhal and Augustus Mengsk. Chapter 523, When Gods Fight. Mortals suffer. The workers here are under strict control, so there won't be any problems. The federal officer took off his helmet and looked around. Besides, no one will betray Karabakh. Just like a child won't betray his biological father. What if there is a problem with the supervisor? The underground party and spies of the Revolutionary Party in the federal era are also omnipresent. Morgan is not a suspicious person, but his current situation and experience cannot help but make him suspicious. They have narrowly escaped death many times, but the enemy has always been close behind them, never far away. And now, Augustus Mengsk has an empire. This empire is still young, the officer said, but it is still an empire. Morgan said, recognizing this means that we have thousands of enemies and fewer friends. If Mengsk is a real emperor, he will definitely cut off the roots. And if he happens to be the tyrant we imagine, it will be even worse. He shrugged. To be honest, I don't care. The situation never gets better because of fear. Mengsk has faced all of this before. Roderick reminded the leader of the exiles. And he always turned danger into safety, and won all the wars. And I heard that except for the victory in the Battle of Marcera with Edmund Duke, Augustus Mengsk was always beaten to a pulp by the brave and fearless Confederate warriors. Even his final victory over the UD Expeditionary Force was considered a fluke. Duple had been listening, not saying a word. This is completely different from what I knew, Roderick said. When the Terrans and the rebels occupied Tarsones and drove us all out of our homes, I realized that the Federation's army was completely defeated. Duple had reddish-brown curly hair and was tall and strong. Madmen take illusion seriously, he said. I wish I had strangled Augustus Mengsk with my own hands at that ball 4 years ago, instead of waiting until now. The noble Duple family had all died on the day Tarsones fell. It was the Earth Expeditionary Force that conquered Tarsones. And the one who killed his parents and siblings was not an Earthling, but an assassin from the Federation resistance. His father was beheaded on the Duple Sky Tower, and his wife's head was dropped from 740 feet in the air. The young brother also died, and his 2 sisters were raped to death by the mob. Duple believed that all this was done by the son of Korhal, like all the descendants of the creation family here. When the federal parliament meeting to use 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy Car 4 was revealed, he was shocked like all the Federation people, and thought it was unreasonable. The current head of the Duple family also attended the meeting and refused to sign the sentence of death for Car when the nobles and politicians signed it, and remained silent from beginning to end. However, in the eyes of these rebels, silence is acquiescence, and watching coldly is aiding and abetting, or they simply don't care. The rebels hate all the founding families, and believe that all suffering should be blamed on them. Augustus Mengsk will definitely take revenge on us because we did not speak for him in the meeting that decided the fate of Korhal. Roderick said, think about the Terra and Hoth families. They are still powerful now, and have participated in the reconstruction of Korhal. We just remain silent, and in their eyes we are supporters. I am not good at putting myself in other people's shoes. Duple looked at Roderick and said, the Duple family doesn't care about politics, nor will they express any opinions. Before that meeting, the outcome was already determined, and it would not be changed by the opposition of 1 or 2 people. He said angrily, now we have also paid the price, losing all our property, status and reputation, and our family is broken up. Isn't this enough? No. In Mengsk's view, this is far from enough. He just wants to kill the descendants of the elder family, because as long as the remnants of the Federation exist for one day, it may endanger his rule. Don't think too highly of yourself, my friend. Or rather, don't think too highly of us. Roderick and Duple are actually close friends who grew up together, but they can only watch Duple sink deeper and deeper into the pain and self-blame of losing his loved ones. Once upon a time, the Mengsk family of Korhal had a similar experience, but it was all just a matter of time. Admittedly, the descendants of the creation family who have not yet come into contact with the decision-making level of the real control of the creation family should not be held responsible for the destruction of Korhal. And the same is true for most of the creation family members. There are even many kind-hearted, brave and upright people among them. But no one can stay out of the destruction of the creation family. It's too late to say this now. Morgan shook his head, since Mengsk has been crowned emperor, living in the palace guarded by soldiers, and ruling the empire in the name of the monarch. In this case, he is the emperor. He just proclaimed himself, Dupel retorted. Almost every core world has a creation family. And the Mengsk family of Korhal is just a rising star among all the creation families. When our ancestors established the federal system, the Mengsk family was just a commoner. The king is not honored by blood, but the blood is honored by the king, Roderick said, and I think that there should be only one thing that humans are born with. That is, congenital dementia. After eliminating all enemies, the only founding family in the Terran Empire is the Mengsk family. Do you really think Angus Mengsk is a pure revolutionary? I think he just thinks that the power in his hands is not enough, he said, and those people in the federal parliament are not nobles, but hypocritical and dirty political and interest alliances, building alliances, implementing strategies, cutting costs, and increasing profits. The war has made people's lives worse and worse, while companies that produce military supplies have made a fortune. Don't forget that you are one of them, Morgan reminded him. The Roderick Group is the one that has made a fortune. Many marginal worlds are starving, and the population of the garbage dump in the Port of the Dead has increased more than tenfold in a few years, all because of the continuous increase in refugees flowing into it. The federal parliament should have known that when the lower classes could not survive, they would definitely rise up. Didn't the Karabakh family profit from it? As far as I know, military supplies such as uniforms, rations and bullets were all produced by the Karabakh Group, Roderick retorted. Don't forget whose charity you rely on to survive until now, Morgan said coldly. Oh, really? Then how can I thank you, benefactor? Lord Morgan Karabakh, who lives in the gutter with rats and still acts like a king. Roderick, now is not the time for internal strife. He still leaned against the cold metal wall, everyone, before you are busy arguing about who is the culprit and wishfully rectifying the chaos for your family. Don't forget that the Imperial fleet may be right above our heads. Even if you want to kneel down in front of that Mengsk and confess, now is not the time. Besides, I don't think we have committed any crime. He was obviously extremely annoyed by this quarrel. I have never killed anyone, but there are definitely innocent people among the millions of souls killed by Augustus Mengsk. Don't worry. Marshal Gasser Duke's fleet should be arriving soon. It should be soon. Morgan looked at the time on the console and showed a confident attitude. What? You knew about this a long time ago, but you asked us to scratch our heads and give you advice. Roderick frowned. Since leaving Aaron, you have never told us any news. Do you really not trust others? In the past few days, you have either been constantly denying yourself or staring at the star map randomly. If that's the case, Gasser must have assembled a huge fleet. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to fight the Empire with his cautious and indecisive style. Although a small part of the remaining Federation fleet has become pirates, doing evil in the marginal world far away from the influence of the Terran Empire, the Terran Federation still has a large military force. Although the number of warships cannot be compared with that of the current Empire, it is enough to deter the villains from all directions. The period when the Empire's fleet is fully deployed to the border is the best time for the Federation to regain its old territory. Gasser Duke, who has always been arrogant and cowardly, will certainly not miss this opportunity. The defeat of the Imperial fleet that was chasing Morgan and others was the first victory that the great Marshal Gasser brought to the new Federation. He did not seem to have considered the possibility of directly attacking Korhal or Tarsones when the Empire was unaware of the strength of his fleet. Of course, it could also be because he did not dare. The most incompetent senior generals of the Federation and the commander who could really turn the tide died at the hands of the Earth Expeditionary Force when Tarsones fell. Most of the rest were loyal to Augustus, the new king of the Terran Empire. The reason why the Imperial Army, which was based on the Revolutionary Army, was able to expand to its current size in a very short period of time is due to the surrender of the Federation Army. In fact, most of the current Imperial Army are Federation soldiers. They were forcibly conscripted by the Federation, or they were extremely disappointed with the Federation's military leaders. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of Gasser Duke to hold power in the current Federation Army. Not to mention that his nephew Edmund Duke is already a general under the Emperor of the Terran Empire. If it weren't for the fact that Gasser's hatred for Augustus was genuine, I would have suspected that he had already prepared to surrender to the Empire. That's why I was anxious about the interruption of communication. If the Empire even intercepted this, it would be the end. Morgan's voice suddenly rose. If the Zerg and Protoss were not fighting the main force of the Imperial fleet on the Edge world, then I bet that Augustus would definitely send a fleet of more than 10 battlecruisers to hunt us down. Why don't you understand? I said. We are being followed. There are traitors among us. Maybe more than one. They are between you and me. Or maybe not. He fell into a state of anxiety. Think about who we are facing. The ruthless people who defeated the Federation fleet, overthrew the UD, and hit the Zerg and Protoss hard. This little trick is nothing in the eyes of these people. They could have caught us long ago. And maybe we can get lucky many times and escape by chance. Which is also in their plan. They want to capture us alive. He said. No. They want us to die here in obscurity. This is the most correct approach. Duple said. I don't think you need to worry so much. The main force of the rebels is on the border planet. Then the federal officer spoke. I know better than anyone how the glamorous empire was in its past. They were just a bunch of vagrants. Thugs. Political prisoners and deserters. Relying on their leader to unite them. Faith is the most powerful weapon. And the Federation does not have it. But even if they really come, they will not be the opponent of Marshal Duke. All loyal worlds and autonomous territories that are still loyal to the Federation will give support. When Augustus Mengs returns to Korhal, he will understand that the Federation's foundation remains. At this time, a federal soldier pushed the door open and said, 3 transport ships have just landed south of the mining site. They claim to be subordinates of Marshal Gasser Duke. At this time, Roderick did not show any joy. If the Empire intercepted Morgan's communication with Gasser, then this may be a disguise of the Imperial Army. We can't let them in. If they really come to rescue us, this delay is enough time for the real Federal Army to surround the number 3 mining site. He said. The federal officer asked to see Morgan Carabaugh by name. And he said his name was Slade Carter. The federal soldier said. It's Carter. I know him. Morgan immediately said, where is he? Slade Carter is a federal officer guarding New Gettysburg. He comes from a branch of the Carabaugh family, and is Morgan's cousin. Just outside the mining site. With only 2 privates. The soldier replied. A few minutes later, a blond federal officer walked into the control center. As soon as he came in, he called Morgan, Carabaugh. Leave here quickly. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Marshal Gasser's fleet must also retreat immediately. Quickly. The Imperial Army used the electromagnetic interference equipment they got from the Earthlings to block our communication with here. So I can only bring people to pick you up in person. Major Carter. You said the fleet is going to retreat? Morgan asked with some joy. The Marshal has defeated the Imperial fleet that was chasing us. Marshal Gasser deployed troops and gathered heavy forces to severely damage the Empire's spirit and win back the Federation's face that was thrown to the ground and smashed. I really hope so. The Major looked at him with blue eyes. You must not know that this small star system is already filled with Zerg, Imperial and Protoss fleets. Protoss? Morgan, Roderick and others were dumbfounded and stunned. Protoss. The only thing humans know about this race is that they will burn an entire planet when they arrive. And that's for sure. There are more than 100 Protoss warships, each of which can burn Marshal Gasser's new flagship, the pride of the Federation, to ashes. The Major waved his hand. It's still not too late to run now. He couldn't help but gloat. Let Mengs deal with this huge Protoss fleet. He'll have a hard time. Chapter 524. No one can run away. Morgan, Roderick, Duple and others followed Major Carter and left the number 3 mining site. They had almost no luggage, and their entourage was made up of servants and mercenaries. The workers in the mining site were still working as usual. Even if the sky fell, they would not get paid if they did not work. Even if they knew that these pampered young masters and young ladies were leaving in a hurry, they would only look at them coldly and say some sarcastic words. But that was all. Although Tarsones has fallen, the Creation family is also on the decline. The entire planet still belongs to the Carabaugh family, including the mountains, rivers, grass and trees. Everyone here is an employee of Morgan's father, Arturo Carabaugh. The meaning of everyone's existence is to work hard and accumulate gold and jade for the Carabaugh family's wealth. Even if Arturo's wealth is only 1/10 million, it is enough for ordinary workers to live a rich life. However, Even if the leaders of these creation families wear suits starting at 2,000 credits and travel in luxury cars and luxury yachts, they will not give a penny to the poor who are about to starve to death. Their wealth is built on generations of capital accumulation and exploitation. And slave owners will never allow slaves to be equal to them. Since the outbreak of the war, working hours have been increasing, but wages have never increased in 5 years. The workers of the Karabakh family are not sympathetic to the displaced young masters and young ladies. The colonies and mining worlds in the pioneering period have a relatively closed and single economic system, which is far less prosperous than the core world. But they are also affected by economic fluctuations and soaring prices. The workers here are not permanent residents of the planet, and their wages have to be sent back to their wives and children and to support their elderly parents. It has been 8 years since the Guild War, but the war has never subsided. The war made the creation families of Tarsones rich, but they also became more greedy and corrupt in the constant money-making and power struggle. In Tarsones, the power center of the Terran Federation, politics is money, and money is politics. The relationship between the creation families and the federal government is complicated and difficult to distinguish. The oligarchs under the name of the creation family need the federal government to designate preferential trade and tax policies, and politicians must rely on the power and funds behind these families to continue to gain a foothold in the dirty, filthy, corrupt and dangerous federal political arena. And even go further. The gradual widening of the gap between the rich and the poor and the deep-rooted class solidification have further aroused the dissatisfaction of the people on various planets. And rebellions have also occurred one after another. The hereditary ancient families have long lost the noble qualities of their ancestors, who led the Terran humans to overcome difficulties. And the means of suppressing opponents have become more and more cruel. The lives of the lower classes are becoming increasingly difficult. And their tolerance for the decline in living standards has reached its limit. Most importantly, people living under the rule of the Federation can see no hope for the future. However, in those enterprises that originally belonged to the creation family and are now nationalized by the Terran Empire, the improvement in workers' wages and quality of life is immediate. At this time, Morgan, who had just walked out of the number 3 mining site and came to the surface canyon, just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Even the workers who worked here for his family made Morgan feel scared. Morgan never cared about the lives of these people, nor was he interested in them. He felt pity for those who struggled to survive, but never thought of changing the system that allowed the creation family to rule everything. Children born in the Sky Tower can see Tarsones under the clouds when they open their eyes, while children in the slums can only live in artificial light sources and sewage, and they will hardly see the sun in their lives. The 3 fleets of the Terran Empire, the Zerg and the Protoss, are fighting in the outer space orbit of Shur. If nothing unexpected happens, Shur will be destroyed in the melee. However, the Federal fleet that arrived did not lend a helping hand to the workers on the planet. In the past, the Federal fleet would have sent troops to protect the property of the Karabakh family, because the private property of the creation family was inviolable. As soon as he came to the ground, Morgan smelled the burning ozone. This is a dry basin in the middle of the canyon, with deep mines, machine wells, shafts, cranes, slopes and horizontal pits all over the ground. The giant laser drill launch silo stands in the center like a giant sword, and every time it is turned on, the whole earth will tremble violently in the dazzling red light. 1,000 yards away were 3 APOD-33 transport ships of the Federation Navy, with the Federation logos on them unobscured, and the air was filled with blue crystal dust. The workers on the ground had already been evacuated. Otherwise, they would have seen the haggard young master and young lady fleeing in panic with dozens of servants and mercenaries in black. Morgan ran the distance from himself to the transport ship, surrounded by the butler and the Federation soldiers, and kept his eyes on the sky while running, fearing that the enemy would drop from the sky. A noble lady stepped on her high heels in a panic and broke them, without waiting for others to help her. She ran barefoot in the rocky mine with her shoes in her hands. For the heirs of the family, they must be resolute and courageous. Practicing etiquette and being proficient in using shotguns are also required courses. Carter, where is my father now? Morgan boarded one of the transport ships, calm in his heart, and quickly asked his cousin Major Slade Carter. Like you, he has been traveling around the star zone and has never stayed in one place for too long. Carter told Morgan while ordering the pilot to take off. Nowhere is safe now. Whether it is a peaceful pastoral world or a barren rocky planet, people's minds have changed. he said, even in those worlds that are still under our control. There are more and more mobs attacking federal officials and burning down the businesses of major families. The number of governors who have been beheaded is too many to count with two hands. Augustus Mengsk has proved that the authority of the Federation is not unshakable. Which is the most terrifying thing. The authority of the Terran Federation is based on the deterrence of a huge fleet and brutal suppression. Once its dynasty collapsed, the world that was already dissatisfied with the Federation immediately changed its flag. If it were 2 centuries ago, the colonies that had close ties with Tarsones would definitely raise their flags to support it. But now the entire Federation world has become disunited and disintegrated. When will it end? Morgan felt like a stray dog. And the so-called family honor and noble dignity became a joke. Unless the Terran Federation is restored, he may have to spend his entire life on the run in fear. Faster! He stood by the gangway of the transport ship and urged the people behind him. Don't let the rebels catch up with us. In the distance, behind the Rift Valley and the mountains, a tropical storm was coming, and the clouds in the sky were rolling like white foam in the ocean. Storms are common on planets with dense atmospheres, and Schurz is particularly strong. Morgan seemed to see the endless swarm of insects coming after the storm, and he suspected that it was just an illusion because he was too tired. He thought that he knew nothing about the Zerg that were chasing them, and he just ran blindly. Those Federation soldiers must know more, but they always avoid mentioning the Zerg and the Protoss. Fear made Morgan clench the pistol at his waist, hoping that this gun could protect him. It was a P220 pistol, never jammed, always reliable. More advanced and powerful weapons emerged in an endless stream, but the Marines never trusted them as much as they trusted the P220. Morgan knew this pistol as well as he knew himself, and his target bullets never missed. But he had never killed anyone with this gun. But this gun cannot protect Morgan. Its purpose is to kill people. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang in Morgan's ears, accompanied by the explosion and the screams of people's grief and despair. A federal military transport ship was rolling in the gushing flames, and the molten metal was shattered, engulfing those who were about to board the plane. Several Tyranid Empire Wraith fighters approached the federal transport ship parked on the ground in stealth mode and bombed it with laser cannons. They are indeed terrifying ghosts. The invisible enemy can awaken the fear in the hearts of humans. The running federal Marines were hit by the red laser beam and burned to ashes immediately. Morgan held his breath, and the descendants of the creation family around him turned pale with fear. Several tall figures appeared on the ground. Their red armor and golden badges clearly showed their identities. These warriors wearing red armor represent the most representative armed force of the Terran Empire, the Imperial Marines. The Terran Empire had already discovered the 3 federal transport ships and immediately mobilized the army. They may have arrived a long time ago. The reason why they did not shoot down the transport ships in advance was just to lure Morgan out of the mining field. Put up the gangway. Captain, Major Carter shouted, take off now. Forced takeoff might turn into a disaster, but staying on the ground would be a death sentence. Fortunately, a squadron of more than 10 Federation Ghost fighters also came to support, which was better than nothing. It helped the transport ship that was taking off to attract a lot of firepower. The military transport ship was far less comfortable than the private yacht of the Genesis family, and it was extremely crowded and stuffy because it carried too many people. The military never considered the feelings of the crew. Otherwise, they would not have been so stingy for a few temperature control devices. The APOD-33 transport ship proved to all the federal soldiers that any object with a large engine can fly, no matter what it is. With the huge roar of the engine, the transport ship was extremely lucky to avoid the missiles and machine guns of the Imperial fighters, and finally took off and began to climb smoothly. Morgan thought that it was just because the Empire wanted to capture him alive, so as to threaten his parents. Morgan and his cousin Carter squeezed near the cockpit, and Roderick, Duple and others followed closely behind. This transport ship is quite old, and no one knows where the baffle between the cockpit and the passenger compartment has gone. It is also possible that it was dismantled by an idle federal officer at some time after the fall of Tarsones and pawned to buy wine. Sir, at least 5 Imperial Wraith fighters are following us, the pilot said to Major Carter, and most of ours have been shot down. Start the jump engine and take off immediately. This is the last chance. Major Carter had experienced many wars. Even though he had faced more critical situations than this, he couldn't help but gasp for breath because of the violent vibration of the transport ship during high-speed flight. The instrument is working normally. The jump coordinates are being calibrated. the driver said. In interstellar navigation, the most important common sense is that the coordinates must be confirmed repeatedly through precise calculations before jumping. Otherwise it will lead to extremely terrible consequences. Either death or being thrown to the other side of the universe. Or both at the same time. Federation spacecraft. Immediately make an emergency landing at the designated location. Otherwise we will open fire immediately. The intermittent warnings of the Imperial fighter pilots came from the communication channel. Ignore them. Carter knew the Empire's plan very well. Take off. In fact, when Marshal Gasser of the Federation fleet learned that a Protoss fleet far larger than his own appeared in the galaxy of Shur, he had no intention of retreating after rescuing Morgan and others. But he could not do without the support of the Creation family such as Karabah. At least, he had to prove that he had tried his best. Unable to take off. Sir. The pilot's voice was shaking. What a fucking joke you were playing. The Major yelled. I knew this broken ship was unreliable. Master Duple wailed. Unable to take off. The pilot replied, I think the channel is locked. Sir. The spacecraft cannot enter the hyperspace channel. This has never happened before. Carter seemed to have lost all his strength. But now it's happening. When we least expect it, Roderick pointed out sharply, this is a sudden disaster. When Morgan realized that they were doomed, a battlecruiser belonging to the Terran Empire appeared on the radar scan. More wraiths approached from all directions. And Gasser Duke's fleet was nowhere to be found. This is a death trap. When Major Carter ordered the surrender, Roderick said, we were caught in the net from the beginning. The transport ship had to land in the dock of one of the Imperial battlecruisers as required. And Morgan and his men were disarmed as soon as they stepped off the gangway. The empty deck was filled with Imperial soldiers in red power armor. Some of whom were wearing even larger armor. Like giants. They were the Marauders. The Empire's elite heavy infantry. Humanoid tanks and mobile turrets. It is said that the Marauder armor uses a fine steel skeleton and exoskeleton nervous system. And may also be equipped with a personal shield force field. The Federal soldiers had to make multiple sacrifices to injure or even kill a looter. Each looter was an elite in the Imperial army, having experienced countless wars and killed countless enemies. Tell your crime honestly and try to get a lighter sentence. After going through many levels, Morgan finally met a senior Imperial officer who called himself Matt Horner. It won't be long before your family will be reunited in Korhal. I haven't committed any crime, Morgan said. No one is born guilty. But this is for those who are exploited, oppressed and enslaved like livestock. Morgan Karabah. Your greedy and despicable Karabah family business has made huge wealth in the past 2 centuries. Just like the water in the ocean and the sand in the desert. And there is nothing that is not stained with the blood of the people. Matt said. Your trial must be fair. The laws of the Terran Empire will not wrongly accuse any good person. Nor will they let any bad person go. No matter how you torture me. I won't confess, Morgan said. Augustus was the emperor when he ascended the throne. And he was a benevolent monarch. Sometimes, people can speak the truth without being tortured. Matt pointed out that Emperor Augustus was not cruel. The Federation will not let you go. Morgan finally didn't say that I was going to find my father. But Morgan still trembled when he thought of what he was about to face, being taken to the prison world New Folsom, then having his brain removed, his memory tampered, and his organ transplanted, then implanting the memory of absolute loyalty. And then, they will work for the Terran Empire for the rest of their lives until they die. When we joined the revolution with our leader, we didn't expect the Federation to let us go. Matt nodded. But the same is true in reverse. Chapter 525 Taming the Zerg. Suppressing the Protoss. We will be promoted in battle, and serve the Blade of Nyan. The Taldaran Protoss warriors in the temple ruins launched a final desperate charge in a soul-stirring scream. And their strong even-toed ungulate feet burst out at a thunderous speed with the help of the charging device. This was the most desperate counterattack. A desperate battle in rage. There were only a dozen of the Taldaran chosen. And they were facing hundreds of Terran Empire Marines, and the 120mm plasma cannons behind them. The spiritual roar contained in the Taldaran's war cry was enough to make the human race, a mentally weak race, tremble with fear. But what responded to them was not the emotional fluctuations and screams of fear, but bullets and explosions. First, tracer bullets flew into the air, and then the artillery fire blasted everything into powder bullets. Flames soared into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. The Gauss rifles crackled, and spike bullets, depleted uranium bullets, and rifle grenades poured out like chains of light. The dense barrage of the Imperial army first smashed the front Taldaran Protoss into pieces, and the latter immediately retaliated, using the ray guns, phase weapons, and plasma weapons equipped to beat several Imperial Marines into molten metal, flesh and blood compounds and molecules, making them melt like red candles. This caused a wave of emotions in the human army that was clearly visible in the turbulent flow. It was clear that they were not ignorant of fear, but their firm will and hatred for the Protoss prevailed. Then came more intense firepower. The earth was shaking in the artillery fire, and the hot shrapnel instantly burned the air red. The Protoss had a strong shield, but it was not indestructible. The dying Taldaran Protoss soon became few in number, and the last powerful Taldaran high-ranking ascendant released a terrifying psychic lightning chain from the 4 gray fingers, clearing a huge gap among the advancing Imperial soldiers. But he was hit directly by a Punisher grenade from the Marauders and fell to the ground. The fallen Taldaran High Ascendant was not dead for a while. In the light of uncontrolled blood-colored psychic energy gushing out of his body, he still tried to stand up again. An Imperial Marauder strode towards him, and his giant steel body was like a landslide even when he moved. He had iron-black alloy armor with conspicuous golden emblems on it. Those who desecrate the altar will be punished by God, and you will not be free for too long. The Taldaran High Ascendant, who was still struggling to death, never thought that he would die at the hands of humans. And not long ago, they were just insects in their eyes. Not only will I smash these pieces of junk to pieces, I'll also pee on them. But now I'm still standing here. Where is your god? The Imperial Raider strode forward, stepped on the chest of the Taldaran Ascendant, and aimed the Punisher grenade at his thin and slender gray face. Kaboom! The 40-pound grenade cut off the Ascendant's head, and his fallen body disappeared into smoke and turned into rising red light. He too. For God's sake, these bald heads are really pests in the galaxy. Command? I am Sergeant Isaac White. The Taldaran in the temple have been completely cleared. Sergeant White looked at the ruins that collapsed in the artillery fire and reported to his commander. Isaac White is a veteran who served the Federation as a bomb disposal soldier in the Battle of Kylian. Because of some accidents that he never wanted to mention, White had to retire from the army early. After the fall of the Federation, White joined the Imperial Army of Emperor Augustus Mengsk and became a raider after going through layers of selection. Double the salary, double the danger. Since then, White has followed the newly formed Warfield Corps to fight all over the world, and has been to 8 planets in a few months. You know, it's not easy to become a raider. Not to mention that White is also a glorious kill team. Most of the time, this is an honor for veterans of the Revolutionary Army, and White has his own strengths that stand out. He knows explosives and fuses like the back of his hand and is an expert in blasting. At the same time, Emperor Augustus treated veterans of the Kylian War with great favor, probably because he had personally experienced the largest civil war in human history. Received. Sergeant White. Stop advancing and clean up the battlefield. This is the order of Marshal Warfield. His immediate superior, Zach Turner, came from the communication channel. Zach is a commander with good character and convincing. He has helped White a lot in the past. Otherwise the stain on his resume is not so easy to erase. Yes, sir. As White spoke, 2 Reapers equipped with turbo thrusters flew overhead, and he immediately saluted. Then White moved his heavy body to the side, quietly waiting for the Marines behind him to pass by. The medics in white power armor came to the injured soldiers and treated the wounded as quickly as possible. The particle weapons of the Taldaran were extremely powerful, and even a slight touch could cost half of their lives. Some of the remains even had only a few limbs left, and the luckiest soldiers who were still alive had to face the fate of amputation. Most of White's best comrades are no longer alive, and he only hopes that the souls of these warriors who died bravely can return to their homeland, like their distant relatives on Ire and Shakuras. The Taldaran possess extremely powerful technology and magical psychic powers, and their warcraft should also be outstanding among the 3 Protoss races. Generally speaking, the Taldaran are enough to destroy everything with their psychic powers, but they are not opposed to using powerful weapons, and will never mind using any means to win, even if it has nothing to do with honor. The Taldaran are undoubtedly the most bloodthirsty and warlike of the Protoss. They are extremely powerful and tenacious, causing considerable losses to the Imperial Army. Even so, the Taldaran must accept their defeat on this planet. They are extremely powerful, but their numbers are far from enough, and they lack the support of the fleet. As more Imperial troops land on Zil, the planet will soon change hands. This is not the first planet lost by the Tal'Darim in the retaliatory strike of the Imperial Army. And it will not be the last. More than a month ago, the Tal'Darim Protoss destroyed 3 human worlds. And now they have suffered the same revenge. 2 Tal'Darim planets outside the Copperless sector have been destroyed by the Imperial fleet led by Marshal Horace Warfield. Driven by the will of revenge, the Imperial soldiers are brave and eager to fight against 100 people alone to avenge their hatred. This is also the voice of the civilians in the Imperial world. In the Federation era, whenever the Protoss destroyed the human world, the Federation fleet could only withdraw to the core world in disgrace. Since its establishment, the Empire has never retreated when foreign wars broke out. This Empire, born in war, is not afraid of war, nor does it care about losses. They are the saviors and protectors of all the ravaged human beings. Thinking of this, White couldn't help but feel proud. He originally joined the army not to fight against aliens and the Federation, but just to have a war to fight. However, even a war maniac like him is proud of his identity as an Imperial soldier. More than once, White was warmly welcomed in the colonies he visited as the Imperial Sergeant Major, because they came as saviors rather than oppressors. When they were the Federal Army, they were greeted with rotten eggs and shit. The Imperial Army is no longer as pure as it was in the Revolutionary Army era. Most of them are former Federal Army soldiers, but their combat effectiveness is many times stronger than before. At this time, the artillery fire in the distance gradually subsided, and the arc tanks and Sidewinder chariots rumbled through the ruins that were almost razed to the ground. Before the war, this was a lost alien city, surrounded by a Xel'Naga temple. The Xel'Naga temple may not be built by the same species as the city. Countless tall and straight giant buildings form a giant maze that stretches for 200 miles. The Xel'Naga are an extremely ancient civilization. They may have existed billions of years ago and wandered around in the universe. Not far away is the magnificent Xel'Naga temple, like a pointed cone-shaped mountain standing on the horizon. The Tal'Darim seem to worship the Xel'Naga as gods, and they also have great respect for these temples. This city belongs to an ancient civilization that may have died millions of years ago, if they had not developed into the interstellar era. The entire planet and its species seem to have died overnight, and the truth of Sil's destruction has long been buried in the long history of the past. In any case, Sil has now become a barren desert world with many mountains, magnificent temples, and abandoned megacities, and only scattered surface water still nourishes the precious oases. Countless ancient civilization relics are still waiting for human archaeologists to discover. Perhaps the truth of the destruction of the Sil civilization can bring some enlightenment to the Terran people in the future. And if the lost technology is used properly, it will also be of great benefit to the development of science and technology. However, this is the work of archaeologists and experts. As an Imperial soldier who carries a gun and eats the Emperor's food, White is not interested in these so-called alien civilizations. Nor does he care to completely sweep these relics into the garbage dump of history. As the gunfire subsided, more Brother troops passed by, walking or driving various armored vehicles and maglev vehicles, with flags fluttering in the wind. There were many Tal'Darim Protoss captives in the team, pulling several whole cars. White didn't know what fate awaited these dejected aliens, but he wanted to laugh every time he saw such a scene. Other cars were loaded with Tal'Darim Protoss weapons. Basically, humans could neither manufacture nor use them. But not absolutely. New order. Sergeant Major. Protect the engineers and start clearing a landing zone. The next order came from White's communication channel. But it did not come from Commander Zach, but from a female voice. Carolina Davis. White's boss's boss. She was a heroic female commander who had already been promoted to major at a young age. Major Davis was born into a noble family, but she rarely mentioned it. Yes, Commander. White didn't think much about it. As a soldier, he never had to ask the reason for every order. All he had to do was to execute it without any compromise. If you always ask why, it's not called an army. It's called a kindergarten. But White soon found that there were too many troops gathered here. Even Warfield's direct troops, the Imperial Shield Guards, came. This scene is rare. 10 minutes later, a transport ship under the protection of multiple fighters landed in the landing zone. One of the figures that came out stunned White, Emperor Augustus, the hero of the people. 2 years ago, he was the most wanted criminal in the Star Zone. The Emperor was surrounded by high-ranking generals in the army, and the famous Red Queen Sarah Kerrigan was also beside him. The queen had beautiful fiery red curly hair and sexy lips. And her jade green eyes were as bright as gems. She was a kind queen who practiced what she preached, often accompanying the emperor to visit various places and sympathizing with the people. Emperor Augustus married a commoner to break the tradition of the old system of the Federation where the nobles were in power, or to win the support of psychers. Emperor Augustus no longer needed to obtain the support of the Federation nobles through marriage, because they had basically been killed. White didn't have time to think about why the emperor came to Sheer. Not long ago, the emperor was fighting against the Zerg in the province of Agria. When the emperor walked past White, he immediately saluted like other soldiers. If it weren't for the military's prohibition of kneeling to the emperor, the servo system of this raider armor was not flexible enough to allow White to do so. White believed that he would have knelt on one knee at this moment. Sergeant Isaac White salutes you, Your Majesty. White gave his name. White was not a fanatical believer of Emperor Augustus, but it was inevitable that his heart would surge when such a person stood in front of him. The emperor has his own personal charm, which no one can match. Taming the Zerg, annihilating the Protoss, the great empire. The contribution will be passed down through the ages. Salute you, Sergeant, Emperor Augustus said as he walked past White. The emperor nodded to White, and stood not far from him, looking at the Xel'Naga temple in the distance with the entourage behind him. Since there is a Xel'Naga temple, there may be a Xel'Naga portal here, the emperor said. If we can find this portal, we can closely connect the world where Sil is located with other imperial worlds. The Protoss also used these portals along with their huge Protoss empire. But in our time, they retreated to Ire. Your Majesty, there are both advantages and disadvantages to activating the Xel'Naga portal. If you use the portal to attack the empire, it will be irreparable. The speaker is an old man with a white beard and work clothes. Only the Protoss and my engineers know how to use this portal. Augustus's eyes were always on the Xel'Naga temple. If the Protoss didn't betray the empire, that would be true, Dr. Nerid said. The Protoss would never betray the empire, the emperor said firmly. Then he asked, how is the excavation of the Xel'Naga artifact fragments in the temple going? It's almost done, Your Majesty, a naval captain under Warfield replied. So, including Monol's piece, we already have 3 Xel'Naga artifact fragments in our hands, Dr. Nerid suggested to the emperor. Although I don't know how many such fragments there are. According to my research, once all the fragments are collected and reassembled, there may be unexpected effects. It may be an extremely powerful weapon. Is that true? The emperor certainly didn't know the true value of the Xel'Naga artifact, but he still showed his absolute trust in Dr. Nerid in this way. The work of collecting artifact fragments cannot be left behind. The Xel'Naga artifact may be used to fight against the Zerg. Chapter 526, the third Xel'Naga fragment. Among all the planets Augustus has visited, the majestic mountains of Sil and the lost cities that remain in them are unique. Sil's mountains are incredibly huge and tall, often more than 10 miles high, and the land they occupy is extremely vast. Thousands of such mountains form a high wall like a natural moat, which rises to the sky and reaches deep into the clouds. The cities of Sil's ancient civilization are located on the flat land between the mountains. There are countless tall and dense tower-style buildings in the cities. Each building complex is connected by surrounding ramps, towers and bridges, and converges into a spiderweb-like complex in the distance. These cities, so huge that it is difficult to see the beginning and the end, must have had an extremely glorious history. The races that created these great relics long ago still walk on this land. At that time, it was still long before the first human looked up at the stars. At that time, it was millions of years away from now. No matter how magnificent and prosperous these lost cities were, all the colors have been wiped out by the world and the never-ending wind and sand. The millions of gray and black buildings in the abandoned cities are like the silent tombstones of this civilization. Augustus looked out over this dead world from the stone steps of the Xel'Naga temple in the center of the city, imagining its former prosperity, with its azure blue rivers and green and brown forests and grasslands. But now it was extremely desolate. Many centuries before the arrival of humans, the strong winds of Sil had blown away the last of the vegetation that had taken root here, revealing ugly dark brown rock shells. And the huge bright spots on the ground were once part of a giant lake or ocean. The wind swept across the land that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, carrying away countless tons of yellow sand and gravel. No matter how magnificent and mysterious life this planet had once nurtured, it has now become the grave of this species. This civilization has a close relationship with the Xel'Naga. According to preliminary investigations, they may have worshipped the Xel'Naga extremely fanatically and regarded them as gods. Dr. Nerid no longer praised them repeatedly like he did when he first came here, but he was still immersed in shock. So, just like the Protoss, the intelligent life of Syl has also received advice and teachings from the Xel'Naga? Augustus thought to himself. Shouldn't you have a share of this Xel'Naga? This requires further archaeological excavations and research on the social structure and culture of ancient civilizations. It is also possible that the Xel'Naga never appeared in front of this civilization. But before the species on this planet evolved wisdom and developed civilization, those Xel'Naga temples already existed. Dr. Nerid pondered for a moment. So, when this civilization develops to a higher level, the more it can understand that the Xel'Naga temples are unique, the more it will be in awe, until it develops religious worship. Among the excavated Xel'Naga ruins, the earliest architectural history can be traced back to the beginning of the universe, when the stars were just formed. The doctor said, Xel'Naga, what a great and mysterious race. Do you think they are gods? Augustus was silent for a while. Omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent gods. The emperor made an analogy. For example, if I mutter a few words here, will they look over? There is no way to prove it. Dr. Nerid looked at Augustus, opened his mouth, and said nothing. He knew that the emperor was an atheist, but he was very interested in mysterious phenomena like this. Are the prophecies of Xel'Naga true? Augustus asked again. So far, humans have not been able to interpret the prophecies of Xel'Naga. The doctor sighed and emphasized, the difficulty is equivalent to an unintelligent ape analyzing an equation, which is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even the Protoss can't do it. If the Xel'Naga are really a high-dimensional existence that humans cannot understand, then indeed, their every move is a miracle, and their prophecies are the trajectory of destiny. Augustus put his hands behind his back. If the Xel'Naga return again and become the enemy of humans, how can we kill them? Your Majesty? Dr. Nerid was obviously stumped by the Emperor's question. He felt embarrassed and almost said that you humans are worthy of being the enemy of Amon. After all, I am just a slightly accomplished Xel'Naga scholar and a mediocre biologist. When I was young, I always liked these wild and unrestrained ideas. What if one day I have to be an enemy of the gods? Augustus signaled that my dear minister should not panic. I was just talking casually. After that, Augustus walked along the huge steps to the interior of the Xel'Naga temple, and Nerid and others followed behind him. The Xel'Naga temple in Syl is different from those in Air and Shakuras, but the beautiful spiral dome and huge hexagonal stone columns are exactly the same. This Xel'Naga temple is indeed the center of the city. Or in other words, all other buildings and layouts are built on it, and each architectural style complements the elegance and beauty of the Xel'Naga temple. Two stone steps that seem to be built for giants converge along the trapezoidal altar and the angular straight columns to the top of the temple, and finally meet at the temple gate in front of Augustus. The temple gate is 200 feet high and 40 feet wide, twice as thick as the wall of the palace in Augustgrad. The gates seem to be made of dozens of different, but perfectly fitting geometric fragments, and the dark green light kept flowing along the grooves between them. Augustus originally planned to use the Draken laser drill to blast open the gate, but he didn't expect that Dr. Nerid would unexpectedly find a way to open it. The Emperor was overjoyed. If he could open the first one, he could open the second one. Behind the gate was the majestic temple hall, which was larger than any known human building, dwarfing them, so that the wall opposite the gate was like a cliff in the distance, looking like both a wall and a ceiling. The flowing crystal light spread out from the four walls like a dark green waterfall, making the whole world seem to be in a garden. Dark green is the primary color of life. The lush forests, jungles and grasslands, in the creations of Xel'Naga, everything is perfectly integrated with the beauty of nature and the vitality of all things. The number and strength of the pillars supporting the dome in the hall are obviously not enough to support such a huge building. But this temple still stands firm with its miraculous structure and material strength. There is no window inside, and there is no sunlight, but it is not dark. In front of Augustus, there are many huge creations, which seem to be prepared for giants of equal size. Xel'Naga once sat here. Emperor Augustus sighed and said, I can't imagine what the grand occasion was like at that time. Yes, it's a pity that we will never see it again. Dr. Nerid's regret does not seem to be fake, but it seems to be more than just regret. There are hundreds of Imperial soldiers in the temple hall, including many archaeologists and tech scholars, who are carefully excavating the ruins. In the Copperloo sector, the main duty of archaeologists is to excavate rare alien ruins. After all, the Terran Federation has only a history of 2 or 3 centuries, and there is really nothing to excavate. Augustus found a lot of unknown and downtrodden archaeologists from Tarsones, and hired them to excavate alien ruins for him. It is worth mentioning that Augustus's 10-year-old nephew Valerian Mengsk also wanted to participate in the archaeological excavation, but was yelled back by his father. Considering the preciousness of many ancient relics in Sil, and its important geographical location, Augustus also decided to build several outposts and scientific research stations here. Sil's natural resources are also quite valuable. In the future, perhaps the colonization plan can be put on the agenda to build several smaller settlements to strengthen the Empire's control over this place. That should be the fragment of the Zell's artifact. Dr. Nerid pointed to the center of the temple hall. On the rising hexagonal column, there was a black polyhedron, and the smooth cut was surrounded by blue fluorescence. According to the doctor, this is part of an extraordinary Zelnaga creation. Is this what the Taldarim are protecting? Augustus walked towards the fragment of the Zelnaga artifact, and the Imperial soldiers and scholars along the way saluted him. Even they themselves don't understand what it is used for. Since the Taldarim attach so much importance to it, it must have its value, Dr. Nerid said. At this time, Nerid did not have the funds to hire the Rainer Rangers in the game to find the artifact for him. He could only try his best to make the Emperor believe that this thing was absolutely extraordinary, and he would never have thought that Augustus had already seen through his thoughts. But the other party couldn't figure out what Nerid was going to do with the artifact at this time. The Zelnaga artifact is indeed crucial. It can be used to absorb energy to revive the Dark God Amon and pull him back to the real universe. It is also the key to finding Inna and entering the Void, and even creating the next generation of Zelnaga. Under Augustus's instructions, this Zelnaga artifact was carefully tightened in a black metal password box and transported back to the fleet by a special person and a special plane. This is the third piece of the Zelnaga artifact that Augustus has obtained. But he himself is not very keen on collecting all the artifacts. But since Nerid is so interested, Augustus wants to see what he is up to. Since the doctor said so, there must be a reason for the doctor. Since Dr. Nerid created the time-space fragmentation device and personal shield based on the research of Zelnaga technology, the Emperor has been more and more respectful and trusting of him. At this point, Augustus turned to Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard beside him. Have you got any results from the interrogation of the Shiltaldaran Protoss? At this point, the Taldaran Protoss forces entrenched in Sil have been completely wiped out by the Imperial Army, with only a small number of remnants still resisting. Soon, Sil's victory will spread throughout the entire Terran Empire world. The Taldaran Protoss of Sil are not the Taldarim who attacked the human world, and they know nothing about the destruction of Braxis. They belong to the Taldarim Expeditionary Force led by Executor Nyan, fanatically following the Zelnaga, and are semi-independent of the mainstream world of the Taldarim Protoss. Now that they were beaten by the Terran Empire, they were completely confused. They were still standing there, but they took the blame for no reason. However, whether it was Augustus who knew the truth or the people of the Empire who couldn't tell the difference, there was actually no difference between the two groups of Taldarim, and they were not good people anyway. In any case, let's settle the feud first. The group of Taldarim Protoss in Iowan and the Imperial Army were not without grievances, which could be traced back to the bloody conflict between the two on the jungle planet Bazher during the Revolutionary Army era. After all, the Taldarim of Slain are far away from the Tyranid Empire, while the Taldarim of Nyan are on the border of the Empire. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to sleep peacefully under one's bed. As long as Augustus's Tyranid Empire continues to expand outward, the two sides will sooner or later go to war again. In this case, he might as well strike first. Augustus is not worried that the elimination of this Taldarim will lead to an outbreak of Slain. Nyan is regarded as a madman who has been smoked by Terrazine among his own people. Unless ordered by a high-ranking lord, no Taldarim lord will risk his own power to help Nyan avenge his father. There is only intrigue and power struggle among the Taldarim, and no family affection. And the current relationship between the Taldarim High Lord Marash and Nyan can be regarded as very bad, let alone helping him to avenge his father, unless it is used as an excuse for power struggle. But fighting the Terran Empire has no practical benefits, and it is very likely to affect the plan of the Dark God Amon. If the high-ranking lords of the Tal'Darim really come to cause trouble, Augustus will have his own way to deal with it. In any case, Augustus will never be timid because of fear of the consequences. He will never speak softly when he needs to be ruthless. Although the Tal'Darim Protoss fight bravely and are extremely tenacious, they are not unyielding. Faraday replied, "Now we have obtained the detailed coordinates of several Tal'Darim planets, but we are not sure about their authenticity. The Tal'Darim Protoss are known for their cunning. They look down on humans, but will succumb to the strong. Humans can also be strong. Have you figured out where Nyan's lair is?" Augustus asked. "In the Sigma Quadrant," Faraday replied. "Show these coordinates on the map," Augustus said. Then, a three-dimensional holographic map unfolded in front of Augustus. Several planets less than the size of a star appeared in the dusty star map, with the stars they orbited. The most important planet among them was named Typhon. According to the confession of the Tal'Darim captives, Typhon also had a fragment of the Zelnada artifact that they had offered up. The Sigma Quadrant is the headquarters of Nyan. The records on the map show that many human ships have disappeared when passing through here. Actress's exploration team also disappeared in the Sigma Quadrant. But there was no news of the search and rescue team sent thereafter. After the outbreak of the war, this matter can only be left unresolved. Augustus remembered something. Immediately send multiple reconnaissance ships and infiltration forces to these Tal'Darim worlds to prepare for the upcoming war. Thinking of this, Augustus looked at the planet named Typhon. In Augustus' memory, Typhon was destroyed by a supernova explosion in the year 2504 in the timeline of Wings of Liberty. But now it was 10 years ago. The next world that must be captured is Typhon. Chapter 527, He is Still a Thief. Typhon 11. Typhon is considered a remote planet with barren land and sparse minerals. It is not an ideal choice for colonization. Only explorers and adventurers occasionally visit here, and no one cares about it anymore. There is no record of the time when the Tal'Darim Protoss occupied Typhon. By the time the Terran Empire's exploration spacecraft arrived here, the barren plateaus and huge cliffs of Typhon had already been covered with Protoss altars and temples built of huge stones. These fanatical Tal'Darim regard Typhon as a holy place, and will never allow any blasphemy. On the eve of the Holy Spirit Festival, Emperor Augustus Mengsk of the Terran Empire ordered an offensive against the Tal'Darim Protoss of Typhon. Under the Emperor's order, as many as 4 Imperial fleets, including the Sons of Korhal, Antigua Squadron, Nova Squadron and Crimson Squadron, about 70 battlecruisers, and various types of ships such as destroyers, frigates, supply ships, armored transport ships, etc., approached the Typhon system. Note, destroyer, which appears in the short story Acid Burn, is a large ship equipped with powerful firepower, but insufficient armor, high attack and low defense. After the small-scale friction and exchange of fire between the scout groups of both sides, the battle quickly turned into a large-scale fleet battle and a brutal battle around the satellite. The Tal'Darim and the Empire each deployed their main fleets. The shining light of the naval guns could be seen from the high-altitude orbit of Typhon to the near-Earth atmosphere, and the wreckage of the destroyed warships was countless. Before the war broke out, Typhon's Tal'Darim realized that they were at an absolute disadvantage. The number of their warships was less than 1/10 of the Imperial fleet, and the number of their warriors was far less than that of humans. The warships of the Tal'Darim Protoss had superior firepower and plasma shields, which were much more advanced than those of the Empire, but it was still not enough to make up for the huge gap. After all, these Tal'Darim were just an isolated army that had separated from the mainstream world of their race. Their executive officer, Nion, was just a paranoid lunatic. He was not strong at all, and it was difficult for him to get support from his home planet. Slain at the 7th standard of the outbreak of the war, under the command of Imperial Admiral Horace Warfield, the superior fleet defeated and crushed the Typhon Tal'Darim fleet, destroyed 12 Protoss aircraft carriers, and countless small and medium-sized spacecraft. The heroic Imperial Navy also paid a great sacrifice. Many Imperial battle cruisers such as the Norris, Hera and Antigone were destroyed, and about 20,000 naval soldiers died in the battle. Among them, the Imperial soldiers on the Inkhar were extremely brave when they were boarded and raided by the Tal'Darim Protoss. At the most intense moment of the battle, the Pantyrone Party Commissar and key officers took the lead in counterattacking and finally regained control of the battleship. Many naval officers and soldiers were promoted during the war and awarded the Silver Tower Oak Leaf and Sword Medal and the title of Imperial Hero. waiting to return to Car Augustgrad for honors. This behemoth-class battlecruiser built in Antigua Starport was put into service at the beginning of the establishment of the Empire. It has made many military achievements in just a few months. Its name is to commemorate a loyal steward who died for the Mengsk family. In the 10th Standard Time, the Imperial fleet occupying Typhon's high-altitude orbit used Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy several Tal'Darim cities on the surface. Dr. Nerid and the Imperial Xel'Naga engineers installed a small warp engine on the nuclear bomb, which was detonated directly in the center of the Protoss city. So the Tal'Darim Protoss could not intercept it. The Empire found about 1,300 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs and about 10,000 tactical nuclear bombs of different levels in the Federal Physics Laboratory, nuclear arsenal and nuclear missile silos in Tarsones, enough to bomb Tarsones over and over again. It is said that Prince Arcturus personally led the army to confiscate the nuclear bombs, and the look he gave those nuclear bombs was 1,000 times more passionate than that of a woman. Nuclear weapons are still the most deterrent force for humans in the interstellar space, and the nuclear bomb mania began in the Federation era. After gaining absolute air superiority, General Warfield ordered to land on Typhon and attack the last Protoss city after the bombing. It was a holy city located between Brownstone Canyon's 2011 ladder map Redstone Gulch, and it was also the location of the Xel'Naga fragments. About 280,000 people from the 5th, 8th and 10th Army of the Imperial Marines were ordered to carry out this mission in a large number of armored vehicles, tanks, railguns, laser cannons, and other siege vehicles, commanded by General Xander. Half of the Legion were once Federal soldiers, but after joining the Imperial Army, they became much braver than before, and a considerable number of them were resocialized soldiers. Although Emperor Augustus has ordered the closure of all Federal resocialized soldier manufacturing factories except Norris and Nafu too, there are still about 7 million Federal soldiers who have undergone this transformation. Even at the end of the Guild War, when society was in turmoil and the crime rate was high, the number of prisoners alone was not enough. The answer is that the Federation has resocialized refugees and even legally conscripted recruits. Some of the transformations were minor, only instilling combat knowledge, while others completely changed their perception of themselves. The damage to the human brain caused by resocialization is irreversible, and Augustus could only allow these warriors to continue to be loyal to the Empire. At this point, the Typhon Tal'Darim, who were defeated in less than a day, had to admit the fact that they were defeated, although they knew that if they were defeated, they would inevitably face the cold anger and death of the Executor. Some of the Tal'Darim Protoss still fled Typhon in high-speed spacecraft out of fear. This was naturally a great humiliation, but they at least realized one thing. At least the Terran Empire humans were not to be trifled with. While knowing that victory was already decided, Augustus knew that Typhon's victory only weakened the strength of the Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force, and was not enough to make the final decision. The Tal'Darim Protoss entrenched in the Sigma Quadrant, the base camp, was still a powerful force, according to the existing intelligence and the comparison of enemy and our strength. Even if the Imperial Navy won, it might only be a miserable victory. Moreover, the environment of the Sigma Quadrant was complex, and rash entry into it would definitely be a loss. Augustus had to reevaluate the war. While he ordered the generals and chiefs of staff of the headquarters to discuss the plan of attacking the Sigma Quadrant, he personally interrogated the prisoners in the command cabin of the flagship Hyperion. The subject of the interrogation was a commander of the Tal'Darim fleet. According to this ascendant named Hal, he was a high-ranking ascendant in the ascendant chain, a chosen one of the Dark God, and had a high status. Hal was still arrogant after being captured, and he soon realized that no matter how high his status among the Tal'Darim was, he was worthless in front of the stern-faced emperor of the Terran Empire. You said that in the Sigma Quadrant, your executor in Iowan still has a Tal'Darim mothership. Emperor Augustus, dressed in a navy uniform, stood in front of the high-level ascendant tied to an alloy chair. The latter was only wearing a blood-stained gray robe, so weak that even his mental language was weak. Where did this mothership come from? Standing next to him were fully armed royal guards, whose brown and gold power armor could resist mental shocks, and was designed for psychic assassins. Outside the observation window, in the distance is the planet Typhon bathed in blue sunlight. For example, the sun it orbits has not yet exploded. The Imperial fleet has built many supply stations in the small star belt at the edge of the galaxy to solve the logistics of the huge fleet. Ah, if you know, just let me go as soon as possible. and then beg for mercy at the feet of Lord Inion. You stinky bug. With the Ascendant, Hell just shouted a few words, and twitched all over because of the blue arc surging on his body. He was so weak that he couldn't resist at all. Sarah Kerrigan behind Augustus put away her hand with electric arcs on her fingertips, and reached out to touch her long red hair, and said, in my opinion, you are a real bug. Answer your Majesty's question, little Protoss. You Tal'Darim don't understand the principle of sitting still and getting beaten. At the same time, even a Bohemian man like Tychus was more afraid of Queen Kerrigan. This was probably one of the few women in the world that he kept away from. When did you learn this trick? Why? I learned it from the Protoss. Kerrigan rubbed her fingers together, and sparks actually flew when I was in Ire. I once learned a few moves from the high-level Templar masters of the Valari Templar school. I was the only human they taught, she said, and made a beautiful spark. I was very happy about this for a long time, and I often practiced how to discharge electricity like the high-level Templars. It's probably because humans other than you don't have that much psychic power. What on earth are you? Tychus hesitated, thinking of the time when the couple had a conflict and Kerrigan easily suppressed Augustus and electrocuted him. Tychus couldn't help laughing, but he knew that Kerrigan was reluctant to hit Augustus. A human? A human? How can you have such a powerful force? This is impossible. The face of the Ascended Hell became darker. The truth is always intriguing. Tychus was electrocuted as he spoke, and his butt was smoking. Where did that mothership come from? Augustus coughed lightly, and continued to ask. Of course, it came from the warp. How the Ascended did not dare to mutter anything more. I mean the source. Where and how did you forge your mothership? Augustus raised his voice, reminding the other party that he had no extra patience. Forging? No. The Tal'Darim will not waste time on sieges and production. Providing weapons and spaceships is the job of the weak. Hal seemed to despise the word forging that Augustus said. Every Tal'Darim Protoss is a warrior, and their strength in battle can prove the value of a Tal'Darim. Tal'Darim despise inventions and creations, and there are almost no scientists and engineers in the tribe. Or even scientists and engineers must be able to fight. Although Tal'Darim always look down on the creations of distant relatives, they will also treasure the excavated motherships and colossi. Anyway, Tal'Darim have no moral values and no psychological burden at all. I understand what you mean. This mother fleet was certainly obtained from the Templars, he said. It is a waste for them to bury these warships in abandoned colonies. Then this is what you are doing. Augustus got what he wanted, stealing Ire Protoss ships and technology, and torturing captured Calais engineers in the forge every day to interrogate technological secrets. This is not stealing, the Ascendant emphasized angrily. The Templars are full of morality, but they are just hypocritical. Only the Tal'Darim know how to fight. What a shame, Tychus said. I know, Augustus said. Those Ire Protoss really won't cry until they see the coffin. And it really took a lot of effort. The Ascendant said proudly. I always do this quickly and well. They are like thick-skinned livestock that can endure the most severe torture. But as long as you threaten them with the Ire Protoss's neural bundles, they will immediately surrender. In fact, according to the information Augustus received, the Tal'Darim Protoss hub was also stolen. Not only that, but even the place where Calais was tortured was stolen. The Protoss Empire was totally unaware of this. It was common for exploration ships and patrols to disappear, but the Tal'Darim would never reveal any evidence. In addition, the Protoss Empire had rarely come into contact with the Tal'Darim, let alone a war. So it was even more impossible for them to know what they were doing. In Monlize, Sil and Typhon, the Terran Empire rescued many Ire Protoss captured by the Tal'Darim Protoss. Given the friendly relationship between the Terran Empire and the Daram Protoss, Augustus of course immediately handed over these Protoss along with the Tal'Darim captives to them. This incident certainly caused a great sensation in the Daram Protoss society. In shock and anger, they finally understood what was going on. The Protoss could never tolerate their own people being tortured like this. And the more they understood the truth, the more frightened they were. Who knows how long the Tal'Darim have been doing this? They always steal with a clear conscience, and then break the victim's legs, saying that they use your broken things. It's really a great grievance. How many Ire Protoss have been kidnapped by you in the Sigma Quadrant? Augustus asked again. How do I remember? The Ascendant said. Someone has to repair the damaged spacecraft and weapons. This is the slave's job. Did you also kidnap the Dark Templar? Augustus asked. The Ascendant hesitated for a moment, not knowing how Augustus knew about this. Most of the time, These Dark Templar invaded our territory themselves. They tried their best to study the legacy of the Xel'Naga, which of course made Lord Niowen furious, since their territories are built around the ruins of the Xel'Naga. Wandering interstellar Dark Templar scholars are always attracted here, and every time, they are confident that they can avoid the Tal'Darim's detectors. I don't understand why he is angry. Amon himself doesn't care. He pointed to his head. He is not very normal here. Of course, we have always been jealous of the Dark Templars' time and space technology, which is their specialty. Hal continued, they came at the right time. Okay. Augustus turned to Kerrigan and Tychus and said, now Tassadar has a reason to send troops. Chapter 528, it was stolen from the Templar. After capturing Typhon, Augustus did not take advantage of the situation to capture the last territory of the Tal'Darim Protoss, the Sigma Quadrant, but chose to let the soldiers of the Empire rest in the occupied area for a while, and the fleet switched from offensive to defensive. During this period, the busiest people were the medical workers accompanying the army, who had to spend all day treating the wounded. Even so, many soldiers died due to their serious injuries, and their bodies were sent to their hometowns for burial on the transport ships returning to Korhal. In all the foreign wars, no one is immortal. That is why Augustus never liked war. But he had to end it with war. The Imperial fleet in rest must be on guard against the retaliatory attacks of the Tal'Darim at any time. So the soldiers must remain vigilant while resting. In this way, when Christmas comes, the Imperial soldiers can only have fun in the midst of suffering. Fortunately, although Typhon is barren, there are forests and jungles between the canyon deserts and high cliffs and boulders in the mid-latitudes, which is good for decorating a few Christmas trees. Except that they could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea and coffee instead. The warriors were still able to enjoy a rich meal during the festival, and they could also eat local creatures they hunted. Emperor Augustus had no intention of establishing a colony in Typhon, and for the time being, he had not introduced any measures to protect local resources and wildlife. A few days after Christmas, Augustus finally received an ultimatum from Tal'Darim executive Niowen. Niowen seemed to have never thought about why the humans of the Terran Empire would attack them, and he didn't even want to figure it out. He just regarded Augustus and his warriors as heretics who blaspheme the gods. It seems that Niowen is indeed in a state of mental disorder. He cannot listen to any words, and has no intention of talking to Augustus. The communication ended with the executive scolding and cursing the emperor. Niowen claimed that he would hunt Augustus to the ends of the earth and let him die 10,000 times. It can be seen that the executive Niowen is probably really crazy. Alarak has a voice. Do you know a fate more terrible than death? I will let you collect Terrazine, and then you will go crazy like Niowen. Augustus is of course very vigilant about such an unstable factor on the border of the empire. But the expected revenge did not come. For more than 10 days, Augustus did not see a single Tal'Darim. Augustus did not understand Niowen's plan. Perhaps he expected that the humans of the Terran Empire would definitely attack his base camp. So he was waiting for them to attack. Combined with the words of Niowen's captured subordinates, the mentally disturbed Niowen was not popular. He could control these Tal'Darim only because he was a real strong man. Even though Niowen had allies on his home planet slain, they now kept their distance because of his crazy appearance. The society of the Tal'Darim is known for its cruelty. Strength is supreme, and no one will think of old friendships. If Niowen had not lost his mind, he could have used the Terrazine resources in his hands or played tricks to gather allies and slain. But it was obviously impossible now. In this case, Augustus expected that Niowen would not be able to wait for reinforcements. And his reinforcements were on the way and were about to arrive. The day was about to set as the new year arrived. The blue main sequence star of Typhon was still shining. It looked like just a star in the sky, but it was brighter than all the stars. The light and heat it released still made the weather here unbearably hot. On the vast reddish-brown land, the clusters of catering crystals surrounding the Xel'Naga temple that the emperor used as his palace still emitted blue and purple flashes as night approached. As the sun gradually set, a blue-green crescent moon climbed up the clouds, and the light it emitted was like the moon in the water. This is a completely different alien world, and the sadness of the red desert hits you, as if the earth has just passed the ice age. Solitary mysterious altars and spires stand among the bright mountains, quiet and harmonious. The Xel'Naga temple, which has stood here for at least millions of years, still stands in the moonlight, unbreakable by wind and rain. The spiral walls and huge curved stairs are shrouded in dark green light, as if covered with moss and vines. Although Typhon is also a bitter and cold place, it also has its own charm. Perhaps this is also the charm of this cruel universe. Surrounding the Xel'Naga temple are the dark Gothic-style, hideous buildings of the Tal'Darim Protoss, in which the blood fragment crystals still exude the powerful and surging energy of the past. However, the crystal towers have collapsed, and these Tal'Darim buildings have also fallen into paralysis. There are also bases of the Imperial army scattered around, mostly silver and gray buildings in the shape of blocks. The bases are illuminated by signal lights connected by wires, and are inhabited by soldiers, scientists, archaeologists, and technicians. In the dead of night, sensors and sentry soldiers are still monitoring the ancient temples and the desert in the distance. Under the moonlight, patrols of 10 people walked on the floor cut from solid rocks and lava, making the sound of steel boots tapping in corners that others cannot notice. Many spider-shaped small robots are loyally guarding the sleeping people. This is a family created by Viktor Kaczynski, which includes spider minds, widow minds, and black widow minds. Among them, black widow minds can detect psychic waveforms. Once an invading psychic creature is detected, it will swarm and be detonated. It is specially designed to guard against the invisible warriors of the Tal'Darim Protoss, the Blood Hunters, and the ghost agents of the Federation. Of course, there was a flaw in the Black Widow Ray's IFF system, and she attempted to attack her own Dark Templar more than once. Victor was kept in the dark about this matter until the Emperor summoned him. At this moment, it was already midnight. The Emperor's room was located in an empty room in the Xel'Naga temple. There was only a steel bed in the room, and the sunwood table and chairs were brought by Augustus from the last Governor Chaucera, and they were still in use. Augustus was not very interested in those luxury items inlaid with gold and silver. The palace was entirely decorated by his brothers and sisters. However, the electronic equipment in this room was the most advanced, because the Emperor had to ensure that he could communicate with his army at any time, if necessary. Even if he was ready to go to bed, Augustus could meet with his ministers and generals at any time and any place. Augustus was still dealing with government affairs from Kar, mostly about the appointment, promotion, and transfer of imperial ministers, or which world announced today that it would completely secede from the Federation and join the Empire, and which world went back on its word and needed to dispatch troops to suppress the rebellion, no matter what. After dealing with these matters, Augustus always asked him to appoint a new governor. Augustus could not just appoint generals as governors to prevent the army from expanding out of control, so he had to find new candidates. These governors only acted as the Emperor's ruling power over the Empire's various territories and colonies, because the Emperor of the Empire was nominally the governor of all the Empire's planets, and this honor was also included in his title. Fortunately, administrative talents can be discovered from core worlds such as Tarsones, and both his father Angus and his brother are fully capable of this. Augustus did not need to carefully select the loyalty of these people, as there were senior psychics to investigate and review them. Emperor Augustus favored hard-working and capable people, not powerful and influential people. People who were frustrated in the Federation era could rise to prominence in the Empire, so the voices praising the Emperor's wisdom became more and more powerful. Of course, chaos also emerged in the newly established Empire. Many Federation rebel organizations and individuals committed crimes in the name of eradicating the remnants of the Federation aristocracy, and even committed many sensational atrocities. There were cases where the entire family of nobles, who used to be attached to the Creation family, was massacred, in addition to the instigators with ulterior motives. The murderers were civilians, who had never killed anyone before. Augustus could only order these nobles to be imprisoned to temporarily protect them, calm the incited public anger, and then punish the murderers, emphasizing that criminals should be punished, but only law enforcers could do so. At the same time, although the Pantalan Party and the army still had the majority of determined people, there were many revolutionary fighters from the marginal world who were corrupted by money, fame, and fortune after seeing the prosperous Tarsones. There were also officials from the marginal world who could not wait to abuse the power granted by the Emperor to take bribes and oppress the people, thinking that the Emperor was far away and would not investigate them. These things always happened one after another. If Augustus's father and brother were not so capable, he would not have been able to spare the time to lead the army to the frontier expedition. There was only one thing that bothered Augustus very much. It seemed that his sister Dorothy was also preparing to join the political world. Dorothy Mensk was 20 years old this year, with beautiful long gray hair and gray eyes, outstanding appearance and extraordinary wisdom. She had shown the potential of a leader at a very young age, was eloquent and quick-witted. She followed her father to learn about politics and business since she was a child. And now she has shown abilities that are not inferior to her father and brother. Augustus certainly felt very sorry for his sister. After all, he only had this one sister. Thinking of this, Augustus could only let Dorothy serve as the governor of Viridia Prime to test the waters and let Arcturus assist. Your Majesty, it's time for you to lie down. Thinking of this, Augustus felt a soft touch behind him, and the fragrance of shampoo came to his face. The barracks can only provide ultrasonic baths at most. But Typhon has abundant groundwater resources, so taking a hot bath is enough. You stinging bee. Augustus reached out and held Kerrigan in his arms, feeling the curves at his hands. To be honest, Augustus was not interested at the moment. But Kerrigan seemed to be more and more persistent in wanting a child. Neither of them had any problems. But they could never get pregnant. If the Empire had a clear heir, the princes, ministers, and marshals would not have to waver in the struggle for power, and the regime would be more stable. But Augustus didn't really care, and he hoped Kerrigan could understand this. They are still young and have time. If not, Augustus will choose a successor from his brothers and sisters or their descendants. Kerrigan huddled in Augustus' arms, waiting for the coming storm. But after a while, she sat up from the Emperor's lap angrily. It's really not the right time. Kerrigan's eyebrows were unhappy, and the blurred look faded from her green eyes. A female Royal Guard soldier knocked gently on the door, and then brought the news that Artanes, the executor of the Terran Protoss, had arrived. Faraday! Tychus! Augustus shouted. Augustus hurriedly got up and changed his clothes, and rushed to Typhon. The Royal Guards outside immediately arranged a vehicle. Although Kerrigan was unhappy, she knew the importance of things. Anyway, she had plenty of time to get close to Augustus and had many cards to play. She just needed to be vigilant against bad guys. Guard Captain Faraday arrived soon. And although Deputy Captain Tychus was slow, he actually caught up in time. Typhon didn't have much money to make, and there were no places for entertainment. So Tychus focused on the cultural relics, and was still energetic in the middle of the night to appreciate their value. Soon, Augustus met Artanes, the executive officer of the Terran Protoss, Grand Archon Phoenix, and the daughter of the matriarch of the Dark Templar, who had come all the way to the pressure port of Typhon Starport. Artanes brought new news from the Terran Protoss. That is, after rescuing Razigal, the frightened matriarch Razigal decided not to serve as the Archbishop of Dalam, and the former high-ranking executive Tassadar continued to take over. Due to Tassadar's wise leadership in the defense of Shakuras and his closeness to the Dark Templar, this did not cause much shock. For a Templar who respects and is willing to learn the traditions and skills of the Dark Templar, the Dark Templar will return the same respect and love. Thus, Artanes, the student of Tassadar, took over the position of his mentor and became the new high-ranking executive. However, this position is more of a pressure than a joy for the young Artanes. Augustus was sincerely happy for his old friend Tassadar, but also worried about the health of the old patriarch of the Dark Templar, Razigal. Even from a human perspective, she is a lady of high moral character and respect. Many Dark Templars only reluctantly accept the Templars for the sake of the Patriarch. If the Patriarch dies, it will be a great earthquake. The Terran Protoss is a staunch ally of the Terran Empire, and Augustus does not want them to fall into civil war. But according to Vorazin, the female Patriarch is in good health. For a person who can talk to the Prince of Blades with motherly majesty for several months, this thrilling journey of being captured is not a shock at all. Razigal was a stronger warrior than Vorazin in her youth, and she had seen countless ups and downs. Apparently, she was just looking for an excuse to give up her throne. But Vorazin was not satisfied. Tal'Darim are full of lies and shameless. As soon as he saw Augustus, the true Phoenix shouted, "Die, Tal'Darim! Where are they? I must teach these despicable kidnappers and thieves a lesson. No, I will make the Tal'Darim bleed." "Phoenix, brother, they are not here," Augustus said to Phoenix. "You will be able to do this soon." Warrior Kerrigan, with her hair still wet, said with her hands on her waist, "Your Majesty Augustus, Phase Technician Carrick saw the Tal'Darim weapons you sent, and found that they were almost replicas of Kalai technology, with almost no difference except the materials." Artanes used human honorifics to address Augustus. In his opinion, The Emperor was a position similar to that of the Archbishop. I really don't know how they did it. This explains where the lost fleet went. Tens of thousands of people were captured, enslaved, and killed by the Tal'Darim. This is the most horrific atrocity since the Aeon of Sundering. According to the Daw law, the Tal'Darim must be severely punished for such crimes. Phoenix said, "This crime should be punished." Chapter 529 later. His legs were broken. Sigma Quadrant is a large, mysterious, unexplored star region. A distant, dark world, where numerous uncounted star systems are like dots of light in the dark veil. The location where the Tal'Darim Protoss reside is not a certain celestial body, but the remains of an extremely large abandoned Xel'Naga spaceship, the Xel'Naga World Ship. Therefore, this branch of Tal'Darim is also called the World Ship Branch. If it is not compared with the asteroids and boulders that are more than 10 miles long, Augustus still cannot realize how huge this world ship is. And any single building built by humans on the surface of the planet and in space cannot be compared with it. And all the great warships in history pale in comparison. I never thought that there was still a world ship left in this forgotten corner. It must be left by the Xel'Naga. It was in such a spaceship that the Xel'Naga, the Midramahan, came to Ire. It was a mythical scene. On the bridge of the aircraft carrier Solixai, Artanis, the senior executive of the Dallin Protoss, was telling the Emperor of the Terran Empire Augustus Mengsk about the origin of the super spaceship outside the porthole. Unfortunately, the damage to this world ship is too serious. Even now, the Protoss can only simply repair the legacy left by the Xel'Naga. Artanis said with some regret, "I didn't expect that the Tal'Darim also had such a world ship and regarded it as their home. This Xel'Naga world ship has been abandoned in the Sigma Quadrant for an unknown period of time. 1/3 of it is covered with huge rocks, and the rest of the area is full of huge cracks left by meteorite impacts over millions of years. If the world ship can still be used normally after such a long time, the Tal'Darim would have driven it away long ago. Humph! It must have been stolen." Phoenix now only wanted to let the blade see blood. The Protoss would never tolerate their own people being killed like this. The portholes on the bridge of the Eye of Sarek were almost invisible, and a few stars were dotted in the hazy white light. The Xel'Naga world ship was lying between a huge asteroid belt. Even if each asteroid was more than 10 miles away, it was very close in the scale of cosmic observation. The world ship had almost perfect geometric lines. It was shaped like a piercing, sharp and straight spear. The narrow asteroid belt cast an arc-shaped shadow under the light, and it looked like a fully drawn bowstring. In the long and straight middle spine area like a spear, 2 huge composite rings are rotating around the central axis, casting a swirling shadow on the vast deck like land. And the extended ship is like an elegant golden coast. It is a spectacle. Standing on the bridge of the Eye of Sarek, Augustus is as relaxed and comfortable as standing on his own warship. The cognition and attitude of the Darim Protoss towards humans have not changed much. Many Protoss only recognize Augustus Mengsk as one person. Augustus is also one of the few humans who is respected by the Protoss. This is due to the fact that humans and Protoss fought side by side in the Battle of Ire, and also because of the praise given to him by Tassadar, the #1 Protoss. Does Ire and Shakuris still have such Xel'Naga world ships? Augustus suddenly thought of the solar core in the Hyperion. He thought about whether he could let Dr. Nerid work overtime to put the solar core on this Xel'Naga world ship. Human warships like Hyperion are really unable to withstand the energy of the sun's core. But this Xel'Naga world class looks good. The repair work can be handed over to real professionals. Anyway, the doctor usually seems to be quite idle. And now there are 4 hours to sleep. Augustus doesn't know whether Nerid can complete this work, but he will let him try. If the doctor can really complete this miraculous project, the Emperor doesn't mind writing a book about him after his death. The Xel'Naga did leave their ships behind, and the Dark Templar left Ire on a world ship. Artanis read Augustus's inner thoughts, and was immediately surprised. This Xel'Naga ship is too large and complex to be repaired simply by replacing parts from other ships. But he turned around and said, "Although I think it is almost impossible. If you want to try, then my teacher will definitely give you all the help he can provide. Since we know nothing about her, how can we jump to conclusions?" "Hi, Executor. The fleet is ready and waiting for your order." Just as Augustus was about to say something thankful, Artanis' student Selendis came forward. No matter how many times he had seen her, Augustus would always admire Selendis' blue velvet and dark night-like crystal dress and beautiful golden headdress. The artistic aesthetics of the Protoss can resonate with humans. And it is just that the two races pursue the beauty of the universe and nature. Thinking of Kerrigan being by his side, Augustus added in his heart that his queen is the most beautiful woman in the world anyway. In the name of Ire's ambition, prepare to fight. Artanis looked at Salandis and walked forward. With the order of the senior executive, a number of magnificent Protoss motherships and aircraft carriers appeared near the Eye of Sarek and quickly approached the Zelnada world ship. In the golden and blue light, the warships of the Terran Empire are countless. This is a huge joint fleet, huge in scale, connected end to end for more than tens of thousands of miles. The Protoss is naturally the main force of this joint operation, and they have never fallen behind humans. Moreover, the Terran Protoss also regards the eradication of the Tal'Darim as their responsibility. Although the Tal'Darim have committed many evil deeds, they were once their people. Before the Aeon of Disaster, the Tal'Darim had already followed the Zelnada and left. Their history is as long as that of the Protoss Empire, but it has always been hidden in the shadows and unknown to the public. The Protoss Empire has been fighting an invisible war for countless centuries, although they have suspected the fleets and exploration ships that disappeared in the galaxy. They have not found any results. After all, this universe is full of dangers, and every voyage is an adventure for the brave. Now, the Protoss who have learned the truth naturally recall all the fleets and compatriots that have disappeared in the past. And it is understandable that they are furious. In this way, all the blame must be put on the Tal'Darim for the time being, even if it is not entirely their fault. When the combined fleet approached the world ships, the Tal'Darim immediately began to attack every approaching ship. The battle was about to break out, and many short and bright white stars lit up in the Sigma Quadrant, which were the plasma flames spewed when the main guns of the Protoss motherships opened fire. In the bright white light, the warships of both sides fought a brutal battle in the thousands of miles wide asteroid belt around the Zelnada world. Every moment, warships were destroyed, burning, and turned into short-lived bright stars. The molten white metal liquid and residue used the kinetic energy of the explosion as a bow and bounced to the edge of the Sigma Quadrant at an incredible speed. Seeing this fierce war scene, Augustus standing on the Eye of Sarek was convinced that it was a wise move to bring in reinforcements. Compared to the orthodox Tal'Darim of Slain, the Tal'Darim on the world ship was only a small branch with a sparse population and a limited number of warships. But even with such a force, a desperate struggle is enough to injure the Imperial fleet. Although the strength of the enemy is far different from ours, the Tal'Darim Protoss still put up a desperate fight. A blood-red Tal'Darim mothership soon appeared in the detection range of the Eye of Sarek. It was the vehicle of the Tal'Darim Executor in Iowan. The bright red light filled with manic energy shone through the blood fragments, combining elegant hideousness with the invasion of killing. A rotating, invisible vortex appeared from the bottom of the Tal'Darim mothership. All matter, even light, was sucked into it. The vortex-shaped stream of light formed a spectacular scene, as if the colorful galaxy was inverted in it. The suffocating pressure came over me, and the passage of time slowed down because of the sudden appearance of the small black hole. This small black hole that continuously released high-speed plasma flow was enough to suck in half of the warships present, and its constantly collapsing center could disappear at any time, and the mass sucked in would also be annihilated. However, the Tal'Darim mothership did not succeed, and 4 other Dallin Protoss motherships surrounded her and used their own ability to distort time and space to interfere with her. Eventually, the Tal'Darim mothership had to return to the world ship to recharge its shields. But the rest of the Tal'Darim warships had already lost the war. The Zelnada world ship is covered with tearing force field generators, which are deadly to human warships. The Eye of Sarek aircraft carrier arrived at a height of about 200 miles above the Zelnada world ship, and Augustus could more intuitively realize how huge it was. The upper deck of the Zelnada world ship is as wide as land, with rows of Tal'Darim buildings on it, which looks like a city. Further away was a huge ship berthing area, but there was nothing on it, as flat as a smooth ice surface. The entire ship was made of magical Zelnada organic metal and crystals containing void energy, with bright green crystals like swords on it. The Zelnada words were once all over the surface of the world ship, but now they are so bumpy that they are difficult to distinguish. However, it seems that the tearing force field is completely ineffective against the Protoss plasma shield. Augustus said, "The Tal'Darim can't kill themselves. Artanis, I'm afraid my warriors can hardly give you much support. Let my Templars fight." Phoenix said, as he left the bridge of the Eye of Sarek. This is a glorious battle. Soon, tens of thousands of Terran Protoss Templars followed Phoenix to warp to the Zelnada world ship and started a direct battle with the Tal'Darim on it. The Tal'Darim were as tenacious as ever, but they were doomed to fail since they completely lost their fleet advantage. The Tal'Darim Executor Nyan's Tal'Darim mothership was besieged by the Dallin Protoss fleet, but he still did not give up resistance. Nyan refused to surrender and regarded escape as a betrayal of the gods. In the end, he naturally lost the opportunity to jump away from the battlefield and decided to die for his faith like a devout believer. In any case, Nyan and his men finally chose to die with the mothership. Augustus did not regret Nyan's death, but Artanis and other Templars thought he was worthy of respect. After the battle came to a brief end, Augustus landed on the modeled surface of the Zelnada world ship in a shuttle. All the tier field generators on the ship had been shut down, but they were not damaged and were well preserved. The Tal'Darim on the Zelnada world ship had been cleared out by the Dallin Protoss, and Artanis was shocked and angry to find the tortured Kalai engineer in the Tal'Darim prison. The angry Phoenix immediately said that he would kill Slain, but he was suppressed by the calm Artanis, who only took the captured Tal'Darim Protoss to Shakuras for another trial. It's not time to settle accounts yet. At this time, Augustus realized how badly the ship was damaged. The spine area had been split into two with the stern, which was equivalent to cutting off the spine. The equipment on it had long disappeared, and it became an empty shell. So Augustus no longer had hope of repairing the world ship, but still found Dr. Nerid, hoping to transform it into a military base. Emil, I know you are the most outstanding among the human Zelnada scholars. It's the same even if you count 500 years forward and backward. Augustus stood at the stern of the world ship, standing on a protruding boulder, and the edge of the ship was out of reach. He looked at Dr. Nerid, who had just walked down from another spaceship, sweating profusely, and said with some expectation, "Doctor, can you repair this Zelnada spaceship?" "I'm afraid it can't be done." Nerid seemed to be stunned by the surprise, and after a moment, he showed an extremely shocked expression. "I'm not a starship designer. Alas, in my heart, you are omnipotent," Augustus said disappointedly. "Even the Protoss don't know as much about Zelnada technology as you do. Your Majesty, this is a Zelnada spaceship. The technology it uses cannot be cracked or repaired. Besides, even if you use all the resources of the Empire, you can't repair such a huge ship." Nerid was silent for a moment. The people who can repair these spaceships have long disappeared in the long river of history. People now can only learn from and imitate them and learn some crude fur. Since Nerid produced the Psychic Crusher, the Zelnada Spacetime Fragmentation Device, the Zelnada Void Crystal, and the Personal Shield, he believed that the Emperor had been impressed by his talent. And this was indeed the case. However, even if he, Nerid, was a genius, it was impossible to repair a Zelnada world ship. "Well, if I provide you with the corresponding resources, to what extent can you repair it?" Augustus heard the looseness in Nerid's words. "I don't need you to build a Zelnada warship, but to build a new one based on the world ship. Seek the help of the Calais phase technician, and use the technology of humans and Protoss. The energy source is already there. That is, the solar core. The remaining materials and equipment can be borrowed from the Zelnada spacecraft in the hands of the Protoss and the crashed Ark ship memory of Nessun," he said. "You only need to be responsible for the Zelnada technology part. I will give you 10 years. And the funds, manpower and equipment are all up to you. In this way, the difficulty is greatly reduced. Since your Majesty believes in me, I can only give it a try." Nerid hesitated for a long time before speaking. Chapter 530 World Ship. All the Terran Empire soldiers and engineers who stepped on the land-like observation deck of this abandoned ship were amazed and impressed. Even the Protoss put away their arrogance and bowed down in worship. The Zelnada world ship may be one of the largest man-made ships in history. It is so huge that the broken keel of the ship is shaped like a valley crack, so that people on it can even see the distant and flat horizon. "Oh, this is a miracle, Dr. Nerid. I can't imagine what this ship looks like when it is sailing. She can cut through the waves in the radiation wind of stars, and is an icebreaker, an arc in the background of the cosmic waves." Viktor Kaczynski, the first engineer of the Terran Empire Engineering Corps, was standing on a huge rock attached to the stern of the Zelnada world ship with a tool kit. And next to him was Dr. Nerid, Emil Nerid, with multiple top university degrees, the chief royal scientific advisor. a prolific alien physiologist, and the most authoritative interpreter of the Xel'Naga. When the stars of humanity shine, there is no more outstanding Zerg physiologist and Xel'Naga scholar in the entire galaxy than Dr. Nerid. In the field of Xel'Naga technology research, which is completely blank for human beings, Nerid can be said to be a master who has founded a school of thought and has never been seen before. His interpretation of Xel'Naga culture and technology can be said to be the authority among authorities. For those difficult Xel'Naga texts, only Dr. Nerid can give answers, and he is praised by the Emperor as the spokesperson of Xel'Naga in the world. It is said that Dr. Nerid started studying Xel'Naga in his early years, and now it has been half a century. Alien physiology is just one of Nerid's hobbies, and even in this regard, his achievements are unmatched. In the short time since he joined the Empire, Nerid has won the appreciation of Emperor Augustus. Within the system of the Imperial machine, his achievements are enough to be recorded in history and passed down through the ages. It is no wonder that the Emperor trusts him so much, because in the field of Xel'Naga research, Nerid is undoubtedly a pioneer, and all humans who study Xel'Naga are his students, assistants and descendants. Dr. Emil Nerid is definitely a giant of this era. King Solomon in the field of science. In front of his knowledge, even the knowledge of all the imperial scientists combined is not worth mentioning. A 100-year-old academic master is just a babbling baby. By now, Emperor Augustus' trust in Nerid has been somewhat blind. He was completely impressed by his profound knowledge, so much so that he actually let him be responsible for the repair of the Xel'Naga world ship. It is reasonable that the Emperor thought of Dr. Nerid first, because Nerid was the only person he could use. If there is anyone in the Terran Empire who is likely to repair the Xel'Naga world ship, it can only be Nerid. If this is done well, the Terran Empire will have a super battleship that may be comparable to the Protoss Empire's Ark ship. A world ship is enough to suppress a world, and it can also transport a large number of troops and serve as a platform for production and waging war. However, even Dr. Nerid himself was surprised by the Emperor's unreserved trust and confidence in him. Nerid originally expected that it would take several more years to gain this level of trust. In the end, he could only speculate that Augustus was just this kind of person who trusted people to the end. Now it was also within Nerid's expectations. As long as the people in power saw the incredible, miraculous Xel'Naga technology, they would naturally attach great importance to it, and even worship it as a god. After all, they were just mortals. Nerid was suspicious that Augustus regarded Xel'Naga technology as an evil technology that was not worthy of the table like the hybrid, and saw through his true purpose of using the Empire, and then subverting the Empire. But as long as you are careful, you can't make mistakes. Therefore, Nerid can't be too shocking. Such as restoring the Xel'Naga world ship completely for the Emperor now. Even if Emperor Augustus was extremely smart, he couldn't see that Nerid was not a human being. Augustus Mengsk was not the kind of fool who would be fooled by the tricks of the charlatan. He was the smartest man in the Terran Empire. Nerid's evaluation of the Emperor of the Empire was made after countless observations and psychological calculations. Only a fool would regard the Emperor as an idiot. The Emperor was not easy to fool, and his trust was never without reason. He was as kind to his subjects as he was to his enemies and traitors. It's great that you like this ship. After all, there is still a lot of work to be done on the ship. Nerid immediately looked at the Imperial engineer, who had won many honors, and said with a smile, in order to shape the role of Emil Nerid well, Nerid always remained sincere, humble and friendly. Although as a Xel'Naga, Nerid looked down on all humans and Protoss. Just treat it as a long business trip. Victor looked excited. And it was true. You can't see such magical things in Moria. It's the right choice to go out and see the world. Like Nerid, Victor wore a heavy protective suit to protect himself from the unobstructed cosmic radiation, and auxiliary gravity boots on his feet. Victor was always accompanied by several 52 QDMM spider mines, which circled around his feet like lively pet puppies, and sometimes fought with their teeth and claws. Due to doubts about the IFS Friendorpho identification function, his colleagues in the engineering corps kept their distance from Victor. There were many people standing behind Victor, including the scientific corps in the fleet, astronomers, archaeologists, well-known starship engineers, and Imperial Marines who protected scientific researchers. They are all the entourage that set out with the fleet. Later, at least 100,000 to 200,000 people will come from all over the Empire in stages to join this great project. Also arriving are the Calais phase technicians of the Dallin Protoss, who will be responsible for most of the work of repairing the Zelnada world ship. All the work will be completed in secrecy until the Emperor decides to make it public. The reason why the Protoss are willing to come to help is not because of the great price paid by the Terran Empire, but just for the friendship of fighting side by side for many years. This is partly because the pride of the Dallin Protoss does not allow them to owe favors, and also because of political considerations. As more and more prophecies about the dark future surfaced, the visionary Dallin Archbishop Tassadar soon realized that in the possible doomsday, humans would become allies of the Protoss who would help each other. However, the friendship between the Protoss and the Terran Empire is completely dependent on Emperor Augustus alone, unless his successor can gain the same respect and trust from the Protoss again. Hearing what Victor said, Dr. Nerid nodded. His expression became serious, but his voice still sounded amiable. Okay, kid, put aside your work and come with me to the rear engine room of the world ship to take a look. Of course, that's exactly what I want to do. Victor happily followed. Victor respected Dr. Nerid very much, and as he gradually realized how profound the latter's knowledge was, this respect became deeper. As the general person in charge of the repair work of the Zelnada world ship, Nerid actually controls the Empire's unparalleled resources except power. There is only one person in the Terran Empire who has supreme authority, and that is the Emperor. The hull of the stern of the Zelnada world ship is more than 30 miles long, and the surface is covered with a large amount of dull metal and rock polymers, and it will take several months just to clean it. Nerid followed Victor through a diamond-shaped passage to the cabin under the stern deck, and walked through the corridors inside the ship that were several miles long. The interior of the world ship is surprisingly well preserved, as if it were a tomb that had been sealed for countless years. Smooth and non-angular slopes, tunnels and vertical passages connect the spherical and circular cabin structures, and the four-way communication is as developed as a city-building complex. The interior of the hull is some kind of organic metal, as soft and malleable as a sponge, and as indestructible as steel. The interior decks, ceilings and walls have beautiful spiral structures, covered with symbols and patterns that symbolize the wisdom of the Zelnada, as complicated as a fossil layer burying shells and ferns. The green crystals embedded in the walls glowed, dispelling all darkness. The geometric edges, swirling patterns, curves, tones and flashes were similar to the artifacts of the Zelnada. All Protoss technology was a poor imitation of the Zelnada, and the glory of the Empire was built on it. Although countless epochs have passed, some facilities on the Zelnada world ship are still working normally, which is why the world ship can still maintain stable gravity. The good news is that the materials used to build the Zelnada spacecraft have not decayed over time. Its materials and structural strength are very stable, and the long-sealed cabins have not been damaged. The bad news is that this ship is actually not much better than being torn apart. The engine seems to be unusable, and the weapons and shield systems are the same. The Zelnada are not humans or Protoss. The unknown functions of the decks, cabins and equipment of the world ship are the most troublesome. After all, even if it can still operate normally, no one knows how to use it, and can only ask the Zelnada scholars of the Protoss. Even without considering the technical issues, it would take an unimaginable amount of resources and time to repair the cracks and join the entire ship together. Terran Empire researchers or soldiers can be seen every few steps in the corridor. They greet or salute Nerid and Victor when they meet them. The Emperor has many marshals and generals who are deeply trusted by him, and the only one who is treated equally is Emil Nerid. Emperor Augustus does not value family background, and does not even care about the influence of politicians among the people. He only recognizes ability. This is also the key to Nerid becoming an important official in the court, because his talent is irreplaceable in the eyes of the Emperor. The Emperor may not have made mistakes, but it turns out that his judgment is correct in most cases, except for Nerid, which will definitely be the thing that Augustus Mengs regrets the most. Fortunately, this ship was found in space, and there are no large-mass celestial bodies nearby. Otherwise it would have been pulled in and torn apart by gravity. The doctor frowned. But if you want to repair it, even with the help of the Protoss, it is more difficult than climbing to the sky. This is a lie. Although this incarnation in the real universe is too weak, as long as there are enough materials, equipment and engineers, Nerid can complete the repair work and save a lot of time and resources. But Nerid can't really do this. Otherwise the Terrans will definitely send him to the dissection table. Of course, Repairing the Xel'Naga world ship is definitely a great achievement. And Nerid can also mobilize a lot of resources through this. But Nerid will not embezzle this resource for the time being. For a person who wants to do big things, he must have a long-term vision. Can't take it? In the long run, when Nerid's status in the Emperor's mind becomes higher and higher, he will naturally be able to obtain more resources. In this way, the hybrid factories built in various parts of the universe can speed up production. But the Emperor does not oppose hybrids on the surface. But he does not support them either. For Nerid's achievements, he only praised him for his outstanding achievements in the history of human science, and let Yuan shape him into a star scientist. Nerid is tired of Augustus's game of governing the country. But he has to cooperate. Dog Emperor. Human history is just a glimpse of the long sleep of the Xel'Naga in the cycle of cosmic reincarnation. And it is not even qualified to be called a flash in the pan. And the hybrid is only part of Nerid's plan. In order to pull him on back to the real world, he must use the Xel'Naga artifact to extract a large amount of energy. At the same time, Nerid must alienate the relationship between the Terran Empire and the Protoss Empire, weaken these forces that may hinder Amon from destroying the world, and make the situation as chaotic as possible when necessary. After all, he only has this one incarnation, not a true god, and needs to rely on other forces. Nerid originally planned to obtain resources from the Iron Protoss by pretending to be a god. But considering that before the Great Disaster, their group of creators of Ire were actually driven away by their own creations, he gave up this idea. The ancient Protoss certainly couldn't beat the Xel'Naga. According to the Protoss who forgot history, the Xel'Naga left because they were disappointed with them. Only Amon knew the actual situation. Besides, did Augustus Mengs think that it would be as after he built it? When it was completed, the Xel'Naga world ship would become a weapon to destroy the Terran Empire. Driving incomplete creatures to kill each other is a great pleasure for the Dark God Amon, and his master will definitely be satisfied. Emperor Augustus made a big mistake. Human greed is always accompanied by inconsistent arrogance, blind arrogance and inferiority. After all, he is just a human being. No matter how smart he is limited, while the Xel'Naga is the master of reincarnation and the embodiment of wisdom. Many people say that your majesty is also inevitably ambitious. Repairing a world ship cannot be accomplished by simply piling up money and time, unless there is a Xel'Naga to complete the task. Although Victor was pleased with his work, he was not optimistic. Keep your voice down. Nerid was also unhappy. After all, this was the Emperor's trust in him, which he had earned by serving him wholeheartedly. Do you want to be on Prince Arcturus's list? It is said that Prince Arcturus has a list of betrayers, spies and deserters. This is precisely to deal with the pervasive spies in the Empire, and the corruption of the revolutionaries themselves. Although the Emperor emphasized that this was nonsense and immediately blocked the way the news spread, it still came out. Doctor, this is just a rumor. There is no such list. The prosecutor's office has a mind reader. So how can they force someone to confess? Victor shook his head, looking like he couldn't believe it. You worry too much. Doctor, the Terran Empire can't live without you. No matter who they arrest, they won't arrest you. Chapter 531, Pulling to the Death. Your Majesty, the mothership Moritan has entered the hyperspace channel. This is the last Protoss warship to jump away. On a long table made of warm white quillet tree in the captain's room of the Hyperion, the holographic projector projected the cold metal face of the mechanical lieutenant. The mechanical lieutenant is controlled by a supercomputer, and the broadcast voice can also be adjusted. For example, now it is a gentle synthetic female voice. The captain's room was spacious, and the furnishings and decorations were in line with what an emperor's palace should look like. The exquisite ceiling was painted with a throne canopy and diamond carvings, and there was a lifelike, majestic wolf head relief at each corner. The floor was covered with laminated mahogany floors and expensive red carpets, and the wall panels were gilded carvings and decorative moldings. Although he was the son of a great nobleman, Augustus did not have strict requirements for living expenses, nor did he pursue a luxurious aristocratic life. He even did not approve of hiring new servants. But his elder brother Arcturus valued these, believing that the emperor should have the symbols of the emperor. As the emperor's flagship, the Hyperion must not only upgrade the existing equipment, but also have everything else. Therefore, even the internal corridors of the warship were decorated like a palace, and even the sides of the passages were hung with classical chandeliers and famous paintings. Chief Engineer Swan often complained that these expensive works of art did nothing except increase the load. I see. Augustus raised his head from the leather-bound paper book in his hand. Convey my order to Admiral Horace Warfield. Summon all the patrol fleets. And prepare to return to Corhole. Yes, Your Majesty. The captain's cabin fell silent again, leaving only the sound of Augustus flipping pages, and a few stars occasionally passing by the observation window next to him. After hearing the news that the Protoss fleet had jumped away, Augustus knew that unless there was a new crisis, they would not appear in this star region for a long time. The Protoss had fought for too long, and their people were dying, and there was widespread grief. In order to rescue Ire, the Protoss Empire had to abandon its colonies, which had shrunk significantly after the Golden Age. This once glorious empire could only live in Seguras, and survive on the ruins of the galaxy. Good fortune comes with adversity. Tassadar, who has the support of both the Templar and the Dark Templar, sits firmly in the position of Archbishop, mediating and maintaining stability between the two races without showing any partiality. As a politician, Tassadar has shown great maturity. Tassadar is an enlightened leader with noble character and a compassionate heart. In his opinion, both humans and Protoss are worth saving. For the Terran Empire, it is best for Tassadar to be the leader of the Terran Protoss. Even if a few hundred years later, when Augustus and his old ministers are gone, Tassadar and his successors can still uphold the covenant. The Protoss are a noble and elegant race, with a pure character. They never make promises easily, but they must keep their promises. One thing Augustus is busy with now is to establish a long-term trade with the Protoss, and open up a stable route between the Terran Empire and the Dallin Protoss. Although the Protoss do not use or accept the purchasing power of human currency, and there is no circulated equivalent. For the Protoss, humans and Zerg, crystal minerals, and high-energy gas are both irreplaceable hard currencies for production and development of military. In this way, Augustus can use these two types of mineral deposits to exchange for the Protoss's technological assistance and military support. Because the plan of the Terran Protoss to build the Golden Fleet is consuming countless resources, and the Supreme Council in the past may be reserved because of his status as the eldest son of God. But Tassadar believes that such cooperation is beneficial to both parties, and there is no reason not to do so. At the same time, the exchanges between the Protoss Empire and the Terran Empire are also multifaceted, including exchanges in economy, technology, culture and politics. For example, the Ghost Academy in Tarsones and Corhole has sent outstanding students to study at the Templar Academy in Shakuras many times under the Emperor's instruction. And Augustus is also using propaganda to change the public's bad impression of the Protoss, at least to make them distinguish between the Orthodox Protoss and the Tal'Darim. This is not surprisingly extremely difficult. The planets of the Protoss Empire are shaped through news, electronic newspapers and books, and even a few movies called Major Terran vs. Templar have been shot. The many ills left by the Terran Federation are difficult to reverse, and the fear of the Protoss can be eliminated in one day. Although hatred of alien creatures is not completely useless, Augustus must clear the obstacles for possible joint military operations and deeper exchanges between the Terran Empire and the Dallin Protoss in the future. If the Empire wants to become stronger, it is unreliable to work behind closed doors. At this time, the door of the captain's room opened, and Kerrigan, wearing a military suit, came in with Augustus' dinner for the day, a few pieces of bread with raspberry jam and roasted poultry, as well as cream and a cup of tea. After Kerrigan walked into the door with the plate in both hands, she pushed the door shut with one foot in a short-heeled combat boot. "Your Majesty, it's time to eat." "Okay." Augustus didn't even look up, but motioned Kerrigan to put it aside. "Thank you. You have no appetite today, but you still have to eat something." Kerrigan walked to Augustus's table. "Whether I eat or not does not depend on whether I have an appetite, but whether I need to do so." Augustus also took the bread and ate it with tea. When he was not in public, he always ate in such a rough way. Prince Arcturus knew this. He pointed out that the Emperor's bad habits were formed since childhood. It was inevitable that he was like a clay monkey and lacked the demeanor of an aristocrat. "How is it?" Seeing Augustus eat, Kerrigan also pulled a chair and sat next to her husband. Her sitting posture was very ladylike, but the dagger and pistol under her skirt did not match it very well. "I can't find any fault with it." Augustus smelled the tea in his hand. "It tastes a bit like my hometown." In recent years, Kerrigan has killed fewer people, but has learned the complicated etiquette and the skills to become a noble lady. Kerrigan was very lucky to meet Augustus when she was 16 years old. Before that, she was a cold-blooded killer. Augustus reached out to Kerrigan at that time and told her that she was not a tool for killing, but a person who lived up to her name. Addis tea, previously supplied exclusively to the nobles of Tarsones. Kerrigan replied, "The taste of Korhal? Korhal does not produce tea. The production is small. But you don't know that?" Augustus took a sip and said regretfully, "Before Korhal was bombed by the Federation. Korhal is being rebuilt. And it won't be long before she is as good as new." Kerrigan comforted Augustus. She knew what Augustus was thinking, and what kind of storm was brewing in his heart. Augustus' mind was getting deeper and deeper. And there was still a place in his heart for his family. Kerrigan was sometimes afraid, and found that even she couldn't see through him. But she knew that Augustus was still Augustus. And his heart would not be less good or more evil. "I hope so." Augustus' heart was filled with anger. He was not a cold person without joy, anger, sorrow and sadness. Kar was one of the few places in the world that Augustus could call home. It was the only place he could rely on when he was in the army. And it was also the most cherished home for his sister and mother. In the words of Arcturus, "The son of Kar has his mother's blood flowing in his body." The heirs of the Karabagh, Roderick and Dupel families have been captured by Lieutenant General Wachowski's army. Kerrigan said, in the future, more and more members of the Federation Creation family, who are on the run, will be arrested. Since the children are in our hands, will their parents be willing to surrender? Augustus's anger was only a momentary moment. He knew that it was not wise to let himself be swayed by emotions. "I'm afraid not," he asked himself and answered, "as long as their sperm and eggs are still alive. New artificial embryos can be created. All it takes is time to cultivate the heirs. There may be affection between the founding families, but they will not be swayed by such feelings. But it doesn't matter. They will not survive for long. Kar will always remember this account." "Ah, Your Majesty, Constantine and Annabella gave birth to Nova Terra in this way. And we—" Kerrigan opened his mouth. But the topic was unnaturally led to another direction. Augustus was stunned. "There is no rush to have a child. You and I are still young. What pressure did Arcturus put on you again?" "He doesn't like me," Kerrigan said gloomily, looking as sad as if she was about to cry. Then, he was so wrong. Augustus forgot what they were talking about just now. Arcturus and Kerrigan were probably destined to be incompatible. And their relationship has never been good. This was probably not Arcturus's fault, because he told Augustus that he always felt a chill on his neck when he turned his back to Kerrigan. And maybe he died at her hands in his previous life. "Don't worry. I'll try harder after returning to Korhal." Augustus thought for a moment. "Where is Dr. Nerid?" "Dr. Nerid is down there repairing the Zelnaga world ship." Kerrigan said, "He should stay in the Sigma Quadrant for a while this time, and can't return to Korhal with the fleet." Kerrigan didn't really like Nerid. But apart from her, everyone who had met the doctor praised his character and talent. "Yeah." Augustus nodded. "The Sigma Quadrant is too far from Korhal, and is located in an unexplored star region. The personnel and other resources to repair the Zelnaga world ship must be transferred from other empires. And the time, transportation costs and other losses cannot be ignored. In this way, Dr. Nerid, as the project leader, must stay in the Sigma Quadrant for a long time. Not under Augustus's eyes. The resources in his hands are unimaginable. It is hard to guarantee that Nerid will not have evil thoughts. Or rather, he will definitely move. For Augustus, this is easy to guess. He reminds himself all the time that he must not underestimate Nerid's cunning and evil. Augustus knows Nerid's real purpose, which is to use the resources of the Empire to produce hybrids as much as possible. For this reason, Augustus has always avoided letting Nerid control resources, and only gave him reputational incentives. But in the long run, Nerid will definitely get bored. Nerid is very patient and smart enough. Sooner or later, he will find out that Augustus is playing tricks on him. In this way, it is inevitable that he will not work hard. Then Augustus has to give him some sweet treats, and reveal loopholes to Nerid so that he can make some money, and not dampen his enthusiasm for serving the people of the Empire. Nerid must be convinced that he has a future under Augustus, and can make a big move. The Zelnaga World Ship Project is an opportunity for Nerid. Nerid must think he has won now. How can he lose with such a trump card? This kind of extremely smart person, who thinks he can play with everyone, has a sense of superiority and pride. Once he believes that he has won, he will get deeper and deeper. it can be expected that Nerid will do his best to repair the Zelnada world ship, transform it into a battleship, and make it an invincible battleship capable of destroying the world. Not only must he complete the Emperor's mission, with guaranteed quality and quantity, but he must also work overtime, add ingredients and increase quantity to complete it. How could he not be careful? In this way, Nerid would have the opportunity to enjoy Augustus's desperate expression when he discovered the truth. But what Nerid could not have imagined was that Augustus would closely monitor him, arrange spies, and monitor the flow of every fund and every material. As long as Nerid was negligent once, his hidden hybrid factory would be exposed. With his understanding of Zelnada technology, Nerid could completely do something on the world ship, which Augustus could not deny. In that case, Augustus would have to find another Zelnada Orus, who stood on their side to ensure that the hidden hand left by Nerid on the world ship would be ineffective. When the Zelnada world ship was completed, it would be the day of Nerid's rebellion, but also the day of his death. Augustus would put Nerid on the bow of the ship and let him see how he would attack the void and deal with Amon. After the death of Nerid's incarnation, he would no longer be able to directly affect the real world. At that time, no matter what tricks Nerid had, he would not be able to use them, because he could not have thought that he would die so soon. At that time, Augustus will give this flagship a new name, called Nerid's Burn. After entering the void, Augustus will quickly let him die again. Augustus is not sure enough to kill Nerid now, and once he escapes, it will be difficult to control him. Then use Nerid as much as possible to resolve his conspiracy and make him empty-handed. There are many internal objections to the Zelnada world ship. Unless Kerrigan carefully examines every detail in Augustus's thoughts, he can see through his thoughts. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and made a gesture that he was listening. Some engineers began to complain that repairing the Zelnada world ship was an impossible task and a waste of money and manpower. Kerrigan continued, "This costly project is expected to consume the Empire's total revenue for a whole year. And this is just a conservative estimate. The Empire needs a super flagship. She is better than 1,000 warships." "This is the reason," Augustus said. "Well, tell the soldiers. The war is over, and we should go home." Chapter 532 Return to the Capital. The Imperial Capital Planet. Korhal 4. Augustgrad. Korhal's low axial inclination and moderate rotation speed gave birth to a warm and pleasant Eden with lush vegetation, a highly developed complex industrial system, and a pastoral world with red flowers and leaves. When this generation of Korhal people took over this prosperous and wealthy world from their ancestors, Korhal 4 was already the pearl among the 13 main star worlds of the Terran Federation. But like all other Federation worlds, Korhal is just a vassal and colony of Tarsones. The Federation's oppression and bloodsucking eventually led to the uprising of the Korhal revolutionaries, and the revolutionary wave eventually caused the Tarsones Genesis family to lose billions of dollars. The Federation's inhumane nuclear bombing followed, turning this lush and beautiful garden into a nuclear dust wasteland covered with black glass. Huge mushroom clouds rose up, and radioactive dust fell like ribbons, raining black on Korhal. The entire planet was dead silent, and huge craters permanently changed the landscape. Layers of radioactive dust covered the twisted steel, black crystals, and smoldering debris. Since Augustus Mengsk defeated the Earth Federation Expeditionary Force, recaptured Tarsones, and established the Terran Empire, the first decree issued by the Emperor was to invest a large amount of funds in the purification and reconstruction of the imperial capital of Korhal. By February 2494, giant cities rising from the radioactive wasteland and dangerous wasteland had already taken shape. The tenacious resistance of the Korhal rebels was not completely ineffective. The Federation fleet actually only dropped more than 400 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs on Korhal instead of the planned 1,000. Therefore, although the radiation was still frighteningly high, the natural environment in many areas actually recovered within 2 years after the nuclear explosion. Nature once again demonstrated her greatness and tolerance. Although the Imperial Academy of Sciences, the Imperial Immigration Department, and the Imperial Palace spokesperson have promised that most of Korhal 4 has become habitable again, no matter how convincing the analysis reports are, immigrants must have made a great determination before deciding to come to Korhal. On thousands of square miles of land, tens of thousands of super cranes, bulldozers, and high-energy gas tankers are running day and night. Every day, high-rise buildings are built from the ground. Every day, the tracks of the sky tram are laid. And every day, the steel city built by countless tons of steel, concrete, and glass is expanding outward. From laying the first brick of the reconstruction plan to factories, power plants, food processing plants, laboratories, and trade ports, Korhal is rapidly transforming into a world city ecumenopolis. With the UNN's tireless reporting, all the imperial worlds are paying attention to the changes in Korhal. And those who are smart see the development opportunities in this new imperial city. Korhal 4, which was declared dead by the Federation, has regained new vitality, and the interstellar shipping routes have been replanned once again. All roads lead to Korhal, under the Emperor's call and the encouragement of a series of laws and policies. Kar 4 welcomed the first large-scale immigration wave, attracting immigrants from various worlds. And the immigration wave immediately provided a foundation for the development of real estate, industry, manufacturing, high-tech industries, and service industries. In 4 months, the permanent population of Kar 4 reached the scale of its heyday, and the floating population was twice that number. Not only the Terrans, but also the Comorians and the Amoyans came to this emerging imperial world to settle down. People believe that a strong and open empire has arrived. Augustgrad, New Sterling Technology City, Aurora, a map in StarCraft 1, is an orbital platform of Korhal. Simonson Military Center, Wolfrek Port City, Fairstens Industrial Center. The new cities not only inherit the names of the past, but also commemorate the revolutionaries and soldiers who sacrificed. In February, the news that Emperor Augustus returned from his expedition to annihilate the Zerg and Protoss attracted widespread attention in Korhal without any fanfare. On the 14th of that month, the Imperial fleet arrived at the Korhal system after a long jump voyage and anchored at the Sky Shield and Bennett Harbor under construction to carry out necessary repairs and maintenance. When Augustus arrived at the Augustgrad Capital Airport in a gray shuttle, hundreds of holographic news media, newspapers and freelance writers from all over the world had been waiting for a long time. And their trembling mouths, flying automatic cameras and microphones were all stretched out to the heroic and extraordinary Imperial Emperor. This was not the first time that the Emperor had appeared in public in a military uniform. And this navy uniform looked extraordinary on him. Beside him stood Queen Sarah Kerrigan, Grand Admiral Horace Warfield, and Captain Faraday of the Royal Guard, all of whom were also in military uniforms. They were all important figures who had accompanied the Emperor on many foreign trips. The interior of the airport was also covered with a red carpet, with the words peace, law, order in capital letters. Imperial propaganda slogan, peace, law, order, and a slogan that Korhal would shine again. Korhal will be great again, Arcturus Mengsk. Your Majesty, do you have anything to say about this great victory over the Protoss? A tall, thin, blonde man was the first to ask the Emperor a question. The logo on the microphone indicated that he was a reporter from the Today's Empire. This is not a recently established news agency. Its predecessor is the Today's Federation. The significance of this victory is self-evident. This is the first victory of the Terran Federation since the humiliating foreign war. This means that the alien evil forces represented by the Taldaran Protoss are not invincible. This is humanity. This is the power of the Terran Empire. Augustus certainly knew about this interview. Since the victory has been achieved, it must be publicized. Every time the Taldaran Protoss and the Zerg invade, the Empire will defeat them once. He said to the camera, glory belongs to Horace Warfield and all the Imperial soldiers, and victory belongs to the Empire. Does this mean that the Empire system is superior to the Federation? You can say yes or no. After asking this question, the reporter of Today's Empire was squeezed out by other reporters who rushed over. I create history. I write history. And the descendants who are blessed by it will judge it. Emperor Augustus smiled and said with a little humor, if you ask me, the Empire is better than the Federation. Your Majesty, I am Joey Floyd from the Augustgrad Daily. Is it true that an unprecedented alien insect infection and pandemic are breaking out in the agricultural world Agria? This is a medium-sized black-haired female reporter. It is not easy for her to squeeze out among this group of crazy reporters. Is the quarantine policy of the capital world related to this infection crisis? It is true. The Empire has never concealed the invasion and terrible disaster suffered by Agria. Augustus noticed the trap in the reporter's question. Kar's policy has nothing to do with the Zerg virus. It is one of the necessary measures taken to cope with the influx of immigrants. In this era, there are countless new diseases. As for the Zerg infection in Agria, the Empire has developed a targeted and powerful virus serum, with a cure rate of nearly 100%. At present, the infection has been eradicated in 14 empires, including Agria. He continued, if you pay attention to the announcement of the Imperial Ministry of Health, you will know how successful the new virus serum has been in Agria and other places. As Minister of Health Spurt said, the level of the Agria Zerg virus has been reduced to an epidemic limited to a local province of the Empire. This shows that the Zerg infection is not incurable. Believe in the Empire. Your Majesty, there are reports that you have abandoned the refugees of Agria and ordered the expulsion of all refugee ships flying to the core world. Another burly reporter came to the Emperor and asked, is this related to the imperial policy that has not yet been promulgated? When Agria and other places were invaded by Carlos at the beginning, a large number of refugees flocked to the core world. But because of the fear of the virus they carried, no planet dared to take them in. The ones with better attitudes sent short-range shuttles from the colonies to drive them away, while the bad ones directly started to attack the refugee ships. As for those who landed secretly, they did cause infection in those worlds. And the bloody conflicts and darker events that occurred because of this were even more terrifying. After Augustus learned about this, he immediately sent soldiers to build multiple quarantine areas and refugee settlements. And the infection did not spread further. This is not actually the Empire's in action. But the control of many worlds is still very weak when the country was just established. And it is difficult to dispatch support in time even if it reacts. As one former Federation world after another joins the Terran Empire, the bureaucracy appointed by the Emperor and responsible only to the Emperor will reconnect the Federation world into a whole. The Terran Empire has never driven away any refugee ship, and all refugees have been properly resettled. Augustus emphasized, the Empire will not abandon any citizen. These media are always thinking about making big news. And even the Emperor is not afraid, because they know that Augustus is not a tyrant. In fact, facing the media's questions can further shape his image as a wise king. The Comorians of Redstone Star have declared themselves the 127th affiliated world of the Empire after a referendum. And this has caused protests from the Federation Board of Directors. This is a UNN reporter, a young black-haired lady. An August grad poll shows that this is very likely to cause political and diplomatic conflicts between the Empire and the Union, and even trigger the Second Guild War. The Terran Empire respects the choice of the people of Redstone. This planet and all people on it will be protected by the Empire and enjoy all the rights of imperial citizens. Augustus replied immediately, the population of Redstone is not large, mainly Comorian miners and mercenaries, and they are mainly concentrated in orbital settlements. The Kelmorian Union is becoming more and more corrupt, and there are constant frictions between the major guilds. The upper and middle classes of the guilds live a wealthy life that is not inferior to the founding families of the Federation of Tarsones. But the lives of the lower class people are miserable. The fact that the Kelmorians, who hate the Terrans so much, are forced to seek refuge and help from the Terran Empire shows how inhuman the top leaders of the Union are. As for the attitude of the Kelmorian Union, Augustus actually doesn't care at all. Although the Federation enjoys sovereignty over Redstone Star, the Empire does not have to abide by the agreement signed by the Federation. And within the Federation, they can only shout. Even the newly established Terran Empire is not something they can afford to offend. For now, Comorian is still a vassal of the Terran Empire. Augustus dealt with these tricky questions one by one. These people seemed indifferent to the Empire's new victory. After all, this matter was already known to everyone in the Empire. And the real battlefield details and battlefield records were in the hands of the UNN, who sent military reporters. The Empire only adheres to one principle. That is, selfless dedication to the people is the fundamental principle of governing the country. Finally, Augustus reiterated his policy of governing the country. All the achievements we have made today, this hard-won peace and prosperity come from the struggle and sacrifice of countless warriors. He said today, all the Terran territories will once again unite under the same flag. The Terran Empire will fight to protect human civilization and the future of mankind. Only unity can lead to success, victory, and all difficulties. These are dark times. Our enemies are tireless, and the struggle never stops. After Augustus finished speaking, the reporters who were still entangled were pushed away by the royal guards, clearing a path for the Emperor to the outside of the airport. Outside the airport, at least 20,000 Augustgrad residents were waiting to greet their Emperor, and a grand triumphal ceremony followed. Who let these jackals in? Prince Arcturus walked towards Augustus from another corridor, under the protection of several royal guards. Prince Arcturus wore a crimson coat embroidered with gold and wolf patterns, which was the symbol of the royal family. During the time when he managed the empire for Augustus, Arcturus was not exhausted by the heavy official duties and tedious things, but was full of energy and fighting spirit. I thought you arranged this. Augustus shrugged. If I arranged it, it would not be that simple. Who doesn't want to know the emperor's little secrets? Actor spread his hands. Even psychics can't guess what these reporters want to ask. Dealing with these people is not an easy thing, Augustus said sarcastically. You have to be more cunning than them. And even if you choose every word carefully, they may still find something wrong with you. Actor said, recently, the paparazzi, who used to keep a close eye on the Federation Genesis family, have begun to focus on the royal family. Fortunately, Angus and his sister are used to dealing with these idiots. They better know how to distinguish the boundaries, Augustus said coldly. Family is important to Augustus and Arcturus. It's not easy to anger them, but there are always some precious people who can't be touched. They have to do this. Arcturus said again, by the way, the Comorian Federation is also surging now. A few days ago, the revolutionaries in Moria asked you to send troops to help them launch an uprising and bring freedom to the people there. Just like what they did to the Federation. The Empire can neither make any substantial promises. Augustus, although Comorian was severely damaged after the Guild War, it has slowly recovered some strength after years of recuperation. And even within the Empire, there is a large number of Federation remnant fleets waiting to be cleared. And there are still more than 60 Federation worlds and more enclaves that need to be recovered. It will take at least several years to completely solve these hidden dangers. And this is still the most optimistic estimate. It would not be wise to annex Comorian now. Actors nodded. You are always so overbearing. Be careful not to be greedy. Augustus smiled. Well, welcome back. Actors hugged his brother. Now that you are back, let's get back to work. We still have an empire to build. Chapter 533 My Uncle Emperor. At dawn, the sky of Augustgrad was turquoise, and the haze brought by industrial production and construction was like a gray lens. Considering that the natural environment of Korhal 4 has long been riddled with holes, such pollution is not worth mentioning. Outside the Augustgrad airport, tens of thousands of cheering people gathered on both sides of the wide triumphal avenue flanked by guards. They held high the golden and red flags of the Terran Empire and signs with slogans, shouting the Emperor's name and his series of titles that could take 2 minutes to say. In the team guarding the Emperor, the front is the Vulture of the Imperial Alpha Squadron. Next is the Imperial Navy's military formation of about 400 people, each wearing red CMC 300 power armor, followed by the Royal Guards Raiders and Wolf Mecha. These giant armors and mechas gave the people present a great shock. There is no doubt that these are powerful weapons of the new era. The Emperor's armored vehicle is in the team, and he is responding to the enthusiasm of the people with gestures behind the polarized bulletproof glass window. At this time, the remaining forces of the Federation within the Empire had not been cleared, and there were many people who wanted to restore the Terran Federation by assassinating the Emperor of the Empire. The love of the people was by no means fake or disguised, because the lives of them or their families were improved because of the Emperor and the Empire. These people accounted for the majority of the population of the original Terran Federation, and they were the cornerstone of the Empire. And even among these enthusiastic people, there were many who had bad intentions and were cold-eyed, but they also acted eagerly, trying to stretch their heads to see the handsome and extraordinary Emperor of the Empire. But they don't have to kneel, worship, or kiss the Emperor's boots. Augustgrad is still under construction, rising from the ruins, and it is a miracle city in itself. The airport is built in the central city of Augustgrad, where most of the buildings are over 100 feet high and giant skyscrapers comparable to the Sky Tower. The buildings in Augustgrad are all under construction, and the bronze steel frames and concrete are like the skeleton of the city. The city center is connected by a maze of viaducts, high-speed train tracks, trams and subways, parking lots, escalators and bridges leading to and from skyscrapers and subway platforms are everywhere. The pyramid-shaped alloy frame of the palace is like a mountain in the distance, surrounded by many silver towering spires. It is the undisputed landmark of Augustgrad. It is not only the largest and tallest building in Augustgrad, but also the most magnificent one in human history. This magnificent giant building did not use any credit coins from the treasury. All of it came from the private property of Prince Arcturus Minsk, so the doubts about the Emperor's large-scale construction and extravagance were untenable. Augustus noticed that the people gathered here were Auguste Grelli construction workers, vendors selling small commodities, and some government office civil servants in formal attire. This is also the main population structure of Coral 4. There are not as many rich people and nobles as in Tarsones, and it is mainly blue-collar workers. There are no nobles in Car, because the nobles of the old Federation are afraid of the devil and want to be as far away from the Emperor as possible. This situation may continue for quite a long time. Car will be the industrial hub and political center of the Terran Empire, and Tarsones, as a financial and commercial center, will still be the richest world. The triumphal ceremony soon ended with a salute of cannons. Augustus announced that to celebrate this victory, everyone can have a paid holiday on this day. In this way, the cheering crowd went into bars and restaurants to share what they had just seen. The busy Augustgrad calmed down, and only the city government's AI-controlled automatic sprinkler was still working. There were almost no pedestrians and vehicles on the road, and no luxury yachts in Tarsones could be seen. The road was wide and went forward. The wall outside the palace gradually appeared in front of us. It was just a high wall surrounded by fences and electric fences. At this time, the palace had just completed the construction of the foundation, and there were some temporary buildings on it. The construction was very dusty and noisy, and it would take at least 4 years to complete the construction for the royal family to move in. The royal family mainly lived in another completed skyscraper, sharing the royal guards and palace guards. Given that the Terran Federation had sent ghost agents to assassinate members of the Minsk family, there were also a large number of Imperial Ghost Guards in this building. According to conservative estimates, at least 1,200 former Federation Ghost agents chose to be loyal to the new Imperial government, and about 150 became Imperial Ghosts directly under the Emperor. There were no ladies wearing gold and silver or clowns in the palace of the Terran Empire. Only soldiers with sabers and silent ghosts. This protective measure was extremely necessary. Since the founding of the country, crazy supporters of the old Federation have been constantly trying to assassinate royal family members and imperial officials. When Augustus came to the building where the royal family lived, the royal guards guarding this temporary palace saluted him. They all wore power armor with a gold and red background, and ceremonial blue ribbons on their shoulders. The royal guards are only loyal to the Emperor and the imperial family, and they are ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the imperial family at any time. Although it is only used as a temporary palace, it certainly has everything it needs. The halls and corridors in the building are hung with magnificent decorations, including marble stands with star maps, exquisite mechanical clocks, 3-branch candlesticks with reflectors, peace flower tapestries, and slender tall glasses with apple blossoms and roses. Even the delicate tables and chairs are gilded, and countless brass mirrors and crystal-clear crystals decorate the walls. Even so, what Augustus was most satisfied with was that he didn't spend a penny on it, because all these luxury items were obtained from the mansion of the founding family of Tarsones. 2 ladies in sky blue dresses and black velvet capes were waiting for him there, with a little blonde boy beside them. They were Augustus' mother, Catherine Minsk, Princess Juliana and Prince Valerian, while Augustus' father, Angus, was both the Minister of the Treasury and the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, and was working at this time. The women of the Minsk family are all beautiful, with elegant looks and graceful figures. The little prince also inherited this noble face from his mother. He is so handsome, and his golden hair is so smooth. Valerian Minsk, the son of Arcturus Minsk and Juliana Based, is the most beloved. Augustus hugged his family one by one, just like he did every time he separated or reunited in the past. "Go. That's your uncle," the princess said to Prince Valerian, who was holding her hand. Princess Juliana is still as beautiful as ever, but even the most sophisticated cosmetic surgery can hardly hide the fine wrinkles. She is still very young, but she looks old very fast. The princess' marriage to Prince Actulus is not happy. This seemingly humble and courteous man, with great ambitions, is actually an extremely self-centered person. He has long lost interest in this woman, and has little tenderness in his heart. In fact, Juliana is a very gentle woman, an elegant Umoyan noble, a perfect marriage partner. She should have been a haven for her husband to rest when he was tired and injured. But who would have thought that Arcturus was such a heartless person? Arcturus was not the kind of person who would be bound by a woman or a family. He was an eagle, and the world could not bind him. He was never hurt, and even if he was defeated, he would stand up again and again. "Your Majesty, you have defeated the Protoss and the Zerg. There is no one in the world who is more qualified to be called a hero than you. When Valerian walked in front of Augustus, the latter was also looking at him. Valerian is only 14 years old, but he has grown tall and strong. Through constant self-improvement, Valerian has become the kind of heir his father expected, knowledgeable, quick-witted, elegant and quick in behavior. Did your mother teach you this? Augustus smiled at his nephew. Augustus was surprised to find that Valerian had grown into a reliable man when he had not noticed it. When he was a child, he was weak. His arms and legs were as thin as chopsticks. But now his whole body is full of strong muscles. In addition to receiving family education, Valerian also studied politics and economics, and was able to skillfully use various firearms. This was partly due to the strict education of Arcturus, and partly due to his dream of going out to explore the world. Valerian hoped to become a hero like his uncle Augustus. I think so. Valerian's eyes seemed to be shining. I heard my father talk about your battle with aliens, which was not mentioned in myths or epics. The hypocritical Protoss and the greedy Zerg are the enemies of mankind. This world is not just black and white. Child, if you want to be a king, you must rely on your own judgment to distinguish between friends and enemies. Turn enemies into friends, or even kill with a borrowed knife. Augustus said this to his nephew. No, I want to be an adventurer and archaeologist, and go to the outer world to discover alien ruins and rare mines. Valerian stood shyly and modestly like a child, but then relaxed because of Augustus' kindness. What's so good about aliens and mines? As a member of the Minsk family, you were born to do great things. Arcturus on the other side frowned and shouted that he was a rebellious son. He had been wise and brave all his life, and I don't know how he gave birth to such a thing. Don't you think so at your age? Augustus smiled. He has to go to the Stilling Military Academy, and now is the right time. Arcturus has always been arbitrary and decided the future of his children based on his own ideas, which is exactly the same as his father. Unconsciously, Arcturus became the kind of person he had fought so hard against in his youth. The Sterling Officers Academy was the first military academy in the Empire. The students in it came from various imperial territories, and most imperial officers chose to send their children to this school. This meant that if Valerian could successfully complete his studies, he would be able to make friends with future imperial generals. As a member of the royal family, Valerian could inherit his father's title in the future. Even though he was not yet an adult, he had already obtained a fiefdom of his own. Actors, you fool. Valerian should decide his own future path, the princess said angrily. Actors immediately showed his anger, but facing the rare woman in the world who dared to slap him in the face, he actually didn't have much confidence. He and Juliana always quarreled about their son's problems, and their relationship was very bad. Enough. Actors. Augustus just came back. This is a day worth celebrating. As soon as Catherine opened her mouth, Actors didn't dare to say anything. If it was his father who said this, at least he would never admit defeat. And his mother was the person Arcturus respected most in this world. Catherine was proud of her children's achievements, but she was also worried about their safety all the time, because she was too worried about Augustus and worried that he would die on the battlefield. Her mother became older and older because of worry. What plans do you have for yourself? Augustus asked Valerian softly. I plan to complete my studies at the Stilling Officer Academy first, then join the Imperial Marines, and go on adventures after retiring, Valerian answered. Arcturus raised his chin and showed a triumphant expression. It can be seen that Valerian took his uncle as an example and wanted to walk the path that Augustus had walked again. Then do it. Augustus patted his nephew's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. Where is Dorothy? You just appointed her as the governor of Viridia Prime, and she just set off a few days ago. Catherine also sighed. As their youngest child, Dorothy grew older. She was becoming more and more beautiful and stronger. Just like her brothers, Dorothy has a strong leadership temperament, is decisive in her work, and is very good to her subordinates. Dorothy doesn't look like a noble lady. To be more precise, she is like a queen wherever she goes. Well, I almost forgot about it. Augustus put his hand on his forehead. I always worry that Dorothy will be hurt. But then I realized that I can't protect her all my life. In essence, the Minsk family has similar personalities. But in my memory, she is still that little girl. Dorothy has really grown up in the time I didn't notice. He said, I really should have a daughter. As he said that, Augustus took Kerrigan's hand and walked in. After a long time, Augustus had dinner with his family again. The radiation environment of Korhal is not suitable for growing crops and raising livestock. Only hydroponic farms and food factories can provide synthetic food. Fresh food must rely on frozen imports, which is extremely expensive in Augustgrad. To set an example, the royal family only ate soup made of dried mushrooms, mixed lettuce and sausages. Augustus did not care about the simple food. He would not eat much worse in the army. Augustus was still very happy. This family atmosphere, which was not harmonious but still warm, was what he wanted to protect. He sincerely hoped that thousands of imperial families could sit together like this when they returned home. Chapter 534 Royal Research Center. Augustgrad. Royal Research Center. This is a dome-shaped building made entirely of new alloy steel, shaped like a flat ping-pong ball. The main body of the research center is monotonous brown-gray and imperial red, with only the golden symbol of the royal family shining brightly under the scorching sunlight of Kar midday that is not filtered by the atmosphere. The Royal Research Center is connected to a physics laboratory and has a high-energy particle accelerator and many detailed research equipment. The research center and the underground part are divided into 4 floors, each of which represents a research related to cutting-edge technology, representing the highest technological level of the Terran Empire. Only the most talented and trusted researchers can join the Royal Research Institute and devote their lives to the innovation of Terran technology and process technology. At the same time, the Royal Research Center is also the research center with the second highest security in Augustgrad after the Royal Palace. The scientists inside the research center are mainly engaged in the research of alien civilizations. Every scientist who can come here has been evaluated by the highest intelligence department of the Terran Empire and the OGB spy agency to ensure that they will not leak highly confidential research materials to the enemies of the Empire. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Newcomer, don't try to touch the Zelnaga slate. Dr. Talise Kogan, who was busy recording research data, raised her head and spoke to a young researcher who had just joined the research center at her fastest speed. He was a young man who looked fussy, with black hair, a middle part, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of sharp eyes. He was wearing a white work suit, equipped with eyepieces, artificial eyes, and auxiliary mechanical limbs. He was standing in front of a 5-foot-high operating table, on which there was a black stone plate sealed in a square glass container. The stone plate seemed to be as black as a crow's feather, without any reflection, and other than that, it looked ordinary. This laboratory was very spacious. If used as a meeting room, it could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time without feeling crowded. In this room alone, there are a large number of cutting-edge optical and electronic equipment. There are more than one stone slab like this. There are also many void crystals emitting fluorescent green light stacked on each operating table. There are also many precious Zelnaga relics similar to bronze or organic meteorites. All Zelnaga relics come from the protective excavation work of imperial archaeologists, who have emptied one Zelnaga temple and city ruins after another. Emperor Augustus believes that in order to develop science and technology, archaeology must go hand in hand with the research and development of new technologies. There are about 30 imperial researchers in the laboratory. They are all historians, biologists or scientists studying Protoss technology. There are even scientists from the UD Expeditionary Force. After all, fighting for the cause of Terran humans is also for the cause of humanity. There are also quite a few UD computer experts, astrophysicists and nanoscientists, talents that the Terran Empire lacks. You know, although the military technology of Terran humans is very powerful, with huge warships and advanced mechas, computer encryption and mechanical language still remain in the past few centuries. The codes and functions used by the computers of the Terran Federation are still the supercomputer Atlas, which was carried on the colony mothership pilot ship Najerfa 250 years ago. It has been almost stagnant for so many years. The supercomputer Atlas was originally the technology of Earth 2.5 centuries ago. The technology of the Terrans also originated from this supercomputer. This is why the technology of Terrans is so similar to that of Earth. It is precisely because of this that the computer system of the Federation is full of loopholes in front of the UD Expeditionary Force. To this end, the Empire has stepped up its innovation in information technology while strengthening its national defense and security. What else would happen? Doctor? I want to know what happened to the person who did this. He retracted his hand that he had unconsciously stretched out. This looks like a Mayan slate. Maybe when you get up the next day, you will find that your testicles are still quietly in the bed. Isn't it interesting? Dr. Tallis didn't care much about this new companion, and didn't even raise her head. More than a month ago, geneticist Talis Korgan was invited to work at the Royal Science Station. She had previously worked at a leading research institute in Tarsones, but later lost her job due to social unrest caused by regime change. Fortunately, top scientists like Dr. Talis have no shortage of jobs. Moreover, since the Zerg and Protoss first appeared in the public eye, bioengineering has become increasingly important. But after signing an extremely stringent confidentiality agreement, Talis's first contact was not the alien biological research she had imagined, but the more mysterious Xel'Naga. However, Xel'Naga is not the only research subject that Talis is engaged in. Zerg and Protoss physiology are also research topics that she is responsible for. The heavy workload not only did not overwhelm Talis, but instead made her very motivated. The Royal Academy of Sciences and the Royal Research Center are the top research departments of the Terran Empire. They can even be received by the Emperor, which is much more important than her original research institute. In addition, Talis has another identity. That is, the ex-wife of Bernard Hansen, the governor of the Empire's Agria Autonomous Region, and the biological mother of Ariel Hansen. Talis didn't care what the authorities thought. She was willing to join the Empire, partly because the Imperial Army had saved her daughter in Agria some time ago. Not only scientific researchers, but now the new Empire is in urgent need of talents from all walks of life. Whether they are former federal researchers or civilian scholars, the Empire will not refuse anyone. Okay. I won't do anything to it. The young scientist who was observing the slate raised his hands and stepped back about 10 yards. Very good. Very good. Mysterious alien technology. Some kind of vicious witchcraft. Damn it. I knew it would be like this. I didn't expect a serious workaholic like you to make such a joke. Be careful not to scare him, or no one will come in the future. At this time, a bald man walked in and said, I am the Imperial Royal Chief Alien Research Chairman, Helek Brannimer, the General Manager of this research center. Welcome to the Royal Research Center. Mr. Warren Held, be loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. Be loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. Wold shook hands with Brannimer. Hello, Chairman Brannimer. I am Held, an expert in alien research. I was previously engaged in research on alien creatures, hoping to learn ways to improve human genes. I received an invitation from the Royal Academy of Sciences, which is an official document signed by the Emperor. Don't worry. The actual situation is not as serious as Dr. Korgan said. Brannimer showed a thin smile. Even so, she is definitely well-intentioned. But if you get too close to the Xel'Naga slabs or stay in the same room with them for too long, you will inevitably experience dizziness, nausea and weakness, followed by severe insomnia and nightmares. He continued, people with active minds will hear meaningless mumblings, as if these slabs are connected to dimensional pockets of another world. It sounds like a nuclear reactor that is constantly releasing huge amounts of radiation. This is incredible. What exactly is this slab? Is it an energy device of a prehistoric alien civilization or some kind of record carrier? Held stared at Brannimer. According to Held, the Xel'Naga were a prehistoric civilization that was once extremely glorious, and the Protoss even called them gods and creators. Now, judging from all the research on the Xel'Naga ruins, the technology of this civilization is indeed like a god to humans. There are more than 20 stone slabs of different sizes here, some of which are only a few inches long, like broken bricks cut from the wall, and the largest one is 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. Some are pitch black, while others are engraved with complex and beautiful patterns. The first one is the Xel'Naga tablet of Mars Sera. The secrets on it have not been solved until now. X-rays, sonic detectors, lasers, and neutron beams cannot damage them. Brannimer said. Dr. Emil Nerid speculated that this may be the tablet of the Xel'Naga enlightenment to future civilizations, so the text on it is set to be easily understood by other races. The Xel'Naga tablet is shrouded in a hazy mystery and has the ability to connect with the void. The mumbling heard by the researchers may come from the Xel'Naga in the void. For humans, this kind of mumbling that contains spiritual power is extremely difficult to bear. And now the void is also filled with the anger of the dark god Amon. It would be strange if you don't go crazy if you listen to his mumbling every day. The Xel'Naga should at least teach humans what the concept of easy they define is. Helder said. Humans have not yet reached the level of being able to interpret it. Brannimer stroked the few strands of his remaining hair. But Nerid can understand it. By reading the words on the stone tablet, the language of the Xel'Naga can be further deciphered. This is a milestone in the field of Xel'Naga research. Dr. Tallis finally finished her work and looked up and said, "He is a genius among us. He has led bioengineering to a big step forward and defined the entire discipline of Xel'Naga research." Xel'Naga Scholar is still a new title, and there are only a handful of people in the Empire who can be awarded this title. Emil Nerid is the undisputed founder of the field of Xel'Naga research. I have read the books published by Dr. Nerid, and many of his articles have been included in the required reading courses of Korhal University, Helder affirmed, and then said to Brannimer, the director of the research center, "When can I start my own work? In order to dissect live Zerg and Protoss. I also brought matching knives and tweezers. For the future of mankind, someone has to sacrifice himself." "You didn't join the Royal Research Center for this?" Brannimer asked. "Yes," Held said, as if it was a matter of course. "As long as the application is approved. There are plenty of cultivated Zerg for you to study. But not the Protoss. The Empire prohibits the live research of Protoss." Brannimer thought that another madman had come. This does not apply to those Tal'Darim Protoss war criminals who have slaughtered humans. But these Tal'Darim who are high on drugs are rare. Most of the people in the Royal Research Center are scientific madmen who are arrogant because of their talents. If they come here, they either come here for fame or for the strong support of the Empire's scientific research resources. In other words, they are basically extremely difficult to deal with. And there are also many former federal researchers who were forced to do research work in the Federal Research Station. Their humanity and emotions have been erased by long-term, repressed, inhumane experiments. It is difficult for these people to integrate into society and communicate with others. As the director of the research center, Brannimer naturally has to deal with these people every day. In addition, this small research building is full of hidden talents. At least one Tal'Darim lord is imprisoned underground, and a fat brainworm is also raised. These two great men with high status in the tribe are either addicted to terrazine and live a life of obsession, or they eat potato chips and drink coke all day long. If there were any Kelmorian or Umojan spies, they would probably be torn to pieces by the Zerg in the animal pens or the angry Tal'Darim Protoss. I think any creature other than humans is not within the scope of ethics and morality, and does not need any sympathy. Helder nodded. Brannimer glanced at this seemingly harmless young man, thinking about what kind of position he should be assigned to. The research center is mainly engaged in the research of Xel'Naga, Zerg and Protoss technology, and the attached physics laboratory focuses on the field of nanotechnology. Since the UD brought more advanced nanotechnology, the Empire's Protoss allies have also provided some of their research results on this technology. The nanotechnology of the Terran Empire has made rapid progress in a very short period of time, and its application areas include military, medical, mechanical manufacturing and many other fields. It has become a very promising discipline in the Empire. Everyone can find a suitable position here. Brannimer has not decided yet. This research center is in short supply everywhere, and every project is important. Chairman Brannimer, the goods brought back by the army have arrived. The Emperor has appointed you. At this time, a researcher came in. Okay, Mr. Held. I will email you later. Brannimer looked at his watch and hurried away. Before that, you can go back to your room and rest. Chairman Brannimer left in a hurry after he finished speaking. He knew the inside story. The so-called goods were the 4 pieces of Xel'Naga artifacts that the Empire had seized from the Tal'Darim Protoss. They only needed to add the piece of artifact that Korhal had kept to reassemble the complete artifact. But that piece was not kept here. Will His Majesty come? Brannimer asked the researcher as he walked. If His Majesty is coming, we will know soon, the other party said. Chapter 535 The Importance of Artifacts. The Royal Research Center is a multi-layered steel structure. The laboratories, analysis platforms, control centers, and security centers connected by thousands of corridors and airlocks are like a huge palace made of steel. The research center is not only a research building. In addition to the necessary living facilities, high-standard restaurants, opera houses, bars, and even swimming pools are all available. As always, Emperor Augustus fulfilled his promise to the scientists in the invitation letter. Knowing the importance of the Xel'Naga artifact, Brannimer hurried to the internal elevator entrance, nodding to the researchers passing by the research center. At this time, the passage leading to the top hangar was lit with red light, and unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. Violators could be executed. This was a common thing in the research center, due to the special functions and uses of the building. Special planes would arrive every day to transport precious goods. The goods were mostly alien creatures used for research and experiments. Excavated Protoss relics or Xel'Naga relics. In the past, bear-toothed beasts, Kara beasts, blue-crowned deer and heterotailed scorpions, which could be auctioned at high prices in Tarsones, were not uncommon in the Royal Research Center. Emperor Augustus placed high hopes on the Royal Academy of Sciences and its subordinate scientific research centers. They were equipped with the most sophisticated equipment and experimental specimens, and the researchers were treated with unprecedented generosity. To be frank, the Emperor hoped that this top scientific research institution, which had invested heavily and used national resources to build it, would produce something. Scientists were inspired by the huge bone plates of the Thunder Beast and could upgrade the armor of warships and chariots. By learning the advanced resource collection technology from the Protoss, it can be applied to the Empire's mines and gas refineries. Since the UD brought the Earth's nanotechnology, nano-regenerative steel has also come into being, and then used in warship construction and medical treatment. The Emperor pointed out, technology is the primary productive force. In addition to being applied to the military, the advancement of technology will also involve medical care, agriculture, and other livelihood areas, improve people's livelihood and benefit mankind. Branimal is the director and person in charge of the Scientific Research Center. He knows what kind of burden he shoulders. Since the Emperor called Branimal to his presence, he treated him with great courtesy and said that science holds the hope of protecting the future of mankind. They are the fearless pioneers at the edge of this terrifying, greedy, evil and dangerous universe. Since then, Branimal has regarded the fulfillment of the Emperor's great vision as his sacred mission. There are only a few people who can enter the top floor. When he walked out of the elevator, Branimal only barely recognized a few experts who studied Xel'Naga technology. There may also be people engaged in psychics among them, which is also a new discipline. Psychics is related to psychology, but it is much more mysterious because those who study it are experts with telepathic abilities. High-level psychers who are proficient in telepathy can even kill people silently by exerting pressure on the mental level, such as creating a suicide without loopholes. Branimal didn't deal with these people much. He heard that these people could control your bladder and make you incontinent, making you embarrassed in public. Gradually, Branimal got closer to the top hangar, and there were more and more Imperial soldiers in the corridor. The security department of the research center is not a private security guard, but a genuine Imperial Royal Guard. Each Royal Guard is a veteran who has fought many battles and fought with Emperor Augustus during the Revolution. Hello, Chairman Branimer. A white-bearded scientist came from the other side, followed by an AI-controlled widow mine. Hello, Daniel Rothfuss. Branimer couldn't help shrinking his neck when he saw this mechanical pet with blade-like limbs moving as fast as the wind on the ground. Although this is just a mechanical pet, it is not equipped with small Sentinel missiles. As far as he knows, Daniel is an expert in computer information engineering and an outstanding astrophysicist, responsible for the network security and AI programming of the research center. Although Daniel has never mentioned his past experiences, and the authority of his files is so high that even the director of the research center cannot access it, Branimer believes that the other party may be an Earthling. After the defeat of the UD Expeditionary Force, the surviving members of the Expeditionary Force had only two choices: either join the Empire or spend the rest of their lives in a closed prison world. After realizing that the hope of returning to Earth was extremely slim, many UD soldiers and scientists believed that Earth had betrayed and abandoned them. So they decided to serve the rulers of the Terran humans. Dan, I heard that you are currently working on the reprogramming of the Mechanical Adjutant's intelligence program. How is the progress? Branimal looked at the Widow Thunder, which was about 5 feet taller than him. Branimer didn't know how much Daniel knew about the inside story of the Xel'Naga artifact. All email notifications about the artifact were issued by the palace office. He had no right to ask, and he didn't know more than others. Therefore, he didn't ask much. I have to say that the old federal adjutant is full of loopholes. To put it in an analogy, it's like using a basket to hold water. Daniel sighed. It seems that even a third-rate decryption expert in the garbage dump can decipher this metal waste. The Federation is simply running naked in front of the robbers, wearing gold and silver jewelry. At least from the perspective of laymen like us, the Federation's security level is reliable. Branimer laughed dryly. The computer security system of the Terran Federation may indeed be a joke to the UD. No one knows whether the Earthlings have been running wildly in a field that the Terrans have no idea about for more than 200 years. In terms of AI, The Protoss and the Umoyans have done much better. Machines can accept many times more instructions than humans. And they are completely on a different level in terms of speed and reliability. Daniel continued, the task the Emperor gave me is to make his mechanical adjutant smarter. But not too smart. However, although Dr. Daniel's identity always made Brannimer suspicious, that did not prevent the two of them from becoming friends. Daniel was very talkative, and his words showed his wise cognition and thinking about the world. As he spoke, Brannimer and Daniel had already arrived at the top floor hangar guarded by heavy soldiers. Next to the hangar was a temporary warehouse for storing experimental materials, and above it was a parking platform protected by an energy shield force field. This huge circular flat-roof building has a huge helipad, which is capable of taking off and landing Hercules-class transport ships with its electromagnetically accelerated catapult and interceptor track. The hangar below the helipad is even larger, filled with military transport ships and low-orbit shuttles. There are soldiers with live ammunition and automatic turrets everywhere, which shows how much the Empire values the Zelnada artifact. About a dozen Imperial scientists in white uniforms are waiting here. At this time, those who can come here are the elite among the elite. Each of them is a top scientist in the field of alien biology research, biomaterials, astrophysics, nanomedicine, and other cutting-edge fields in the Terran Empire. They are masters in their respective fields and shining stars of tomorrow. When they received the Emperor's invitation, they might have been taking classes at other top universities in Copperloo, such as Tussoni's University. All of them are masters. Hi, Mr. Brannimer. Good morning. A short man in a white coat came over, looking too young with a face full of uneasiness. In fact, Dr. Egon Stedman had just bitten his tongue because he was too excited to attract attention. It's night, kid. Dr. Daniel pointed this out. Ah, I didn't notice it. I must have forgotten about it. I have hardly slept these days because of those collection robots. Stedman opened his mouth and looked at Brannimer blankly. You don't mind, do you? Why not? In this place without sunlight, it is inevitable that day and night are reversed. You don't have to care. Dr. Stedman, did you worry too much about the brainworm in the basement? Brannimer dared not neglect it. Egon Stedman, who studied under Franks, was not yet an adult, and might not even be 14 years old, but he was already an authority in the field of alien creature research. Most importantly, Stedman might not be aware of this at all, judging from the degree of research resources devoted to him and other designated care. Emperor Augustus was basically raising him as a son. To be fair, Egon Stedman is really a genius. As early as 2 years ago, Stedman was able to assemble robots using discarded parts from the garbage dump in the Port of the Dead. Now, in addition to feeding the brainworms in the basement of the research center on a daily basis, Stedman is also engaged in research related to intelligent machinery. The bottom floor of the research center is an engineering station, an armory, and an automated heavy factory that produces intelligent machinery. Dr. Egon Stedman's work is related to intelligent machinery. For example, his most proud achievement is a dangerous mechanical cassowary. I believe it won't be long before Stedman can build his own mechanical hydralisk. Oh, that pig always has something new to do for me. I'm really angry when I mention it. Stedman immediately complained loudly. Last time it spent $1 million on the card drawing game for the virtual singer. Who knows how I got through those days? When the matter was exposed, it actually said that it was just a bug after all. What bad things could it do? At this time, it finally remembered that it was a bug. He yelled, "What can I expect from a brainworm that can only cheat with its psychic power when playing cards?" In fact, according to the brainworm's concept, humans are considered to be bugs. However, the Empire's domesticated brainworms are brainworms that only know when to act and when to retreat. Doctor, you must have wasted a lot of effort. Brannimer patted Stedman and couldn't say anything for a while. The Empire's domesticated brainworm is only 1.5 years old. It is true that it is just like a child. However, the cunningness of brainworms is no less than that of humans. And only people like Stedman, with equally novel thinking circuits, can deal with it. The Emperor has arrived. The first to arrive was the Imperial Emperor's plane. The Emperor had just returned to Augustgrad a few days ago, and was so busy rebuilding Korhal and establishing the Empire that he even found time in his schedule for the Zelnada artifact. Brannimer had originally thought that it might be Prince Arcturus who was coming. After all, the latter had come to the Royal Research Center for supervision many times. Thank you for your hard work. When the Emperor stepped off the plane, he was still wearing a military uniform, and he did not forget to salute the soldiers and scientists as he walked. As always, Queen Kerrigan always followed her husband. An hour ago, Augustus had just reviewed the Imperial Army on the Red Star Square in Augustgrad. This grand military parade was so grand that it took a whole day to complete. Hurek. I brought the fragments of the Zelnaga artifact. 2 of them are for research, and the other will be sealed somewhere else. Augustus looked up and gestured, and 4 royal guards in golden red power armor came down from the transport ship carrying a sarcophagus emitting a blue-copper light. Be careful. The Zelnaga artifact is not an ordinary Zelnaga relic. The assembled Zelnaga artifact is a key to the void. That is, it is Pandora's box. He warned scientists such as Brannimer, don't believe any scenes you have seen in the illusion, and don't believe any sounds you have heard. If you realize that there is something wrong with your mental state, report it to your psychiatrist and spiritual expert immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Brannimer and other scientists around him immediately bowed their heads and said, the Zelnaga artifact contains unimaginable energy. If used properly, it is the most terrible weapon in the universe. Augustus said at last. These are what Nerid told Augustus. Of course, this part of the information is basically true. To deceive people, it is best to weave a single lie with countless truths. Augustus knew that the Zelnaga artifact was not just a weapon. Or rather, it was not designed to be a weapon. For the Zelnaga, information, energy and will are all one. That is, they can transform entities into energy and energy into will. Everything in the universe, essence, matter, spirit, everything can be transformed. In other words, the Zelnaga artifact is theoretically omnipotent and has infinite possibilities. This is the artifact. In the Battle of Wings of Liberty, Nerid only slightly modified the Zelnaga artifact, which allowed it to destroy the Zerg directly at the DNA level. It was just because Nerid wanted the Terran Empire to regard the Zelnaga artifact as a weapon and ignore its original purpose. It was also with the help of the Zelnaga artifact that the Queen of Blades was able to be transformed back into a human. For Augustus, there was no need for him to use the Zelnaga artifact now. But the Zelnaga artifact was indeed an artifact to deal with the Zerg, and it could be used in times of emergency. The Zelnaga had transformed the Zerg and the Protoss. Since the Nova Shock could deal with the Zerg, it was also designed to deal with the Protoss. Refer to the words of Nerid in the official book Flashpoint Moment. The Zelnaga once modified the life forms of the Protoss and Zerg on a large scale. For them, something that can destroy their DNA is of course a weapon. You only need to get even a little inspiration from the Zelnaga artifact, and mankind will benefit infinitely. Augustus told the scientists. Augustus did not expect these scientists to be able to study the Zelnaga artifact, as long as they knew a little bit. For your expectations, we must spend our entire lives. Brannimer knew the weight of the Emperor's words, and made up his mind immediately. Okay, now take me to find Tosh. Augustus finally said, there is still a debt between him and me to settle. Chapter 536 The Three Prisoners. The underground of the Augustgrad Royal Research Center holds the most vicious alien monsters in the universe, including insane half-crazy Protoss, cruel and greedy Zerg, and deformed infected people. If someone thinks that these terrifying monsters are the most brutal, tyrannical, and evil alien creatures known to mankind so far, the 3 most terrifying cages are enough to make them tremble with fear. Even the most absurd thriller writer cannot describe 1/10,000th of such abominations with his pen, as if that is fear itself. The cells used to hold these monsters are made of a fused alloy strengthened by the new Folsom catalyst, which is harder than diamond. The walls are reinforced layer by layer, and embedded with psychic isolation materials. According to the Imperial engineers who built it, it is more than enough to imprison the swarm overlord. Whether this is true or not, at least it does not prevent the 3 giants imprisoned in different cages from communicating through telepathy. These abominable humans, Augustus Minsk, blasphemers, when the day of reckoning comes, I will cut you into pieces. The mental language of the Taldarim executor's anger reverberated in hundreds of cages of all sizes underground, making the wall lamps rattle. But the only response was the roar of the monsters. Nyong, your pathetic brain has been smoked by the Terrazine. If you don't toss around less, you can live a few more days. The Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh, who was just captured by the Terran Empire some time ago, was hammering sandbags in his single room, listening to Nyong's mental roar like a disease. And he really couldn't stand it. You've become even crazier since humans stopped providing you with enough terrazine. Tosh and Nion were separated by thousands of yards and layers of walls. But their telepathic communication was not disturbed much. It's not that the Empire's psychic isolation facilities are flawed. It's just that their psychic powers are too strong. Nion, who is getting more and more crazy, never limits the dosage of terrazine he consumes. And his psychic power is increasing day by day. The more he loses his sanity, the stronger his power becomes. Nion was imprisoned recently, and is said to have been a Protoss executor. However, apart from his fanatical worship of the gods, Tosh had never seen any noble qualities of his fellow ale in him. My God, I deserve death. Nion ignored Tosh. Zelnaga, God, take me away. Take me away. It's so pitiful. He is hopeless. Prince. Star spirits. These son of a bitches are crazy because of their fanaticism. And they are heading towards their ultimate destruction because of their madness. On the other side, the deep psychic language of the brainworm came from another direction. The Zerg have a close mental connection. And Tosh can clearly sense the existence of the brainworm. He knows it. It was the newborn brainworm that Tosh protected when sharp-pupated and transformed into the Zerg Blade Prince. At that time, the newborn brainworm was still very weak, and was extremely flattering and obedient to the Overlord's beloved son. Now, the brainworm has not only become much stronger and more mature than before, but has also learned many human curse words and vulgar local slang. In the era of the first generation of the Overmind, this brainworm used to obey Tosh. But now it is not the case. It has undergone changes that Tosh could not imagine. As if a person who was still wearing open-crotch pants and holding a baby in his mouth learned to smoke, drink, and perm his hair overnight, and took care of all the gangs in a block with a lollipop in his mouth, and finally became a godfather. The brainworm happily accepted the name given to it by humans. Alpha. This may indicate that it is only the first brainworm captured by humans. Accepting a name is equivalent to rebellion in the eyes of the alien Zerg, because only the Overmind can give the brainworm a name. And doing so is equivalent to recognizing that humans are its Overmind. Of course, Tosh did not feel that this was a betrayal at all. Nor was he angry. Tosh knew that he did not belong to the Zerg, and he believed that his sense of belonging to the Zerg was fabricated. Nion's strength is also among the top among the many Protoss heroes I have seen. He can even merge into an Archon with his own strength. Tosh responded calmly. But he is still just a lunatic. The brainworm said, the lifespan of the Protoss is much longer than that of humans. He will continue to be crazy until he becomes a super lunatic. And then, bang! You know? At this moment, Nion finally stopped roaring. And Tosh's mental communication with the brainworm also stopped abruptly. Just like the previous communication. This kind of communication was mostly some tests of each other. They also had many doubts about each other, and did not fully trust each other. Since the death of the first Overmind, the tight hierarchical structure of the Zerg collapsed. The brainworms only obey the master. And the new second-generation master obviously cannot be recognized by all the brainworms. Coincidentally, Tosh and the brainworms no longer obey any master. Brainworms cannot disobey the orders of the master, and will never betray. So the internal differences will only stop at verbal conflicts at most. And civil war is impossible. But once the brainworms lose their allegiance, the relationship between them will change subtly. How about some potato chips and Coke? After a while, the brainworm asked again, I'll let my servants bring it to you. No. Thank you. Tosh expressed his gratitude. That's great. I have always had a question, Prince. You are so powerful. How can humans hurt you? The brainworm said, besides, I am just a brainworm without self-defense ability after all. But you are different. You should not be trapped here at all. I just lost to the hands of the Protoss. Tosh responded briefly, and then asked again, I almost forgot how you were captured by humans. The enemy is numerous, and we are few. It is not a crime of war. The voice of the brainworm's mind fluctuated. It seemed that it was always ashamed. The Protoss are endless. And my swarm is suffering casualties every minute and every second. The anger of the brainworm was just a disguise. And it immediately changed its tone. But this is not important at all. You deliberately let humans catch you just to save me. It laughed very humanely. No one here can trap you. Hurry up. When I become the master of the swarm, the entire universe will be ours. And the swarm will devour the world. Tosh knew that this brainworm might really have the potential to become the master. Its psychic potential is so high that Tosh has to be on guard now. God knows what the Imperial humans fed this brainworm. Or whether it is just so gifted. The brainworm actually knows the principle of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. And pretends to be addicted to wine and sex to paralyze the humans who control it. If you ask it if it still wants Charles, it definitely doesn't want to. Maybe it's overacting. I'm not here to save you. Tosh was silent for a moment. I thought you were dead. Besides, if I really came to save you, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Are you kidding me? The brainworm was furious. The Tosh family doesn't joke. They only tell the truth. Tosh said. Is it really hopeless? The brainworm was stunned. It's hopeless. Tosh said. You were really arrested. The brainworm said, if you can't beat them, can't you run away? I'm here to pursue my ultimate destiny. Tosh said calmly, that is death. Seeking death? You're crazy too. The brainworm was stunned. Unless killed? The brainworm is almost immortal. Their cells are renewed very quickly but they don't age. They can live for a very long time. Oh, then why am I wasting time talking to you? I'm going to make a move. We'll talk later. The brainworm cursed and withdrew its mind connection. If you have any good ideas for escaping, you'd better tell me. Tosh was speechless. A brainworm was more human than he was. The infection of the alien worm affected Tosh's genes and distorted his mind, erasing all his humanity. Many times, Tosh fought against countless cruel and evil thoughts in his mind. Although he did not succeed every time, he never gave up fighting. Finally, Tosh's side was quiet again. The sharp roar of monsters could be heard from the underground prison all the time, making the prison once again gloomy and terrifying. He looked around his room and felt a little relieved. It was more like a comfortable hotel than a prison. This single room was large, with a single bed, a holographic projection TV, a sofa, and a set of tables and chairs. It can be seen that although the Empire was afraid of Tosh's power, it still treated him as a human being rather than an alien insect. When Tosh was a child in the slums, he had dreamed of such a scene countless times. But now he had no interest in it. As a highly modified creature, Tosh did not need lust, which would only be a burden. At this time, Tosh's keen psychic intuition detected that a group of people were walking into the underground prison. There were so many of them that it seemed that high-ranking officials of the Empire had arrived. Tosh could almost smell the scent of Augustus Minsk. But these people did not approach here, but talked to Tosh through the holographic projection TV. Your Majesty Emperor Augustus I. His Majesty Minsk. Tosh soon met the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor on the holographic projection screen was at the best age of his life, full of energy and confident. He had a handsome face and a stern expression, just like the first Augustus. Looking at Augustus's heroic figure, Tosh felt a little jealous. But this emotion was fleeting. Augustus Minsk had always been a person extremely far away from Tosh. He had heard of this revolutionary hero of the Terrans a long time ago, and heard of his many great achievements. Tosh was born in the slums, born humble, but God wanted him to become a nightmare. Augustus was born into a noble family, as if he was born to shine. Hello, Gabriel Tosh. Augustus nodded to Tosh as a greeting. The Emperor was surrounded by the royal guards, whose retractable visors reflected the brilliant cobalt blue light. Augustus had a great grudge against Tosh. He had tried to save Tosh before he turned into an alien Zerg. But when he knew that the situation was irreversible, he decisively ordered to eliminate the trouble forever. Of course Tosh hated Augustus. To be precise, he hated everyone. But Tosh hated himself more. In my eyes, you are just a child. Augustus looked at Tosh and said sincerely, I have seen what you were like in the past. And I know that you are not what you want now. I know that you have been trying to restrain your desire to kill as much as possible, which is more difficult than saving others. He said, Tosh, I firmly believe that you have an upright heart. Tosh felt a little touched and wanted to ask Augustus why he was so confident in himself. Do you know why I attacked the human world? He suddenly said after a long while. I hope you can solve my doubts. Augustus nodded. When I was created, the Overmind gave me a great mission to save the Zerg. Tosh began to talk. But I don't know how to save them. I don't know what kind of disaster the Zerg will face. Frankly speaking, I don't want to care about this matter at all. However, the mission to save the Zerg is still deeply rooted in my heart, controlling my thoughts and making me unable to resist. He said, at the same time, there is always a voice in the darkness, asking me to obey him and take his orders. I am here to die. Minsk. I can't stand it. I am Gabriel Tosh. I don't want to be a puppet of others. I believe you. Augustus said seriously, I can understand. The words actually made Tosh believe that the other party really understood. Suddenly, a hissing from the brainworm Alpha broke the conversation. What's the matter with the brainworm? The Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Egon. What is it saying? Sorry, Your Majesty. I haven't learned the insect language yet. The young scholar in a white research suit beside him trembled and said cautiously in a tentative tone, I think it's either cursing his father or cursing his mother. Your Majesty, I can't think of a second possibility. Egon's eyes rolled. Well, I guessed. But it's probably like this. If Alpha loses the game, he will definitely yell. Okay. Tell it. If it doesn't quiet down, I will have to cut off its network. Augustus ordered. Then, Augustus looked at Tosh again. Tosh, I want you to believe me. I have a way to save you. He stared at Tosh with cold gray eyes. The idea of removing the infection has been found. But it requires a long time to prepare. Can it make me return to my past appearance? Back to a human being. Tosh was unbelievable. Yes, back to a human being. Augustus looked at Tosh. It can be done by applying Xel'Naga technology. But there may be some sequelae. For example, leaving a head of snake hair. Tosh showed an extremely ugly smile. How can I trust you? Or do you just want to find an excuse to make me willingly cooperate with your scientists to torture me in inhuman ways? Whether you trust it or not, this is your only chance. Augustus also laughed. Tosh was silent for a while. So, what benefits does this have for you? You could have killed me directly. Turning enemies into friends will make the Empire stronger. Augustus said. You are a human being. That's enough. Chapter 537. Are you using this to test the brainworm? Gabriel Tosh's gray face, covered with thorns, slowly dimmed on the holographic projection screen in the main control room. His words with a strong Jamaican accent gave Augustus, who was standing there, some inspiration. Undoubtedly, Augustus had just offered Tosh an offer that he could not refuse. However, regardless of whether Tosh believed Augustus's one-sided words or not, Augustus also believed that Tosh, who was greatly affected by the alien insects, might not want to turn back into a human at all. As Tosh himself said, his mind has been reshaped by the Overmind. And loyalty to the Zerg and saving the Zerg is everything. For the Zerg, individual personality and demands are not important. Although the Overmind retained Gabriel's personal psychic potential and other excellent qualities in his character when ordering the Master of Evolution Abathur to transform Gabriel, the impact of Zerg transformation on a person should never be underestimated. This distortion and reshaping is very thorough. The transformed will only think with the Zerg's concepts and values. No matter conspiracy, massacre or betrayal, they will not be bound by human ethics and morality, but only follow the Zerg's instinct to survive and continue to develop. From a human perspective, it is of course extremely cruel and dark. The original Gabriel Tosh was definitely a person worth making friends with. His philosophy was to repay hatred with hatred and repay kindness with kindness. Tosh was deeply influenced by the Heji Voodoo sect and his late grandmother, which together shaped his unique thinking and behavior patterns. Gabriel Tosh loved his grandmother deeply, and this obsession has always influenced him so much that he always imitates his grandmother's behavior. Before Tosh's experience at the Terran Empire Ghost Academy completely changed him. He was not an anarchist. Tosh once believed that even if the means were unclean and immoral, as long as the final result was justice and could protect the people of the Empire, there was nothing wrong with it. This is exactly the epitome of Tosh's life. You can't say that Gabriel Tosh must be as upright as Jim Raynor. There are countless differences between them. But you just need to understand that when there is trouble, Tosh must be the first one to lend a hand. But it is hard to say about the current Tosh. He is completely different from the one in Augustus's impression. Just now, what Tosh said to Augustus may not be true. He may really just want to die. But why not go directly to the Protoss or dive into the stars? But come to humans. Maybe Tosh has been controlled by Amon for a long time. Or has been influenced by him inadvertently. Tosh must have other intentions. But Augustus doesn't know yet. Of course, Augustus could call Nerad now and ask him to assemble the Xel'Naga artifact and adjust the mode to remove the infection from Tosh and turn him back into a human. But you have to know that. Taking the Queen of Blades as an example, when purifying Tosh, the energy he possesses will be converted to pull the will of Xel'Naga Amon in the void back to the real universe. The most direct result is that Amon, who has obtained this energy, will have an increasingly stronger influence on the real world. Therefore, unless Augustus is fully prepared to defeat Amon, he does not intend to purify Tosh now. Therefore, Augustus asked Tosh to wait for a while. It is feasible to lock Tosh up and prevent this terrifying unstable factor from causing trouble in the Terran Empire. This is why Augustus has such complicated feelings for Tosh. Killing Tosh directly is actually the best option. But he is not sure whether he can be resurrected again like the brain worm. And Augustus is not sure whether the person chosen by Zelnada Orus to save the world is Sarah Kerrigan or the Queen of Blades. If so, removing the Zerg's influence on Tosh and making him one of their own is the best option. Augustus will wait and see what Tosh will do next. Transfer Tosh to the prison ship Moros, which is currently patrolling the Sigma sector, and keep him under strict supervision. When Augustus was thinking, no one around dared to disturb him. The Moros is equipped with the most advanced jump engine, which can make continuous hyperspace jumps. Even if something unexpected happens, it will not endanger civilians. The Moros is a highly maneuverable, ultra-large Imperial prison ship equipped with a powerful warp drive that can jump between star systems at a very high frequency. This prison ship is built to a larger specification than the Behemoth-class battlecruiser and is guarded by elite Imperial soldiers. The Moros was not built to impose high pressure and terror, but is mainly used to detain the highest level prisoners. Let Warfield do this, and tell him that there is no room for error. Augustus walked a few steps in the main control center and said, "Okay. That's it." "Yes, Your Majesty." An accompanying Royal Guard officer replied. "Are you worried that Tosh can't be trapped here?" Queen Sarah Kerrigan beside him said intimately. When he was captured, Tosh didn't resist at all, which proves that he wanted to die. Augustus nodded, but Tosh is still very dangerous. The supernatural power he possesses is beyond our cognition. Humans have very limited resistance to mental power, and ordinary ghost agents can't be Tosh's opponents at all. Augustgrad is just under construction now, but it will be a densely populated center of the Empire in the future. If Tosh loses control, there will inevitably be heavy casualties and panic. There are also Dark Templars left in the research center. They were left by Zeradal when he visited Augustus. At this point, I am afraid that even Augustus can't figure out the exact number of Dark Templars in the Terran Empire. For a higher ideal, the Dark Templars volunteered to guard the dangerous Prince of Blades, and were willing to merge into the Dark Archon to seal him when necessary. But by then, the center of Augustgrad will probably become a ruin. The research center was not designed to imprison Tosh. There is no prison in the entire Terran Empire with a security level high enough to imprison Tosh. Tassadar and Zeradal can defeat Tosh together. Kerrigan said, "You are indeed far-sighted. They are the only ones." Augustus hummed. "I have to ask Archbishop Tassadar to send his high-level Templars to help us guard Tosh. I believe they will lend a hand. Also, lock up that Taldaram Executor Nyan on the Moros." At first, everyone thought that Nyan was dead. Even the Protoss thought so. But he still survived the destruction of the Taldaram mothership, and was saved by the Dark Templar's spacetime technology. Before this, Nyan had drained the Taldaram Protoss on an entire mothership. And now, he has completely turned into a mentally disturbed lunatic. Augustus doesn't know what use this guy has for keeping him for now. But he thinks he still has a lot of scientific research value. And if it doesn't work, he can be used to generate electricity. "Your Majesty," Egon Stedman, who was standing by, suddenly shouted at this time, but then regretted his action. "Very good. Egon, do you have anything else to add?" Augustus immediately looked at Stedman. Add? No add." Egon opened his eyes wide, sweating from being too nervous, and stammered to Augustus, "Your Majesty, should you also put that lazy brain worm on the Moros?" He organized his words. "That brain worm is also very dangerous and very scary. If it suddenly goes berserk, it will be a big trouble. The brain worm is not aggressive. The swarm is its claws and teeth. Without the swarm around, it is just a fat white worm," Kerrigan said. "According to the human rating level, the Taldaram Protoss Executor Nyan, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh, and the Imperial Captive Brain Worm Alpha are currently above level 10. And above that, it is difficult to classify. In general, level 8 human psychers are already very rare, and individuals among them often gain certain supernatural powers. But compared to the former, human psychers are still very weak. However, although the brain worms have very powerful psyker powers, they have no self-defense ability, let alone create terrible destruction with their own power. Because the Overmind did not give such an ability when it created the brainworms. In contrast, the later swarm mothers are obviously much more comprehensive. Your Majesty, you must have been deceived by its appearance. Steitman did not notice that his voice suddenly became shrill. The brainworm is the embodiment of evil. They were created to destroy. What did it do to you? Augustus glanced at Steitman, thought about it and said, okay. I will consider changing your job. Switch the surveillance sensor screen to the alpha brainworm and take a look. Oh, I beg you not to do that. Steitman covered his eyes. Okay. My Kyla Velasai. I'm going to buy you a new little skirt. Bobo. Kyla Velasai is a female star. If you pay attention to the scrolling subtitles below the UNN news, you will notice her story. And this person is also printed on Tychus Finley's armor. Of course. She is just a child star now. I saw an obese 400-pound brain worm lying on its side on the sofa, watching TV while holding a spoon to stir black tea with its flexible tail tip. It was so fat that it looked like a ball of soft white meat stuck in the sofa. There was a smashed game console next to the sofa, and no one knew what had just happened. The brainworm's room was huge and luxuriously decorated, and it could not be called a prison at all. Those who were criticized by the brainworm on the internet would never dream of this picture. Just like you can't guess whether the person queuing with you is a brainworm. It also chases stars? Augustus was silent for a few seconds. Occasionally. Of course. It also follows TV series and e-novels. Steitman said, Alpha learns everything quickly. And human knowledge is not difficult for it. You may never imagine that this brainworm is proficient in mechanics and can repair tanks. It is also a writer and has published several books under the pseudonym of the Swarm Master. I have heard of it. Augustus had heard that the brainworm had done a lot of things in the past year. Although the brainworm spent most of its time eating excessive amounts of fried food, it was not completely idle. What else has it written? Death of the Black Goat of the Forest. A book that explores philosophy and human nature. Alpha takes you to see the Zerg. A detailed book on the physiology of the Zerg. Zerg Overlord. An extremely erotic novel that tells the story of a Zerg abandoned child creating a Zerg mother who travels through time and conquers another world. I have to say, I have never seen such a shameless author. I have heard of it a little. Augustus shrugged his shoulders, and, as far as I know, it sells well. To be honest, brainworms do not have genders. But this brainworm prefers female humans and has a unique aesthetic, which may be related to the gender of the first human it came into contact with. The brainworm used the account and publishing income you gave it to enter the new Gettysburg Financial Street in Tarsones. And its principal increased 1,000 times in 1 year. Now it has entered the film and television industry. And that Kayla Velas is Steitman talked endlessly. Augustus nodded and added, taxes must be collected as usual. Huh? At this time, the brainworm realized that someone was looking at it. The brainworm learned many things from humans, including flattery, Dog Emperor. Of course, if Augustus angered it, it would definitely call it the old Emperor. Did you bully Egon again? The Emperor was not angry, and just asked it, are you suing me again? The brainworm glared at it with its almost non-existent eyes. Steitman, you wait. I will tear Gary apart later. Don't cause me any trouble. Augustus also glared at the brainworm. This brainworm has been around humans for so long, but has not learned any good things. He has not touched any of the 7 virtues, and has committed all of the 7 deadly sins. According to the agreement between you and me, you are now free, and you are also a citizen of the Empire. From now on, I will recruit you to serve as the commander of the Empire's Cerberus Swarm Army. Admiral, General, and Commander-in-Chief. And you will also have a corresponding mansion and general uniform. That's what you said. The Emperor is the supreme ruler, and his words are as good as gold. The brainworm jumped up and raised his non-existent neck. I thought you were just perfunctory. Is this true? General Brainworm. The premise is that you cannot easily show up in public, and the number of Zerg under your command must be strictly limited. Expansion can only be carried out during war. Augustus replied, now you have understood the rules and order of human society. And you are not just an ordinary Zerg. In fact, you know how to be a human better than humans. If the brainworm is well cared for, it will still be alive, and well after tens of millions of years. It's not difficult to do. The brainworm said, compared to many of you, I am more like a human. Besides, I really don't eat people or suck their brains. A wise choice. You know, As long as the Prince of Blades, or the current Overlord, is still alive, you have no chance to become the new Overlord of the Zerg. In other words, you can only rely on us, Augustus said. If we unite with the Protoss to kill them all, you will be the new Overlord. Emperor of the Terran Empire. Emperor Augustus I. Ruler of the Copperloo Sector. Divine Monarchy. Imperial Power and Destiny. The Brainworm shouted. You're welcome. I'm the Dog Emperor. Augustus snorted. The Tyranid Empire Brainworm. The Lord of Cerberus. The future Overlord of the Zerg. A super big troll. Chapter 538 Lieutenant General Stukov. In early March, the sunlight in Augustgrad was still blazing. The first spring wind brought a sandstorm that blocked out the sun in the radiation desert instead of the expected abundant moisture. The wind was no longer warm and gentle. If people who were not protected touched it, they would suffer from terrible skin diseases. And if they inhaled it, their respiratory tract would be burned. The city, which was still under construction, was shrouded in red clouds all day long, with extremely low visibility. So the lights were kept on as usual. In the gloomy mist, the star of Augustgrad flickered, which was a nuclear power plant, metallurgical plant, and airport signal tower. This latitude of Kara 4 was once a paradise on Earth with good weather and good harvests. But since the nuclear strike turned the entire sea into a desert, the rainfall has also dropped sharply. And the occasional rainfall also carries excessive radiation. The land is no longer suitable for planting, and food depends on imports. Only the ecological plantations are still growing hydroponic vegetables and feeding livestock with grains. With the announcement of the introduction of more effective nuclear radiation purification technology by the Terran Empire government, the environment of Kara 4 will be further improved. But the legacy of nuclear war is still inevitable. Although Korhal no longer has the beautiful environment and high development index that attracted immigrants in the past, it still became the most popular candidate for immigration at the beginning of the century when the Federation and the Empire changed their regimes. Every day, immigrants from all over the world come to Korhal. Their origins and occupations are of course very different, and their purposes are also different. Some are just forced by life, while others are for dreams. Some bid farewell to the endless wheat fields of their hometown and take the interstellar merchant fleet alone, while others bring their families with them. There are opportunities everywhere in Korhal 4, just because it is the capital of the Terran Empire and the hometown of the Emperor. The most visionary and adventurous people among the celebrities of Tarsones responded to the Emperor's call at the first time. Almost all large cross-galaxy enterprises of the old Federation set up headquarters and introduced factories in Augustgrad. As the political center of the Terran Empire, Korhal Augustgrad is naturally a new stage for politicians and ambitious people. Whether it is a circus clown or a prestigious planetary counselor, they all hope to be favored by the Emperor and rise to prominence in the imperial court. Emperor Augustus only cares about ability, not origin. Even rats in the slums have a chance to soar to the sky. The Emperor was once a member of the Federation creation family, but now he is doing what a true revolutionary does. He cares about the people and their livelihood, and requires officials of the Empire to do the same. Look at those people. Look at their postures and expressions walking on the streets of Augustgrad. You can see panic, blindness, and novelty. I dare not guarantee that these people have hope, but I really hope they can find hope here, at a window seat on the second floor of a newly opened restaurant in the center of Augustgrad. Emperor Augustus was pointing out the window while speaking to Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov, the former commander of the UD Expeditionary Force, who was wearing a casual black suit. This is a newly built restaurant. All the buildings in Augustgrad are new. New buildings, new residents, and new life. The decoration style of the restaurant is not luxurious. The whitewashed walls are covered with rose-patterned wallpaper. The chandelier on the ceiling casts a warm light, and the mirrors on the panels and the reflections from the windows overlap to create countless light and shadows. The restaurant is run by a couple from the slums of Tarsones. If it weren't for the subsidies and various exemptions provided by the Empire's economic recovery policy, the couple would not be able to buy this store even if they spent all their savings of 20 years. After the establishment of the Empire, all kinds of unreasonable and heavy taxes during the old Federation period were cleared. The government encouraged people to start industries and set up new pillar industries based on the local characteristics. The old aristocratic system and privileged class were also completely abolished. The burdens that had been heavy on the people of the Empire in the past have been cleared, and the economic recovery has been much faster than the Empire expected. It can be seen that the endless exploitation and oppression of the Federation has long made the people breathless. And such a backlash was expected. Therefore, they are also sincerely grateful for everything the Empire has brought them. Outside the window is the Augustgrad Central Park under construction. And the park at this time is just beginning to take shape. Still with a bare reinforced concrete foundation. Construction workers are laying layers of pebbles for the fountain pool and planting imported soil for the flower beds. The car people always remember the suffering that the Federation has brought them. So in addition to a golden statue of Emperor Augustus and a wolf in the park, there is also a monument with a sentence from Augustus himself. No matter who the enemy is, we will never, never, never surrender. Further away is the Augustgrad Palace and the central building, which have begun to take shape. The tall buildings are connected by countless corridors and stairs. The glass curtain walls are like a glittering sky, and the spires made of alloy and steel are shining with gold and silver light. Because it is close to the White King's Road and Augustgrad Bennett Airport. Immigrants who have just disembarked from the airport can be seen every once in a while. They are all legal immigrants. And there are no illegal immigrants who have sneaked into Augustgrad. The irradiated desert outside Augustgrad stretches for 20,000 miles. With dried-up rivers, dead forests and bottomless craters. There are mutated Korhal scorpions, shale dogs and Korhal wolves living in the wild, which are very dangerous. If an illegal immigrant lands in the endless irradiated wasteland outside the city, he will die unless he gets help from the Imperial Research Station and the border outpost. Most of the immigrants who came to Augustgrad on this day came from Earthos 3. One of the most notable features is that although the Earthos people are dressed in tattered clothes and look like refugees, both men and women wear berets. But their way of speaking and their eyes are fierce and dangerous. The residents of Erdos are all physically strong, and their professions are mainly mercenaries and miners. Hope. Erdos. Their homeland has been almost completely destroyed in the war. Stukov could recognize the iconic attire and special silver gear badge of the Erdos. In the past wars, Erdos was the nightmare of UD soldiers. Erdos is one of the few Federation worlds that has not surrendered to the UD. They fought unyieldingly until the arrival of the Terran Empire's navy. According to statistics, at least 2 large-scale wars have occurred on the satellites of Erdos. The wars between the two sides were so fierce and bloody that thousands of people died in the tragic battles. So that this world was called the Erdos meat grinder. Although the Erdos people would never submit to the rule of the UD, the Terran Empire's army immediately surrendered when they arrived. This was a bit disappointing for General Edmund Duke, who was ordered to recapture the Empire, because he had already prepared for a big fight with the Erdos people. The rich mineral resources on the satellite were the key to triggering the war. And at the end, the confused UD commander began to doubt whether the losses in the troops invested far outweighed the gains. During the invasion war of the Earth Federation, the core world of the Terran Federation basically did not resist. But the marginal worlds that were alienated from the federal government had been resisting. Your contribution. Augustus's face did not show much expression. So many people who lost their homes in the war will find their final destination in Korhal. And I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. I love my people. Augustus seemed to be talking to himself. The Minx family has been protected by Korhal for generations. I will not excuse my crimes. Lieutenant General Stukov has lost a lot of weight compared to before. And you can see the protruding bones on his cheeks. But Stukov's beard and hair are well-groomed, not unkempt. There are some food on the table in front of him, including a plate of sliced French bread, vegetable salad and mushroom soup. As a special dish that has only recently become popular in Augustgrad, baked potatoes with skullet meat, a kind of livestock native to Umoyan. However, considering the magnetic handcuffs on Stukov's hands, he really couldn't enjoy the food in front of him. To date, Stukov has been in prison for more than half a year. He has been in a dangerous mine with a labor reform and almost died there. Stukov begged Augustus to give him an end, but the latter obviously didn't want to do that. At this time, the noise outside the restaurant became louder. Stukov and Augustus could see a large number of immigrants leaving on buses, and they could see the sorrow or expectation on their faces. But in Augustgrad, at least they will not have to worry about work. Now Korhal needs people everywhere, and housing will be allocated to skilled workers. And the housing prices for builders are also kept very low. Not only the altos, but also the blacksmiths wearing thick velvet hats and bearskin coats can be seen in the crowd. Blacksmith has been destroyed by the attack of the Protoss. But not all Blacksmith people died in this catastrophe. About thousands of people escaped by chance in flying vehicles. In recent times, Blaxis has been reincorporated into the scope of the Terran Empire's colonized planets, because the bombardment of the Protoss has brought about some positive changes in the minerals of this planet. Even if the Terran Empire did not declare its sovereignty over Blaxis, civilian mining guilds would soon flock to it. Without government management, Blaxis would surely become a lawless place where filth and dirt are hidden, just like other remote mining planets. Suddenly, the crowd became turbulent, and a huge white bear ran through the crowd quickly. This is a Blaxis beartooth, with thick white fur and a terrifying bloody mouth. This beartooth is more than 10 feet tall, and it looks like a young man. In comparison, the young girl wearing a cold-colored militia uniform riding on its back is more eye-catching. She has long hair that is a light golden color that is almost white, and she carries an SR Torrent shotgun on her back. After that, several Augustgrad city policemen riding vulture vehicles whizzed over the crowd. Augustus and Stukov looked at each other and fell silent. What's going on? Augustus looked at Faraday next to him, still contacting the police station. Faraday walked to the Emperor and whispered, "Tell them that if they still can't control a weak girl, they don't have to come back to see me." Augustus thought for a moment and added, "Don't hurt her." "Yes, Your Majesty." Faraday hurried away. "She is definitely not an ordinary person who can tame a beast." Stukov was silent for a moment, then said, "You mean she might have psychic powers?" Augustus tapped the table with his fingers. "As far as current research is concerned, profiling the ability to obtain information about others by touching their belongings, which Pierce has, fire control, mind burst, and precognition are all very powerful and rare abilities. A child named Leo Travsky has the gift of communicating with machines, but there has never been a record of someone being able to communicate with animals." He thought again. If this child controls the beast with mind control, then her psychic level is at least above level 8. "Tanya," Augustus shouted, "you go and do this." A female ghost in a black tights and a royal guard badge appeared beside Augustus, carrying 2 single swords on her back. A member of the royal guard once compared that if someone jumped into the range of 100 yards around the Emperor, he would definitely be lifted up by densely packed ghost agents. Supernatural power, controlling people's hearts or doing the opposite, can overthrow a powerful regime, because such power is not limited by the laws of physics. Stukov looked at Augustus and was silent for a long time. This is the talent of the Terrans, and this talent will only become stronger if the Earthlings do not relax the restrictions on psychic power. They will suffer a great loss sooner or later. But how can you control these powerful psychics, unless you have more powerful power than them? How can these people be convinced? Stukov knew the strength of the Earth. Before that, he was more worried about the Zerg and the Protoss. It was not until he was defeated by Augustus that he determined that the Terrans might also threaten the Earth. The Terrans are still very weak now, but their potential is unlimited. And Stukov knew that the Terrans now have a great leader. The Terrans are good at learning. And the Protoss, the Zerg and the Zelnada are all their teachers. The current Earth Federation does not take the Terrans seriously. But who knows what will happen in 100 or 200 years. Everyone can see that the Terran Empire will only be stronger than the Terran Federation. Not to mention that the Terran Empire has the powerful Protoss Empire as an ally. The Earth should indeed be worried about its own safety. Augustus did not answer Stukov's question. "I have seen the green mountains and clear waters of the Earth, and the beauty of coral in the past should be no less. In addition to the Zerg, there are other races in this universe that are purely malicious towards humans. They despise humans as we despise ants. Their ultimate goal must be to destroy all humans, including Earth," Augustus said. "The Zerg and Protoss have learned the coordinates of Earth, and the Council is still unaware of it. If you were the Overmind, what would you do?" Stukov knew the answer. If the Tyranids cannot resist the Zerg, Earth will be their next target. Chapter 539, Recruitment. "You have always been the Earthling I admire the most, Stukov. There are only a handful of commanders with brains among the UD Expeditionary Force, and you must be one of them." Augustus took over Stukov's words and said, "I think there is no need for the Terrans and Earthlings to fight to the death. There are a full 60,000 light years between us, and the enemy that will eventually devour the world is just around the corner. To be fair, Augustus tends to live in peace with the Earth Federation before obtaining more intelligence on it and fully assessing its strength. At present, Earth has not received the news that the UD Expeditionary Force has been defeated, and it may not be clear for a long time. Even if it is clear that the Expeditionary Force has been defeated, the Council will not know the reason for the defeat. From now on, Earth will inevitably be cautious about the issue of the Copperloose Sector colony. If the expeditionary force fails at the best time to invade when the Protoss and the Zerg are both defeated, then there is no hope for the subsequent expedition plan. So much manpower, material resources, and financial resources have been spent, and so many lives of the Earth Federation soldiers have been wasted. But there is not even a splash. According to the intelligence Augustus has obtained, the Solar System Empire colony centered on the Earth is not a monolithic entity. If the ruler of the Earth is aggressive, the internal conflicts will not be so easy to deal with. At least within 10 years, Augustus will not need to deal with the Earth. Do you want me to convey the friendly diplomatic attitude of the Terran Empire to the Council? Stukov did not recognize the so-called Terran Empire Emperor. After all, the Mengsk family is just a self-proclaimed ruler. He was just someone else's prisoner. But he still didn't give up his dignity. In general, it's not hard to understand why the civilization of a colony that is too far away from Earth regressed. In remote star regions, religions that had been eradicated on Earth immediately revived. The ancestors of those extraordinary people who called themselves kings, emperors, grand dukes, and presidents of the Republic could be traced back 3 generations to a group of bandits who occupied the mountains and ruled as kings. The Mengsk family and the entire Terran human race are just descendants of criminals. Their ancestors were just a group of cyborgs who illegally used genetic drugs, technological criminals, or opponents of the Earth regime. It can be said that the genes of bellicosity and rebellion have been rooted in the Terrans. But Stukov still quite agrees with Augustus Mengsk, who claims to be the emperor. The more he knows about this person, the more those who already hate him will hate him, and the more those who already like him will like him. If the Earth has received my letter, it must understand my attitude. Augustus smiled and said, Augustus has ordered a probe ship controlled by a supercomputer and loaded with Xel'Naga technology and spacetime force field technology to be launched to the coordinates of the Earth. The probe is expected to reach the edge of the solar system in 8 years, by which time the Earth will have roughly figured out what happened to its expeditionary force. By then, the Earth United Council will receive a letter from Augustus informing it that the expeditionary force has been completely wiped out. As for the expressions of the council members when they see the specific contents of the letter, Augustus is looking forward to it. I can imagine what you said. Stukov knew that Augustus Mengsk was by no means a monarch of those short-lived dynasties, nor was he comparable to the mud-legged and rural farmers of the Terrans, who could only roll in the mud. Stukov didn't like the Terrans in the first place. In his opinion, the Copperloose Sector was just a rebellious colony, and now he had no good feelings towards them. Just as the Terrans hated him, Stukov also hated them. Although Augustus was an emperor supported by the country people, in Stukov's opinion, he was really a figure like Alexander. In the crisis-ridden galaxy, humans need a strong and courageous leader, and this courage cannot be shaken by the needs and feelings of a few people. There is no doubt that Augustus Mengsk is such a person. It's just some polite words. Augustus leaned back on the velvet-covered chair. I have to show my identity and explain to them how much damage the UD Expeditionary Force has caused us. Based on this, the Terran Empire can only accept the Expeditionary Fleet as it is, and there is no reason to return it. From now on, the Empire welcomes every guest from afar, whether he is from the solar system or other colonies. And if he is an enemy, then they will only be greeted by giant ships and cannons. He placed his hands on the table with his fingers crossed. With the Terran Empire, alien forces cannot capture the Copperloose Sector. If trade is to be established, a prosperous era of mutual benefit will surely come. And if the Earth United Council wants to put shackles on these kind-hearted, freeborn humans, war will come. Then let the war spread from Copperloose to Orion, until one of the parties is completely destroyed. Augustus' words were not a threat. He was simply stating the Empire's position to the people of Earth. The Terrans are never afraid of war. The Terran Federation in the past is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Council, and they will not think that the Expeditionary Force was defeated by you in the end. Stukov's Russian accent became heavier, which was just proof of his nervousness. But from my understanding of the Council, if they see what you said, they will probably spend a lot of time in suspicion. The Council may reevaluate the power of the Terran Empire, but don't expect them to turn a blind eye to psychic mutants. I don't need the Earthlings to teach me how to do this, Augustus said firmly. I mean to say that Earthlings and Terrans are of the same origin. All humans, whether Terrans or Earthlings, should unite and advance and retreat together. But if Earthlings want to ride on our heads, There is absolutely no such reason. The tyranny of the Federation cannot enslave the Terrans. And the Earth United Council certainly cannot. You have already proved it. Stukov looked into Augustus' cold gray eyes, as if he saw himself in them, in this aggressive ultimatum. I may have mentioned Alexei Stukov. I think this lieutenant general, who would be sent to a military court even if he returned to Earth, must have declared his loyalty to the Terran Empire and become a lackey of the Terran Emperor. I didn't say that. Augustus nodded and ordered someone to remove the electromagnetic handcuffs from Stukov's hands. An officer of the Royal Guard stepped forward to remove the handcuffs, but still stared at Stukov, fearing that he would harm the Emperor. Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov just turned 46 today. Although he has lost a lot of weight, he is still very strong. This man is addicted to vodka and cigarettes, and is also a ruthless character on the battlefield. It's also correct to put it another way. Stukov moved for a while, and without being polite, he took the knife and fork and started to deal with the food on the table that had already cooled down. You might have added that if the Earth Expeditionary Force invades again, the Terran Empire might show some mercy for the sake of its compatriots. But no one can guarantee whether the Protoss allies behind the Empire will be ruthless, he said while eating. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, the Terran Empire will not stop the fight. It just so happens that our territories are adjacent. Augustus watched Stukov eat heartily and felt a little hungry. He snatched a few pieces of bread from his plate without caring about his dignity as an emperor. Earth is the home planet of all mankind. But if the Earthlings are proven to be unworthy of this sacred land, then we will realize the revival of mankind. It is the destiny of the Terrans to unify mankind and conquer the universe. If you tell this to the Council, they will be furious. Stukov just smiled, not believing that Augustus would really do that. The gap between the Terran Empire and the Earth Federation is still huge, but it is not impossible to catch up. Even if a war of conquest occurs, it should be a matter of several generations after Augustus. In fact, Augustus' descendants are what Stukov is most worried about. With the bloodline of the Minsk family and the strongest Terran psyker, the future Terran Emperor is likely to be an unprecedented super psyker. With his psyker potential, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of God. To be honest, the voices in the Empire asking me to execute you have never subsided, he said to Stukov, but I have to say that among my generals, only Warfield can compare to you. If it's Duke, you can compare to 10 of him. No need to be polite to me. Just say whatever you want to say. Stukov wiped his mouth and took out another cigarette from somewhere. This is not the Augustus Minsk I know. Stukov glanced at the Royal Guard officer next to him, and the latter took out a laser lighter to light his cigarette. At this time, the girl who had been riding the bear-toothed beast on the street had been found, and was being beaten by her tearful parents. As for how the bear-toothed beast escaped, we had to ask the customs. Now it seems that the girl happened to tame the bear-toothed beast that escaped from the cage at the airport and saved many lives. I am still lacking a person who can take charge of the situation, Augustus said bluntly, and he is definitely the one who can take on the responsibility. You are an Earthling. But it doesn't matter. There are many Earthlings working for me now. Augustus shrugged. There are also Protoss helping me in the Empire. You should have heard of this. I even recruited a brain worm. And now it is also an organized Imperial worm. A brain worm? This is really a joke. This is very new to Stukov. Can this beast understand human language? It understands reason better than many of us, and even recites the Tao Te Ching by heart. Augustus thought of the bad-tempered brain worm. Tychus and his ilk are just a bastard compared to him. The introduction of the StarCraft 1 map Dangerous Waters quoted Lao Tzu's words. Nothing is softer than water, but nothing can attack the strong. My most impressive impression is another introduction that quoted Sun Tzu's Art of War. Thangwo Shanlin. So, I really have to meet him if I have a chance. Stukov had a cigarette in his mouth. It's not difficult to sketch the appearance of a brainworm in your mind, but it's not easy to put on a customized general uniform. Although only a few high-ranking generals of the Empire knew about the existence of the brainworm general, the arrival of the brainworm Alpha was really a big deal. It was a genuine Imperial admiral, and its rank was higher than that of Edmund Duke. This certainly satisfied the vanity of the brainworm. But some people were not happy with it. Edmund Duke could not accept this fact. He did not dare to get angry with the Emperor. So he rushed into the Imperial Marines headquarters and pointed at the brainworm's stomach and cursed it for being unfair. He, Duke, had followed the Emperor through life and death, fought countless battles, and his rank was not as high as that of a bug. But what Duke did not expect was that he could not scold a bug better. Moreover, the brainworm used no repeated swear words while arguing with Duke. While arguing, it also used its mental power to control 25 small accounts to play the game Dungeon, which stunned Duke. Each brainworm is a master of micromanipulation, and the alien insects they need to control on the battlefield are in the billions. Duke, who was angry and embarrassed, was ready to duel with the brainworm to fight to the death. But who would have thought that the other party was not a martial artist and actually attacked him? He was caught off guard and was knocked down by the 400-pound brainworm with a flexible salted fish thrust, and was finally carried out by other generals. Jim Raynor, the Imperial Char garrison commander, who learned of this, sent a letter to his old friend to show his concern, telling him not to take it to heart. Whenever Raynor thought of this, it was enough to warm him up in the coldest night. However, except for the true-hearted General Duke, no one really cared about a brainworm. Well, look, now everyone knows that you, General Duke, can't beat the worm. What's the point of caring about a worm? It didn't eat Duke's rice. A worm. Stukov didn't know what to say. Only you can do such a thing. Feeding eagles with wolves. Driving tigers to eat wolves. Stukov originally believed that Augustus used the nerve agent used by the UD Black Flag project to control the brainworm. This is also the most effective method at present. This poison is enough to control the overmind, but the production is limited. But now it seems that the Empire did not use coercive means. However, this is understandable. The higher Zerg have extremely high intelligence and independent thinking ability. When the brainworm is out of the control of the overmind, their behavior patterns will change. Well, even the brainworm has joined the Empire. So what if I am a traitor? Stukov laughed self-deprecatingly. I just didn't expect you to trust me. He was touched, as early as when we were defeated. I decided to sacrifice my life for the country. Until I learned about the experience of Gerard and other soldiers. I brought them all the way from Earth to this foreign land of Copperloo. The UD Lieutenant General sighed, with tears in his eyes. I don't need to remember each of their names. I just need to take them home. He said, now, I have such a mission. Even if I can't save those Earth soldiers infected by the Zerg, I have to kill them, and give them the final relief. I know. Augustus was silent for a long time and said, now, I appoint you to guard Char, and take over the duties of Admiral Jim Raynor. It is said that there are still signs of activity of the Carlos group of brainworms there. He said, let's go immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 540 Time flies. August grad in June is a long-lost sunny day, with puffy white clouds gathering in the sea-blue sky. This miracle city built on the radioactive wasteland and barren land is one of the few pure lands in Kar. The green belt around August grad and the high alloy cast walls block the wind and sand from the radioactive desert. And the huge umbrella-shaped air purification facilities throughout the city keep the air in the imperial capital clean. The imperial government has fulfilled their promise to ensure that children born in Kar live in a risk-free environment. August grad is one of the many contributions that Emperor Augustus Mengsk made to his birthplace. It is a modern super steel city that embodies the wisdom of almost all the master builders of the Terrans. In order to build this great city, 25 million people worked in August grad at the same time during its heyday. Looking down from above, with the towering palace as the center, Augustgrad's chessboard-like cross streets extend infinitely in all directions. Countless silver domes, rib-like high-rises, towers that reach into the sky, and glittering glass are like the roof of the world. Surrounding Augustgrad, a huge bright silver metal ring can be seen even from high-altitude orbit, just like the scales of a silver dragon. It is an indisputably magnificent city, showing the ambition of mankind from planning to construction. Even though most of the city is still under construction, the reinforced concrete foundation alone stretches for thousands of miles, equivalent to the area of the last satellite of Korhal. Bennett Airport is the largest integrated terminal in Augustgrad, larger than all the airports in Korhal so far. At first glance, it looks like a horseshoe lying in the center of Augustgrad, with 3 identical silver spires in the center, and the curtain wall across the spires forming a beautiful equilateral triangle. At the same time, Bennett Airport is also the first giant public building funded by a private enterprise and expected to be donated to the Empire after completion. Surrounding the airport are the most well-known landmark buildings in Augustgrad: the Imperial Royal Military Academy, Kar University, Imperial University and Golden Library, which are under construction, are also magnificent buildings with great artistic value. According to UNN Universe News, The airport was built by the Bennett family, one of the only 7 remaining Tarsoni's founding families. The current head of the Bennett family presented this magnificent building to Emperor Augustus to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. Today is the day when the last batch of imperial troops stationed in Char return, and the waiting area of the terminal of the Bennett airport is full of the families of the returning soldiers. Although it is not yet shoulder to shoulder, it is also very lively. Char is one of the most dangerous areas known in the Copperless sector. It is affectionately described by imperial soldiers as a place hotter than hell. It was a paradise for the Zerg, with lava flowing on the ground and bugs crawling everywhere where you could stand. At any time, Char was the imperial planet with the highest mortality rate for soldiers. Only the Rangers led by Admiral Jim Raynor could ride vultures on Char's dangerous Ash world. And only these space cowboys could tame this dangerous land. It was no surprise that the relatives were moved to tears when they saw the soldiers returning from Char. Augustus was also standing among the crowd in the terminal. The only difference was that he was wearing a luxurious red long coat with golden lock edges, and the bronze wolf head epaulets on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching. Of course, even without these signs, Augustus's people could recognize their emperor at a glance, considering that the excessive enthusiasm of the people might make the situation difficult to control. The emperor's position was separated by rows of royal guards and isolation belts. Otherwise, the people who were eager to shake hands with Augustus might have lined up to the palace. Standing beside the emperor were the queen and several imperial generals. Next to him was a woman with healthy wheat-colored skin, wearing a white dress, holding a little boy with brown hair and brown eyes. They were Lady Elizabeth Raynor, wife of Admiral Jim Raynor, and their son John Raynor. John Raynor was already 4 years old, fair-skinned and cute, and extremely intelligent. John grew up with Valerian Minsk in the Minsk family. His godfather, Emperor Augustus, treated him as his own son. Even during the Uprising War, he still wrote letters to inquire about John's growth and learning. Now, Emperor Augustus asked his former martial arts teacher and one of the 2 level 10 psychics in the Empire, Sarko Angolini, to teach John. Although Jim Raynor was just an ordinary person, his son had extremely powerful psychic power. Although still very immature, this child could see through people's hearts at a very young age. John had a good relationship with Valerian and regarded him as his brother, which made their parents and uncle very happy. Is Jimmy not here yet? As an officer of the Royal Guard, Sergeant Tychus Finley was of course wearing a well-tailored royal uniform, with a blue lapel vest under a red coat with gold trim, and golden ears of wheat hanging from both sides of the black bearskin tall hat as he spoke. Augustus had been undecided about the design of the Royal Guard uniforms. And finally it was Arcturus Minsk, the Iron Prince, who was widely praised by the people, who came up with a design based on his own preferences. In any case, the tall and strong Sergeant Tychus looked like a decent man in this uniform. Tychus Finley was not lacking in the ability to command a large army. He just hated doing such a thankless and risky job. So Augustus could only keep Tychus by his side and let him do some profitable work, which was considered to be a way to get rid of him. If you want to pay Tychus a high salary, he will think you are cheating and sending him to a dangerous mission. If you give him a free salary, he won't take it and will steal. In general, Tychus is a person who has nothing to do with loyalty. This guy is a ruthless character who can sell out his partners and ask them to count the money, and can kill his own people in a blink of an eye. But this Tychus only recognizes Augustus and has already taken him in his hands. It is extremely difficult for him to trust others. But if you really establish a life and death friendship, you can trust this person with your back. You can see it with your eyes. Augustus looked at his watch. Jimmy. I heard you say it 8 times in the morning. Tychus, if you treat those girls like this, you won't be afraid of being dumped. Tychus always swore a vow of love to a prostitute when he was having sex with her. Sometimes when he was drunk, he could even deceive himself. The last time Tychus had just fallen in love with a mercenary woman. She got him drunk and cheated him of the last few credits in his pocket. August Grad banned the pornography industry, and the powerful Tychus made connections with merchants and sailors traveling between Tarsoni's Prime and Korhol. Anyway, as long as they were doing something sneaky, you could always trust Mr. Tychus. Tychus was an extremely smart man, but he never used this intelligence in the right way. Do you remember how much bread you have eaten? Tychus pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly said this. Is this why you always take a notebook to record it after each time you do it? Augustus asked back. You're spying on me? Tychus glared. You said that last time you were drunk. Augustus said bluntly. That's impossible. Tychus thought for a moment and said, I've always been a good drinker. Generals Honik Hank and Jocko Bennett beside him were amused. Those who were still alive from the Heaven's Devil Squad at that time could be said to have really made great achievements. But even they could not avoid being alienated from Augustus, who was already the emperor. Only these few people could still make tasteless jokes with the emperor as before. Come on, Tychus. Next time you just don't dance in front of the foreign guests in Moria. I beg you on behalf of the boss. Honik laughed so hard that he slapped his thighs and hiccuped like a goose with its neck pinched. Pay attention to your image. Hank, you are also a person of status. Don't be like a monkey with a hair stuck in your armpit. Jocko Bennett used the alias Rick Kid when he was in the Heavenly Demons. He had a certain psychic talent and was the best sniper among them. Now, Jocko has returned to his original name and has become the head of the Bennett family. If he hadn't done that, the Bennett family would never have escaped the Empire's liquidation of the Creation family. Now, the family's huge shipbuilding and interstellar shipping industries have also turned to serve the Empire. Why? I, Honik Hank, never care about other people's opinions when doing things. If anyone is dissatisfied with me, I can let him taste the taste of hot pots, boiling oil, steaming, frying and frying. Although Honik said he didn't care, he still put away his exaggerated smile. Now an imperial general, Honik has become more restrained than before. He no longer lifts up girls' skirts on the street like before. When he was still in the Federal Marine Corps, Hank boasted to Augustus that he was General Hank. And now he has become a general, probably to deal with those staff officers. Honik used to be a rough man, but now he can read a few comic books. If you really don't care, marry my troublesome and strong sister now, and quickly inherit the Bennett family's industry, so that I can live in seclusion on the marginal planet. Jocko rolled his eyes. Why don't you let me die? I'm going to manage the company and look at the account books. Is that what a human being does? You want me to grill meat, and you can choose whether it's rare or rare. Honik got anxious when he heard that. There's really nothing between your sister and me. Jocko has an older sister who is good at business management and was originally the heir to the Bennett family. But at an imperial officer's ball, she fell in love with Honik. Honik was originally overjoyed. But when he heard that he was going to marry into the family business and inherit the family business, he packed up his things and ran to Agria to burn insects that night. Look, I didn't say anything, General Hank. Jocko actually has a pretty good relationship with his sister, and he is a close friend of Hank. This brother is about to enter the marriage grave, so he has to kick him quickly. This matter is something that others can't ask for. What are you afraid of? The power of the old nobles will only become weaker and weaker in the future. They dare not challenge the powerful imperial power. If there weren't so few of the past founding families left, do you think it would be your turn? He said, and no one really expects you to be able to read? No way. I won't do it anyway. Honik screamed. Just as Honik was wailing, the terminal became lively again. The imperial soldiers returning from Char arrived. The wings of freedom and the rattlesnake skull are the symbols of the human rangers, the undisputed top cowboys in the Terran Empire, the most famous and bravest rangers. The rangers are the smallest legion, with only 35,000 people at most. The commander Jim Raynor has no requirements for the soldiers. He treats them equally, whether they are combat heroes or criminals with criminal records. As long as they make a conclusion with the past and find their own destiny, the rangers will accept them. The scorching sun and harsh natural environment of Char left obvious marks on these rangers, making them stronger and more adept at fighting. Teams of Imperial Rangers in Navy uniforms walked out of the platform to reunite with their families, who had been waiting for a long time. And the crowd immediately became excited. A woman with a pregnant belly, who was about to give birth, anxiously looked for her husband in the crowd. And everyone kindly made way or offered a hand to help her, until a sergeant knelt on one knee in front of her. The man who was about to become a father had missed the 7 months of his child's growth. And now he was leaning his face against his wife's belly and crying silently. Some soldiers finally saw their wives and children, so they hugged them together. Some lovers who had been separated for a long time kissed passionately. Some cried like a child in front of their parents, and some just took out the photos in their pockets silently. For these soldiers who were defending the border world, family was their reason for fighting. Welcome back to Car, Jimmy. The lights of Car are bright for you tonight. Augustus hugged Jim Raynor, who was walking towards him quickly. Waiting for your drink. Jim smiled. Raynor was still the same, dressed like a cowboy. with the Colt revolver in the holster on his waist. He seemed to have shaved his beard regularly, but it was not too sloppy. You are busy all day, and the backlog of work must be piled up now. Raynor patted Augustus on the shoulder. Of course someone will do it. Well, never mind, brother. Let's go have a drink. Augustus shrugged. Whiskey number 8. Renault said. Your taste in alcohol is still so bad. Same old. This job is not easy. Right? Tychus looked him up and down, and was satisfied that all the parts of Renault's body were still intact. The arms and feet are still there. Thank you for your concern. Damn, Tychus. You old boy have lived such a comfortable life. You have gained a circle of weight. After saying that, Renault walked to his wife, kissed her forehead, bent down, hugged his son John in his arms, and said to him, My son, dear, I'm back.